What was everyone's Thursday?
It was good.
Yeah?
It was a good Thursday.
Okay. Greg, you look like you.
My kid kind of threw I don't know, a mini tantrum, but he was making a big mess of his playroom, and I just said, just go to bed. And then I had to watch Michigan play Iowa. That was fun.
Well, for most of the game, it was fun, and it
I don't think
ended.
anybody enjoyed themselves that game.
Well, I kind of did. I mean, they led. They were up by 10 until Iowa went on an 11-1 run to tie it up. And then Michigan with Adimara hit a couple of shots. So,
Yeah, and then they had the turnovers rear their head. It's been a problem for Michigan. And the only thing worse than having that amount of turnovers is the announcers reminding you how many turnovers they've had when they have them.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, when you do bad, you know you've done bad. You don't need to be reminded of it.
What was the final tally? How many turnovers?
18.
Yeah, it's like when you're playing the game, you made a mistake, and the coach tells you. In basketball, obviously they're telling you from the sideline. In football, you got to wait till you come to the sideline, and they show you the pictures. And you're like, yes, I know. And then they say it again. You're like, I know.
14th turnover by the Wolverines.
Yeah.
That's Michigan's 15th turnover of the game.
Oh, did you know that they scored 16 points off the turnover?
Yeah. You done effed up again. How do you feel?
Yeah.
Rubbing your nose in it.
Yeah. But then you end the season as the stat that you guys brought up yesterday, the first team since the 75-76 Hoosiers to go undefeated on the road for
Which is
true
nice.
road games.
Yeah. First Big Ten team since Indiana.
Yes.
Yeah.
Obviously, Miami of Ohio did it this year as well. You think they ultimately get in? Greg, I'll direct this
Michigan,
one.
yes.
No. I'm talking about Miami of Ohio, the other U of M. If they don't win the MAC title tournament.
I think they will. Ken Palm has them as 89th, so this is a very they're not exactly wrecking teams in the MAC. I mean, they're winning a lot of close games.
Well, their non-conference schedule wasn't great.
It was a joke.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like we put in 68 teams. We can make room for the team that didn't lose a game all year.
But if they do lose a game.
Okay, the team that would have lost one game.
Right, they could be 32-1.
And we're going to go, sorry.
Yep, sorry, you lost.
We got to put in 14 loss with whoever.
Yeah.
Let's put in Auburn.
Right.
And Nepo baby Stephen Pearl.
Anyway, a lot of hoops last night.
Yeah.
Michigan State also picked up a win on Senior Day for them. Two teams will play each other on the hardwood on Sunday. Pistons played last night.
Did they?
Not from
I know
the jump.
San Antonio did.
Okay, I want to say, boy, San Antonio's a bad matchup for the Pistons / everyone. I mean, they're a nightmare to face. They are hounding you on the ball. They roll all these perimeter defenders at you. And then even if you make your way to the rim, there's an alien waiting with a 10-foot wingspan. Like, he just swats everything.
I mean, he could shoot threes. He's great from the line. Last night he was 10 of 11. And the 16 rebounds, the 5 blocks, and the one that was most painful, obviously, was the block on Cade that resulted in a alley-oop dunk to the same guy.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it. What he's doing is unlike anything we've seen someone do on a basketball court. To be 7'4", bend space and time, because he can get to stuff. Like, he'll defend someone on the high block, and then he'll get down to the paint, and he'll block shots as a trailer. He's everywhere all at once. He scored 38 points. And if he was baiting fouls, he was kicking ass is what he was doing. Nobody could stop this guy.
So we can juxtapose this with Adimara playing as well at the same time. Like, Adimara is kind of a cheat code in college basketball. You see it on the last play that Michigan scored on. You just throw it anywhere near the rim and you can dunk on him. Yeah. Now imagine Adimara has elite agility, foot quickness, can't shoot threes, and is a better free throw shooter. I mean, that's kind of what Wemby is doing at an elite worldwide level. I mean, this guy's a cheat code.
It feels like he has been sent down from the Intergalactic League. Like, he's playing a lower level of basketball. Like, if you would have sent Cade to the G League, like, it looks like Wemby belongs to a higher caliber of species, and he's simply playing with the humans.
Right, yeah. It's just, it's what we talk about sometimes. High school football, even in college football, like it's a man among boys.
Yeah.
That's kind of what he makes it look like. He is just on a different level. But I don't think it makes them unbeatable. Obviously, they've lost 17 games.
No, but I think they're a bad matchup for everybody because
and not all those games he's been on the floor. But.
Right. Okay, and let's just address it. Asar gets hurt. Duran's in foul trouble. Certainly didn't help, but I don't think it was going to matter. The Pistons were down early and trailed by basically double digits the whole way.
Yeah.
So we could start with a question courtesy of TJ Lang. He sent me this last night after the game, and I don't know if TJ's watching the Pistons as closely as I know he's more of a hockey guy.
Yeah.
But I thought it was such a simple question that we could ask the people. Have the Pistons hit a wall?
Well, I guess define the wall. If the wall is, now I know they beat Oklahoma City, but they didn't look great. It was, without their top 6 scores. And they took Cleveland to OT to beat them, and that was also kind of a G League team.
Yeah.
And then they lost to Cleveland. And without Mitchell, they've lost to San Antonio now twice and haven't really looked good. So is the wall just simply, I don't know that they're necessarily hitting a wall because of the time of year. They've somewhat hit a wall in regards to the limit that they're at, where they are in their development as a team. And this is where you look at the trade deadline, which we'll talk more about later because of where hockey is today with the trade deadline being at 3:00. They didn't add that extra score. And I think that's the wall that they're hitting. They're just going up against teams that can match up with Cade. Make him dish the ball. Make him throw it to someone else. And if you're not at full strength, if you're not playing your very best, and we saw it against Cleveland, then that's the wall that they're up against.
Cade in 2 games against the Spurs, 15 of 46. That's 35% from the floor. I mean, it's what you said. He's going to face tougher coverages, multiple defenders, and when you get to the rim, it's Evan Mobley or Victor Wembanyama. Going to be easy for those guys to alter some shots. Going to be harder for the Pistons to score because, famously, not a good jump shooting team. John, I think what the Pistons are is one-dimensional. And they're really good at doing the thing where they play defense and get stops and run. But their defense, that's where I think they've hit the wall coming up recently. They have not played elite Pistons defense. So once that goes away, that's when you start taking on some water. That's the one non-negotiable is they have to be an elite defense. That's their one dimension. And that one dimension has been good enough to be the 1 seed. It may be good enough to win several series in the postseason. But I think we saw last night, they're not championship caliber.
No, and I don't know that none of us has predicted that they're winning the NBA championship this year. The question now becomes, are you taking a step back on your expectations? Because I have said, I think this team will certainly be in the Eastern Conference Finals, and I think that they could be playing for an NBA championship. And whether that's against Oklahoma City, whether it's against Denver or San Antonio, I think they're outmatched in those matchups, Denver being the third of the 3. Now, who knows what happens in the postseason, who stays healthy, who gets hurt, whatever.
Yeah, the unknown.
But are you now taking a little bit of a step back from even the Eastern Conference Finals because of what you saw them do against Cleveland? And, oh, by the way, now we don't know what it looks like, but insert Jason Tatum into the Boston Celtics beginning, it looks like, tonight?
Short answer is yes. I never thought they were better than OKC or San Antonio, and San Antonio has really drilled that point home.
Yeah.
Boston's my biggest threat in the East, with the unknown being, well, what about Tatum? Well, if Tatum comes back and looks really good, that's a team with championship pedigree. That would concern me. And while I don't fear Harden in the playoffs, it would appear that Cleveland can play the kind of defense, especially at the rim, that could make that a slog of a series. So I don't think the Eastern Conference Final is a given or a gimme for this basketball team right now. You're seeing some real warts the last couple weeks.
It's imperative that they stay in first place in the Eastern Conference so that they don't have to play both Boston and Cleveland.
Yeah, and I think people need to hear that a few more times.
Okay, let me say it again. It's imperative that they stay in first place so that they don't have to play both Boston and Cleveland.
16 turnovers by the Wolverines.
Yes.
But I'm saying, like, it should be a PSA like every other day. Like, people should recognize how significant it is because you only want to have to face one of those teams. If Cleveland and Boston continue to improve and be the 2 and the 3, that's your path is only facing one. And
let them go to a 7-game series, beat the hell out of each other.
Someone rolls an
And
ankle.
you take out the Knicks in 5, and you play whoever else comes out of the play-in tournament.
Yep. No, there's a path. Like, this isn't, no one's writing the season off on, what's today's date? March the 6th. But it is a reality check. Are they hitting a wall? A bit of that reality. Oh, we have some limitations. We have some flaws, some warts. And we got to play it one way. This is a one-dimensional basketball team.
Yep. So, when we come back, 248-539-9797, are you taking a step back in your expectations from what you've seen the Pistons be? Let's just even call it since the All-Star break. You may even go back further because we've talked about the warts, 3-point shooting. And now that you've seen it against some of the better teams, what are your thoughts?
Take inventory on that, plus weigh in on the Perron trade. It's 97.1.
Hey, you've got 97.1 on all day. You're trying to keep up with the analysis, the trades, the drama. But are your eyelids feeling heavy? Is that morning coffee wearing off before the next hot take? You need a real power boost. That's why I grab a Fusion energy drink. 0 sugar, and it's got the smooth, sustained energy you need to lock in for the whole show, the whole workday, or the whole game. It's the clean fuel for your next all-day Detroit sports watching marathon. Stop dragging, start driving. Grab an ice-cold Fusion energy drink today. Fusion, fuel the fan.
John put out the bat signal, wanted to hear from Pistons fans. But a tough stretch here, lost last night to the Spurs. Are they hitting a wall, and are you taking a step back on those expectations? Let's get to DeVell. Always good to hear from you in Madison Heights. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How are you?
Good.
That's good. And John, go blue.
Go blue.
All right. So I don't think the Pistons are hitting a wall. I more so think it's three things happening at one time. Now, number one is that everybody they're facing right now is waking up to them, so the Pistons are not sneaking up on nobody now. Mm-hmm. The second thing I think is that the time of year, fatigue is setting in a little bit, and with the time of year and the effort that they play defense. So, yeah, fatigue setting in. And at the same time, we're facing stiffer competition right now. All three of those things are happening at the same time, and I think that's where you're seeing what you're seeing. I still think we'll get to, like you said, as long as we get to the East, to keep the first spot, we should get to the Eastern Conference Finals because we only have to face either Cleveland or Boston. So I think we'll be fine. It's just those three things are happening at once right now.
I think it's a good observation. I think there's more than one thing can be true for this team right now. John, it's get to the Eastern Finals, and then you're going, well, has Tatum actually reacclimated? Is Harden actually going to be clutch and close in the playoffs? Can you get to the Eastern Conference Finals with home court, play relentless defense, better defense than they've played lately? I think that's part of this. They got to lock in. That's their path, but it's one path. They don't have a lot of paths to victory. It's play elite defense. Cade's got to be great. They don't have a second option. They got to finish at the rim. It's a very direct, very Piston way they have to win.
It is. And in regards to Tatum coming back, I don't expect him to play 30 minutes tonight. I expect him to probably play, 10 to 15 minutes. He has no preseason. They're going to get him acclimated and reintroduced to the team. What does it look like? And they got to bring him along slowly. They got 20 games left before they hit the postseason.
Yeah.
And they don't need prime Tatum right now. They're in a really good position. They're only 4.5 behind Detroit right now, and they're adding an all-star player, an all-NBA player without any subtraction. So it's a trade deadline acquisition without there being a trade. Mm-hmm. And so that's one thing. But you mentioned the Pistons having to play at a different pace, a different level, and that's where the wall comes in regards to the time of year, which that's the definition of that version of the wall.
Yeah, you hit the wall when fatigue and competition
and they are got to play at 99% effort for 100% of the game. You're getting right now to they've played 61 games. Yeah, I could see that version of the wall, not the one I described earlier, but that version of the wall starting to take a toll on this team.
I mentioned it's a non-negotiable. They have to play high-end defense. You know how many points the Spurs had at halftime?
Well, I could do the math, but hopefully you already did.
71. You give up 71 points and a half, your ass is losing that game. There's just got to be better on defense.
Yeah.
And we could talk about Cade and the matchup and tough and poor shooting. Give up 71 and a half. Goodbye. See ya. They didn't have a SAR. Duran's in foul trouble. You can't give up 71 points and a half.
No. And more so, you can't start off as slow as they did. They were down 10-2 before you kind of even blinked.
And then I think Duncan Robinson hit a three, and it was like,
yeah. But at the end of the first, they're down 15 to a team like that.
Well, De'Aaron Fox couldn't miss, and it was like, hey, it's 10. Oh, now it's more. Spurs had 38 points at the end of the opening quarters, 38-21. Or 38-23, I'm seeing. Yeah. They didn't play well enough on defense. They didn't play well enough on defense against Cleveland. They didn't play well enough on defense against San Antonio. That may be part of the walls, is not being able to play at that elite level night in and night out on defense and needing to get back to it. All right, Wings made a trade yesterday. I put trade in air quotes because it's a conditional trade, but they brought back a familiar face, David Perron, for a conditional fourth. He is coming off a hernia. He hasn't played since January 20th. If he doesn't play at all, and I still think he might need a couple more weeks to recover, if he doesn't play at all, the Wings didn't give up anything.
Right.
So that's why I say trade in air quotes. In terms of like who David Perron is, you guys know who he is. He played here. He was here the year they came up
and
with,
most people liked him.
Yeah, and I think he was well liked in that room. And they came up the 1 point shy. That was that Aragos-Despair game, and they're frantic. He was part of that, and then they didn't bring him back. He left for Ottawa. John, he'll bring a little bit of the grit in the bottom 9. I don't want to I don't want to make a big deal about this deal because it might not even actually happen if he doesn't play hockey.
If he's on the ice, it's a positive.
Yeah.
But again, you don't know if that's going to happen. And if it does, it's a positive, but it's still probably a couple of weeks away. And the trade deadline is at 3:00 today. I can't believe that this would be the only no trade that they make.
Timeline was 5 to 7 weeks for him when he had surgery, I believe January 22nd.
Yeah.
So not back yet.
Yeah.
Wasn't back yet for Ottawa. Does he have a setback? They have the condition where they don't have to give up anything if he doesn't play hockey. And if he does play and they make the playoffs and they win a playoff series where he's on the ice for 50% of the games, that pick actually becomes a third.
Right.
But I think we'll gladly give up the third if the Wings have advanced in the postseason.
Yeah. And what we don't know about this, and I'm not going to go too deep into it, but you mentioned 5 to 7 weeks. He could have been ready to go, but they just said, you know what? We don't want to risk injury.
Maybe.
We want to try and move you. And we don't want you to come out and look rusty. You could do that for somebody else. So he may be back sooner than later.
Maybe sneaky. Maybe you're right. But the fact that it's conditional on him playing a game tells me, maybe not. To your point, this can't be all they do. We'll talk more about the trade deadline at 6:35. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So if all you can think about while you're at work is your dog or your cat, and you think all your dog or your cat can think about while they're at home is you.
Get a life.
No, this is for you. This next story is for you. You may want to buy this brand new phone that allows your pets to call you.
Again, get a life.
So this new pet phone was just unveiled at this year's CES, and it basically features the industry's first wearable smartphone for pets. So, like I said, your pets can wear it. It has two-way calling, so owners and pets can speak directly through the pet's phone to, quote, soothe separation anxiety when your pet is alone. The company who created this pet phone says they believe connection is a fundamental right for every family member, including our pets. By combining Pet Phone's voice capabilities with PetCam's visual insights, we are closing the pet people divide so no pet ever feels alone. So basically, it's like a palm-sized device. It has a 5-day battery charge. It's $90. It's for dogs that weigh over 8 pounds. Because they've got to wear it, right? It can't be too heavy. Like a little chihuahua.
It can't be an anchor.
They wouldn't be able to move. It has a small speaker and a light that illuminates whenever you're calling. You can also use that light to find your pet in the dark, or it has a location tracker. So you could also use it for other things than just calling it. And it can also track activity. Is your cat playing a lot or sleeping a lot or running around the house. It does require a data plan. So it's $90 plus about $10 per month for a data plan. They say humans can call their pets by using the companion pet phone app, but dogs can call their humans by jumping up and down 3 times in a row within 6 seconds. So you do have to train your dog a little bit, or they might just be calling you randomly when they're really excited. There's a squirrel or something. For cats, Jim?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Cats can jump from the floor to a surface roughly 3 feet or taller to make
a phone call.
Yep.
How much does Roomba weigh?
12 pounds.
Oh, okay. So it's
perfect.
hefty enough
yes.
to be able to handle this.
Yeah. Hey guys, I gotta let you go. I'm getting an emergency call from home.
Oh my goodness.
Also, it says another in development feature of the pet phone is pet-to-pet calling.
Oh my gosh.
No.
So they can call other animals who have the device.
So I always, whenever this happens,
Juniper could call Roomba or Josie. They can talk to each other in the same house.
Roomba doesn't like other cats. He's not taking your phone
It's a dog.
Call. Oh.
Juniper's a dog.
Oh my goodness.
They could call
this is way too much.
Anyway, it's an option if you want it. Hey, a new restaurant is about to open in Royal Oak this month. This is going to be cool. Rock and Brew. It's founded by members of the band Kiss. It's set to officially open on March 19th. So it's a rock and roll themed restaurant. They're going to have a big grand opening event, which will feature special appearances, local officials. No official date on that grand opening, but will open on March 19th. Feature American comfort food, craft burgers. They're going to have a rock star taco, salads, appetizers, chicken wings. There will be a health conscious menu section as well. It's going to be a space that's specially designed for music lovers. So it says expect to feature the main floor will have the dining area. The second level is a live concert stage and bar. And then the third level or rooftop will have a DJ entertainment and views of Royal Oak.
It's a great location. You hope something can stick there because there's an Italian place there before. They didn't last very long. Hopcat was there and then they moved.
Yeah.
The location's great.
Sounds cool.
See if they can pull it off.
Yeah, let's see. Finally, you might have heard that Britney Spears was arrested for driving under the influence in California on Wednesday night.
Was it her or her clone?
We may never know. We may never know. So she was pulled over around 9:30 on Wednesday night after police saw her swerving in and out of traffic in her BMW. She was said to be extremely emotional, crying during the arrest. Police think she was under the influence of a combination of drugs and alcohol. She was given a blood test. We don't know the results of that. The New York Post claims that cops found an unknown substance in her car as well that was sent to labs for testing. And her rep says that he hopes this can be, quote, the first step on a long overdue change that needs to occur in Britney's life.
Long overdue is the emphasis.
Yeah.
What is Britney doing with her life?
Leave Britney alone.
Long has this question been asked?
All right, coming up next, the trade deadline question. It's 97.1. Never seen anything like that. What he can do on a basketball court, 38 points, 16 boards, 5 block shots, and yeah, catch the oop in transition at 7'4" with feels like an unlimited wingspan. Pistons lost last night in San Antonio. That's Mark Champion on the call. Deadline day for the NHL.
3 o'clock today.
Have our teams ruined trade deadlines for you? Because these are supposed to be days that you're excited. Like, the world is your oyster. Endless possibilities. All the insiders are talking. You're searching social media and scrolling and updating. And these are supposed to be exciting days. Yet I feel like in our city, they've become days we dread. Like, I'm dreading, the prices were too high. I'm dreading we just couldn't make a deal. And it's not one team. It's basically all of the teams, John. The deadlines that we got our hopes up only to be let down. Do you even get excited for the trade deadline anymore?
Well, I think everybody gets excited, and that's why it's been ruined, because you kind of get you get let down, because for so long, all of our teams were in the basement. Mm-hmm. Every single one of them. And now that they're on the rise, all 4 of our major sports teams are on the rise. And you think about this year, last year with the Pistons, I don't necessarily know that you were let down, because you didn't necessarily expect much. You were let down so much more this year because you had a first-place team, and you had trade pieces. Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey. They move Jaden Ivey. They bring in Kevin Huerter, and Kevin Huerter is a DNP.
Most nights.
Yeah, they didn't do anything to improve. In fact, you could make the argument that they maybe got a little bit worse.
Same thing with the Tiger deadline.
Tigers, Finnegan and Friends.
Finnegan was good, but the Friends not so much. The ERA for the team got worse after the deadline, and they didn't add a bat.
Correct. And we watched painfully that team limp to the finish line, and then all of the things that we had talked about that were going to bite them in the backside, like we're doing with the Pistons now, can't shoot threes. Yeah. I think that's probably why they get ejected from the postseason. Hey, Tigers can't hit. Why did they get ejected from the postseason? All right, then you look
Lions,
and you say Lions. Now, the Lions haven't been dormant at trade deadlines. They did go out 2 years ago when Hutch was hurt, and we all talked about Zadarius Smith. He was the top trade target. We wake up on the morning of the trade deadline, and he posts a cryptic message, and then all of a sudden, we get Zadarius Smith, and we get him for not much. We're praising Brad Holmes for doing something.
Right, but we're pushing 2 years now on impactful trade deadlines. So I ask you, are you excited today? Today as a sports fan is supposed to be exciting. Let us know if you're legitimately excited about today, but I have this feeling of dread, and maybe that's the camp you're in. I have this feeling of dread that they're not going to do much of anything, and I don't count David Perron as much of anything. There's a clause where he has to even play for them to give up the 4th-round pick. Nothing against the guy. I think he's good in the room, can help on the bottom 9, but that's not a big move. That's not a high-impact move. I'm dreading the lack of that today. I've become accustomed to that, and I now don't look forward to trade deadlines.
All right. So I think today is a day of measured excitement. Everyone is sitting there. Right. And so maybe that answer is, they've all ruined the trade deadline, because as fans, we want to see something exciting. We want to see our team get better. But because of the history, really, of the last 2 years, you could say 3, but more the last 2 years, where you're hoping that this is the year that they make themselves just a little bit better, and then they start another playoff run year after year, and it's, hey, this year it's a first-year exit. Next year it's a second-round exit. Next year it's, hey, we're contending for a Stanley Cup, like the progression, and you're just waiting for that progression to start, and it's not. So everyone is measured excitement because they know what it can be.
Right.
But with the history with Steve Yzerman, they know that it's probably not going to be. But I'm not going to get after him until we know what the outcome is.
No, I haven't judged the outcome. I'm asking to take the temperature of the room this morning, because that gets into expectation of what you think is going to happen today and what you're allowing yourself to dream of. Like, I don't think Red Wing fans are dreaming of a big day today. I think they're kind of resigned to what it's going to be. Maybe they squeeze a blue liner from somebody at the last minute. But I think the expectations are low, and I don't know that he does anything, John. Candidly, why would this be any different than other deadlines? They're slumping a little bit. The team has a minus goal differential. Columbus won last night. The gap's only 5. Yzerman's not going to bend over backwards for a team that can't win a cup. Like, he's trained me to not be excited for today. He's shown the city what his MO is. I'm not going to win bidding wars. Screw that. We're not a Stanley Cup team. So why would I go in today and feel this level of like optimism and excitement and hope? Like, I'm not even just saying the Wings, our teams have ruined the trade deadline. What it used to be and what it's supposed to be.
I also think that we may be contributing to it because...
Pointing fingers at me?
No. I say we.
Okay.
That is me and you and everyone else that works here,
Doug's
including
fault?
the media, because when do we start talking about the trade deadline?
Well, before the trade deadline.
At the start of the season. The Tigers they're not even halfway through spring training. Maybe they're about halfway now. But what did we talk about? Oh, you add these to this pitching staff, you spend money, and we'll see how it starts off. We expect that it's going to be good, and then at the trade deadline, that's when they're going to add their bat. We're talking about it before they even come north.
I want to defend... at least myself. I'll defend anybody else on the station that's brought it up. When Valdez was added, we had a lot of fans bitching because Valdez doesn't hit. And the counter is you don't finish your team. You're not a finished product in February. They will have a trade deadline to address any concerns. That was used as more of a, hey, slow your roll, more of a let it play out approach.
I think if we go back at the start of every one of our team's seasons, at some point we have said they just need to be in a position of contention and then they can add at the trade deadline.
Of course, that's logical. And that's what good teams do. Like that, John, no, I'm going to defend us even more.
I just think that we start that conversation too early, and our fans are all looking at us going, yeah, we rev the engine,
okay,
and then all of a sudden, it gets stuttered and stopped at the trade deadline.
I'm going to defend it more. This is what it's supposed to be, though. Like, you're like punishing us for doing the normal thing. When teams are good and they go to the deadline, they add. So that becomes what we thought would happen when our teams got good. When they all collectively rebuilt at the same time, we weren't revving up the deadline. The teams got better. We got excited. Our team slapped us in the face. And now we don't get anything. And we're supposed to just get used to it.
I think there's an appropriate time to start talking about the trade deadline. And all I'm saying is I think we rev that engine earlier and part of it is because none of our GMs have really done anything. And I do not want to go away from Brad Holmes did one move. Mm-hmm. Now, it's only one in 5 years, but it was at a time where they needed it, and he got the guy that everybody had identified. Now, he's no longer with the team. He ended up retiring mid-season with Philly last year, so the impact wasn't necessarily felt. The result wasn't what we all had expected or wanted.
Right. That was probably the last deadline day, though, that you left feeling satisfied as a Detroit sports fan. And that was when? 2024?
Right. It was two trade deadlines ago.
So, and again, the Lions have had one trade deadline since. The Tigers have had a trade deadline since. The Wings and Pistons have had a trade deadline since. 2 in the case of the Pistons, and this will be 2 in the case of the Red Wings. So
who was the little guard that the Pistons? I'm drawing Schroeder. That ended up being a really nice acquisition. Move. It wasn't exciting. Nobody, lit their hair on fire.
But that's my point. Is trade deadline days on paper are often exciting days for fans in sports, and we have been left out of that. So I ask if our teams have ruined the deadline for you, and just Be honest with us. If today's an exciting day for you because you want to know what Elliot Friedman's going to say about the Wings, Darren Drager, what's being cooked up by Steve, you're refreshing your social media. If you're excited about today, great. Or if you're met with the dread, let us know about that too. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you want to be excited about something, be excited that it's warming up a little bit. Not every day is below freezing, and summer, spring, all of that is right around the corner. And maybe you're looking at it going, hey, I need to get into that bathing suit. How can I do that? Planet Fitness can help. And when you join, they have professional fitness training at every level of their membership. If you want more when you're there, they're going to give you a free tour of the Black Card Spa. And that Black Card membership right now, it's on sale. It's $1 down. It ends up being $24.99 a month, but the first month is free. The Black Card Spa gives you access to red light therapy, their cryo lounge. It gives you free unlimited guest privileges, access to every single location that they have. So if you got one near work, you can go work out there. You got one near home. You travel. You got one literally close to wherever you're going. And here's the other thing. It's affordable. That's the biggest thing. You go in there, it's a clean gym. There's a lot of benefits. Stop in, take a tour. You'll see how nice they are when they're there. You can find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Have our teams ruined the trade deadline? Are you excited for what the Wings could do today, or are you dreading prices are too high, couldn't make a deal, Steve Yzerman? 248-539-9797. Get to the phones. Matt and Grand Blanc. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good show.
Thanks.
So, shame on Yzerman if he does not make a move, because he ate from the tree that bore really good fruits back when he played. All those trades, Hull, Shanahan, Chelios, he was getting the crap beat out of him, and Illich made those trades, and all of a sudden he's protected, and they're winning cups. So he's lived it. He knows what happens when you make really good trades. And I don't know what his problem is, that he is so stubborn that he doesn't see what he actually experienced as a player.
It's a great point. And, I can't question him as a competitor because I watched him skate with the C on his sweater for years and know how competitive he is. At the same time, I want to see that bleed over to when you're in the race, you're in the hunt, the competitive juices are flowing, deals are being made. The guy next to you is getting better. Are you getting better? And the answer is often, well, I have a responsibility to the organization, and I'm not going to do things that are going to hurt us long term. Meanwhile, they're just kind of treading water, just staying afloat where they are. John, I don't have a great deal of confidence they're going to make the playoffs. They're in right now. They're going to be gripping the wheel to the finish. I'd like to get a little more confidence by adding today at the deadline.
Yeah, you want to increase your odds, increase your chances.
You know who's saying the same thing? Lucas Raymond in the locker room yesterday. You know who said the same thing last year? Dylan Larkin. You know who said the same thing? Todd McClellan on our radio show, who said we've done enough to be buyers. And then he said, the prices have to make sense. But the prices are what they are. Either you're going to make a move or you're not going to make a move.
Well, Eddie, also, I still think that the last time we talked about some of the things that he had to say after games, we got guys out there that are just wearing jerseys. They're skating around in jerseys. They're not contributing. I think that was also a message to Steve Yzerman.
Have deadlines been ruined by our teams? John points out, hey, Brad did get Zadarius, but we're talking about October of 2024 is the last time you felt genuinely pumped up about our teams at the deadline. And today, I will stress, is supposed to be fun. This texter says, I'm still waiting for another Austin Jackson Detroit sports trade moment. He says, I remember watching the game with bated breath, hoping to see the Tigers get better. And like magic, Austin Jackson leaves game mid-game. David Price arrives in Detroit.
Yeah.
That's Nick in Toledo. There was a high that day because the A's went out and added a pitcher, and I can't remember who it was. But Carson Anderson are at gate A, and they're talking about what the A's did and how can the Tigers keep up in this race to not only make the playoffs but chase a World Series, right? It's Mr. Illich and World Series or bust, and we're constantly looking for little tidbits and clues and crumbs because our team's going to do something big. And it happens mid-game, and it's the biggest, best pitcher on the market. But that's more than a decade ago, John.
And everyone can see, what's right in front of them. And you're looking at the standings, and you're saying, who has already gotten better? And a team that is only 3 points better than you in Buffalo has pushed their chips to the center of the table.
So they traded for Parayko, but then he put the halt on it.
Right.
But what did they do? They didn't take no for an answer. They went out and traded for 2 more defensemen.
Right. And so you're a team now. Ultimately, do they catch?
I don't know.
Buffalo. We don't know. Buffalo is in a better position right now as a team and in terms of the standings. But you could also narrow the gap today.
Right. Text coming in, guys, good morning. I find these deadlines to be an exercise in frustration. I'm no longer excited. I don't understand how all 4 of our teams have improved, which is good, but none of the general managers seem to have an urgency to bump it one more level. Complacency is driving me crazy. The Pistons last night is another example. That's Jerome and Redford. Jim, you're disappointed because your expectations are so high and usually unrealistic. To some, it may sound that way. I don't feel like the Red Wings have to go out and trade for Robert Thomas and give up multiple firsts and gut their AHL roster. I've asked for a couple blue liners that would be here beyond this season. And maybe a center who played it for the Plymouth Whalers and has a connection to the area. I don't think I've set an unrealistic bar for this deadline. I also didn't say, like, if you don't get Giannis, we're burning the city down for the Pistons. I think we try to set a realistic bar. Are we not doing that?
Well, and all of the players that we have highlighted, whether it's Falk or it's Trocheck or it's Rustalainen, they all fit easily under the cap.
Right. They don't have to worry about retaining salaries or, jumping through hoops or matching or squeezing $1 out of a stone, nothing like that.
It really all comes down to what is Steve Yzerman willing to part ways with?
Right.
Draft picks or prospects?
I said it in passing.
Or both.
It could be both, depending on the player. To Carson Anderson yesterday. It's a pain tolerance thing, right? You got to give to get. There's going to be some pain when you make a deal. You got to have a pain tolerance when it comes to this time of year. Tex says, no, you've ruined the deadline, Jim. It's my fault. Jim, you're a fun guy to be around. No joy. I'm not stealing your joy. I'm asking if you have it today. I don't. I can only speak for myself. You excited about what the Wings are going to do today, or are you dreading it?
I would really like them to add.
Me too.
I think that this is a team that will get into the postseason even if they don't.
5 points up, 20 games to go.
Right, but it's also, when I say that, if they don't, my expectations are that they're a first-round exit.
Oh, yeah. I'm not under any delusions.
If they do, they may still be a first-round exit, but I think there's a better chance that you could extend the season a little bit more. And if you add a guy like Falk, who's could be here for a couple of years, then what are you doing in free? Like, it adds excitement not just for this year, but it adds excitement for the future.
Great point. And the dynamics in the NHL, more than any other sport, rarely do we see big-time free agents hit free agency. So it's why if you added a player now who would also be here next year, certainly has some value. I mean, it's not about
gives you
being
something to be excited about this year and the years to come. And then, as soon as the season's over, we'll start talking about free agency and maybe even next year's trade deadline.
It's almost like sports fans want to talk about making their team better, huh? 248-539-9797. Some more response coming in. It says, guys, how many teams even make a trade during the deadline? A handful? You're acting like every team makes 4 or 5 moves. No, but I mean, shorthand. John brought up Buffalo's made a couple moves. Stars have added a couple players. Oilers, Ducks, and Avs have all traded first-round picks. I mean, teams make moves. We're just not in this city. Not anymore. It's 97.1.
The Pistons had a rough showing against the Spurs last night. Victor Wembanyama went off for 38 points as the Spurs won 121-106 in San Antonio. Wemby also had 16 boards and 5 blocks defensively. For the Pistons, their defense was handicapped by the loss of Asar Thompson, who left the game early after rolling his ankle. There's no update on his timetable for return yet. Ron Holland also had to exit early after getting poked in the eye. J.B. Bickerstaff said that even in a loss like this, playing elite competition can still result in some takeaways for his team.
This is great opportunities for us to play teams of this caliber. Get an opportunity, to test ourselves, learn what we need to learn, and again, that's what this is for us. This is a process for us, and regardless of what small success is, we will always learn. It's nice for us to learn, focus on the process, and then get better for it.
Pistons are back home tomorrow against the Nets. Michigan basketball avoided a court storm last night as they beat Iowa 71-68 with some big defensive plays down the stretch. Iowa had a chance to tie the game down by 2 in the final 10 seconds, but a Roddy Gale steal helped seal the win. Michigan State also won in deceivingly close fashion over Rutgers 91-87. Spartans led by 19 in the second half before the Knights made it interesting down the stretch. MSU and U of M closed the regular season against each other in Ann Arbor on Sunday. The Wings also traded a conditional 4th-round pick for Senators forward David Perron yesterday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning on a Friday. Get you into your weekend. Thanks for getting up with us. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. Got Greg behind the glass. Screening your phone calls, bringing in the texts. Talking about the deadline. I don't know if our teams have ruined it for you, or you still get up today and you're excited to see what could be happening, the possibilities of what Steve Yzerman could do to improve this hockey team. Or if you feel like you know the guy pretty well and you don't have a lot of hope, maybe you dread the day. And in that way, they've ruined the deadline. And it's not one team, it's a collective in the city. We got the cookie jar coming up at 7:35. We'll have some fun with that. John, you're looking forward to it. We have murder as one of the questions.
Oh, I know.
Cities you don't want to live in because damn near every hockey player has a no-trade clause. It's kind of ridiculous, right? Like how everybody's got a no-move clause or a no-trade clause.
I don't think it's ridiculous. I think it's good negotiating.
Oh, I mean, I get it. They've earned it. They've collectively bargained for it. But it's in comparison to other sports, it's like, wait, why does the third line center have a 12-team no-trade clause? He's going to block a move to half the teams in the league?
Yeah.
He doesn't even play half the minutes in the game. Anyway, so we'll have some fun with the cookie jar, some vacation-inspired questions from my time on the beach. We'll do that at 7:35. You're looking forward to a Heather topic later in the show.
I am. And
I am too, actually.
I am expecting that we might get a couple of bars out of Heather.
Oh, well.
We might get her to sing.
Singing.
I don't know if that's going to happen. We'll see.
We'll see. I think we can be, without sounding too bad, I think we could be a little bit manipulative.
You think we can peer pressure her into singing?
I don't fall for peer pressure too easily, unless it involves Swedish fish and I don't know.
I'll go see what we have in the stack.
What's the bistro got?
I know. Sold out. Who's got them all? Well, right
do
here.
it. Fine.
We'll make the attempt. We're going to lighten up and have a good Friday.
Just dangle the Swedish fish right in front of her so I get her to bite.
Like I said, it's not all going to be, I hate our deadline. We will have some fun on this Friday. Let's talk about last night's Pistons game, John, and the question that came from one TJ Lang.
Have they hit the wall?
Yeah, he asked me last night. He goes, have they hit the wall?
I think there's a number of different ways that you can take a look at this question. And one of our frequent callers, Deval, called in, and one of the things he talked about was the time of year. And that's what typically everybody thinks about when you think about hitting the wall is at this time of the year with 20 games left, especially with the style of play. They're not a team that takes a night off. Some of the back-to-backs can be tough on them because of their style of play, the aggressive nature of the defense. And then you look at the roster and you say, well, they're young guys. They should be able to handle this. But wear and tear always plays a factor in this time of the season, especially when you get to the playoffs. The other wall could just simply be, and not to join two topics together, but Cleveland. They add Harding at the deadline, make themselves a little bit better. And without both, you beat them. With one, well, you beat them, but you take them to OT. And then with Harden, sorry, yeah. They
not former
win.
President Warren G. Harding. I don't know how much he'd be helping
thanks,
them.
Tony.
I don't know any
that
other
might be the
Hardings.
most Stoney reference
that's
you've ever made.
Hand in the air, that is pretty bad. Anyway, continue.
But you look at, San Antonio with the freak that Wemby is. And you look at OKC where you beat them, but they were down their top 6 scores. And it wasn't a comfortable win. Now they are going to go out to Oklahoma. They'll get a chance to play them again. It's the stiffer competition that they're facing. And is that just simply the wall? They're banging up against a wall that they're not prepared to break through.
Maybe not built to break through. I think they're a one-dimensional basketball team. And that's going to get taken the wrong way by some people who are sensitive about this. Their dimension is defense. It's the bedrock, it's the foundation, it's the pillar. They have not played well enough defensively the last couple weeks, including last night where they gave up 71 points in the first half, 38 in the opening quarter. Just not good enough. I know Asar got hurt. I know Duran's in foul trouble. It's supposed to be in their blood, in their bones, in their DNA. They're a good defensive team lately. They have not been a great defensive team. And they're one-dimensional because we know what happens on the offensive end. Cade, when you face a great rim-protecting team, they got Victor Wembanyama. Cade's 15 of 42 shooting against the Spurs this season. That's 35%. Like, they can put a lid on the rim. And the same thing with Mobley and Cleveland Cavaliers. So it's one-dimensional. You're not going to make jump shots. You have to be elite defensively. Cade's going to have to hit tough shots. Duran's going to have to hit tough shots. Their path is hold the 1 seed, play only one of Boston or Cleveland, hope that Tatum is not Jason Tatum. He's coming off of an injury, and that Harden is Harden. And then you only got to play one, and if you beat one, you suffocate him with defense, you're playing for the title. But I think last night did reinforce San Antonio's on another level. The teams out west are on another level. The Pistons aren't a championship caliber team right now.
Right. There's a clear separation between the top teams in the west and the top teams in the east.
Yeah. I mean, who's a good matchup for San Antonio? I mean, they're bad for everybody because they've got guards who can get in your face. Castle's a pest on Cade. But then even if you work through like 3 waves of the defense, your reward is Victor Wembanyama staring down at you.
I don't want to discount anything about Oklahoma City because they're the reigning champs and they've played as such. But I think the team that actually may match up best to them is Denver and the style of play that Joker plays.
So San Antonio has played, not to do Spurs radio, they've played OKC this season and done very well against them. 3 wins.
Yeah, I mean, so it's not a great matchup.
Nobody matches up well with them.
Right.
They've won
that's why I
13
say
of 14 games.
Maybe Denver.
Yeah.
And there's a capital M on maybe.
Yeah.
So Spurs and Denver have 3 games remaining.
Against each other?
Yes.
Yeah.
The
that's
San
awesome.
Antonio Spurs won the first matchup back in November.
They end the season playing on the final day against one another.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just know what Victor Wembanyama does is unlike anything I've ever seen a player do on a basketball court. We've seen Wilt put up crazy numbers, but Wemby's shooting threes. He's getting transition oops.
And none of us has seen that.
Yeah, nobody's seen that.
No. Nobody's seen
Wilt. Nobody listening has seen Wilt Chamberlain?
Well, I mean, maybe some have, but
Okay.
it's a very small part of the population.
My point is a basketball player has existed that plays dominantly in the paint and puts up crazy numbers, but not this way. The way Wemby plays, threes, oops, he still gets crazy blocks. I mean, some of these plays where, John, he's not like at the rim blocking shots. He's like barely in the paint, and then he takes 2 steps and bam.
It's the foot speed, the
Yes.
agility, and the quickness that he has for someone who's 7'4". He's not around there lumbering every 20 seconds, 90 feet.
No, I mean, I'm in awe watching him, and I know he was drawing some fouls last night and getting under people's skin, but you watch him play, and you're like, dude, that's a cheat code.
Yes.
That's an alien. He's playing humans, but he's from a different species that they play basketball at a different level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think at this point you hear like defensively, well, what am I supposed to do against a guy 7'4"? I don't know. Maybe you can't do anything.
How about like
That's the point.
There was a play, Duncan Robinson, actually, of all people, hit a floater, but how high the ball had to get to go over Wemby.
Yeah.
You have to legitimately change the way you play, and maybe in a 7-game series, teams can get used to it. JB talked about it pregame, like it was beneficial to have seen him one time, but clearly not enough. I mean, I'm not saying it's a cakewalk for them to win the NBA title. I'm just saying the Pistons, it's a bad matchup, but you could say that about almost everybody in the league. It's a tough matchup when you play San Antonio.
It is, and there's no doubt about it. And it's one because he is so young, you're going to have to deal with for a long time.
248-539-9797. Have they hit a wall? And John, you had brought up, does this at all make people walk back what they think this team's going to do this year? Having seen them play Cleveland and play San Antonio, does this change people's mindset?
So clearly, I don't think anybody had any misconceptions about what would happen if they made it to the NBA Finals, because it's going to be one of 3 teams. And those teams we've talked about already. It's going to be San Antonio, Denver, or OKC. If anybody else comes out of the West, I'll be shocked.
Agreed.
And we've seen the Pistons play against those teams. But in regards to actually making it to the NBA Finals or making it to the Eastern Conference Finals, I think there are a lot of people that are looking at what they've seen from the Pistons, maybe even since the All-Star break, and walking back their expectations a little bit. Should they still make it to the Eastern Conference Finals? Well, maybe it depends on which one of those 2 teams that they play. If they hold on to the 1 seed, do they play Cleveland? Do they match up better with Cleveland, or do they play Boston? and what's the impact of Jason Tatum? Because Jaylen Brown quietly is having an MVP season.
Yeah, like he'll get MVP votes.
Yeah.
Yeah. As it sits today, the Pistons are the 1 seed, and I think they will be the 1 seed, and I think they would avoid Cleveland or Boston until the Eastern Conference Finals. So I still think they should make the Eastern Conference Finals. I think they should certainly win the first round, which would be the step forward that they didn't take last year. And then if they play the Knicks, I'd love to play the Knicks. I think the Knicks are terrified.
I think everybody would love to play the Knicks.
So then you go 2 rounds in. And I don't think anybody's backing down or walking back from that this team should make the Eastern Conference Finals. But with Tatum coming back tonight for Boston and this stretch where you've seen Cleveland play them very well while shorthanded, yeah, I don't think it's a gimme or a given that they're winning the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah. And so in terms of walking things back, I thought they were a team. They were playing as a team that should be going up against the Western Conference champs in the NBA Finals. Now, I think their ceiling might actually be Eastern Conference Finals.
Some text coming in. This is absolutely a team with no chance to make the finals. No way they're making it out of the East right now, from an unnamed texter. Guys, Wemby is one of the Monstars. We need Bugs Bunny and the crew from Space Jam. Whoa! It's Roy in Clarkston.
Yeah.
Another one says that, yes, Wemby is a Monstar. Guys, you mentioned Stoney. I'm going to be Stoney. If the Pistons didn't get screwed in the lottery, we'd have Wemby. That's Steven Frazier.
This is another frozen envelope.
Okay, we won the lottery once with Cade, and we're complaining that we didn't win it twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sounds about
Brad
right.
Holmes is wondering why you're so mad we have Cade Cunningham.
Anyway, we'll get more feedback on this cookie jar at 7:35. Happy Friday, 97.1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Femininio Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors. Forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. This isn't just legal help. It is recovery in action. Get David, get paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. All you got to do is call 855-65-CRASH or visit them on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Mark Champion on the call.
I saw that was the first time the Spurs have played at home in a month.
Really?
Yeah, well, you had the All-Star break there. But, yeah, it was the first time they had played at home in a month.
Seemed like a good crowd. They played with energy right away, scored 38 in the opening quarter, 71 at the half. And I know Asar got hurt, and I know Duran's in foul trouble, but the Pistons were not in that game at any point. I mean, it was 10-2 before you blink.
Yeah.
So there's no excuse. The Pistons are hitting a bit of a wall here. Level of concern, we've talked about it. You know, are you walking back any of your expectations, seeing them match up with San Antonio? I don't think anybody thought this team was winning the NBA title, but the Cleveland games may have you feeling a certain type of way. Tatum coming back may have you feeling a certain type of way. Justin Verlander coming back
on the
definitely
mound
has you feeling a type of way. He's going to pitch today, right?
Yeah, the probable starters. It's been posted that Justin Verlander will take his first spring training pitches on the mound today in a Tigers uniform. And won't be able to see it unless we get some highlights, but you can hear it starting at 1:05.
Expectations for JV?
I don't necessarily know that there's any expectations today. I just want to. It's just going to be fun to see him on the mound or hear him on the mound.
They'll post some stuff, videos and photos, and people can't get enough of this.
Yeah, you'll see the first pitch. You'll see the first strike. You'll see, he'll punch somebody out, and you'll get a chance to see that. We'll all drool over it a little bit. Any
guess when he'll make his first appearance at Comerica Park? We're still too far away for us to map out the rotation.
Yeah, is he going to be fifth in the rotation?
Well, yeah, real quick, let's do this. Do you think he's fourth or fifth? I'll pull up the schedule.
So the rotation will be obviously Skubal.
Skubal will start the first game of the year, the 26th of March in San Diego against the Padres.
Valdez.
Yep.
And then it gets a little squirrely.
Flaherty.
Probably Flaherty. And then Mize.
Mize will say, and then if you want to make JV the fifth starter, he would pitch the 31st in Arizona. Okay? Then we get to our, then there's the first, which Skubal would throw game 6 in Arizona.
Uh-huh.
Then you'd come home. Valdez would pitch the Tigers home opener, which is kind of cool, right? The big free agent acquisition, show him to the crowd, let him experience opening day in Detroit. And then you'd have that Saturday of the weekend would be Flaherty. And then it'd be Mize on Easter Sunday. So then Verlander's not making his first start in Detroit until the next weekend when they play the Marlins. But if Verlander's the fourth starter, he would get that Easter Sunday game against the Cardinals on Sunday Night Baseball. That would be electric.
It would be electric. I don't think that they're going to account for that.
No, and I don't think they should.
No, I think he'll be the fifth starter. I think there'll be times where throughout the course of the year he skips a start. And I think that's why I believe he's going to be in that 5-spot rotation. And he'll eventually make his start, but I don't think it's good. They're not going to try and manipulate it so that he plays a certain game at home.
But it's on your radar. You brought it up.
Sure.
Verlander. A couple quick texts. Says, Charlotte is going to be a menace when they make the playoffs. If they end up at 8, that series won't be a walk in the park, from another text. Because we're talking about Pistons and how far they would go and how you're feeling about it. You know what would be the best outcome? I'm not saying I want to avoid Charlotte, like you play who you play. How great would it be if a hot Hornets team was the 7th seed or the 6th seed?
Yeah.
And they got to play Cleveland or Boston, who's still trying to settle in Tatum at the time, and you get an upset and you get a little bit of an assist from Charlotte.
Sure. I'll take it.
Yeah.
And I know since, is it the New Year or since Christmas, either one, that's kind of around obviously the same time, they're one of the better teams in the NBA. They are playing really good basketball right now.
Another team, a text points out, says, God forbid someone has to face a healthy Milwaukee team with the Greek Freak or the White Hot Hornets, who've been extremely good for months. This feels like one and done.
I would be shocked if they're a one and done. And I don't think Milwaukee is playing consistently enough to be able to win in a 5-game series, certainly not in a 7-game series.
Okay, let's look at numbers here. Milwaukee is 5 games out of the play-in spot.
Right.
At 11.
Good perspective. Where's Charlotte right now?
Charlotte is in the 9 spot.
Okay. Yeah. So with the play-in, or if they keep playing well, they'll be in the postseason. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. So a Detroit mother has been charged with unsafe storage of a weapon after her 6-year-old daughter was accidentally shot and killed in a car earlier this week. On Monday, the mom stopped to get food. She left 5 children unattended in the car. The little girl was shot with an unsecured gun by her 11-year-old brother. Oh, just devastating. The mom's also facing other charges as well. 3 counts of second-degree child abuse and 4 counts of felony firearm. Prosecutor Kim Worthy says that the alleged facts of this case are among the worst child-safe storage cases that she's ever seen. And she says that this will affect these children forever. The loss of the life of one of their siblings in the defendant's car cannot be unseen.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, listen to this story. A college basketball program in California is dealing with a shocking off-court scandal involving one of its staff members. So authorities say Kevin Mays, a former player who later worked as a temporary assistant coach for the Cal State Bakersfield's men's basketball program, has been apparently moonlighting as a pimp across 4 states.
He's a pimp.
What?
Yeah, so he was arrested and is facing 11 charges after an anonymous email was sent to the program's head coach. And the email was very important. It said, important message, 911, 911. The email claimed that Mays had been trafficking a girl since May. This was sent in August. Said that the girl has been trafficked across several states. Yeah. So what does this do? The head coach then sends this to everyone of importance, right? Including
As he should.
As he should, yes. And that's exactly what he did. Well, according to investigators, police later set up a sting operation after identifying a woman advertising sex services online. She reportedly told the officers that Mays was her boyfriend and was paying for things like hotels, car rental, flights connected to her work. Well, then when police then searched Mays' car and apartment, they found multiple firearms, a large amount of drugs, also hundreds of illegal images involving children on his phone.
As young as 4.
Oh, so he has pleaded not guilty. He has been fired, as well as several other people within the organization. The head coach, out. Athletic director, out. And he is being held without bail.
It's such a bizarre case to think that you had somebody that was a college basketball coach that was moonlighting as a pimp.
Looking back at it, the pimp cane on the sideline was probably a dead giveaway.
Might have been it. Hey, Aaron Rodgers is kind of slowly opening up about his new wife and their relationship, but his wife, Brittany, still does remain a big mystery.
Right.
But we talked about him being on the Pat McAfee show on Wednesday, and we talked about it yesterday, but we didn't go into all the details. He did reveal on that show that he has been stalked by photographers at his home and at the gym and the coffee shops, which he says is really bizarre. Because we actually talked about this during the commercial.
We did.
Okay, how has nobody ever seen her? Like, that's what paparazzi do, right? They do kind of camp out at your home, unfortunately.
Sure.
And nobody has seen this woman,
Yeah, she's
this
just-
Brittany.
She's locked inside. She doesn't come out to see the sun.
Well, it's because she's in his phone as his AI girlfriend, wife.
I want pictures of Spider-Man.
No, this is clearly over the top.
Yes.
The guy has a right to some privacy.
Yes, he
Yes.
does.
I think curiosity is getting the best of people here.
Well, yes. And so what they're doing, I don't agree with. But if he didn't make it such a mystery, it wouldn't be such a big deal.
Yeah.
And then people would stop caring a little bit.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
oh,
a
there
lot.
she is. Okay, there's Brittany. Let's move on.
I'm not
Yeah.
telling him or that this is right, but to your point, if she's seen on the sideline giving him a hug after a game, people snap their photos. Are people hunting him down at his house and coffee shops to get the photo? Probably not.
No.
Well, you guys, it is officially official for Jack Hughes and pop star Tate McRae.
They're official.
They're official. There had been rumors swirling around that they were dating, but the two of them are apparently together. It has been confirmed. If you don't know her, John, I'm guessing you probably don't because you don't listen to
That's why you're
pop
frantically
music.
Googling.
Yes. She's a singer, a dancer. She's dated hockey players in the past.
Got to type.
She does. But they are now together. I remember hearing the rumor like during the Olympics that they were dating.
Well, did you see she did a commercial for the U.S. and she's Canadian, and the Canadians were very upset about this.
I didn't hear this drama.
Oh yeah, it's a whole thing.
Oh wow.
But now it makes a little more sense, huh?
Sure.
Yeah, she's dating an American. How many of those
what
other hockey
time-
players have won gold?
What type of music does she sing?
Like pop.
Oh, okay.
You would never mind. You wouldn't. I
probably
was going to
heard-
say you've
yeah, you
heard
think-
some of them.
Greedy?
They're popular. Greedy sports cars.
Yeah,
popular.
both those.
I will.
Your daughters would
look
know.
it up. They
her.
probably do.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hey, Jack Hughes is used to effing Canadians.
On a tee, well done. All right, coming up next is Cookie Jar 97.1. All right, guys, whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. They're decisions you don't make lightly. If you're doing your homework, I'll help you out. You want a company that you can trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing, and now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Here's what sets them apart. Local, family-owned, and they treat every customer like family. Every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and that means something from a company that's been in business for 30 years. They'll install those windows, they'll install the roof, they'll install siding, and they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. It's not bought, it's earned over decades of doing the job right. If you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. MyMichiganRoof.com. That's MyMichiganRoof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding. Michigan's name you can trust. Cookie Jar is brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. It was just out there yesterday. That's where you always get the best price, period. Question. It's wild to me how many NHL players have no trade clauses and no movement clauses. It'll be like the third pair blue liner has a 12-team no trade.
Mm-hmm.
John, what NFL teams would be on your list if you were playing now? Heather, what cities would you not want to live in? We'll just go with 3.
Oh, with just 3?
Just 3.
Oh, because I got a longer list than just 3. I'll rip through them, but it's right now. If any team were to call, I would go anywhere.
Right, but I'm putting you the prime of your career.
The prime of my career, I wouldn't want to go to Miami because I don't fit into South Beach, and it's way too hot all year long. I'm going to put 2 teams in one here since I only get 3. The New York teams, not going to New York. I had to play there when I was with Washington and don't want to be a part of any of that. 2 other teams, just because they're in the state of Ohio, no, I will never live or work in the state of Ohio unless I am employed by a team that is going to play in Ohio and we beat them on the regular. The last one, I'll tell you right now, the Chargers, because I don't want to play for Jim Harbaugh at all.
Really?
Don't want to play for him.
Can we dig a little deeper there?
I just don't trust him.
Don't trust him.
As a coach, as I just, no. Jim Harbaugh, no.
Heather?
Well, our lists are surprisingly very similar.
Oh, okay.
Miami's on my list. I don't want to live in Florida. I wouldn't want to go to Miami. Too hot, just not really my scene. Cleveland is on my list because Ohio.
Right, thank you.
And then one of my least favorite places, and I know there's more to Vegas than the Strip and gambling.
Yeah.
I don't want to go to Vegas. I don't want to live in Vegas. That's on my list.
See,
it's
Vegas.
like my least
Most people would
favorite place in the
probably think I
world.
would say Vegas as well. But Vegas, if you're only are there for the season, I could deal with Vegas for a little while. Plus, it's a really cool stadium.
No, not me.
Greg, you have 3 cities you wouldn't want to be in?
I have 3 teams.
Okay, that's fun too.
And here's what I did. Bad franchises who play outside in the cold. Cleveland, Jets, Giants.
Okay. I went with Houston. It's armpit. It's hot, humid, and swampy. Wouldn't want to live
actually
there.
Kind of a cool town, though.
Vegas, fun to visit. Wouldn't want to live.
Mm-hmm.
And I put Sacramento. They got one sports team. The Kings are so poorly run. Wouldn't want to be there.
Well, no, they have 2.
What's the other team? Oh, the A's.
You could always get seats.
There you go. Okay, would you want to be on the jury for a high-stakes murder trial? The background, it will take 2 weeks. You'll be sequestered from everyone the entire time.
Yes, I think it would be unbelievably interesting. And I am exposed to this regularly because my wife watches trials being a lawyer, so I've watched some of them, and they are the twists, the turns, all of that stuff. But from a dad's perspective, I'll get 2 weeks of guilt-free sleep every single night, and it's basically 9 to 5. It's cut and dried.
Heather, are you into like true crime? Would you want to do this?
Very much so. I love a good crime mystery. But no, I would not want to do this. I do think it would be fascinating. I'd love to know the behind the scenes, but I don't really want to leave someone's fate up to me, and I also don't want to be sequestered for 2 weeks.
Their fate was up to them.
Well, it was, but
They
then we
made
have to
their choices.
decide it, though.
Yeah.
But what if we put an innocent man in jail? I just don't really. No, I'd like to hear about it later from someone else.
No. I was on the jury for 4 days for an aggravated assault with a weapons charge case. And that was the most emotionally exhausting thing I have ever done. So now we are amplifying the stakes and the time required. No.
Oh, I'd be fascinated. Yeah, I'd want to do it.
Yeah.
Guys, what's the last movie that made you cry?
So there's only been one movie that have ever had the dirt in the eye.
Start to well up.
Yeah, start to well up a
Really?
little bit. Yeah. Field of Dreams. When he's playing catch with his dad at the end, I go back to all those moments playing catch with my dad. Even to this day, I still get the great opportunity to play catch with my dad. That, it made me well up a little bit.
For me, it's the last movie I watched. I pretty much cry for every movie, and the last movie I watched was Toy Story 3.
Recently?
Oh yeah, just a couple days ago. We're on a whole because the new Toy Story is coming out soon, so we've been introducing the kids to Toy Story.
It's a cartoon. It's not real.
Field of Dreams isn't
real. Be real. It can be a commercial,
right? Yeah, but it's
here,
humans.
and I will cry. It's about life, growing up, going off to college, outgrowing your toys, but still loving your youth, and you think of your own kids, and tears.
Thank you, Jim. John needed to be dunked on for that. The Wild Robot.
Well, that's one of them too. My kids are on a Wild Robot streak right now. Great movie.
Now, is Wild Robot Pixar?
No,
it's I don't know the exact.
Okay, but I've seen it,
film.
and it does tug at the emotions.
Yeah, imagine if you had kids.
Yeah, I also went with a cartoon, John.
Okay,
A not real movie.
Pixar, Elemental.
I've never seen it.
My kid loves
If
Elemental.
you know.
Oh, okay.
All right, guys, debate with my wife as we went on vacation. When does vacation start to you?
The vacation starts the second the mic goes off. The second I leave this seat, vacation has begun. I put all cares aside. I am not doing anything for work. I am on vacation.
Heck yeah, the second you are done. For me, maybe the second I walk out of this building, when that door shuts behind me, I am on vacation. Starts immediately.
Yeah, ditto you too. I'll go towards Heather. The moment you leave work.
Wow, I have a very different answer. Once we arrive at the destination.
So you're just in work mode the whole time,
I'm
kind of
not
in like
work mode,
regular
but I'm not
mode?
on vacation mode. If you're still
What?
you got to get to the airport, you got to go through all of the hoops until you arrive, exhale, walk out, see the place you wanted to be, then you are on vacation.
What?
You're in limbo until you're there.
Heck no, you're not.
No. You are stress-free. And I know traveling can create stress,
Yes.
but as soon as I get to the
Yeah, but
airport,
you can
even
drink.
with kids, I'm sitting down.
Yeah,
Teddy's got some
no.
chicken nuggets and some fries. I'm partaking of a beverage.
Yes.
You got responsibilities
What?
until you
No.
settle
What
in.
responsibilities? You have
You just said you
none.
got kids. You got responsibilities.
As long as they're fine, they're not killing each other. They're good. You're good.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Yeah. If I could see everyone, we're good.
Yes.
Okay. Very different answers.
Where was your wife? Where did she land on that?
Oh, I think she's like with you guys. Like,
Yeah, the second you leave
yeah,
work.
I think she said even the night before when we were packed. She's on vacation mode at that point.
Oh, okay. So her last day before vacation, she's getting nothing done.
Nothing done. Guys, what's your go-to drink on the beach?
Jack and Coke. It's generally my go-to drink unless I'm out for a nice dinner or I'm having a drink at home. I might go with an old fashioned, but I'm not going to sit there on the beach and try and mix an old fashioned.
Right.
May not have the cherry, may not have the orange zest. So I'm going with the Jack and Coke every single time.
Yeah, I'm not a super adventurous drinker. Like, besides water, I'm going to have like a vodka drink.
Okay.
Even though it's not a beach, it's not like a daiquiri or I don't know what people, Mai Tai. It's just, that's all I like.
Yeah. Was there ever a tequila phase?
Oh, I like tequila.
Like a margarita?
Well, no, like shots.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
there you
we
go.
know what tequila does.
Hurricane Heather.
Yeah, well, I might be limiting myself to a Michigan beach because I'm going to say Atwater Dirty Blonde.
Okay.
Okay.
Mojito. That is a perfect beach drink. The mint,
but you're not
the
making it
lime,
on the
rum.
Beach, are you? You're taking all the fixings for that?
Oh, I mean,
No.
John, the beach bar. I mean, if you're on a vacation.
Oh, come
Someone's
on. No,
fixing
you're
it
at
for
the
you.
beach. You got the cooler.
No,
What are you? That's why I said I'm not making an old fashioned at the beach. I'm taking a bottle of Jack, taking a quick shot, mixing it with some Coke.
That's what I would do. I typically would make my own mix.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Because they
picturing
make
the
them
beach
light
bar.
at the beach bar anyway.
They do.
Yeah. Watered down.
Guys, where do you stand on working out while on vacation?
Love it. Absolutely love it because I don't have to go for a run at 3:30 in the morning. I can do it at 5:30 in the morning before everybody wakes up.
Really sleep in. Woo!
Yeah. I absolutely love working out on vacation. Even when Teddy takes a nap, Lisa's laying down with him. I'll go for a run, go for a workout. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, I think if you could work out every day on a vacation, you should. I love working out on vacation. It depends on the type of vacation. Like when we went to Switzerland, we were hiking and we were active. No, I'm not going to go work out on top of all of that. But if you're not, yeah, for sure. I love a good vacation workout.
Start the day right?
Yeah.
Vacation is all about doing what you want when you want to do it. I typically bring a shirt and a pair of shorts to work out in, and
Never
pretty
wear
much
them.
invariably never go to work out.
Well, I ask because we start the new year. Everybody's got resolutions. I'm trying to eat right and stay active. What I didn't want to do was go on vacation, eat, drink, and
Be merry.
lay there and
Yeah.
feel guilty about it. So yeah, I
Oh,
worked
you don't
out.
have to feel guilty about anything on vacation.
But I would. So I made sure to try, not every day, but get a
That's
little
why
extra.
you need to start your vacation the moment you leave here. Set yourself up for success.
Once you arrive, vacation begins. That's the cookie jar. It's 97.1.
If you've been thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And when you put the Ram side by side with the competition, it's really not even close. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are phenomenal for power. First comparison, there's no competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or their legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, they offer at any price a full-size pickup with a 4-cylinder engine. No thank you. Can't get anything done. And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you'll feel how smooth the ride is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are there financing offers for well-qualified buyers? All you got to do is pull into a Ram dealer today. It's just that easy, and tell them I sent you.
Some great texts coming in on the cookie jar. Happy Friday, 97.1. We'll get to the trade the Wings made last night at 8:02. More on the deadline, top of the hour. By the way, Wojo sent out a tweet trying to unite fan bases. I don't know if he succeeded. We can address that too. But some of the texts coming in. Guys, Wild Turkey 101 and Coke Zero. Go-to drink at the beach.
There you go.
Guys, I literally check out 2 days before I leave for the trip.
Yeah.
Jim's take on vacation mode is one of the worst takes ever. What a drag, John and Shelby.
I agree.
Me too.
Like, dude, turn it off.
I just checklist in your head until you get there, and then you're there, and then you enjoy it.
Yeah, but you've done all the work to prepare for it. You've got, hey, tickets, passport if you need one, ID. Like, you've done all the hard work. Now it's time to enjoy it.
Well, I'll give you an example because Kelsey noticed, like, once we got there and there's like an exhale, she's like, you're in a much better mood out of nowhere. I go, yeah, vacation started. We stopped and did like a little grocery shopping for the week before we got to the place. So like I'm doing the grocery shopping. I don't feel like I'm on vacation. Like once I got
are
there.
You kidding me? Like
I'm
my
on
grocery
vacation.
shopping is completely different when I'm on vacation.
Yes.
I'm looking at like, what do I want in the morning? Let's go with Pop-Tarts, and I need to make sure I have extra ice cream because I'm going to have ice cream for dessert for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Like the grocery shopping itself is vacation.
One more thing I got to do.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
You're a fun guy.
Grocery shopping's a chore.
fun.
It's a chore.
It is
No.
not.
Hell no,
Wow.
Cookies. I'm on vacation mode as soon as I clock out. I've got libations in the car for the 10-minute it says for the 10-minute drive home.
Yeah.
Edibles, not booze, so I'm still normal until I get home. That's from Roy.
Okay.
Guys, I'm with Jim. My vacation doesn't start until I'm checked into the hotel or the Airbnb.
Wow.
So there's one. Being a green-blooded Spartan, I just gained a ton of newfound respect for Jansen today. Honesty about Harbaugh, emotions for Field of Dreams, even his drink selection. Old-fashioned Jack and Coke made me a huge fan.
Let's go. See? It doesn't take Wojo to unite fan bases.
John doesn't want to play for Harbaugh.
No.
And you're an offensive lineman? That's offensive in and of itself. John, go blue.
I'll go blue.
Turned your back on the family.
Well, one of us did.
Well said. John is like the water bro from Elemental. You haven't seen Elemental?
No.
Yeah. I see a little bit of it.
Okay.
Jerry from Ypsilanti, if you haven't seen these, you need to. My Girl, Hardball, I cry every time.
My Girl will get you for sure.
What's that about?
You haven't seen My Girl? It's old. It's with Macaulay Culkin. He gets stung by bees,
No.
dies.
I've seen one movie with Macaulay Culkin.
Home Alone.
Home Alone.
Home Alone.
And Anna Chomsky.
Yes, I couldn't think of her name at the moment.
Is she hot?
She's a child in the movie. She's like 9.
Is she hot now?
Sure.
Guys, the movie Midway says it's a new movie. Midway. Kids making sacrifices, staring deaf in the eye, Jacob in Plymouth. That's a movie that made him cry. Cried at Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Last movie to make the texter cry. Guys,
Superhero movie?
when the movie Coco came out, I cried like a baby.
That's a phenomenal movie.
Said I got a lot of crap from it from friends, and then they saw it, and they let me know they cried like babies too. Highly recommend it. Tim in Farmington Hills. I haven't seen Coco.
It's good.
John, I'm guessing.
It's been on.
Yeah.
I haven't paid attention.
We also have some texts about Heather's News, the Tate McRae.
Oh, yeah?
Sounds like Tate had some American in her as well. Not just Canadian. On Aaron Rodgers, his wife must be Manti Te'o's old girlfriend.
Oh, could be. Yeah.
And a couple people say she must be nasty looking.
I mean, there is always that possibility. If you're, if it's just dudes talking, if you don't want people to see your wife.
Is she ugly?
Maybe she's a dog.
Is Aaron Rodgers' wife Miss Michigan? From another unnamed texter.
That one went over my head.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Oh, wow.
The guy
Come
with
on,
the
John,
dirtiest
we're the
mind
young
on the
ones and
show.
we know this.
I'm not going to explain that one to you. Spending some time with his hand. Okay, then.
Okay. Yeah, everybody does
Oh,
the
my
hand.
God.
Yeah,
Okay.
the hand for the state. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Anyway,
Thank you, Heather.
I can't believe you'd never heard that.
We're the younger ones. We should not know this. He's the older one. He should know it.
I'm much more innocent than you guys are. I think that it is clear now where all the dirt comes from.
Is he
I just
points
play
to me?
along. I just play along.
Okay. Sure there. Okay, Wojo's attempt to unite rival fan bases. He sent out the following message. How's this for a fascinating little oddity? Izzo's Spartans are 54-12 the past 2 seasons. Dusty May's Wolverines are 54-12 the past 2 seasons. May has made up tremendous ground. Izzo hasn't retreated an inch. Both programs are in great shape. They go on to win last night, so you can update that to 55-12, John. Mutual respect. Does it exist right now for the two teams? Can they say, hey, we're both really good?
Yeah, we heard from Izzo the last time Michigan State played there. You got to respect your opponent. I certainly respect Coach Izzo, the career he's had, the program that he has.
Do you view the program as equals?
I think the resume for Dusty May is so young that I don't know that you can put them on the same level at this point. Dusty May has not won a national title at Michigan or at FAU. And I know it's been a long time, but that is part of the resume for Tom Izzo.
No, I know, but
and
what's
Tom
the statute
Izzo,
of limitations? Like,
okay, well, Tom Izzo, if Dusty May gets to year 10 and they've been in the big dance every single year and they've made trips to the Final Four, they've won a national title, then you could start making those comparisons. It's too incomplete at this time.
so you think MSU is ahead of Michigan?
Tom Izzo is.
Okay, well, Izzo is MSU basketball. I'd say that, sure, you could argue they're equal. Look at the 2 records, but beyond that, like Dusty's made a Final Four more recently. Well, this year, Michigan's better than Michigan State. And last year, MSU won the regular season title. So they've each won a regular season title the last 2 years. I think equal's fair.
I think, for this year. But let's see how repeatable it is for Dusty May.
All right, we'll keep it going. 97.1.
Brought to you by the Mike Morris Law Firm. Michigan State basketball came away with a 91-87 win yesterday on senior night over Rutgers. Spartans struggled in the first half, only leading 31-30 at the break. Tom Izzo was pleased, though, that his players themselves were upset with their own performance in the first 20. The win helped MSU secure a triple bye in the Big Ten tournament as a top 4 seed. That conference tournament begins next Tuesday. Before that, Michigan State will end the regular season on Sunday at Michigan, who won last night. The Wolverines avoided an upset with some clutch defense in their 71-68 win at Iowa. Both Marez Johnson Jr. and Yaxel Lendeborg posted 16 points and 8 rebounds in the victory. The Pistons lost last night, 121-106 on the road to the Spurs. They're now 3-3 in their last 6 games. They come back home tomorrow. Also, some early morning breaking news in the NFL. The Chargers have signed former Commander center Tyler Biadasz to a 3-year, $30 million deal. That's one less quality O-lineman for the Lions to target in free agency. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Heather, you had never heard the Miss Michigan reference either.
No, I hadn't.
Okay. Innocent mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, we do.
John, often accused of having an innocent mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning, 97.1. Happy
Corrupted by
Friday.
those around me.
Yeah, sure. Get you one step closer to the weekend. Appreciate you guys getting up with us. Today is the trade deadline in the NHL. Wings made a move, I think, yesterday. It's still conditional on David Perron playing hockey this season, but that's a move they made last night, a conditional fourth to bring Perron back to the city of Detroit.
Do you think he will?
Yeah, I think he'll play at some point this year.
Do you think it'll be a positive for this team?
Yeah, I think he brings a little bit of grit, can play in the bottom nine, battle on the boards. Sure.
So they're better.
Mission accomplished.
Take it. I say those somewhat jokingly. Do I think those are all true? Yes, I do think he'll play. Do I think he makes them better? Yes. But there's still a lot more work that can be done today. And there are still quality players that aren't going to cost you an arm and a leg. They may cost you a draft pick, and maybe even a first-round draft pick this year. They may cost you, obviously, somebody. You add somebody, somebody's got to go. So there's going to be a player that's no longer here. And there's a lot of jerseys, as we've heard from Todd McClellan, skating around. So send a jersey back to him. And then you may also have to give up a prospect. Again, I don't have much of an issue with that.
Yeah, who cares at that point? I mean, okay, people know who David Perron is. We don't have to explain him. He was here a couple years ago when they fell a point short, and I think he's a good dude in the room. Again, he hasn't played since January 20th. He's had a hernia surgery, and he might not play this year, which is why it's conditional that they even send the pick to begin with. So far from doing cartwheels on the David Perron deal. Let's check in on sports fans today. This is normally or supposed to be a really exciting day. Trade deadline day is often one of those days where the world is your oyster, where you're refreshing Twitter and you can't get enough and you dream of the possibilities, right? Deadline days are supposed to be fun. Have our teams ruined that? Are you excited for what the Red Wings are going to do today, or are you kind of dreading it's Perron and maybe they squeeze a blue liner somewhere, maybe, but not a lot of confidence? We know Yzerman's MO. He's not going to outbid other teams. He's not going to make big, bold moves if he doesn't feel his team can win the Stanley Cup. He's kind of conditioned us to expect little to nothing today. Have our teams taken the excitement out of the trade deadline and ruined it? And I say teams because it's not like last year that Tigers excited everybody at the deadline, or the Lions excited everybody at the deadline, or the Pistons excited everybody at the deadline. The last semi-notable win at the deadline is October of 2024. Lions add Zadarius Smith on deadline day to fill in for the injured Aiden Hutchinson. But what deadlines used to be, I'll take you back to when I was interning here at the station. 2014. David Price. That day was electric. Driving down to the ballpark, Carson Anderson are at Gate A, talking about the A's swinging a big trade for a pitcher, wondering, how do the Tigers keep up? The arms race is on in the American League. And David Price is traded to Detroit mid-game as Austin Jackson is pulled from center field during the matchup. That's what deadlines can be, have been, should be. I certainly don't feel that way today for the trade deadline. It's not, I can't wait to see how Yzerman counterpunches the Sabres or how he cements this team as a playoff team. If you do, let us know. I can only speak for myself. John, I think they have our teams ruin the trade deadline. The buzz that could be.
So they have been in large part disappointing, other than the Zadarius Smith trade. But I also think we're entering a new era where our teams, and I'll take the Lions out of it for just a moment, because the trade deadline acquisitions, or, tanking for those that are just trying to unload contracts, players, acquire draft picks, that is relatively new in the NFL. And I say new within the last decade to 12 years. And it's less impactful, or it happens less in football. But for hockey, basketball, baseball, it's been something that people have talked about for decades, for a long time. But again, our teams were so bad for so long we were the ones that were shipping things off.
Right.
We were always sellers.
But the trade-off was
now
when the sun comes up for our teams and we're in contention.
Well, the sun is rising for the Pistons. It's higher in the horizon than it is for the Wings. And the sun has certainly been up for the Tigers for at least last year. I think we are entering a new era where teams will be more aggressive at the trade deadline.
When?
Well, that's going to be the question.
Yeah, and I know.
And I don't necessarily know that it's. I do think Steve Yzerman makes a move, but the Perron move, it's a move on the margins. Yeah. Does he make another margin move today? That would be disappointing. I think they're at a position, and they should be in a position to make this team better, not for just this year.
Ding, ding, ding. Something
that can make them better moving forward to next year. Because you look at Falk. Falk's not on the last year of his deal. If they add him, it's not a blockbuster deal. It'll feel like it because it's been so long since a team here, especially the Wings, have made a move. Mm-hmm. But he's under contract for this year and next. And it's not going to cripple them in the salary cap.
No, they don't have to worry about retaining money or trying to squeeze the deal into fit and match salaries or anything like that.
Trocheck would be one that would last even longer than that.
Yeah, he's got several years left on that deal. So the Wings could make a move for today and tomorrow. You know, Yzerman's hesitation in previous years was, I'm not going to give up too much for a rental. Well, we're not even, fine, we'll play his game. We're not talking rentals. We're talking people who will be here this year and beyond. On defense, there's a couple guys who were signed beyond this season. You like Falk. Rustalainen's another one. Mm-hmm. Oliver Ekman-Larsson's gaining a little bit of traction because Toronto's in last place, and they're not going to do much of anything. He's an aging veteran player with a couple years left on the deal. Can play left or right side. There are people out there who aren't rentals who would make this team better. Vinny Trocheck's a guy, if you're looking at the forward group. My point is, there are people available, but they're going to have to outbid people to land them. And I do not have a belief that Steve Yzerman is going to win those bidding wars today. I think what's more likely is him to say, well, I wasn't going to give up all that. That was way too much to give up. We're not a cup team. I'm not going to compromise our future. I'm not going to give up people who could be here in a year or two and be cornerstones, in his mind, for a player as a Band-Aid for a team that's just okay. Like, if you call it what it is, the Red Wings are just okay.
So by that definition, he's not going to make a move until they're Stanley Cup contenders. There are many moves that you can make to get to that point. This is one tool in the toolbox, and he just hasn't taken it out of the toolbox yet.
Yeah, because it becomes self-fulfilling prophecy. If you're only going to add when you become a Stanley Cup team, you may never become a Stanley Cup team because you don't add.
Right.
You know, as great as it would be if every player he drafted showed up and turned into be elite all-world talent.
And if you're a Stanley Cup team, who is it do you want to part with?
Exactly. And teams are making moves. Like Avs, Ducks, Oilers have all given up firsts. The Stars have added a couple players. Buffalo tried to get Parayko, couldn't, and then traded for two different defensemen yesterday. Moves will be made. I don't know if there's a great deal of optimism that the Wings will be at the front of the pack today, and they should be. They should be because they have all their picks, they have all their prospects, they have all this cap space. They are currently in the playoffs. Lucas Raymond yesterday talking about additions. Larkin last year talking about additions.
Kane's referenced it.
Kane has, so the room is clearly of the belief, hey, we're going to add, and their coach said to us, we've done enough to add.
Then couched it with,
it comes down to prices because, he
has a boss.
He has a boss. We all can relate to that. And he doesn't get to make the deal. But he said in his assessment, yeah, we've done enough to add. If the assessment from the coach and the players is we've done enough to add, here we are. 248-539-9797. So you want to jump in and talk some Red Wings hockey? Great. Also just want to know, as a sports fan driving around today, are you excited for trade deadlines, or have our teams taken that away?
I can't say that I'm not excited. I could say that I'm nervous that not enough is going to happen, but every time I get a little buzz from my phone, I'll look at it and be like, oh, is this the notification that the Wings have done something all day long? So to me, that's excitement.
What was your honest reaction when you saw the Perron trade?
So I'm hoping it is the small move that is, it's the pregame to what should be game day today.
If I'm truly honest and candid, I rolled my eyes. Now, I recognize that he can be a helpful piece, but the The idea that we're getting in a race, here's our move, and it's
right.
a bit conditional on whether the guy even plays hockey this year or not. Like, I rolled my eyes, and that's not me trying to dismiss. Yes, they could use a little veteran grit, good in a room, bottom 9, like round out the depth. All of that is well and good, and he was a good, productive player in that role a couple years ago when he was here. But my initial reaction was like, everybody else is out here dreaming of the big move or the sizable move, or just we're talking about second line centers and second pair blue liners, and this is a guy who can play the fourth line 12 minutes a night if he even plays hockey.
Right. And so it's my initial reaction was, that's nice.
Yeah.
But that's about it. There was no wave of excitement.
Trade deadline days here in Detroit have absolutely been ruined from an unnamed texter. Lots of hype and anticipation only to thud like a dud. Yeah, how many years have you gotten your hopes up to just now you get to this point and
Well, we also get our hopes up even when we shouldn't.
Maybe that's fair. But what do you, like when? Because I feel like we try to set a reasonable bar, at least on our show. I can't program anybody else's show, but we try to set a fair bar. We're not at, like Yzerman, I'm not saying Robert Thomas, give up multiple prospects, multiple picks, be great, but I don't think we said for the Pistons, we discussed Giannis because it was in the news, but you and I came to the same conclusion. No, that's not like the silver bullet move they have to make. We try to be pretty realistic. With the Tigers,
I think we were
Suarez
realistic
was a
with
rental.
the Pistons this year and appropriately disappointed when Kevin Herter, like when you answer it with a question,
yeah,
I think it's disappointing.
Thank goodness we traded for Perron. I was beginning to worry we'd get younger and faster and more talented for a playoff push. You think I'm smarmy? Look at these. Guys, I'm more upset we kept Talbot and Lyon is killing it in Buffalo. No excitement for deadlines. They do nothing. Everyone else gets better. It's frustrating, to use a word, Pete, in Waterford. I know pros have to be pros, but after Larkin and Yzerman had a public tiff last season, how does Yzerman not add a substantial piece and the team not be dejected or resentful? That's signed Different Steve. Guys, I have little to no faith that any of our 4 teams will make any meaningful moves at any deadline, but especially the Steve-led Red Wings. I've been done with this franchise and Steve for a while. If he doesn't make a move, oh boy. Deadline day in Detroit, insert fart noise here. Love Yzerman, but he's one of the most vanilla by-the-books GMs out there. I don't expect much, which is why when I heard Perron, my thought was par for the course. Steve's going to get us there slowly, but surely. Just like the usual, got to stay patient, Kyle in Ann Arbor. More of your thoughts next, 97.1.
Hey, we had a lot of rain yesterday, and what does that rain mean? Well, it means that the grass is going to start growing. It's going to start greening up, and we know we got some cold weather, but you've got to take consideration now for what type of lawn that you want to have this summer. How much work do you want to do in regards to the weeds? Natural Lawn and Tree Service is the company you got to contact now. You can do it on the phone at 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. For greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is the key. And if you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every summer, great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program. And when I'm talking about the right program, you need a company that isn't going to come to you with every single problem that comes up. You want one that just fix it. And that's what Natural Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Care. They also offer tree and pest services. That number again, 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time, purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1.
Text coming in, deadline day. Are you excited? It's supposed to be an exciting day in sports, or are you kind of dreading this? Like, Steve's not going to do anything. Have our teams ruined the deadline? Text says, I feel like the Red Wings trade is underwhelming. I'm really hoping Stevie Y does something before 3 o'clock. So this person's still hopeful.
Yeah.
Guys, I can see it now. It's the only move Steve's going to make. The only move is going to be for an old injured dude who will never play a minute of time for this team. What a joke of an organization. We had a Twitch comment that said, wait, he might not play? Let's just, so everybody's on the same page.
Yeah.
He hasn't played since January 20th. Sports hernia surgery. Has not played since the Olympic break. They said 5 to 7 weeks. The pick the Wings are giving up is a 4th. If he doesn't play, they don't lose the pick.
Right.
So the fact that that's even a condition means they want to make sure he comes back, gets his feet under him, and there's a chance he doesn't.
Well, it could also mean that if by chance things were to fall apart, they could come up with a lot of reasons not to play him.
Right.
Oh, well, he's just not ready. Oh, he suffered a setback.
The other condition on the pick is if the Wings advance in the playoffs and he plays in 50% of the games, the pick becomes a 3rd, which...
Okay, fine, whatever.
Gladly. Yes, please. Guys, more response. Who the hell is Robert Thomas? It sounds like a guy you knew was below John Smith sailing across for America. Who are you guys even talking about? Robert Thomas is center for the Blues. He's had a couple 80-point seasons. He's 26 years old, and he's on a very long commitment, 5 more years. At $8 million, he'd be the number 2 center on this hockey team. But the price, according to these insiders, is like they want heaven, moon, stars. They want 2 picks, 2 players, Fedorov's jersey from the rafters. Like, I'm not expecting Yzerman to do that.
No, I mean, that's what they want now. Let's see what they want at 2:30 this afternoon.
Yeah. But how annoying will it be if, like, Buffalo trades for him? Because this guy goes, it's demoralizing watching the Sabres, who haven't been in the playoffs since I was in college, making attempts to go for it while Steve sits on his hands.
Well, and that's part of what makes this more frustrating is, especially the last few years, where have the Blues been?
The Sabres,
underneath. I'm sorry, yeah, the Sabres. They've been underneath where the Red Wings were.
Well, John, it just shows you need more time. I mean, that's the takeaway, right?
Yeah, but they're coming from further back more recently, which is the frustrating part.
And do you know what coincided with them going on this run?
Let's see. I believe somebody was dismissed.
They fired their GM.
Yeah.
Guys, what happens? What teams have made moves and won in the same year? Name them. I mean, we want moves to happen, but it doesn't mean you'll automatically win either. Relax. Just get in and anything can happen.
And that's why I've said I think that they get in whether or not they make any more moves. And Perron is not the reason that they get in.
So,
but I do think if you want to increase your odds of getting in, you want to give yourself a better chance of getting in and actually winning a game in the postseason, then you go and make a move.
Relax, just get in and anything can happen. Just get in is up in the air. It's 5 points now with 20 to go. And every other team in the East playoff race has played better over the last 10 games than the Red Wings. Every other team has a positive goal differential. Every other team is buzzing around, and a lot of these teams are making moves. So just get in. Yeah, look, get in. Anything can happen in hockey. I don't think it's a given this team, quote, just gets in. And you're right. I think the moves we're discussing are moves that help them get in, compete, and contribute next year.
Right. That's the bigger part is you've got to take that first step. You got to get in. You got to get all these guys on this team. And there are some guys that have played in the postseason. But your young players, the ones that you are building upon, haven't had that experience. They don't even know what it looks like, feels like, smells like.
Heather needs some help. This is going to be fun. 8:35. You got something coming up this weekend, and you want to get the advice of not just us, but our listeners.
Yeah, because they're way more creative than I am, and I need ideas.
I think we're going to solve your issue.
I hope so.
And we may even get you to sing on the air.
We'll
I got to
see.
go get the Swedish fish.
Please. We'll get to that at 8:35 quickly. Heather with the news.
Well, Sharon Moore is set to appear in court this morning at 11 a.m. for a review of evidence after he was arrested and charged for allegedly breaking into his ex-girlfriend's home. Well, an Ann Arbor judge ordered the hearing to take a deeper look at the evidence after noting that Moore's relationship with the former girlfriend was omitted by the prosecution during a previous hearing. We know that Moore's attorney is pushing to have the charges dismissed. She says that the warrant obtained was based on false, incomplete, or misleading statements given to the magistrate by police. So we'll hear what's going to come a little later today. Yeah. The man who was refused service at an Ann Arbor Smoothie King for wearing a Trump hoodie says that he's now receiving death threats. So we heard the story. I shared it here. This man and his wife went to grab a smoothie. The employees there at the time said, no, we don't want to serve you because we don't like what you're wearing. The employees have since been fired. And now the man, his name is Jacob, is speaking out on camera for the first time. And he says that his family's safety is being threatened because of his past. In the quote that I have in the article, he does talk about people trying to bring up his past, but he says those things, I don't know what those things are because I haven't done a deep dive into this man's history. He says those things were 10 years ago and he's not the same as he was. So I don't know what.
Regardless, death threats are ridiculous. No. Don't stop it. Don't be doing that.
The men's basketball program at Cal State Bakersfield is at the center of a wild scandal after a former player turned coach was accused of running a multi-state pimping operation while working at the school.
Hey, he's a pimp.
Yes.
Big pimp in 4 states.
Yeah. So that's what I thought of too. When you don't hear the word pimp a lot.
No, it's like a mid-2000s thing.
So, this article caught my eye. So, according to authorities, they say Kevin Mays, who was working as a temporary assistant coach, is now facing 11 criminal and misdemeanor charges, including felony pimping, after an investigation triggered by a shocking anonymous email. So, someone sent an email to the head coach at the time saying that this guy was trafficking a girl since May across multiple states. Well, the head coach forwarded this to officials who then did a big investigation. They set up a sting operation after they found this woman who was, advertising sex services online. She told officers that Mays was her boyfriend and he was basically funding
her travels,
her profession. Yes. And her travels and her hotels and her rental cars. And then police eventually searched his home and his car and they found firearms and drugs and also illegal images involving children on his phone. He has pleaded not guilty, but it has caused like a big shakeup at the school. The head coach was fired. The athletic director was fired. Mays is being held without bail until the investigation is concluded.
It's wild.
Should have tipped him off when he was dressed like Silky Johnson on the sideline with the pimp cane. But yes, they got to the bottom of it at least.
Savannah Guthrie returned to the Today Show yesterday for the first time since her mother, Nancy, went missing on February 1st. She's not back on air. Yeah, she was visiting. She wanted to visit with her colleagues behind the scenes, thank them for their support. According to sources, she just wanted to let them know, not only thank you for your support, but I'm still here. I still have hope. I'm still me. And it sounds like she does have every intention on coming back. We just don't know the timeline of that return yet.
And there has been no new development.
I was just going to ask. I feel like we haven't talked about it in a few days.
There's nothing. I mean, they talked about the gloves that they found near her house.
But we don't know if her mom's alive or not.
Oh, no, we have none.
I mean, the longer it goes,
we can make some assumptions.
Probably dead.
Unfortunately. Hey, United Airlines is implementing a new headphone rule, and those who don't follow it could be banned for life. So United Airlines has updated their policy to give themselves the right to refuse service to passengers who listen to music or watch videos without headphones. We've all seen this on a flight, right? You walk by or the person in front of you's listening to something very loud because they didn't bring headphones. So basically, if you're blasting this audio, it could be anything, and you're kind of being a jerk about it, right? They can basically boot you from the plane without a refund and even ban you from flying with them in the future. They are reminding people that they do have free earbuds on the flight.
It doesn't seem like harsh enough punishment. Like, what outrageous behavior.
It
just
happens.
play your
Not harsh
sounds
enough.
loud.
What would the penalty be
Russian
from
gulag. Seriously, like, who's just that self-centered? A lot of people that they're just going to blare out their audio for everybody else to hear when there are free headphones and there are wireless headphones. There's all kinds of ways.
You've heard it before, though, right?
Oh yeah, you've seen it.
I've had people. I mean, not only whatever music they're listening to or a movie they're watching, but have full blown like loud conversations on speakerphone.
People are amazing.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. Heather needs help next. It's 97.1. All right, guys, talk about Brightside Dental because, look, if you want a whiter smile or a straighter smile heading into the spring, Brightside can help. Always welcoming new patients, $35 new patient special. If you've been putting off that dental visit all winter, if you have that discomfort that you've been ignoring, now's the time to get it taken care of. Brightside isn't some big national chain. They're locally owned and part of the community. They treat patients like neighbors, and they want to keep Michigan families smiling year-round. I go to the Southfield location. I can speak to it. They talk through all the steps. If you got a cavity, you got to take care of it. They'll walk you through every single step, numb you up. There's no pain. If your current dentist can't see you soon, Brightside can do it, often same day. Book appointments online, 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Heather's like, is this the clean version?
How much are you going to play, Greg? I just looked up the lyrics.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Greg behind the glass. You're probably not going to use this song for karaoke.
Probably not, but at first when you mentioned it, I'm like, okay, I know that line. I could sing that song, and then I Googled the lyrics and said, no, that's not appropriate for karaoke.
Why are you doing karaoke?
Okay, so this weekend, we don't get out much. So when there's a party and we're invited to it, we're like, this is going to be great. We got a sitter. This is good. So we're going to a karaoke party, and it's for family, right? So it's going to be a lot of my family members are going to be there, and I've never done true karaoke before. I don't think.
What do you mean by what's true karaoke?
Well, like I remember doing it in like middle school at a friend's house with like a at-home karaoke machine, that you like
you're
put
talking
the DVD
about out in public.
Yes, I've never done karaoke except at my bachelorette party, but I don't really remember it. I did sing then, but so I'm super pumped, right?
Yeah.
And I've been talking to Colin. I'm like, we've got to sing, right? He's like, we're not singing. I'm like, yeah, we'll pick a song and we'll sing it together. Not like a duet where there's like the female part and the male part, but just like a song that we just get up and we sing together. And it's got to be something fun it's just a fun song that everyone would like, that can get into it in the audience, right?
And he's in for the duet, or does he want to sing by himself?
No, he doesn't really want to sing at all. Like, he doesn't actually think this will happen. And I'm like dead set on this happening. Like, I'm going to have a good time. I'm going to sing a song. So I thought of the songs. Okay, what song do I know all the lyrics to? And I think of old school songs. I'm like, okay, I know Baby Got Back. I know Ice Ice Baby. I know Shoop. Like, I can sing certain songs by heart, all of the words, right?
Yeah, but there's going to be a screen with the words on it.
True. But I do think you need to be really familiar with the song, because you need to know.
Yeah.
Because, so is there like a track playing in the back? Like, is somebody singing with me, or is it just like the beat? Because I've never done it.
So it can be done a couple of ways.
Right.
Generally, there is a muted track behind you. The music is going, but like Friends in Low Places, where you might hear Garth Brooks or somebody.
Yeah, that's a really good one for karaoke.
Yeah, I think it'd be perfect.
I think a lot of like country, you don't want it to be too slow, because then you
want it to have a little energy, but you also want it to be not ones that you would know, that everyone else could join in. It needs to be the party feel.
I did think of, I don't listen to a lot of country, but I do know some Shania Twain songs.
That don't impress me much. There you go.
Yeah, I know that one, so I could sing that song.
You should pick Feel Like a Woman, and that way Colin has to sing it with you.
See, he wouldn't. He's already vetoed all of the songs I've recommended. I was like, what about like a Backstreet Boys song? He's like, Heather, I'm not singing that. I said, okay, so what about like an appropriate rap song? Like that we knew.
Do those
like
exist?
Sure, some of the some of the early like SoCal rap, like Regulate by Warren G.
Okay, yeah.
Yes. So because things that he would know, that he likes, he knows the words to. He doesn't think it's going to happen. Like, he doesn't.
Like the whole thing is going to happen?
No,
or
he
that
doesn't
you
think
guys
that
are
we're going to go up and sing. And I said, I'm getting up there with somebody else. I'm not going to do it by myself, because I don't sing. I'm not a good singer, but I really want to. So I need to find
hold on.
like.
You might be a good singer. Can you give us a little bit of a taste?
I cannot.
Sample?
Oh, come on. Hey, it'll just a little bit to wet the beak. Get the rhythm going. Get ready for this.
What are some of the songs you were considering? Maybe you can give us a verse.
I don't have any. So those are the ones I threw out. The songs that I know, or like a Spice Girls song, or like TLC No Scrub. Like, it needs to be songs I know.
I think
an Eminem song.
You need to be familiar. I don't think you need to know, like to John's point, word for word. It's going to be on the screen. You've heard these songs before. You'll
Sweet
be okay.
Caroline.
So that's what Twitch said.
That reminds me of college. I could do that. That's a good one.
That's
you could probably give us a little hum on that one.
No, I can't. I'm not going to. I'll take a video over the weekend and then I'll share.
Well, especially
it
for
with
you and Colin to be doing it together.
I sure will. I'll post on social media.
This will be great.
This would be incredible.
Yes.
If I do it. I mean, I really want to. I'm like hyped up to do it.
Get some drinks in everybody.
That's what I'll just buy shots.
Yeah, well, especially for Colin.
Yeah, he still probably won't do it.
Isn't that how all karaoke starts? No one's doing
alcohol.
Karaoke sober.
Okay, well, I do think, so the party is for an older individual. It's for my aunt, and she does karaoke quite often. I picture this, and I've never seen them do karaoke, but I'm picturing like an older group of people like singing love songs, right? Like I don't picture it being super
lively.
Yeah, but I want it to be.
Well, you got to get them turned up.
So that's what I've got to do. That's why I've got to find the right song.
Well, and I believe what you're looking for is.
I'm hoping I can do that.
So what do you want from people? You want them to give you some
I
songs?
want song suggestions.
Yeah.
And like anyone's experience with karaoke.
Yeah, has it gone well? Was it
Do
an
people
epic
do
fail?
this?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, people do this all the time. So when I told Lisa this, she's the one that came up. I don't want people to think I know Warren G. I do know the song, but she's the one that came up with the Regulate. I would love to go to a party like this with my wife because my wife can remember lyrics to every single song. I don't know how she does it, but she sings along and knows the words. And there'll be times where we drive it along and I'll turn the music off. She keeps right on
going.
singing. And because she's got a memory like that.
Yeah.
And she would love.
See, that would be fun.
Yes.
Show outing.
Yeah, and I did radio with the guy, Anthony Herron, former defensive lineman for the Iowa Hawkeyes, Big Ant Herron. He does radio for the Big Ten Network. He's in Chicago, where he is like, this is something that he does almost on a weekly basis. He is a karaoke snob. In fact, so much so that you got to say it right when you're around him because it's not karaoke, it's karaoke. Oh, yes. It's
like a snob.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%.
That takes all the fun. It's supposed to be goofy and silly,
but it's
not serious.
Oh, yeah, but he gets into it. He's dancing around, he's singing, he's doing all this stuff. So he always starts it off, and then it makes it easier. That's why you got to have somebody in the group that's done it before.
Well, there is.
They got to go first.
For sure. There's people in the group that have done it before. I think the people that are going like to this bar are there for the karaoke. So I think that it's going to be a big group of people who've done it. So I don't want to like make it look like I'm like shaming them or mocking them by my song selection and my poor singing capabilities.
Yeah.
But I want to have a good time.
But there's also, you also have to pick a song where, one, you want them to join it, which I think Sweet Caroline is the perfect one because everybody knows that one. They'll join in. But maybe something that has like an epic moment in it, like Bohemian Rhapsody.
It's a long song,
Queen.
though.
Yeah, sure.
That's the other thing. Don't pick a song that's that long.
Well, you don't have to sing the whole thing, but you got to get to the headbanging part of it.
All right. Well, these are
Wayne's
the
World,
ideas I need because I can't seem to think of anything.
So help Heather pick the perfect karaoke song for this weekend. However you define the perfect karaoke song. But like we're looking for some of the same stuff. Like it's got to be popular. You want people to join in. You're going to be doing it with Colin, so you're not up there on a spotlight by yourself.
And I'm not trying to showcase good vocals.
No.
I'm just trying to
just have a good time.
Yeah. Like I don't want to sing Whitney Houston. Like
Adele.
I'm not. Yeah.
You're not doing Adele. Keep Hello out of the mix.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to do Whitney Houston. I will always love you. Like no.
We want to hear your experiences as well with
karaoke.
stories.
Karaoke. 248-539-9797. Got some flying in. We'll get some phone calls. I see you guys. It's 97.1.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And when you put the Ram side by side with the competition, I'll do that in a moment, it's not even close. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. No competition. You could choose from a Rams award-winning Pentastar V6 or Rams legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And on the competition, why would you trust a full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? You're not going to be able to get the work done. Can't tow anything with it. It's useless. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, and for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has the 5-link coil suspension, and all it's going to take is one test drive, and you'll feel how much smoother a Ram is versus the competition. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are exceptional. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that easy, and tell them I sent you.
Oh, known as a buster.
I
There
knew
you
we'd get
go.
you to sing.
Just sits on his broke ass. So, no. Yes, I'm not going to sing too much, but yes.
This is in consideration.
I know the
Yes.
words to this song.
Heather's looking for the perfect karaoke song for the party this weekend. No, she's not going to pick Whitney Houston or Adele or Aretha. You want something that people can jam to and that you can actually pull off.
Exactly.
How about a little Tay-Tay? Shake it off.
No, I don't think so.
No? It would be again, I'm thinking about ones that would be great for you to sing along with Colin.
That's the thing. So you need to get a few drinks in and then a few more drinks in.
Yeah, I think so.
Nobody's doing karaoke sober. You shouldn't. You get Colin involved so you're not up there by yourself. Pick a song that doesn't start super slow so you're not just kind of standing there awkwardly waiting for it to kick in.
Yeah, I just don't see him doing it. He gave me one song that he would do, and it's not like what I'm looking for.
What was his song?
The Gambler.
Oh, by Kenny
that
Rogers.
works.
That's a perfect one.
And I know the lyrics to it too. He sings it to our kids all the time, so it's
Yeah.
like the one song he can sing without
You can
music.
do more than one, so you get up there once and you do it with Colin.
And now you've
And
broke
then
the
you
seal.
pull somebody out of the crowd and do a different
Because
song.
to me, that song it's not serious, but it's not like,
It's slower.
yeah.
That's a perfect song to do it with.
So slow songs can be tough, but that's one that you're basically talking,
Yeah.
not really singing.
Which is great. I don't mind a talking song.
that's
That would
preferred,
be
I
better,
think. Yeah.
for me.
I think for most people. We got a bunch coming in on the phones and the text. Keep them coming. Let's get going with James in Lapeer. James, good morning.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm all right. I had one song suggestion, and then on the line I was just thinking of another one. The first one would be Shinedown's "Simple Man." I think that'd be a good song to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then for a more upbeat song, maybe "The Devil Went Down to Georgia" by Charlie Daniels.
Oh, yeah.
I like that one too.
I like it.
Looking for a soul to
I
steal.
thought,
Yep. I sang that one because we had to do kind of a karaoke version. As a freshman at Michigan, you had to get up and sitting in front of the team, and we saw Aiden do it with Michael Jackson. I had to do it at the Redskins as well. Devil Went Down to Georgia was my song, both times.
great
John
song.
Jansen approved.
Yeah.
Thanks, James. Got Mike on a cell. Mike, what's your pitch?
Hey, morning, guys. Go Blue.
Go Blue.
Hey, Heather, you
Yes.
really want to get this karaoke party started? You have got to go with Def Leppard, Pour Some Sugar on Me.
There we go.
Yeah.
Every karaoke thing I've ever been to, that one just gets everybody dancing.
Okay.
Females.
I like it. That's a good idea.
Colin's got to be behind that one as well.
Well, I am going to have a lot of family. Like,
Yeah.
we're going with a big crew. Like, it's not just going to be him and I. It's going
Yeah,
to be
it's
a
gonna be you and your
bunch
crew.
of people. So I'm sure I can find somebody, if Colin won't join, who will go up with me.
All right, let's get a thumbs up, thumbs down with some of these
Okay.
quickly from the text. So, because there's so many, I want to try to get as many of them as we can. Achy Breaky Heart.
Oh, that's
Oh,
good.
yeah.
Okay. You wanted a millennial jam,
I
Mr.
did.
Brightside? Says most
no.
people know it, gets the party started. No?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll pass on that one.
How about throwing it back a little more old school? How about Copacabana?
At the Copacabana. No, I'm not doing that one. I guess I do know
See,
some
you're
of the lyrics.
good.
Yes!
You got a great voice.
Oh,
you
God,
sing
no,
well.
I don't sing good. But I know the song. No, I'll pass on that one.
Okay, how about one that's not serious, that's kind of silly and fun? Smash Mouth All-Star?
Sing it for me.
Hey now, you're an
Oh, okay,
all-star.
yes. Yeah, that could be good.
Yeah, that's Jim in South Lyon has that one. How about She Bangs, William Hung? Chumbawamba getting a vote on the text.
There you go.
Miss Jackson by Outkast.
Okay,
There you go.
I like that. That could be good.
And for real.
Toby Keith has a number of songs
Oh,
that are really good to sing along to.
It's probably not even one you're thinking of. Toby Keith, I Love This Bar.
I Love This Bar, Red, White, and Blue, Red Solo Cup would be perfect.
Probably great songs. I'm not that familiar. I want it to be a song I'm semi-familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
And I am semi-familiar with them, but I wouldn't feel confident singing it because
Yeah.
I don't know it that well.
Party in the USA, Miley Cyrus.
Oh God, that's one of my least favorite songs.
Okay.
No, that's a huge no.
Okay.
Don McLean, American Pie.
That's a good one. Okay,
Yes.
that's a good one.
That's one that
Colin could do
everyone
that
will
one,
sing
too.
along
Write that
to as
down.
well.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Redbone, Come and Get Your Love.
I don't know it.
Older. You'd probably recognize
Yeah,
it if
I'm
we were
sure I
playing
would.
it. 248-539-9797. Tequila.
Oh, yeah. You can go full Pee Wee Herman. Do the dance.
That's on
Yeah. Tequila.
I know that one.
Oh, I was thinking it was the Dan and Shay, but you don't want to do that one. That's like a
No.
slower.
No, I mean,
you gotta be able to
tequila
belt
makes your
it
clothes
out.
fall off. You could do that one.
Just a
With a
friend.
shot of tequila.
Just a friend, Bismarcky.
Oh, sure.
That's
Yeah.
good.
David in Bloomfield, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, in my opinion, a good duet always gets the party going, and I like to kick things off with Afternoon Delight.
There you go. That would be awesome. Can you give us a little bit of a give us a little example? Oh,
He hung up.
oh man.
Love Shack with a duet partner goes crazy at karaoke.
Does it really? Oh, see, these are good tips to know
Yeah.
what really works.
Wasn't me, Shaggy.
Wasn't me.
Poison, nothing but a good time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who was the group
Sure.
that Milli Vanilli? You could
Yeah.
pick one of their two hits. They were lip syncing anyway.
What were their hits?
Was one of
guys
Blame
are
It on
bad
the
at
Rain?
music. Okay.
Yeah, Blame It on the Rain. And what was the other one?
I know all these songs, but I don't know the names of them.
No, John, the name of the first song was Blame It on the, Blame It on the, Blame It on the.
Piano Man always brings the house down. You can
Oh,
get
yeah.
everybody singing in the crowd. Then it takes the pressure off you on the stage.
It does. It's not the type of song that I was going for, but it does get people. It gets everyone involved.
500
slow.
Miles
Oh, yeah.
by
That I Will
Predators.
Walk-
Yeah,
that
I'd
one?
yeah.
Oh, is that it?
Two different songs you guys are
I'm
talking
thinking
about.
of. I'm thinking of that. I would walk
Yeah,
5.
isn't that the one I'm
okay,
talking
yeah.
about? Yeah.
It reminds me of my old bus driver. He used to listen to that song all
Wheels
the time.
on the bus. There you go.
There we go. Now we're talking.
Get the kids
Come on,
involved.
guys. The wipers and get your hands up. Let's go.
Teacher Heather comes out. So
That's it. No.
So we break this down. Is this at someone's house or is this
No,
at
it's
a
at a
bar?
bar.
Oh, okay. So like it's not just your family. There's
Oh,
going to
no.
be random strangers,
Oh
listeners
yeah,
even.
and I think it's literally like people will be going there for the karaoke. Like it's not a karaoke.
Okay, so you don't have your own like
No.
side room. This
Not
is
that I know
karaoke
of.
is going on, and you guys are going as a group to
Yes.
participate.
And it's going to be like it's a bar setup where like the band would play
Even
is where
better.
the singer gets up. Yeah, no, this is not one of those karaoke rooms.
Yeah.
That's like all padded and soundproof. This is at like a bar on the stage.
Even better
Yeah.
because somebody's going to get that place rocking and rolling.
I hope so. Maybe it will be me.
Yes, I bet it is. I have no doubt.
Multiple Neil Diamond songs getting love on text. Cherry Cherry and Sweet Caroline.
Yeah. I like the Sweet Caroline idea. I like it for like the end of the night.
More ideas next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC. A bit of breaking news out of Lakeland. Evan Petzold of the Free Press reports Tigers catching prospect Josue Briseño underwent right wrist surgery this week and will be out for a few months. Today's, of course, NHL trade deadline day, with teams having until 3 p.m. to make moves before the home stretch of the season. The Red Wings already made a move, sending a conditional 4th-round pick to Ottawa in return for David Perron, who spent the 2023 and 24 seasons in Detroit. Perron actually had that game-tying goal on the road against the Canadiens stands with 3 seconds left back in 2024 when the Wings were in the heart of a playoff race. Many reports suggest the Wings are not done making moves yet. GM Steve Yzerman has about 6 hours left to make deals before the deadline. The Wings also play tonight at home against the Panthers at 7 o'clock. Our pregame coverage of that game starts right here on 97.1 at 6:45. Sharon Moore is also due back in court today. The former Michigan coach has a hearing in which a judge will review the evidence in the case. Moore's attorney is attempting to have the case thrown out. That hearing is scheduled for 11 a.m. The Pistons have a home road back-to-back this weekend, starting with a home date tomorrow against the Nets. On Sunday, they play the Heat in Miami. The Wings are also on the road Sunday to face the Devils, but most attention in the state on that day will be focused on Ann Arbor at 4:30 p.m. when Michigan and Michigan State will meet for the final game of the regular season. Nothing but bragging rights on the line as Michigan has already secured the outright Big Ten championship, while Michigan State locked up a triple bye in the Big Ten tournament. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Not the banging. Good morning. Happy Friday, 97.1.
Oh, my gosh.
Heather wants some help with karaoke. We'll wrap the convo. We'll talk some deadline with the Red Wings, mixing a little Pistons from last night and a cookie jar to round out the hour. Karaoke party. You want songs, the perfect songs.
Yeah. People have given some great suggestions. I've got a whole bunch of
There you go.
songs scribbled down on my paper here, so...
I can't wait to hear which one you guys pick. And I bet you
Now,
you will do it first as a duet, but at some point you will go solo because you're going to get into it and it's going to be a lot of fun.
it depends how much alcohol is consumed, I think.
Longer the night goes.
I will need some liquid courage. I will not do it without a drink.
Oh, sure. Most people do.
Hopefully more than I had.
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
Build Me Up Buttercup, classic karaoke song.
Sure.
Okay.
Not quite what I was thinking, but that would
You
be...
want more modern.
I do.
Yeah.
What about Skater Boy, Avril Lavigne? Too cheesy? Cheesy can be good.
I know some of the lyrics. I don't love the song. I think for me, that's why I'm like, I don't really like that. I don't like that music. I don't like...
Some of
I
it
don't
was
like
going to
it.
depend on the crowd and the other songs that they're singing as well, because I don't know that one at all.
Yeah.
And if you have
True.
a younger crowd, it might shift what you're going to sing.
Right.
Let's get back to the people. 248-539-9797. Josh in Grand Blanc. Josh, good morning. Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday, fellas. Hey, I spent years as the karaoke host, so I can give you a little insight on this.
Oh, this is perfect.
Dude, yes.
Oh, yeah. So somebody suggested Piano Man.
Uh-huh.
Shoot him out of a cannon. Do not sing the song that everybody at the bar has heard a million times. Sing the songs you like.
Okay.
You know, just go with what you like, but you start singing those Piano Mans and if you sing Picture, people will throw tomatoes at you.
Okay. I don't want that. So
No, they'll rage.
So
I
what's
mean,
the best song that will get, people excited that I don't have to be a great singer? Like, what have you heard? What do you suggest?
when I wanted to get the party going, to get people up there and get the courage, one bourbon, one scotch, one beer.
Oh, yeah.
Works every time.
George Thurgood.
It's hilarious. You know, I mean, every guy that has this, that has a wife chirping at him can relate to the guy in the song.
Mm-hmm.
And then, okay.
Well,
I'm
it's
gonna keep it
basically
appropriate for
spoken
the
word
radio.
too. You're not singing it.
I don't know it.
Oh, it's a great song.
Okay, I'm
Oh,
looking
it's
it
a
up.
story.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a story that you sing.
Do I have to know
You
the
know,
song
and-
to be able to sing it?
No.
Yes. And the whole thing too is you got to realize your talent level. Like the guy, chimed in with the shine down. You
know your limitations.
People go out for a smoke break and you'll be singing to an empty bar.
Oh no. Okay. Well, I am well aware of my capabilities, so I don't think I'm going to choose a song that's too difficult.
I'm sure you have a lovely voice, Heather. Wow. But yeah, just know your talent level. Like I know it's all fun, but like I used to get the guy, that wanted to sing Silent Lucidity. And everybody is, jamming forks in their ears. Don't be that guy.
I don't want to be that person.
Have you ever had anybody, since you were the DJ, get booed off the stage?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I led the charge.
There you go.
There it is. Josh, this is a perfect phone call. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, man.
See you guys.
Well, see, now I'll get a little nervous. Like, I was all excited, but I don't want to be booed off
Well,
the stage.
Costa won't be there, so I don't think the booing
I'm
will be.
hoping it's a welcoming environment.
Will Brooks or Emily sing? Because I'll boo children.
Right, yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
On the subject of knowing your limitations, we got a text that says, "This girl's on fire, Alicia Keys."
Oh my
no
God.
chance. No chance.
No.
Come on, people. Don't set Heather up for failure here.
That would be amazing, though.
It would not.
It would be amazing if we were
there
in the stands.
Do we know which bar this is?
I
What
don't
are you
know.
doing Saturday? Tex says, "Are we sure the mic stands are short enough for Colin to sing?"
Yeah, can't share a mic.
I'm hoping there's multiple mics, right?
Yeah.
And they're not on a mic stand so that you can
Well,
hold
if
them
it
and walk.
is, you go up there and you own it. You take the mic off the mic stand, you throw that thing down, or you use it as a prop.
What's happening in my mind is playing out like a movie. Like I'm picturing getting up there, grabbing the mic, and like I have like almost like a choreographed routine. I don't,
Sure,
but
yeah.
this is how I picture
Oh, you'll get
it
into
being.
it.
And I'm going to be
You'll be dancing.
let down a lot.
Just let the music move you.
I'll try.
Now, Heather, you said like late 90s, early 2000s. A lot of those songs you know.
Yeah.
Cisco, thong song.
I do know that song.
Let's get to the
Not a lot of
phones. Bill, you're next up. Bill, good morning.
Good morning. How about I Got You, Babe by Sonny and Cher? You don't have to be a really great singer to do that one.
That could be okay.
Mm-hmm. You want to give us a sample?
Bill?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you, Bill.
I got you, babe. The best I can do.
You played along. It's all good.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good one.
Thanks,
too.
Bill. Yeah, we may ask you to...
Yeah. I mean, you can't just, sing the name of the song.
Come on. Let's get to Chris in St. Clair Shores. Don't be scared, Chris. You're on 97.1.
No, I'm not scared. It's okay. I suggested What I Like About You by the Romantics.
Mm-hmm.
You only have to remember like three things. What I like about you, and hey.
That's easy enough, right? How could that go wrong?
Minimal words, yes.
And it'll get people jumping. It's a lively song. So,
all right.
Go for it.
Make sure you write that one down.
I did. I wrote them all down.
Okay. You're going to have a Rolodex to go to Colin with. How many
Because
are you
also
gonna
you
sli-
don't know, like, is somebody going to choose the song before me?
Yeah, you need to have a couple.
So I've got to have a backup to a backup to a backup.
Do you think Colin will be receptive to some of these?
Not at all.
Oh, okay. Glad we're wasting our
Except
time.
American Pie. I do think that would be one he would be.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote that in his category.
Okay. Rob in New Baltimore, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Hey, Heather.
Hi.
You got to go with Margaritaville. Your singing, patrons' participation takes the kind of the edge off of the singers with the participation of the audience.
That's a good suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
So just coming to you
Rob,
from
how does
being
that
a
one go?
drummer and a host. Living on sponge cake, watching the sun bake. All of the tourists is covered with oil. So it gets the crowd into it.
Look at that.
Thanks, Rob.
Okay, guys.
That could be a good one. I
Yeah.
mean, most people know it. Not quite the genre I was looking for, but I do know that song.
What's the one? I'm drawing a blank right now. Is it Celebrate?
Celebrate good times. Come on.
Yeah.
That one.
Is that Earth, Wind, and Fire?
I know the song.
I know the song.
I know the
Yeah.
song. No, I don't like that one.
No.
No.
Okay. I'm just throwing out ideas. But I don't want you to miss something that all of a sudden the light bulb would go on.
Oh, I just saw this one come in.
What?
Journey, Don't Stop Believing.
Sure, I know that one. That's a good one.
It's an easy one, right?
Sure.
I'd like a song to not be high.
Okay.
Not that is necessarily really.
Well, maybe you just
high,
have to
but-
be.
Hey, we're going to keep taking these phone calls. We got a guy that's been waiting that wants to talk a little hockey.
Okay.
Can we throw Rob a bone on deadline day? Rob, I'm sorry, buddy. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call and love the show. I do actually have a karaoke recommendation. You played it earlier. Big Pimpin', maybe.
Yeah.
Try that one out.
Well, we threw that one out, and I looked up the lyrics and said,
Yeah,
"Well,
you
that's
get a little
not
bit down the road
appropriate."
on that one, and yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess no
Yeah.
kids allowed then. Yeah, so talking about hockey, first off, I like the show because you guys talk a lot about hockey. I appreciate that. I don't want to sound like a Yzerman sympathizer here, but the David Perron move, we heard McClellan say the bottom six are just wearing jerseys.
Yep.
And I think David Perron is the type of player that we want on the bottom six, obviously hoping that he plays. What I don't like is that, we could have signed him and then we let him walk, and now we just gave up assets to get him back. So that's not great, but fourth round pick is a fourth round pick, and, it's not the end of the world. And then on top of that, Yzerman, everyone hates on Yzerman, and I watch almost every single game every season. And the thing about Yzerman, we've been trending up almost every year under Yzerman. So my thing is just keep watching that. If we keep trending up in the points, then I'm okay, because I don't want us to look like a flash in the pan like it seems like Buffalo might be. They just gave up a ton of assets. We saw them earlier this year looking like, once again, a bottom of the barrel team.
Well, and
now,
Rob,
all of a sudden they're coming up.
And Rob, I get it, and I think Yzerman's drilled that into us. He doesn't want to be a flash in the pan. That's why a lot of the names we've discussed are guys that would be here for beyond just this postseason push and postseason run. I'm not hating on the Perron deal. I don't know if it comes across that way. It's just when there's a condition on him even playing.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that if he plays, he can be on the fourth line and be more than a jersey. And I know the guys love him in that room, so I get why he was on their radar.
Upgrade.
Yeah, sure. You want me to get to line 3. Dave and Canton, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Not too bad, man. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Just dropped the son off at school. Heard this conversation, and I immediately had a song come to mind that would help Heather and her group out quite a bit.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay. Every time this song plays, I've been working in the restaurants my whole life, and usually back of the house workers play this song, and it's a bunch of guys, with tattoos all over their, necks, arms, whatever. But when Backstreet Boys' I Want It That Way comes on,
yes,
everybody stops and knows every lyric. Yes. So if you're going with a group of people, and you're worried about, just being on the mic, everybody in that building will help you out.
All right, that was on my list, a Backstreet Boys song, and I wrote down "I Want It That Way." That was on my original list.
But Colin vetoed it. He
it.
needs to get over it.
Yeah,
They're not. That's
Gotta
not
go
his
with it.
songs, but I think if we get a bunch, like if I get some of my cousins up there, male cousins, and he
Yeah.
sees them, he'll do it.
He'll join in the
do it.
party.
He'll do it.
Yeah.
He'll do it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank
well, you
you.
guys have a great one. Thank
too.
you.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Dave.
Dave. I wonder if we can get Pete to sing.
Oh, Pete online for
Yeah,
you.
but
Do
we'll
that
have to
now?
do. No, we'll have to do it when we come
Pete,
back.
hang on and prepare the vocal cords. It's 97.1.
It's Michigan in March. We all know cold temps are going to make a comeback, so don't risk a furnace failure. Take a time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and installs generators as well, all at discounted prices. So get in touch with them now. Same-day service and financing available. Find more info at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. That's amazing. I love that one.
Karaoke songs. Good morning. Happy Friday, 97.1. We promised we'd get to Pete in Clinton Township. Pete, your recommendation for Heather Park's karaoke party this weekend is?
Baby Got Back by Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Oh, my God. Becky, look at... I mean, I know the words.
Yeah.
That was on my first list. It's one of the only songs I know every single lyric to. I could be. It's in the running.
Hey, Pete, could you give us just a little bit?
All right, a little bit. I like big butts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny that when a girl walks in with the itty-bitty waist and a round thing in your face, you get sprung.
Nice
That's
job.
Hell yeah.
Nice job.
Good job, Pete.
Attaboy.
Enjoy the weekend. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for listening. We're going to take some calls. We've got some texts that have been pouring in. Different suggestions, different genres, different speeds. Heather, what are you looking for?
I don't actually know. I thought I was looking for some like a millennial, like 2000, 99, 2000, like fun, upbeat classic. I'm just looking for a song that I don't have to be a good singer to sing, that can get people involved as well. Like maybe, I'm picturing this being a huge thing. Like everyone's going to be singing along in the crowd with me. You know what I mean? I'm looking for that kind of a feel good, pick you up song that everyone wants to sing.
I mean, they will now.
What?
They will now.
Yeah. If you're going, I just Googled top hits of 1999.
Okay.
Livin' La Vida Loca.
Oh yeah, little Ricky Martin. Sure.
Woke
Yeah. Baby One More Time.
Britney Spears.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, that just TLC's No Scrubs.
Yeah, I recommended that. That was the one. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. All good suggestions. I like it all.
Kokomo, different speed.
Beach Boys?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Okay.
Stacy's mom.
Has got it going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's all that you want. Been waiting so long. Jack and Diane, much slower song.
Oh. A little
Two American
ditty
kids
about Jack and Diane.
in the
Two
heartland.
American, Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Says no to Avril Lavigne. Blink 182. It's around the time you're talking.
It is. I'm not as familiar with. I mean, I would know. I can
All the
do
small
it.
things.
I know it.
Yeah.
But it's not like wasn't in my wheelhouse. It's just that's kind of what I'm going for, which nobody would know what my wheelhouse was except me. So
call in, read Heather's mind, give her the song
Exactly.
she didn't realize she needed.
Yes.
Let's go to Brian in Royal Oak. Brian, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good.
Good.
Hey, I got a great feel-good song that everyone knows the words to, and it's from that era, from a movie that era, Almost Famous.
Okay.
They're all on the bus. The band starts, and the song comes on. Elton John's "Tiny Dancer," and they all start singing it. And it's talk about a feel-good song. You know, hold me closer, tiny dancer, and then
Not
count
Tony
the
Danza,
headlights
yes.
on the highway, and everybody will sing along, guaranteed.
I do like that song a lot. It's okay if I'm looking for more upbeat.
Yeah, it's
but
a
I
little
do
slower.
like the song.
I also think it's not an easy song.
No.
So slower and not
it's a
easy.
song that everyone will
I know,
join
I
in.
know. But yeah, I'm not
Yep.
trying to beat you up on it, Brian. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I like it.
Bill in Ferndale. Bill, good morning.
Hi. I got a good one for you. Love Shack.
Yes. Somebody recommended it, I think. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure somewhere in all my writing that's written down. That could be good. I got to listen to it before I sing it.
Can I hum a tune?
Yeah. Well, you could certainly sing it.
All right, then. Love Shack, baby, love Shack. Love Shack, baby, love Shack. Tin roof, rusted.
Thanks.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
That was great.
You're welcome.
See, okay, but it got me moving, right? Like
Right.
he was singing and I was instantly like
Bebopping.
swaying. Yeah. So I wanted something like that.
Can we do news at the end of the hour and take a few more of
Oh,
these? Because I'm having
absolutely.
fun. Everybody's having a good
Yeah.
time. Let's go to Dan. Dan, you're in St. Clair Shores and you're on 97.1.
Yeah, hey, so I only do one karaoke song, but it is an instant crowd pleaser. If you've ever heard Macy Gray, I Try, it's really easy to, like, replicate her voice because you just have to be, like, really raspy with it. And people get super into it because everybody who's a millennial knows the song.
Okay, I
Can
need
you,
to.
I'm not asking you to do it for comedic effect.
No,
I
I'll
actually
do
want to
it.
know.
I'll do
Yeah.
it because it's a crowd pleaser. So it's games changing, I see. When will they go away from you? You know, I believe that they have brought us here.
There it is. Now I know it.
We should be together, babe. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
I do.
I'm
I got
telling
it.
you,
I got there
it's a crowd
eventually.
pleaser.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll write it
So
down.
That's my suggestion.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Trust me. Yeah.
I just Googled I Tried.
I'm still kind of lost.
It's I Try.
Oh,
not
I Try.
Yes,
oh,
by
okay.
Macy Gray. Once he,
Because it was the one that came up is from Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
it took me a minute. When he finally got to a certain part, I could semi-recognize the song. Okay. It took me a minute to get the song.
I'm glad you did.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
I don't know if it's a crowd pleaser, but I wrote it down.
Okay, if line 2 is what I think it is, it's far too ambitious to do.
Okay.
Steve in Belleville, you want to sell this one? You're on 97.1.
How you doing this morning?
Good.
What's up?
All right, Heather, how about Whip It by Devo?
Yes, whip it good.
Or one for the hubby, Frank Sinatra, My Way.
Oh, well, that's a nice song. I don't think he'd do it. though.
That's the ambitious
Right,
one.
like I don't
Yeah.
think he's going to sing a Frank Sinatra song, but it's a great song.
Like, it's not like there's a ton of music accompaniment. Like, it's you by yourself trying to sound like Frank Sinatra. I don't know how many drinks you'd have to believe you could pull that off.
Yeah.
But Whip It could work.
It could.
I've only done karaoke one time, and it was Whip It, and everybody got up and danced.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for. There we go. Could be.
Uh-huh.
You're studying. You're seeing where we want to go next.
Yeah. Pick any of them you want. I don't know, maybe 6.
Oh, 6 is a classic. We've all been singing this one before. Come
Uh-huh.
on, David. Hopefully we'll be singing it soon. You're on 97.1.
How about We Are the Champions?
Yes, that's
Uh-huh.
good.
That's a crowd pleaser. That gets people going.
Okay.
Show them you're a champion. Maybe that brings some luck to our teams.
There you go. It all rests on your shoulders, Heather.
I like that. I like this one.
We Are the Champions. Another one bites the dust.
Mm-hmm.
Might be a good one.
Yep.
David, I'll put you on the spot. Which one of our teams most likely to get us to sing that song?
I'm going to go with the Pistons.
Okay.
As long as they don't play the Spurs.
Yes.
Appreciate it, David.
Or Cleveland.
Yeah, as much as I want to be like, the Spurs are a bad matchup for the Pistons. They might just be a bad matchup for everybody, man.
Yeah.
Anyway. Nick in Grand Rapids, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I was just thinking, how about Lady Gaga Poker Face? I feel like that would be a crowd pleaser for everybody.
Lady Gaga is such a great singer, though. It's
Well,
intimidating.
they're all great singers.
I know,
Some
but
better than
You
others.
want
Yes.
the crowd you want the crowd singing with you to overtake your voice right there.
That's true.
I think I'd avoid all Lady Gaga songs. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, I don't think I'm singing Lady Gaga.
We do have a Colin. I wonder if this is Colin.
Okay, let's do 2 phone calls because Greg is insisting we get to line 1. But first, let's go
Oh, no,
Colin.
go ahead.
No, Colin in Livonia. We got to hear from a Colin. What's up?
It's not my Colin.
Hey, am I on?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, so I got 2 songs. One is Ain't No Mountain High by Marvin Gaye.
Yeah.
I like
and
that.
2 is Gloria Gaynor, I Will Survive.
Okay, I like both of them.
Uh-huh.
I just think both classics. And Gloria Gaynor, it'll get people going. You know,
Okay.
the way it builds up a little bit into it.
Mm-hmm. And everybody knows the
yeah.
words.
I could remind you if you need me to.
Sure, let's hear it.
Absolutely.
At first I was afraid, I was petrified. Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. I spent so many nights trying to see how you did me wrong. But I grew strong. I learned how to get along, and now I'm back to
Out of space.
Yeah.
Colin,
Well
thank
done,
you.
Colin.
That was
Not
great.
much. I'm glad.
I like that one. I'm starring that. I like that. That's a
you
good
go.
one.
I can't wait for Monday to hear what they actually decided and how it went.
I really hope this actually happens.
It's going to be way more interesting than what Iserman doesn't do later today. I would
Yes.
rather hear about the song that you end up picking. Last one, Mark, got to make it quick. You're on 97.1.
Hi, I suggest a Mambo number 5.
Sound like you're ready to go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody in the club, so come on, let's ride to the liquor store around the corner. The boy said he wants a gin and juice, but I really don't wanna. Yeah.
Nice job.
You're good, Mark.
This is amazing.
Voice of an angel.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Oh my gosh.
Look, we could talk about the deadline. I'm not sure much is going to happen today. We got Cookie Jar coming up next. We'll hit Heather's News at the end of the hour. We'll end with smiles on our faces. 97.1.
Hey, lately it feels like the banking world is constantly shifting. Mergers, name changes, digital-only apps that don't know your face or your neighborhood. But in Michigan, one thing isn't changing. The commitment First Merchants Bank has to our local communities. I've been banking with First Merchants for a number of years now, and it's about more than just where I keep my money. It's about the impact I see them making every single day. I'm talking about real boots on the ground work with local nonprofits that keep our cities vibrant and down payment grants that help our neighbors finally unlock the door to their first home. First Merchants provides high-level service delivered by local people who live, work, and shop right here in Michigan. They aren't just passionate about banking, they're passionate about helping our state prosper. Why settle for a bank that just sees a zip code? Bank with an award-winning team that truly cares about your community. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com today and find a branch near you. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's up?
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So imagine getting accepted to your dream college. You're celebrating with your family, and then you find out that it was all a mistake. Well, that's exactly what happened to 9 students at BYU. So the students all received acceptance messages, right, from the school. Only later, when they went to log back into the admissions portal, they saw those acceptances were replaced by rejection notices.
Oh.
And there was one student, at least of those 9, from Virginia that said he had already started looking for roommates, right? Like making big decisions about his future, where he was going to live, and then finding out that actually, no, he didn't get in. Families were furious. They said that the mistake gave students false hope, caused lots of emotional distress, which I can totally understand, right? So after the backlash, after media attention, the university reversed course. So BYU apologized to all the students for what happened. They called it an error in the admissions notification system. And they announced that all 9 students who received the mistaken acceptance letters were now going to be allowed to enroll. So there is some criteria that they have to meet. They have to maintain a certain grade point average, things like that.
Yeah.
But they're all officially accepted.
Oh, good for them.
Yeah, big mistake. They said they're going to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, without a doubt. A married couple who competed on The Amazing Race is now suing CBS and the show's producer for making them look bad. I imagine when you go on a reality show or any type of competition show, any show on TV, you're signing a contract, right? That show can edit you any way they want. And they probably knew that going in, but this couple claims that the show portrayed the husband, Jonathan, in a false and highly damaging light, making him appear to be morally depraved, brutal, and abusive. Oh, yikes. They also say that after one particular meltdown during shooting, Jonathan was diagnosed as being on the autism spectrum. And they say that the producers didn't offer him any help. Instead, they convinced the couple to basically stay on the show and not quit. And they're upset. They're seeking $8 million in damages. They want a public apology, and they want the show to be re-edited, their season. And they're upset.
I mean, what's done is done. I mean, what do they mean re-edited? Like it?
Well, maybe when it just reruns air,
Okay,
you can go back and stream old seasons. They want it to be different. I understand that this would suck, like to be edited in a fashion that's not particularly you. But when you go on a show, like that's what they do, right?
Yeah, you don't get to see everything.
It wouldn't be an interesting show, most likely as interesting, if people were just as they always were. I mean, shows are edited to make people look a certain way.
Sure.
Yeah. Yes.
Edits are amazing.
Yeah. So it would be hard to imagine the movie Anchorman without Christina Applegate, but it almost could have happened. On Wednesday's episode of The View, Christina said that the initial offer she received was so low and well below that of her male co-stars that she said it was offensive. Like, there's no way she was going to accept it. And she turned it down. But thankfully, Will Ferrell and the director, Adam McKay, wanted her to be in the movie so badly, they dug into their own pockets to bump her salary so that it was something that she could accept. And she says, quote, "Thank God they did, because it was one of the best experiences of my entire life."
Good. Glad it worked out.
I've been talking a lot about daylight savings time because we're going to spring forward this Sunday. And I don't know if I shared this story or not, but there is one congressman in Florida that thinks we should switch to half daylight saving time and permanently shift clocks up by 30 minutes, not an hour.
So just in the state of Florida, it's going to be 12:30 instead of noon?
Yes, that's right.
The most Florida thing ever.
Yeah, he introduced a bill last month.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard.
The bill is called Daylight Act of 2026. And the idea is basically you split the difference. So keep some late day light people would like that.
How about this? We'll make nobody happy.
Right.
They'd be basically off from the whole world.
Right, yeah. Because especially with all the people that live in Michigan that spend time in Florida, well, what time is it? What time is it for grandma? Well, it's 1 o'clock here. It's 1:30 there.
Yes.
It's going to definitely throw off the early bird special.
But he's thrown it out. Hey, if you're looking for a new job, this could be it. Wendy's is hiring a CTO, a chief tasting officer, and it pays $100,000.
Oh,
yeah. And it's a temporary role. It's not going to be an ongoing thing. But the job listing says that basically you'll get paid to eat Wendy's. And they say they're hiring a chief tasting officer. You'll help bring the vibes, taste, and creativity to the company in a way no one else can. It says basically you'll get paid to eat Wendy's, be chill, and maybe make some content. So you're going to be kind of a content creator. You can go online and apply. Basically, the skills required, it says you need a human mouth, a pulse, and opinions. And they said this is a job AI can't take because no mouth.
Not a human mouth, anyway.
And no pulse.
True.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Human mouth. We need a human mouth.
Yes.
That's an odd prerequisite, isn't it?
Very odd. It's Heather with the news. Gator's in studio. Gator, what's up?
I'm ready to apply. I mean, I think it's a good side hustle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wendy's taste tester or whatever.
For $100K?
Yeah.
Sure.
Do it for far less.
Do you guys have go-to karaoke songs? I don't know if you heard Heather's this weekend going to a karaoke party.
I know Doug does.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Doug's got one.
We've already heard it.
Yeah, I've heard Doug sing it a million times.
Not the one we
The
played.
one you guys played this morning. I am a Brandy by Looking Glass guy. You're a fine girl. What a good wife you could be. Your eyes could steal a sailor from the sea.
Yeah. And that's how he sings it too, Doug. Doug just talks it through.
One of the reasons why it's a great karaoke song is because you can basically talk it. If you see the word, that song can just be talked.
Okay, wait, what's the song?
Brandy by Looking Glass.
Brandy.
Oh,
is
that's
the, name
the
of
song.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
Real quick,
Brandy.
Gator, yours?
Mine is probably Cool Change from Little River Band. I love LRB. I think Little River Band is incredibly underrated, and I'm not ashamed
How does it
anymore.
go?
So.
I didn't know they were rated.
I don't feel like singing it right.
I don't know what it is.
Can you hum it?
It's a song from like the late 70s, early 80s.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Tell the truth.
What's
you want
that?
to go to this party where Heather's going.
Yeah, I want to go sing Brandy by Looking Glass. And the word sing is, Heather's inviting us both. The word sing
video.
is subject to interpretation. I can't sing. Terrible. But that song, you can talk your way through it. It's like a narrative. And, I saw this from Super 70 Sports. The sailor in that story doesn't get enough credit. He was totally honest with Brandy and never misled her. And she.
Hey, this is what this is. My life it belongs to the sea, right?
Sorry, Brandy, you'd make a fine wife, but my love and my lady is the sea. What more can you do? So.
You're competing for second.
Yeah,
is really what it's at. Yeah, you're right. The sailor is incredibly honest.
He's a role model. Honestly,
in
he's
a way,
role model,
but
yeah.
also it may be a sad life that he's not willing
But he
to
seems
share
happy.
that with
The
somebody
sailor
else.
seems happy.
He does, but he's happy without knowing what the other
Maybe
side
not.
really is.
Yeah, and that might be really what the song is. Maybe it is more of a sad song about a sailor who's just can't. But anyway, what? And yours is what? What's your?
I went with "Cool Change" by Little River Band.
Hum a few bars there.
I just because then I'll start singing it. I don't want to sing, and it's just now I'm starting to get embarrassed. But it's time for a cool change. Is the
right?
chorus.
I know the song.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to get you to sing. But
if there's one thing in my life that's missing, it's the time that I spend alone, sailing on the cool and bright clear. All right, here we go. That's it. Another one about the water.
I cannot believe I got you to do
Yeah,
that.
you probably can't.
How are you?
It's another song about the water.
Yeah, well, apparently we have something in common.
Yeah.
You good?
Yeah, I am. It was just so ironic because when I got up this morning and there was some music to start my day, the song that came on was actually a Little River Band song.
Was it?
Yeah. Help Us on Its Way. But it's not one of my favorite ones, but it's a great song. So I was put in a good mood already because of LRB. It's look, it's trade deadline day in the NHL.
Yeah.
We've got 5 hours.
Yep.
To see if the Red Wings can put something else together. I avoided the shoot the boot, and yet
If he never plays, you still have to drink beer out of the shoe.
no, they made the trade.
No, I've made that because if not, doesn't he just go back?
Listen, I'm about to say something. I'm not going to do it based on the information I have. I'm not going to do it. But I was when I saw that this morning. I saw it last night, obviously, but I was thinking about it this morning, and my thoughts this morning initially were, you know what? I mean, I don't think fans are going to be thrilled with the addition of David Perron. The media seems to love it.
Yeah,
like everybody in the local media is like, "Oh, this is a great get." They didn't give up much to get him. He's a total team guy. The locker room loves him. And he's got 25 points in 49 games this year, but he's also got a sports hernia and he hasn't played in a while. But it feels like a retread because we've seen David Perron in a Red Wing uniform before and it was okay. It's nothing spectacular, and it falls well short of the Trocheck, Robert Thomas threshold that we were getting excited about, but lots of people seem to like it. So if I put myself in a fan's shoes, which I'd like to, that's a little underwhelming,
dude.
And I still think that my thought this morning was I can't accept that as the shoot the boot. I expected more. So even myself.
So you're thinking of re-upping?
I was thinking of.
That's a ballsy move, my friend.
It is a ballsy move.
Yeah.
And you know what, Doug?
You live on the edge.
Let me just make sure of something. Yeah, okay.
Checking his phone. Are you dangerous? You're dangerous today.
What's that?
Are you dangerous today?
I don't know if I'm dangerous.
I think you might be.
The
feedback's coming in from the people. They want you to do it. Just do it for the people.
Doug, I'm an aggressive guy sometimes. Not in the ways you want to be aggressive, but in this moment in time, at 10:06 on a Friday, a mere 4 hours and 53 minutes and 40 seconds away from the trade deadline, I'm still putting out the shoot the boot.
You're re-upping?
I'm still going to do it.
Look at this guy.
If they don't make a deal today, and by the way, I have no indication that says that's going to happen. Everything that I've read, everything I've gleaned, every source that I've tried to talk with, all say basically the same thing. And you can read this on Twitter.
Prices are astronomical.
Prices are ridiculous. Like ridiculous is one word. King's ransom beyond ridiculous was the term that I've heard. It's crazy. And I wonder if it's simply that, is this just the NHL? Is this where parity hurts the Red Wings at a trade deadline because there are too many teams,
too many buyers?
They're close,
it could be. I mean, look,
and they want to be wooed by and wowed by teams. Like, look, I could give you Trocheck, but you're really going to have to come up with something massive because we don't have to get rid of them, and we still think
you are
we have a
speaking
shot.
as the Rangers right now. Okay, yeah. Look, first of all, bravo.
Yeah.
That's one of the ballsier moves I've been privy to from you.
I feel
I'm
like
impressed.
I needed to up my game for you. I didn't want to disappoint you.
No, you
anymore.
did. You did up your game, and I'm thoroughly impressed. Thoroughly impressed. Well done. So if the Red Wings don't make another trade, and let's face it, they might not even made one. They may have David Perron. It depends if he's back. But if they don't make another trade on draft night on Twitch, you will drink beer out of a shoe. We haven't even confirmed we're doing that show yet, but if not, I'm sure you can take it.
That's a fun show.
It is a fun show.
Actually, I don't. That's a show that I'm like, yeah, let's do this.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it's a good time.
I'm with you. You get Edgy Mike, and you get us pounding some brews, and you get Stoney wandering randomly around his house with his camera on. I mean, it's been a fun show. All right, so Gators on record. With that said,
you want to join me
on that shoot the boot guarantee? I've already got one. I'm already drinking one beer out of it. I don't want to. I don't need to do another one.
You're right.
The Perron move feels to me like the other move, and what I mean by that is, it feels like the move when placed next to a big move looks like a potential good move.
Yes.
It doesn't feel like that on its own merits. It feels like it needs to be in the context of being the move that they did on top of the move. It's the other move. They just made the other move, the bonus move. But it still feels incumbent upon them to add something to go for it in the East. And astronomical asking prices, yeah, look, that's an issue. And there's respect for that. And we should be respectful of that. Because as edgy as everyone is and as enthusiastic as everyone is about making a big trade, it's coming with the context that we're going to have to accept the ooh, right? Yeah, sure. Love having that player, but for that cost, and if you're willing to accept that, that's fine. And there's another issue is that in this city, there's a context of underwhelming trade deadlines from other teams, which should have nothing to do with this. It should, but it doesn't in the eyes of the fans. And I get it, man. I mean, because it would be nice to see, I feel like people are asking for, look, I don't care. I want an irresponsible move. Make the irresponsible move. Let's
Somebody
do it.
make an irresponsible
move. And that becomes the preferred thing.
Yeah, because it's been disappointment where you get the hopes up that, hey, Lions, let's get the hopes up. They're going to make and they didn't make the move. That the Tigers, the trade deadline, get their hopes up, and it's dinking and dunking at the trade deadline, and that's not what they wanted to see.
Mm-hmm.
The Pistons got our hopes up. Hey, Michael Porter Jr. Nope, that's not going to happen. Okay, we're going to run it with what we have. All right, and now the Red Wings, they've made a very small move.
The other move,
yeah, right. It's the other move, but it's a move that if Perron is healthy enough to play, that he'd be an upgrade over some of their forwards that they have. But it's not what the people want. The people want a splash move, and I totally get it. And it just seems like right now the prices. I mean, when you're seeing first round picks thrown for fourth line players,
yeah,
I mean that's telling you that the market is way out of whack. Now the fact that big names haven't gone yet either tells you that every team in the league that has these players, whether it's the Rangers or the Blues or whomever that has the players that people covet, that their asking prices are ridiculous because they haven't gone yet. Now, like we said, there's less than 5 hours to go. We'll see in the end if any of those guys get moved. If Trocheck gets moved and it's not to the Red Wings, we get to see what the ask was.
What the ask was, and then maybe we'll see if we think that the return is irresponsible. Our station's Kenny, hockey dude, behind the glass. Your thoughts and anything that either we said or that we didn't cover.
I don't think either of you are wrong about anything you've said so far.
Thank you.
I actually agree with it. Mostly, I think the Perron thing is what I would label a good start. This is the beginning. It's not the end. And if it is the end, it's a failure. But it's the beginning. To me, I'm looking at Elliot Friedman said on Sportsnet this morning, Detroit is still involved in Vincent Trocheck conversations. I think that's an encouraging note.
There are details of those conversations, and they are being reported at this hour. Things are happening with Vincent Trocheck, and we will get to those details at 10:16. It's Carson Anderson. Good morning. Happy Friday, everybody. 97.1.
Well, now that all that snow is pretty much gone, let's hope that it's gone for good. You can start thinking about the lawn and what you want to do with it this summer. Well, what you want is a green lawn. So call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. You can get green, stay green, and save green when you prepay. You call by the end of the month, you get the early bird discount, and that's pretty great. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. I know all about it. I've had them at my house for nearly a dozen years now. I love what Natural Way provides. Tired of fighting weeds and watching a grass thin every single summer? Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program, and they offer a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. But you've got to start early. Early treatments set the tone for the entire season because it's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. For a limited time only, purchase a full lawn program and get free grub control. But you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
There it is. That's Todd Furman, Hockey Insider with TSN and CBS.
I like hearing iconic Joe Louis Arena.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it was. The thing about Joe Louis is it was a bare bones arena.
There's nothing special.
But that building had a soul for us here in Detroit, didn't it?
That was the specialty of the Joe, is that, yeah, it was our place and our team won multiple Stanley Cups.
And in the strangest of ways, I miss it. I really do.
There was a smell.
There was a smell. The smell was undeniable, but that smell, it wasn't a bad smell. It was just a smell.
It was like
wasn't a good smell either. It was just that it was, you know.
It was part frat house smell to it, like that stale beer soaked in the carpet smell.
And part cleaning fluid,
exactly.
whatever it was, you know.
There was a couple smells, I think. There was a few. There was a couple. Because when you were outside, it was the sewage smell.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
Yeah.
And then when you were inside, it was the garlic bread Little Caesar smell.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then eventually you progress your way into the stale beer smell like you guys were talking about.
Yep.
There was a few.
Yep.
And they get to if you were in the press level, which was the ledge, as I like to call it. It was just the ledge.
Yeah, right. They forgot to put
because they forgot to put a press box in there when they built it.
We'll just take this last row here.
It had a popcorn smell because they provided popcorn to the press.
In coffee filters.
Yes.
It was the greatest thing ever. But all right. Anyway, we're hoping LCA starts to get a hockey soul with a long playoff run this year. All right, so this is what is being reported by Hockey Rumors this morning. The Rangers, their GM Chris Drury, according to reporting this morning, the Detroit Red Wings and Carolina Hurricanes are making their final offers for Vincent Trocheck. Quote, at this point, it's a 90% certainty that Trocheck doesn't play another game for the Rangers this season. Trocheck has a $5.6 million contract for the next 3 seasons. The reporting on the Red Wings is that they're going to make a huge splash today. That is a quote. They're going to make a huge splash today. So if it's not Trocheck for Steve Yzerman, look for them to circle back. Elias Pettersson of the Vancouver Canucks, or Nazem Kadri of the Calgary Flames. Yzerman also has ties to Steven Stamkos and could convince the future Hall of Famer to waive his no-trade clause for a Red Wing playoff push. So final offers coming in this morning, according to this reporting, Carolina and Detroit on Trocheck.
Elliot Friedman had mentioned this morning in a blog as well. I saw this yesterday too. It was just kind of repeating the same news regarding McMahon from Toronto that might be able to get him for a first rounder, which seems steep.
Yep.
Or perhaps they would take a couple of second rounders, which is what the player that went to San Jose earlier that people had coveted wanted. But that he went for a couple of seconds. He just signed a multi-year contract.
Mm-hmm.
But if it gets down to the 11th hour and you need to add a forward that might be, I don't know if McMahon fits that top 6 or not, but that could be a name if they're willing to go 2 seconds or even a first. But again, that would leave you a little underwhelmed. And it's part of it's unfair. We said it at the onset because we always talk about this. It's going to be unfair if we set the standard so high, Ristolainen, Trocheck, Thomas, Stamkos, whatever the names are, and then it ends up being Perron or McMahon. It's just doesn't have the same feel.
We've gotten to such a strange place in Detroit sports that people want an irresponsible move. And the thing is, in the end, when you give up something that burns you, it gets talked about for 40 years. People still bring up Doyle Alexander for John Smoltz. They still bring that up. And Smoltz went on, had an unbelievably successful career in Atlanta, and the Tigers got what they wanted out of Doyle Alexander.
Yeah.
He was good for them, and they
great for them.
They won the division and went to the postseason, but it still gets brought up. So just keep that in mind when you hear high asking price. And I have a feeling at some point today, we are going to go, ooh.
Yeah.
When they make that trade, whatever it is, hey, it could be a player that, and if it's a big one, man, it's going to be double ooh, right? All the reporting is asking prices are astronomical.
You know, the other thing is ironic with the Doyle Alexander trade is that the Tigers went years and years between having any prospect that was worth something. You know, they had all the young guys like Tram and Lou and Gibby and all those guys, and then there was this dead period, and then they end up trading John Smoltz, who nobody really knew at the time, and then he explodes, and then they have nothing, and then it's like Travis Fryman and Bobby Higginson were the next guys that came way later. It's like there was such a drought of talent from the draft the Tigers were able to benefit from.
Yeah.
And what a difference it is now.
Well, so will you wait? I don't know. I mean, if those offers are coming in this morning, that means the Rangers by noon should have idea of what Detroit and Carolina are willing to do. And I'm almost at the point where I want to say whatever Carolina offers, Detroit should just add one. Just do one more. Just one more. Give him Putney. Throw in Putney at the end, right? I mean, something.
I mean, the Red
Wings.
Wings.
That's a movie draft day reference for those who don't get it.
Greatest movie ever.
There's no Red Wing named Putney.
The advantage the Red Wings have over Carolina is if Carolina offers a first and we offer a first, the Red Wings pick is likely to be a lower pick than Carolina's. Carolina's got the best record in the Eastern Conference.
As it stands right now,
84 points, right?
Yep.
The 7 points ahead of the Red Wings right now. And they have a game in hand on the Red Wings. So maybe that's just a slight advantage that the Red Wings need in all of this. But the Rangers should be making trades because they're a team that they're not close to that bubble of the wild card. They're the worst team in the Eastern Conference by far. They have 56 points. That means that they are 17 points out of the wild card spot. So they should be making moves.
Yeah.
So if the Wings and Panthers, or I'm sorry, the Wings and Hurricanes, wrong sport, are willing to make that the sacrifice, I mean, then it's up to the Rangers to decide if it's enough for them or not. But I think that the Red Wings and Carolina perhaps have had enough of all this and look, here's our best offer. Let's go.
Other reporting this morning from Elliot Freeman. I believe Utah was the best match for Robert Thomas, but so far they have balked at the ask. It's poker. Detroit is believed to be in there too. So
it's a waiting game. It's a game to see how low the prices come down because right now it's insane. And St. Louis is another team that is way out of it, but they're not as far out as the Rangers are. They've got 55 points. The Kraken are in the last wild card spot with 67. So they're 12 points back. That's significant, with 21 games to go in the season for them. You would think it would behoove them to make some moves. However, I don't know if I were St. Louis, I'd be in such a rush to get rid of a guy like Robert Thomas, who is young. You still have for years. It's not an exorbitant price at $8 million a season. He's a pretty good player. You can move on with him. I don't think there's any hurry for them to get rid of him. It's just if the right offer comes around, that's why they have set the sights so high.
248-539-9797, Red Wing fans, it is trade deadline day. Kenny?
So the Robert Thomas stuff, I actually am very interested in. 3 years out of 8 on his contract, and I think that's pretty appealing to pretty much everybody involved. The asking price for these guys is going to be very high.
Yep.
I feel like the sticker shock for all of these teams is going to be very, very high, which I think a lot of people are worried about, right? Like we're talking about how much it's going to cost for us to get a guy like Trocheck or Robert Thomas. The problem with that is you just saw a team like Colorado pay a first-round pick for a
fourth-line player.
Unreal, right? Like, that's a crazy asking price. That's what teams that are trying to win are doing. So the Red Wings are going to have to, you got to get comfortable with, hey, man, whatever we give up, we're going to pay a price for that.
But that's the difference with the Wings in Colorado. That Colorado's at a point where they have the high-end talent.
Right.
They don't have to, they're just filling in the bottom spot. So it's like, well, first-round pick, we don't care. We're sure, whatever you guys want.
Now. That's the point.
The Red Wings are trying to add the really good player. They're not trying to add the fourth-line player. They just did with Perron. So that's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to add the top player. Adding that top player is so much harder to do. If all they needed to do was add a fourth liner and you're giving up a first-round pick, it sucks, but if you're good enough, you go ahead and make that move.
Doesn't it feel like Carolina's going to scoop up everybody that we want? Because every time I see a rumor, it's like, Carolina's in on this guy.
Well, and that's the thing, right? You got to look at this.
It's the curse of Sergei Fedorov.
Right.
There's a little bit of playing defense here, too, right? I mean, they're chasing Carolina. If it's down to Detroit and Carolina, I mean, I don't know that Trocheck hands them the conference. I don't think that's the case.
No,
but
I don't think he's that kind of player. I think he's a good player, solid player for your team, but he's not. It's not like you're adding Nathan McKinnon.
No, but it also strengthens the team that you're chasing, and you have to consider that. I mean, I think the Rangers are in a good position to milk this for everything it's worth, and it's got to be part of the equation. Are you trying? How hard are you trying to win now? And I mean, the other part is Yzerman feel like his job is in any danger? Because if he did, I think he'd pay the price.
I don't believe he feels that way, but what's the goal here? Is our goal to win a Stanley Cup this year? No, probably not. Is our goal to win a playoff series? That's probably realistic, right?
Yeah.
So you have to make a move to substantiate that.
The moves to do that seem like that's a one-year deal or a rental player, which is what they have in Perron. As opposed to if you want to make, I think what they'd like to do is find a guy like Trocheck or like Thomas that has some term left, even if it's just an extra year, like it would with Trocheck, so that they can not only make the playoffs this year, which is the immediate goal, but also you've got a player you can use for the future and hopefully be a better team and make a real run in the playoffs.
Carson Anderson trade deadline day, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in to the Carson Anderson inbox, including one that starts with "Stop with the too expensive narrative." We'll get to that and the rest of the texts that have come in here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Todd Furman, TSN, CBS, Hockey Insider, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson on this trade deadline day. And yeah, asking prices are high, but final offer, according to a report, final offers coming in for Trocheck, and Detroit and Carolina are bidding. And if there is any news, as soon as it goes down, we will pass it along. Steve Yzerman, you're up, sir. And yesterday's Perron move doesn't really count. Ish, because he may never play.
And I did take it off the table.
Yeah, Gator. If you're just joining us, Gator made a shoot the boot guarantee earlier this week that the Red Wings would make a move, and he's going to go ahead and say the Perron move isn't big enough, doesn't count, and the shoot the boot guarantee is still in effect. Ballsy move. Doug doesn't sing, he performs. That's from an unnamed texter. There is some truth to that when it comes to karaoke, which was a big topic on the morning show. And the song Brandy, if you can't sing, I swear you can talk your way through that. Just talk your way through that song by Looking Glass from the 70s.
So I think I've seen you do it twice.
Yeah.
In karaoke version. Well, one was like karaoke, the other one was actually with a full-on band.
Yeah.
I think both times with a beer in your other hand.
Yeah, it's pretty tuned up. Yeah,
you have to have the beer with
you.
Yeah, it's part of the
yes,
part
sir.
Of the act.
Yes, sir. Okay, here we go. This is from an unnamed texter. Stop with the too expensive narrative. The Wings have the advantage. They have good prospects, lots of cap space, and lots of draft capital. Got to spend money to make money. Make a big move, Stevie. Okay, I mean, I am okay with somebody feeling that way.
Mm-hmm.
But that screams to me trade for trade's sake. You don't care what the return is.
It does, but I also want to ask that same person, okay, put the pain to the trade. What do you think it is that you have to give up to acquire Trocheck or Thomas?
I mean, there was no merit in that rumor that was floating around. Was it 2 firsts and 3 prospects for Thomas? One of them being Nate Danielson, another one being Carter Mazur. And that didn't come from it wasn't reported by Elliot Freeman or anything like that. But think about that. That is expensive.
Yeah,
and you might be comfortable with it.
Right. But you're not trading for a superstar.
No. And it feels like you should get a superstar.
If I'm trading for a Hughes, then okay, that kind of makes sense. But if I'm trading for, a guy who's going to be responsible both ends of the ice, be a really good teammate, and the guy you really like on your roster, but he's not 100-point a season guy, that seems like a high asking price. But at some point you have to weigh it out and say, is it worth the cost? Well, you don't know what the cost is. The only thing was reported, the thing I saw reported about Robert Thomas was that St. Louis wanted 3 top end of the first half of the first round in return. So either in trade, you would give them either a first-round pick that is in the top half of the first round, or that they get a player who's currently on your roster that was drafted in the top half of the first round, and a prospect you already have that was drafted in the top half of the first round. That's what they're looking for. Well, tough to find that when the teams that are wanting to trade for them are good teams. The good teams aren't drafting in the top half of the first round.
Right.
So it's difficult to try to match that up. And, if that's what St. Louis was asking for, okay, great. Now that we're, 4.5 hours away here from the trade deadline, is your asking price coming down at all? That's what has to be, figured out. And here we're still talking, and there haven't been any more trades yet today. The asking prices are ridiculous. So we'll see if you get to 2:00 and then teams start to okay, I'm going to work the phones here. We're gonna loosen it up a little bit. Give me your best and last offer, and we'll see.
Unnamed texter. The Kings ransom might not be as crazy for the Red Wings given their plethora of picks and high-end prospects. I think Yzerman can pay a premium for Thomas/Trocheck that wouldn't handicap the Wings, but would be absolutely devastating for another team in the race for these players. There's truth to that, and I agree with that. The thing I would love to dangle, if I were dangling, I'd dangle.
Wow.
What I would dangle, Scott, is first-round picks. Because at some point, this loaded franchise, in terms of all their prospects, Yzerman loves them. He values them. It's pretty clear he doesn't want to part with them, and that's been established over the last couple of years. And that's cool. I'm okay with that. But at some point, you go, all right, and we had in that cut. He's been prospect hoarding, and if you can get away with a couple of first-round picks to get a player that helps you and hang on to all your stuff. For the replenishing and the very important cheap young player that helps you balance the books when you go sign a Quinn Hughes. Ish. I mean, that's sort of our standard
dream scenario.
Yeah. But, and if somebody needs a player in return, I mean, I guess that's where you have the real tough decisions. Because I think the easy decision and the valuable, people do value first round picks. Not as much late first round picks, which is what those teams probably assume they're going to be getting if they give up a Trocheck or a Thomas.
Yeah, and there's a lot to weigh out. The player you're getting in return that you're targeting in a trade, I mean, they're players that help your roster right now.
Yep.
Guys like Danielson and Franzik Nygaard and Carter Mazer, they're not helping your team right now.
No.
One of these guys would, but is it as early as next season that those guys are helping this team out, which is what you have to weigh out, and which is best for the Red Wings franchise moving forward?
Is there any chance that Perron was brought in to replace a veteran on the roster that they're about to ship out?
I suppose anything's possible.
I can't imagine.
I don't know which veterans they would be shipping out.
Maybe veteran is not the word. A current contributor, the only player that sort of fits that mold, like a team in a rebuild. Type? I don't think a team in a rebuild would want. Well, he's 26.
He's 26. He's big, and
I was thinking more Casper, but
okay, Casper's another one. But I was going to say with Rasmussen, he's got years left on a contract that he signed. It is, it's not an awful contract. Casper is another one, I suppose, that you could. But if you're going to, but Casper's on the top two lines. So yeah, I mean, if you're St. Louis, you're asking for Marco Casper, which would fit the bill at top half of the first round pick. You're asking for a first round pick, and then you want another player at least.
Yep.
So you're looking at what, Casper, Nate Danielson, and a first round pick for Thomas. I'd probably do it.
I'd probably do that too. Harrison. I mean, you know how I feel about Danielson.
But somebody tells me the asking price went higher than that.
Yeah, maybe. Harrison, you're on 97.1. Hi, Harrison.
I hope you guys never ate the popcorn at Joe Louis, because one of the attendants one time in the press box, as I reached for it, said, "Don't do it. I saw a mouse fall out of one of those bags last week."
Oh, is that why you called to tell us that?
No, I mean, I wanted to talk right there. But as soon as I heard you talking about it, I was like, guys, oh man.
Listen, then if that's the case, I got a lot of mouse poop in me, because I ate the popcorn a lot back
There are
then.
things in life that I'm perfectly comfortable not knowing, and that is near the top of the list.
My deepest apologies. The thing about when we talk about a seller's market and why I think the Red Wings need to go for it in a seller's market is you have to choose, because free agency now with the cap going up, you're either just going to overpay for a guy that you don't want to overpay for, which I don't think is the route to go, or you have to overpay in a trade. And to me, I think it's slightly easier to swallow a trade when you know the prospects are giving up. They might not even pan out. So I don't have such a big issue with them taking a bigger swing. It doesn't have to be Robert Thomas. That's the dream for me. But, take a half step down and go to Vincent Trocheck. I don't have a big issue with them taking a swing, because who knows if Nate Danielson pans out? Who knows if Michael Franzik Nygaard pans out? And the odds, if the Red Wings are a playoff team, that those first-round picks turn into somebody as good as Robert Thomas, and the Red Wings are a playoff team, are pretty low.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing. If they don't do anything else the rest of today, it will be a pretty big disappointment. Now, I always want to hear what moves they didn't make and why they didn't, the exact asking price.
Of course,
and that's
good luck with that.
Yeah, that never gets out.
No.
It rarely gets out. But with that said, you better be right. Like if you said, no, we're not parting with Nate Danielson. Well, damn it, Nate Danielson, you better be right. Because, we want to be years from now when they're making deep cup runs thinking to ourselves, well, thank God they didn't part with, Nate Danielson. Thank God they didn't part with Carter Mazer. That those guys turn out to be worth it. And that is the calculated risk that you have to be willing to take. And you have to be comfortable with them panning out with somebody else. You have to be so sure that the player you're adding, it doesn't matter if Carter Mazer pans out with somebody else. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, trade deadline day. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up at 11 a.m. It's a day that we've been waiting for, been talking about. We just haven't pulled the trigger yet until today.
Oh, boy.
And it's NFL related. That at 11 o'clock on 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. They show up for the people who show up for Michigan. Their firm is built on respecting the hard work you do every day. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Hockey Insider, Todd Furman, CBS, TSN, 248-539-9797. We've got open lines. A trade has been made now, not involving Detroit. But, Scott, what do we got?
So Philadelphia has traded Bobby Brink, who's a forward, to Minnesota for defenseman David Jiricek. It's interesting when you look at this. Bobby Brink is a small forward, diminutive in stature, 5'9", 170 pounds. Young in his career and doesn't have a ton of points in his career. If you look at him statistically, it's this season has been nothing special at all in his career. To this point, has been nothing special. 26 points in 55 games this year. Was just traded for Jiricek, because he's from the Czech Republic. Jiricek was a 6th overall player drafted in 2022 from Columbus. He had already been moved from Columbus to Minnesota. Now he's being moved from Minnesota to Philadelphia. Now, maybe that speaks that he's just not lived up to that potential, but the guy played as an 18-year-old or a 19-year-old in the NHL and has been up and down since. That's kind of what you're looking at. If you're looking at a high-end prospect, that would be, I guess, in a way, like, would that be like a Brandzeg Nygaard?
Maybe.
Going for a guy who's, like I said, 26 points in 55 games? These
feels
are the
like a steep
prices that are
price.
going.
Yeah,
It seems pretty steep.
If the Red Wings trade Brandzeg Nygaard for a fourth line, 26 points in 50 whatever games, I mean, there are other ways you could contribute, but that.
Yeah, now this is just it's Minnesota. Minnesota's going for it. They feel like they needed to add a little more scoring punch, so that's what they did, and they gave up a guy who had no points in 25 games as a defenseman this year. But being a defensive defenseman, that's not what you're asked to do, is put point totals up there. But they did what they did. We'll see what the Red Wings do, if anything. But to this point, still, the only move has been David Perron. And again, I find it weird when I saw the trade go down last night. Right? Maybe. When I saw the trade go down
if he
last
gets
night,
healthy is why we say maybe.
Yeah, we say maybe because he's recovering from a sports hernia that he hasn't played since, I think, middle of January. And he was traded for a conditional 4th-round pick, which becomes a 3rd-round pick if he actually plays in like half the playoff games. That the Red Wings make the playoffs and they play in half the game, and he plays in half the games, then it becomes a 3rd-round pick, which is fine. But I was surprised to see so many of the media members saying this is a really good move for the Red Wings.
Right.
And I was happy to see that people are treating it that way, but it's still not the move. You said earlier, it feels like he's the other guy in a move. Like they added Robert Thomas and David Perron.
Right.
He's the other guy.
Yep, exactly.
Or as Kenny said earlier, he's the precursor to the bigger move. Okay, got Perron, and then we're still waiting to get, here comes Ristolainen, Like that's what we're waiting to hear. That this shouldn't be the only thing the Red Wings do. There is no doubt in my mind that they are trying really hard to make something else happen. The problem is that the teams that have the players, the Rangers and the St. Louis Blues and Philadelphia Flyers, although Philly just moved this guy, so maybe that kind of sets things up for what an asking price could be. Are they just going to, try to stockpile some stuff here? Does that make sense? And if Philadelphia traded their forward to get a young defenseman in return, does that mean they're ready to move Ristolainen, who is a defenseman? Are we connecting some dots?
I like the way you're doing so, but we'll continue to monitor it, Scott. 248-539-9797. Dan is in Macomb, and he is next. Hello, Dan.
How's it going? I'm listening to you guys. I'm listening to see what's going on. They should definitely go out and get Robert Thomas. This guy, you have to remember, he's 26 years old. He has 4 years left on his contract at a reasonable price. And guess what? He's done more in the last 2 years than Larkin ever did. Larkin's never had 80 points. This guy's going to be your instant number one center. And I mean, when you look at Yzerman, you have all these prospects that have been in the minors. Some of these guys are getting 22, 23 years old. They never had a sniff of the NHL. Wallander to Amisto. Vero is now over in Sweden playing over there because he never had a chance. But he signs guys like Hanek and Gustafsson, who were worthless, and Bernard Docker, while these young kids languish. They got Pachelnikov over in the KHL that they can't even bring over here.
Because he's hurt.
Who's lighting it up over there.
He's hurt.
What do you mean he's hurt?
Pachelikov is hurt, and he hasn't played in a while, and there's other rules trying to get Russian play.
Has 40. He has 40-some points this year in the KHL.
Last I checked, he was hurt. I will double check this.
I mean, he's played 38 games, and he had 40-some points. But even so, if he is hurt, he was hurt 1 year. He's only 23 years old.
Right, but he's also slow down, Dan. Also understand with him, he's a Russian player, and it's hard to get the Russian players over because there are different rules involved with that. But I understand what you're saying, and I think Pachelikov just came back. Actually, I'm glad you pointed this out. 23 points in 30-something games this year right now.
But my point of it all is, we look at guys that we did in the past. Look at the contracts we gave Kopp and Comfer, who were supposed to produce. Comfer has been
fair enough. But what do you want to trade? What would you be willing to give up to get Robert Thomas then?
To get Robert Thomas, I would give him Danielson. I don't know if they wanted defensemen or if they want forwards, but I would give up Danielson. I would give up a couple of defensive prospects and a draft pick. And you know what? I might even throw Carter Mazer because some of these guys, they're not. I mean, Danielson's been here 2 years.
But it sounds like that's not what's going to get it done. If St. Louis is asking for way more than that, because it sounds like they're asking, okay, Nate Danielson's a good start. A first-round pick is a good start. Carter Mazer is a throw-in that could help out. But you're going to have to go more.
I give them Danielson and Sandin Pekala for Robert Thomas in a heartbeat and a draft pick. Because Sandin Pekala has been a defensive. Although he's a young defenseman, he's 20 years old. He's been a defensive liability. Maybe they brought him up too early. But, I mean, to get a guy like that who's 26, who's an 80-point scorer, who will be basically your top offensive player on your team because Larkin has never had 80 points in his career, that's the type of stuff you need in order to get into the playoffs. And I mean,
it would be an interesting move. It would be an expensive move. And my guess is the hesitation with the deal you brought up is they don't want to weaken a player that's in the road that they're using now in Sandin Pellikka.
I don't mind giving up Sandin Pekala if we can keep Sandin Pellikka, but
Thank you.
No, but I mean, okay, so he's trying to be more reasonable with it.
I give him credit for that.
And Sandin Pellikka is that's another former first-round pick, and his guy's on the NHL roster now. You throw that with Nate Danielson and a first-round pick and Carter Mazer as well. Is that enough to get it done? It doesn't sound like that is from what St. Louis is asking for. That'd be a lot to give up, and yet I'd do it.
It's interesting, too, because he feels like that they have players in the minors that should be up now. And
that's
where I don't know that I can agree with that. If those guys could help them.
But if he doesn't like seeing Bernard Docker out there, if he thinks that Sandin, by the way, if you think that Sandin Pellikka is a defensive liability, then why would St. Louis want to take him on?
Right.
Like if you're going to downgrade the guy that you're putting into trade as a sweetener,
this player I don't like.
That's not going to help it out either.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson on this trade deadline day. We continue to monitor the very latest on the Red Wings. Word is final offers coming in for Trocheck, and the Red Wings are involved. And that's going on this morning. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. It's a big day in the National Hockey League as today is trade deadline day. Teams only have about 4 hours left until the deadline expires at 3 o'clock this afternoon. The Red Wings are expected to be players today after having already made a move yesterday for David Perron. The Wings also play tonight right here on 97.1 at 7 o'clock. They host the two-time defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers at Little Caesars Arena. The Wings are currently still 2 points up on the Canadiens for the last playoff spot in the Atlantic Division. They've got 77 points this year. Our pregame coverage of tonight's game starts at 6:45. Tigers catcher Josue Briseño suffered an injury and had surgery on his right wrist today. The team said the surgery was to repair his extensor carpi ulnaris subsheath and took place on Wednesday. Briseño expects to be out for a few months. Sherrone Moore will also be back in court in Ann Arbor in a few minutes. Today's evidentiary hearing centers on a motion from Moore's attorney to void the arrest warrant and dismiss the complaint, arguing that prosecutors failed to disclose an employee-employer relationship between Moore and the complainant. And in the funniest headline of the day, ESPN's Alden Gonzalez says that LA Angels team president John Carpino is retiring after 23 seasons. Carpino is reportedly team owner Artie Moreno's right-hand man and will be replaced by longtime team executive Molly Jolly. That is her name. She will be the first female president in Angels history. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, update, kid. Don't go anywhere.
First of all, how's your subsheath? Is it okay?
Yeah. My subsheath is fine, yeah.
Okay.
What was that? What was that exactly that they have to do the surgery for?
I threw the sheet away. Extensor ulnari carparis subsheath, something like that.
I think you're making stuff up at this point.
It's this tendon.
The tendon on the base
outside
of your hand,
of your
on the
wrist.
outside.
Carpia ulnaris subsheath. Yes.
Yes.
The extensor.
The extensor of that. Yes. Yeah.
Carpi.
I looked it up and got much clarity right away. Yes.
Did you? Yes.
Yeah, no, not at all.
And the other thing is Molly Jolly.
Molly Jolly, the first female team president in Angels history.
Well,
I mean,
I'm not. I saw the tweet come through on my feed because I've got a specific feed that is really up to date with beat
Angels
reporters
News.
and whatnot. Well, yes, Angels News. No, I think it was retweeted by a national reporter, and it came up. And I'm not kidding. 10 minutes later, I looked to my right, and on X/Twitter said trending #Molly Jolly. It blew up. It's just
well. Listen, it's nice to see a different Molly take the headlines. I mean, Molly Holly was the old WWE Women's Champion back in the day. So now you got Molly Jolly, who is now the president of the Angels.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you think she gets bombarded with that at Christmas?
Have a Molly Jolly Christmas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, she has to lean into it.
Yeah.
I mean, if your name's Molly Jolly,
if your name's
just
Molly
own it.
Jolly, you
Just
have
own
to.
it.
I mean, you got to own it. You have to throw the best Christmas party ever.
Especially if you're team president of a
now
major league
now
team.
you got
Now
money
you
to-
really have to.
Yeah. Now you're really
Is
showing
Molly
off.
short for something?
No, I think Molly's
I don't think so.
Molly's a full name.
Yeah.
So the parents knowingly named their child Molly Jolly.
Well, I tried to
could've
do.
married-
I
she
tried to
married
do.
a Jolly?
That's what I tried to do. I tried to find some research. I couldn't see anything that indicated it. All the reporting on this is just like completely glossing over the fact that her name is Molly Jolly. They're just not even mentioning
That's
it.
the headline.
Right, exactly.
All right.
But yeah.
Thanks, update, kid.
Thank you.
It's Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. I do want to respond to one text here before we move on. And again, if there's anything that's going down, we'll be all over it. The one text is, why don't the Wings make a big swing and go after Austin Matthews? And I love this text because already knowing how high prices are, let's put together what it would take to pry away Austin Matthews. What do you think it would take?
For Austin Matthews?
Yeah.
Lucas Raymond. Nathan Danielson, Michael Brenzig-Nygaard, maybe Axel Sandin Pellick and a first-round pick.
Okay. And I think we're close. I think you add in 3 more first-round picks. I mean, it would be so expensive. I love thinking about it, but given what we know, what would be absurdity, and that would be absurdity going the other direction. But all right, Gator, it's time for Carson Anderson Mock 2.0. All right, we need your help desperately to complete the following. The perfect pick at 17. We do this 3 months out. We're inside of 2 months out. Today seemed like a good day for it. So we're 2 months out-ish from the NFL draft. And then we follow along on how it evolves as we get closer to the draft. We'll do it a month out and then the week of the draft. We do 4 of these, and it's the people's pick. It's the people's pick at 17. Who's the perfect pick for the Detroit Lions at 17? 248-539-9797. We want to know who you want. Now, you can text over your pick, and when you do that, we'd like you to give a reason why. If you think the perfect pick is, Spencer Fanu, why do you go with Spencer Fanu? Like, what is it that pushes you in that direction? And we also have to tell you, I think almost all of Detroit, not all of Detroit, but many people are in favor of trading the pick. But for the purposes of this exercise, you cannot trade the pick. So if they cannot move out of 17, who do you want them to take? We also have a can't draft list. Guys that virtually all mock drafts say will be gone by the time they're there. There's 11 players that made this list. They are Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, Indiana. Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame. Mekhi Lemon and Carnell Tate, the 2 wide receivers from USC and Ohio State. Francis Muiaga, the offensive tackle from Miami. David Bailey and Ruben Bain, the 2 edge rushers from Texas Tech and Miami. The linebackers, Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles, both from Ohio State. The cornerback, Mansour Delane from LSU, and the safety, Caleb Downs from Ohio State. So, the pool of players that you have to choose from at the positions of need, well, you could go any of the tight ends, if that's the direction you want to go, including Kenyon Sadiq, which we debated whether or not we should have him available, and seemed to be a possibility that he would be there. The linemen, Spencer Fanu, Caleb Lomu, Monroe Freeling Gator from Georgia. The guard, Olavivenga Ione, can be the draft pick. The edge rushers, Keldrick Falk, Cassius Howe, and Akeem Messidor, Zion Young as well. The defensive tackles, Peter Woods, Caleb Banks out of Florida. The corner, Jamab McCoy from Tennessee. And the safeties, Dylan Thieneman and Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Now, you don't have to take any of the players I just mentioned. Those are just the players available for the purposes of this exercise. 248-539-9797. Who do you think the perfect pick at 17 is, Detroit? And we will record this and take a look back as we get closer to the National Football League draft.
Because things will change dramatically.
They always do.
Next week. Right? Next week you've got the opening of free agency. We'll see what the Lions are doing. And with that in mind, going off of some perhaps recent intel, or not intel might be the wrong word, but just seeing that the Lions have brought certain people in to take a look at and to talk to, both college players ready for the draft and NFL players getting ready for free agency. I thought it was really interesting that they're rumored to have talked or reported to have talked with Jedrick Wills, the offensive tackle, who's recovering from a knee injury. It's been like a year and a half that he's been recovering from it, but basically took last year off. Said, you know what, I'm good. I'll be better when the season's over. And when he's healthy, he's a really good offensive tackle. And so my head's going, okay, let's just say for the sake of argument, in my own head here, if the Lions target him in free agency and they bring him in, then maybe that takes away the need for an offensive tackle for me at the draft. If you're going to sign Wills and give him a 4 or 5 year deal, something like that, 4-year deal, okay, now you're looking for the future with that, and maybe I've locked up my tackles. Now I can look elsewhere on the offensive line, or do I look at defensive end, or do I look at safety? And I'm a firm believer you build things in the trenches. So I'm ruling out the safety, even though they desperately need one, and I think they'll address it in the draft, just maybe not at pick 17. So it comes down to me, again, between edge rusher and offensive lineman. And the pick is in. With the 17th selection in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select offensive guard from Penn State, Olavivenga Ione.
Wow. Look at you. You kind of caught me off guard with that one.
It's my 51.
I hear you.
There are 3 players that I really like looking at this. The 3 players are Ione, who I took, Akeem Messidor, who I love, is an edge rusher, and the other one is Monroe Freeling,
right,
the big offensive tackle.
Okay, so remember, this is who you would take.
Yes, I predicted, again, it's based on the intel that I think that they could sign Jedrick Wills as a tackle for a couple years.
Yeah, which would be an interesting interesting move. High upside, depending on the contract. It could be low risk, high reward. But it, again, depends on the contract. With that said, Scott, earlier in the week, I made a prediction that the Detroit Lions would select Monroe Freeling from Georgia. That's the player that I think fits their profile the best of what they would do. I am not them, Scott. I would not do that. If this is the board that presents itself to me,
yeah,
Scott, the pick is in.
Oh.
And with the 17th pick in the 2026 National Football League draft, the Detroit Lions select Keldrick Falk, edge rusher / defensive lineman from Auburn. The numbers aren't there in terms of production, but if you look at his snap counts, they moved him inside at Auburn quite a bit last year to play defensive tackle. I love that versatility, and he fits the suit, okay?
Definitely does.
So I'm willing to take the chance that this is a versatile player that can handle the physicality of playing inside, but also can provide some. I mean, he did have 7.5 sacks, I believe it was 2 years ago. So I'm gonna go that direction here, Scott. I don't think it's what they're gonna do, but that's what I would do.
Just so people understand, Mel Kiper he rated the top 10 at each position. He's got Keldrick Falk at number 3 among defensive ends, one spot ahead of Akeem Messidor.
There you go. All right, 248-539-9797. You tell us who the perfect pick is. We get heavy text traffic on this, so make sure you sign your text and make sure you give a reason why. We'll read a bunch of those coming up. We tally them up at the end of the show. We announce who Detroit, as of this date on March 6th, who Detroit most wants at 17. It's been a fun exercise over the years. It's your pick, so make it. 248-539-9797. We got trade deadline coverage all day long. We're all over that. Got to talk about that Piston game last night in San Antonio and put it in the context of what has happened lately. We'll get to that today at 11:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Well, March is here, and for us in Michigan, that means one thing. It's the big thaw, and it's already started. We got some nice temperatures this weekend, lots of rain. The thaw has happened. You don't see much snow out there. Dirty paws are a real thing. Is your home ready? Before the spring rains start, make sure you check your basement. And if you're worried about water or a sump pump that just won't kick on, then do what I did and call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And while they're there, beat the rush and get your AC or pool boiler tuned in and tuned up for the summer. Don't wait for the humidity to hit. Get ahead of the heat today. And from leaky basements to cooling prep, trust the pros that you know. Visit BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. This is kind of interesting. As we're talking about the NFL, and we did our NFL mock draft there. We're going to shift gears in a second. But Diana Rossini tweets us out regarding the Raiders.
She with The Athletic now, or is she still with ESPN? I don't know where she is, but
Diana Rossini is NFL insider with The Athletic.
Okay, thank you.
She says, if the Raiders continue to lean toward drafting Fernando Mendoza with the number 1 pick in April's draft, their preference is to not start him immediately. Look for Vegas to bring in a veteran quarterback in free agency.
Kirk Cousins, Uncle Kurt.
Could be your
Uncle Kurt becomes the mentor to Nando, who I wouldn't take in a million years, by the way.
You're just not sold on him. I think he's a good quarterback, but I wouldn't take him because I think I'd go grab Malik Willis and build my team around him.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's a hot take or not. I hope it's not. I don't like being hot take
The world
guy,
is finally waking up to Malik Willis.
But I would trade that first overall pick in a heartbeat, get the haul of picks in return and perhaps players.
I'm with you, brother.
And I would sign a free agent quarterback that you can go. And by the way, there's a bunch of free agent quarterbacks now that you can get at the bare minimum because they're being bought out. You see Cleveland is restructuring Deshaun Watson's contract.
Dude, I'm like probably the number one reason I refresh Twitter is to read that the Detroit Lions have restructured Jared Goff's contract and freed up $1 billion of cap space. Like, let's go. Let's get this done. We're sitting at this poker table. We don't know what cards we have, and we don't know how many chips we have, and I want to play a hand. But we await that news. Okay, so a few things going on. As you know, trade deadline day. Probably the most interesting report coming from NHL Trade Rumors is they did a story today how the Rangers have asked for the final offers from 2 teams for Trocheck. One is the Carolina Hurricanes. The other is the Detroit Red Wings. Trocheck got scratched last night. And so we're looking at that final offer coming in today, and they'll have a decision to make. As you pointed out very astutely, Scott, that the Red Wings' first-round pick, as it stands right now, is better than Carolina's first-round pick. So Carolina has to do a little bit better than Detroit. And yet, if I'm Detroit, I want Vincent Trocheck so bad. That's the one player that I would probably most be happy with an overpay. And by all counts, I mean, I don't know, in my life, trying to think back of when I overpaid for something and I knew I was overpaying for something, but I did it anyway. These are real life scenarios playing themselves out right now. And for Yzerman, he's got to decide, like, how aggressive are they going to go for it this year? And I would think that they'd be motivated given where they are in the Eastern Conference standings, and a big trade could give you a leg up on the competition with a team that looks like it's ready to make a move here in the East.
Yeah, and for the guy who called up, it was, I forget what his name was, very adamant about trading for Robert Thomas. And he made the point that Robert Thomas is 80-point seasons and Larkin has never seen 80 points. The counter to that is Larkin has 30-goal seasons, and Thomas hasn't even come close to that. Now, I'd love to add Robert Thomas, and I think he'd be a great center to go with one of the top 2 lines and then have Larkin as the other one. But it started going down that path of another guy who's not happy with Dylan Larkin, and I just don't get it. I think Dylan Larkin plays a role in this team as captain. He's unquestioned the leader here, and he shows by example to play both ways. I mean, the sacrifices he made while playing with the Four Nations Cup or playing with the Olympic team shows you how valued he is as a defensive forward. And by the way, we'll chip in 30 goals a season and get you close to 80 points.
Yeah.
So hopefully they can find a way to add a Robert Thomas or a Vincent Trocheck.
All right, 248-539-9797. If you want to keep talking NHL trade deadline, we've got Mock 2.0 underway for the Carson Anderson audience, who's the perfect pick at 17, and we gave you the 11 players that are off the board that you cannot draft. So who do you hope that if they can't get out of 17, who do you hope they take? 248-539-9797. Pistons. Scott, the Pistons. They lose at San Antonio 121-106. It's been a kind of a rough 2 weeks here for our Pistons. Perimeter defense, man. San Antonio hit 7 first quarter 3-pointers, and it felt like it was just one after the other as they put up 38 points. Detroit went 7 for 29 in the first quarter. San Antonio hit 7 threes. It's been a repetitive theme that Detroit has, at some point we keep talking about statistical outliers and how these teams are just bombs away against the Pistons and they won't shoot that well. But after a while, you got to say, maybe it's not you, it's me that is not defending the perimeter as well as they should. It was an interesting game to watch because I'm intrigued at how they responded to Wemby. And I tell you, it was a lot of ball screens with JD to get the switch and then have JD roll to the basket, which they do a ton of anyway. But it felt like last night I noticed it more. Maybe it was not more or less pick or rolls, but it felt like to me like it was more. And JD would roll to the basket and Wemby would have to switch out on a smaller player. That seemed to be their approach. And look, they got down like 22 points, made a comeback. I think they cut it to 6 when Karras had that fast break and got the shot blocked, and it turned into a 3 on the other end, and it was away. They went from there. But if they're looking for any developments that might have long-term ramifications, Asar Thompson turning his ankle in the first couple of minutes, Kevin Huerter minutes, and he actually did some stuff. Open 3 from the corner. He had that dribble drive to the basket with a nice finish. But as we sit here, after the last, I think it's 6 games, San Antonio, Oklahoma City, Cleveland, Orlando, Cleveland, and San Antonio again. Zooming out, 0-2 against San Antonio, 1-1 against a shorthanded Cleveland team, a struggle against OKC's G League team. Jason Tatum comes back tonight for Boston. I mean, is it a sobering pill to swallow? Okay, the Pistons are good. They've done some really good things. But are we seeing how far away they are from actually being an NBA championship contender? That's one question. And the other question is whether the idea that you can win with this, we're going to get the ball into the paint and play tough defense, and we're not going to do what the rest of the league is doing, which is just volume 3-point shooting. Is that as a philosophy just flawed? And I don't like the idea that there's only one way to do things in a league. I think you lean into your strengths, but it just might be, hey, they just need more from the perimeter. I don't know. It's been a rough 6 games.
It has been, but I'll take this approach with it. When it comes to San Antonio, hats off. San Antonio's a better team. Mm-hmm. It's a horrible matchup for the Pistons. Wembanyama is an absolute hydra on defense, and it's nearly impossible to try to match up the way the Pistons typically do, which is points in the paint, and expect to have that same success when you're going against a guy like that, because he alters every shot that comes his way. It's up to you to, when you alter it, to hopefully you're altering it to make the shot, and the Pistons just didn't do enough of that inside. It was tough for them, but the Pistons actually shot well from beyond the arc. You look at the game when they got down by 17 points, and in the first quarter they were down by 15. They played them even the rest of the way without Asar Thompson, without Jalen Duren, who only played 12 minutes because he was in foul trouble, without Ron Holland for a good portion of time because he got poked in the eye. He only played 12 minutes in the game. That gritty group of guys went out there and they hung with the Spurs. So I'm just saying this. San Antonio's a terrible matchup. They're not as good as San Antonio, and like I said, hats off. That's the better team. How does this relate to the other games they played during this stretch? I'm not thrilled with how they played during the stretch, but it also looks like they played the level of competition during the stretch. The first game against San Antonio, again, they played them really tight, and then they took out Asar Thompson, and things are done. This game, they played them really tight after giving up a bunch of points in the first quarter. You look at what happened against Cleveland, played the level of competition when they played a G League team. The same thing with Oklahoma City. And then when the Cleveland got their guys back, it became a tighter game, and they lost that one. And that's tough to face because of everything that was going on going into it with what Cleveland had said about Detroit, that they're not in their class, and you expected they would answer, and they didn't. They've got things to work on for sure, and that may also be a positive because they're not getting full of themselves. They've been humbled a little bit during this time. And I don't think – it doesn't sound like J.B. Bickerstaff's all that wound up about it. He actually seemed encouraged.
Yeah, his post-game after Cleveland, he was more upset than he was last night. I'll say this, Gator. I don't share your optimism about hanging even with them after that start where San Antonio was white hot. But we are always looking for moments in time where things got better. So if you put a pin in like the start of the second quarter last night, and if they turn it around, maybe that is the time. I was embarrassed at what happened in Cleveland. I'm not embarrassed at what happened last night. I didn't think, I thought I saw more effort in what I was able to see. I'll just tell you that it's still this long stretch of of less than stellar play. You know, they clearly want to turn it around before the postseason, but maybe it's an eye opener that getting out of the first round is going to be no easy task for this team. And certainly, you know, the idea that they're going to run away and hide from the East is in the East, to me, is buried. You know, what Cleveland did more than last night. San Antonio very well may win this whole thing.
Yeah, they're tough.
And yet one of the notes on San Antonio is their lack of postseason experience.
Yeah, they're a young team. Obviously, Wembanyama is only in his second year. He's outstanding, and De'Aaron Fox. I mean, I like De'Aaron Fox a lot, always have. But if he's going to shoot like he did last night, that's going to be all types of problems for teams in the league. And they've got other players too there that were knocking down shots. Another positive for the Pistons knocked down their 3-point shots. They were 12 out of 28. Now, do they need to be more higher volume? Perhaps they do. And maybe that's one of the adjustments that they make is that they say, yeah, Isaiah Stewart, go ahead, launch it from there. Because you knocked him down last night. He was 3 for 5. He's got the ability to hit that shot, show some confidence in the guy, and maybe they're going to start taking more 3-pointers.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Got a whole bunch of draft picks coming in, Scott, as we start to tally up the perfect pick at 17. Let's get to a few of these before we go back to the phones. Alan, who's a veteran young guy in Farmington Hills, writes in, my pick, if he's still there, and he may well not be, is Penn State guard Olavivenga Ione. And I just heard Gator pick him as well, so now it seems not very original, but I think he's far and away the best player in the draft at that position, which is still a position of need in my mind.
Yeah, I think it's I want to shore up that offensive line, and the interior of the offensive line will look pretty good with Ratledge, with Ione if they get him, and then hopefully a free agent center.
Mm-hmm.
You've got good depth now at that point with Mahogany and Miles Frazier. And
yeah, it's starting to look like a lot of options to get it right. Yeah, and I love that. Jason in Chicago says, even with Decker back, I'm still taking an OT in the first round. I'm not trusting our OT with an older Decker and an offensive tackle coming off a major knee injury. Monroe Freeling is my pick.
There you go.
Tackle from Georgia. Kyle in Ann Arbor says, Keldrick Falk, edge, Auburn. Why he fits Detroit perfectly. Massive frame, 6'6", 285 with elite power. One of the best run-stopping edge defenders in college football. High motor player who fits the Lions culture. Can also slide inside on passing downs. He led the FBS with 62 run stops over 3 seasons and has the size Detroit loves on their D-line. He will start from day one. A bunch more coming in. We'll get to those. 248-539-9797. Ty is in Detroit and next on 97.1. Hello, Ty.
How you guys?
Ty, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, got you now. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm sorry. I thought I was going to turn my radio down.
Always important.
Gator, you guys made some great points about the Pistons yesterday. But there were some things that I don't know if you guys spoke about it yet, but Wembanyama was flopping all over the court yesterday like a giraffe.
Ty, we talked about it in the immediate wake of the game Monday. The guy is so good. I can't stand that part of his game.
that.
And I said last week, I said I don't trust Europeans because it just reminds me of soccer. But at the end, and what they do in that sport, which drives me crazy, and I'm completely out of line saying that. But Ty, I get it, man. I get it. He does. He does.
It's frustrating because SGA does it as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's like
I know.
when you're making these shots, your body cannot contort like that, and the refs are falling for it. My other point, and I'm going to make it my last point, you got to take some good with the bad from this loss yesterday. And it is not bad that my man went down with the ankle sprain because we want to see him on the court. However, when Kevin Huter came in and was balling a little bit, you kind of saw something out of them, didn't you?
I hope so. The dribble drive, I believe he finished over Wemby with the teardrop, and then he got the open three and drained that. I mean, there's
another play inside where he was able to get that, lay it in.
So, that could be good. It's got to get this guy going. If truly they're going to need another shooter, at his best, that's what he is, right?
Yeah, I think so. Well, thank you guys for your time, and you guys have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too, Ty.
You too, Ty.
I like Ty.
Jack Tuck Ty.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. And we didn't even mention Brunson. I just saw his name come up on Twitch when it comes to flopping.
Oh, flopping. Right. Yeah. Well, that is the disappointing part with Wembanyama. You see a young star. He doesn't even have to do that.
No.
And he's doing it already. He got to the line 11 times last night. But he is so wispy thin.
Yeah.
You do touch him and he'll go flying. Now, he's also embellishing. And if you're going to get a game like last night, you can't win that game because if the referee's going to call it like that, referees can decide how they want to call it. They want to call it tight or they want to call it loose. If you want to allow some physical contact or not. And if they're not going to allow physical contact, then you have what you had last night. Jalen Duren wasn't even a factor. Couldn't even get to be a factor because he had 5 fouls in 12 minutes of play.
248-539-9797. More picks. I'm taking Spencer Fano with the 17th pick. That's from Bill and Lapeer.
Big offensive tackle.
Eric at work says, I will take a safety, Thieneman or McNeil Warren. This is a need-based pick. Branch is out most of the year, and Kirby's a huge unknown. Have to address a need, Brad.
Who was it he said?
He's taking Thieneman or McNeil Warren.
Oh, either or, huh?
Yep.
Can't do that.
Bro, take one. Eric, you got to take one. One or the other. Tell us who. Next text. I love Gators plan. Sign Willis and let him sit behind Decker and Sewell as the swing tackle and go get the guard from Penn State. Of course, Olabavenga Ione, Nick and Berkeley. Jason in Oak Park says, I'd take the big, fast tight end from Oregon. Trade Laporta, get some capital, save some money on his extension. That's from Jason in Oak Park. This is one of those scenarios that probably isn't going to get talked about a ton, but could be in play as one of the first major moves from a cap a management standpoint is say, all right, this kid's too good, and he's talking about Kenyon Sadiq, that we have to we can let Laporta go, save some money, get some cap space back, and have, in theory, a great tight end position for the remainder of Laporta's contract and then hand it over to the cheaper alternative.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this is what's going to happen, but I also don't think we're going to talk about that enough between now and the draft. I suppose that decision is truly up to us. But at the beginning of this process, tight end at 17 was not something that we were even considering, and now maybe we should.
It is a possibility. I can't say that they wouldn't do it. We've seen the Lions, no matter who's the GM, go in and use a high draft pick on a tight end. This GM used a second-round pick on him. So would they – I mean, the Sadiq, watched him play, and you've watched the games he played, he's absolutely a difference maker. And then you saw him at the Underwear Olympics, and he was incredible.
Yeah.
He only improved his stock. I look at him as a big wide receiver, but he's also a powerful big wide receiver. So the blocking aspect, can he do that? I would hope so.
Yep.
But you can't say they wouldn't do it.
Can't say
they have a
wouldn't do
need at tight end. Both tight ends they have are coming off of injuries.
Darren in Livonia, I love the safety from Oregon. Thieneman, major need in the defensive backfield. The draft is deep at O-line. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Get your picks in. Carson Anderson 2.0. Who do you want at 17? And again, we've got the veto list with Muiaga, Bailey, Bain, the quarterback Fernando Mendoza, the running back Jeremiah Love, Mekhi Lemon, Carnell Tate, Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, Mansour Delane, Caleb Downs. You can't take any of those guys. But who do you want at 17? Those guys, assuming all mock drafts have them off the board, it can, I suppose, be debated. But for the purposes of this exercise today, they're gone. College basketball last night, Michigan and Michigan State, both a little bit flying close to the sun, but both won. Maybe the coolest moment in East Lansing was before the game when Jackson Kohler's great-grandfather was out there for senior night. His great-grandfather is 102 years old and one of a dozen of remaining survivors from the Pearl Harbor attack. Awesome.
That's incredible.
Awesome. Michigan State, we talked about this during the break, and we have discussed it in the office today, but I want you to bring it up regarding the end of that game and Izzo doing what everybody wants to see. Put all the seniors out there.
Yeah, it happens every year with senior night and usually Michigan State's got an opponent that they can build a pretty good lead so that they can honor the players at the end. And last night was not going to be any different. They had like a 16-point lead with a 2.5 to go or something like that. And in years past, I've always been like, why aren't you just put the guys in now? You've got this huge lead. Go ahead. So last night was the night that he does it. Normally he waits till inside of a minute with a huge lead to do this. He did it with 2.5 or so last night.
Yeah.
And quickly, Rutgers was able to whittle that lead away to go from whatever it was, 16 down to 4 points before he brought the starters back out on the court. It was almost like he was going to say, look, if we lose the game, we're going to lose the game, but you guys, I'm giving you your run. And then he's like, all right, we're not going to lose this game.
Yeah.
Got to bring the guys back out on the floor. And then they were able to put it away in the end and win it by 4 points, fortunately. But it got nerve-wracking at times. Like, everybody wants this to happen, and then, okay, there you go. And then you see the reason why Tom Izzo does what he does. And I think now we're all like, okay, no, my bad.
Yeah, no, it's cool because all that would do, all right, a loss wouldn't be crippling.
No.
But reading the bracketology, the only thing that could really move Michigan State last night was a loss, dropping him down to the 3 line again. You want to stay, everything is in the context of what's about to happen. Yeah. Everything needs to be analyzed as far as what does it mean for March Madness. And so he did take a bit of a risk doing it earlier than normal.
If you lose to a Michigan or an Illinois or a Purdue, it's okay.
Yeah.
You can't lose to a Rutgers or one of the other lesser teams there in the Big Ten. I mean, Rutgers was 12-17 going into the game. You can't lose to Rutgers. Mm-hmm. And they didn't. They were able to win the game. Jeremy Fears had another really nice game with 21 points and 8 assists. Looked like for a portion of the game last night, he couldn't miss.
Yeah.
He's really developed his shooting game a lot over the last 10 games or so.
But that dirty bastard with another technical, I say in jest, he pointed at the scoreboard, which nobody knew was a tech.
Technical because he tripped
just
or hit somebody in the balls.
No, I'm joking. I'm clearly, but he pointed at the scoreboard, and Izzo said, "That's on me. I didn't know that was a tech. I didn't know it was a tech. Hey, look at the replay, ref.
Right.
When you do that, you get a tech." But the other thing is how many senior nights will have Barry Sanders on the floor, and he's not the relative that everybody's talking about.
Right? Because of the great-grandfather?
Because of the great-grandfather who survived Pearl Harbor, or Jackson Kohler. I mean,
it's such an awesome story.
Isn't
and then
it?
You see all the guys up there, the men in the family up there, the grandfather, the great-grandfather, the father, and then Jackson Kohler, and he has, scores 15 points in the game, and good for him. It was a great scene. Just a great scene.
248-539-9797. Michigan with their win at Iowa. Again, close game, but I think something important happened in that game that we will get to today at 11:46. It is Carson Anderson on a Friday here on 97.1.
Turn up the heat this winter with DraftKings Casino. You can get cozy while you play more than 1,000 slots, and we're talking everything from classics like Cash Eruption to exclusives like Fire Buffalo. New players can wager $5 and get 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of cash eruption slots. Download the DraftKings Casino app and sign up with code WXYTFM. Then choose from 10 different cash eruption slots daily and start spinning. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, physically present in Michigan. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured games only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends March 15th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Back to your phone calls in a moment. I mentioned before the break, I thought something significant happened in the Michigan game last night. And look, I predicted yesterday, I thought Michigan would be in trouble at Iowa because, it's their, senior night, their big swing and trying to change their seeding at March Madness. And Michigan is in the enviable position as already having clinched the Big Ten championship, which can lead to weird, uneven performances in all sports. Once you've clinched teams, they go through all the motions like they normally do, but I always wonder what you're going to get out of them. They did win the game, thanks in large part to an Ademara 17-foot bank shot, which is probably not a high option in their set offensive sets.
Not expecting that?
No, with the injury to L.J. Kaysen, Michigan needs March Roddy to show up. Last year, Roddy Gale was great in March. He averaged 15 a game in March Madness, had a monster game in the upset of Texas A&M, and last night, late in that game, he had two huge plays. One was a blocked layup attempt, and the other was a ball that he stripped from a Hawkeye that was driving and went off the Hawkeye's legs and out of bounds. Roddy Gale, they need him to step up, more opportunities as they shift around to make up for the loss of L.J. Kaysen. He won't have the ball in his hands as much as L.J. did, is my guess here, but I thought huge contributor late in that game, and something that, if they are going to reach their potential, feels to me like it's not a necessity, but it feels like it would be a helpful development if March Roddy showed up. So something to keep an eye out for. And again, putting everything into the context of March Madness, which is what we do here at this time of year, Iowa's on the 8-9 line, okay? So last night's game is the kind of opponent you're going to get if you advance out of the first round and get to the second round of March Madness. As a 1 seed, you're going to face an 8-9 team. And if that was a game in March that took place last night, tell me, Michigan fans, you wouldn't have had an absolute heart attack. But that's what can happen. Now, you won't be playing in somebody else's building, but that's what can happen in the second round.
Yeah, and it's also you breathe a huge sigh of relief and say, whatever, survive in advance, because that's what March is about. But I'm sure Iowa's disappointed they weren't able to pull off the win. Michigan should be very proud of themselves. Having a perfect road season, that is impressive. Very impressive. We'll see how they finish up on Sunday. That's a big matchup now, Michigan State on Sunday prior to the dumb tournament. I do like that what Izzo had to say at the end of the game last night. I don't know if you saw that bit where he's like, look, made it a little close at the end there, but we just wanted to give Michigan a false sense of security, roughly, and let them know that we're going to be ready for them on Sunday. And the crowd went nuts. So that Sunday game is going to be fun to watch.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt in St. Clair Shores. Hello, Matt.
Hey, boys. Happy Thursday, or Friday, rather.
Friday, yeah.
I'm all in on Spencer Fano. It's great that Decker's coming back, but we can't bring him or keep him if he's not going to restructure. Fano's got shorter arms, and he's already talked about kicking into guard. So either Taylor Decker restructures and we have Fano play guard, get used to the left side for a year, or June 2nd comes, we cut him, we get an either bigger salary cap relief, and we have Fano play the left side, or we switch him to the right side and bring Sewell over. But Decker's got to make a decision with his contract. It's not whether he wants to come back or not. It's whether he's going to restructure.
Well, I mean, Matt, it's an interesting possibility, and Fano was a very popular pick in Mock 1.0, and I wouldn't be mad at it. It makes a ton of sense, and they got to get back to what made them great offensively, and that feels like it all starts up front, and I'm not reinventing football analysis here. Everybody knows it. And the question is, how badly do you want to do it? And using a first-round pick on a guy like that is certainly a step in that direction.
Well, my concern is he's got shorter arms. He's got arms like Will Campbell. Like, literally, they're like a half inch shorter.
32 and an eighth. Yep.
Yeah, and Will Campbell was 32 and 5/8. So he might be a better guard regardless. So, maybe he's that guard.
Well, Matt, let me ask you this, because if you're touting Fano, but then you're also knocking him down, then why not take a different tackle or just take the guard from Penn State?
Because he's got experience playing the tackle position. So, again, it's kind of like maybe it's a bad example. It's kind of like Vaitai when we had him. He could play guard. We could kick him out to tackle if we needed to. I feel like this is he can absolutely play guard day one. But if we need to play him at tackle, he also has that. At least he's got that experience of doing it. We might have to work on him to coach him up, and maybe that's where Hank Fraley really earns his paycheck for a change and teaches the guy how to play. Right tackle if we put him on the right side, swapping Sewell out. But I think he gives us the flexibility to whether we don't have to make a decision on Decker on draft day. We can make it. June 1, July 1, August 1.
Well, the one thing you're right about, Matt, and it certainly would be in the favor of going with Spencer Fano, is they love position versatility. So, that is something that, as you described it, he could provide. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Steve Downriver says, I think the Lions are going to sign a center and plan on moving Ratledge to center. So why not draft the best guard in the draft? Vega Ione from Penn State is the pick. Another vote for him. Pick at 17, Spencer Fano. Cut Decker. Save $11 million on the cap. Move Penny to left tackle. Sign Cade Mays, center in free agency. That's from Stacy in a truck in Houston, Texas. I don't know about the whole Decker thing. Like, you could save that money. You could still take Fano. I love the Cade Mays part of that text.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just get the center. It's a top priority.
Here's an interesting one. A name we haven't heard yet.
Okay.
I'd like to see the Lions take Jennings Dunker from Iowa, who's a guard. He has multiple use versatility that they like. He's big, 6'5", 315, play right tackle, left tackle, and guard at Iowa. We like them Iowa boys. He's currently ranked 8th amongst all linemen entering the draft, plus that mullet paired next to Ratledge. Did you see Jennings Dunker's mullet, Gator?
You couldn't help but see the mullet. Yeah. No, there's a lot to like with him. I don't know if I'd take him in 17.
Mm-hmm.
That's a guy you look at the second round.
From Elliot, overpaying for Trocheck would be a disaster. He's 32. Thomas, I'm all in. Danielson, Pelika, and 2 firsts. But if it's Trocheck or nothing, I guess I'll take it. I'm sick of watching Comfer and Kopp underperform. Go get Ristolainen as well. That's from Elliot. I don't know why, but it sounds like one of the appeals of Trocheck is it doesn't appear he would cost as much as Thomas. But, if you like Thomas better, I'm not mad at you. Do you think Danielson, Pelika, and 2 firsts get it done? And do you think they want to part with somebody who's getting ice time right now in Detroit?
Danielson, Pelika, and
2 firsts.
And 2 firsts get it done for Thomas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But do they want to part with somebody who's getting ice time in Detroit?
No.
Yeah.
I don't think they do. I mean, that's because you're creating a hole there.
Now if you go get Ristolainen as well, as this guy pointed out, but
sure, but that's going to how many first round picks do you have?
Yeah.
Because that's going to take you a first round pick and a player as well.
My viewpoint on the Pistons team is completely flipped. I now see them as a second-round exit at best. They do not match up with Cleveland. They do not match up with Boston if Jason Tatum is healthy, and he's coming back tonight. And I'm honestly worried about the matchup with the Hornets in the first round. The matchup of the first round that scares me is healthy Giannis.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
248-539-9797.
So Pierre LeBrun had tweeted out in the last 25 minutes, teams are still trying on Rasmus Ristolainen at this hour, but the Flyers are fine keeping him unless the price is met. He's got another year left on the deal. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting reporting there. And I think things changed for Philadelphia when they won. They just lost their last game, but prior to that, they'd won 3 in a row to get back into a discussion about, are they going to go for it? Are they not going to go for it? They can always trade him in the offseason, or they can trade him next year at the trade deadline too. I don't know what they're asking, but it must be a king's ransom to try to acquire Ristolainen at this point.
Carson Anderson, mock 2.0 underway. The best pick they could make at 17. Who do you like? We've taken 11 players off the board because they most likely will almost assuredly be gone. Let's go to Mike in Sterling Heights. You're next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Yeah, I'm liking, I'm not hearing his name enough. I'm liking Jennings Dunkers from Iowa. I mean, they got him listed as the 8th best lineman coming out into the draft. The guy played right tackle, left tackle. He even shifts over to guard. That solves plenty of options for, our issues. Plus, it gives the versatility that, Shefway or Holmes and Campbell like. And, yeah, man, I think that and him and Ratledge mullet on that line, man, I don't know if there's a Bud Light safe in the state.
That's funny, and we're getting a run on Jennings Dunker votes here as the perfect pick. The problem with Jennings Dunker is I'm not convinced. I don't mind him as a draft pick, but how about round 2? Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it seems a little aggressive to go at 17.
I mean, sure.
Or trade back, and I guess maybe that's what they're thinking.
Perhaps, but again, for the purposes of this exercise.
We don't talk about trade.
No, 248-539-9797. I'm going to seek out some help. I'm going to get outside my comfort zone, and I'm going to seek out help from the listeners next hour on 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Breaking news out of Little Caesars Arena today ahead of Red Wings Panthers tonight. Todd McClellan said this morning all players are healthy and good to go for tonight's game. That includes Dylan Larkin and Andrew Kopp, who did not skate at practice yesterday in what was more of a maintenance day than anything. It also includes goalie John Gibson, who sat out Detroit's last game after leaving early against the Predators with a stinger. Gibson will start in net tonight. Puck drop is scheduled for 7 o'clock from LCA. We'll have pregame coverage here on 97.1 at 6:45. Also, Sharon Moore has arrived in court in Ann Arbor for his evidentiary hearing today. He was seen walking into the courthouse holding hands with his wife. The hearing was scheduled for 11 a.m., but we're still waiting for him to enter the courtroom. We'll bring you the latest updates once we have them. In the NFL today, the Raiders are releasing two-time Pro Bowl quarterback Geno Smith after unsuccessfully failing to ship him in a trade. The Raiders have the first overall pick in this year's draft and are projected to take Indiana QB Fernando Mendoza. Tigers news today, catching prospect Josue Briseño is out for a few months after having surgery on his right wrist for an ECU subsheath tear, as the kids call it. Also, the World Baseball Classic starts today for Team USA as they will face Brazil from Houston at 8 p.m. tonight. And I know the people were worried. I can confirm Molly's parents did, in fact, not name her Molly Jolly. She was born Molly Taylor and eventually married Bert Jolly. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, that clears that up.
It does, and I think it also brings something else about that. We talk about every once in a while how there aren't as many kids named Doug or Scott these days.
Not a lot of Dougs.
Bert is a great name.
Bert?
I love the name Bert.
Do you?
Yeah.
So when you become a father, Bert's in play?
I think Bert would have been in play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
What about Scott Jolly? You like that one?
No.
No?
Last name Jolly is tough.
You know, in this conversation, a hilarious story was brought up by a coworker down the hall from WWJ who had some friends who they were getting married and they didn't like either of their last name necessarily.
Oh.
And specifically, the guy did not like his last name and wasn't sure what he was going to do. So the couple decided to create a last name, and they are now Mr. and Mrs. Hawk, apparently.
Hawk.
Yeah, they just wanted a cool name.
What an aggressive name.
With an E at the end.
If they don't name one of their kids Axel, like Axel Hawk, they got to have a cool first name.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Benedict Hawk.
Yeah.
Bert Hawk.
Chet Hawk.
You like the name Chet.
I love the name Chet. My wife vetoed that. She vetoed all my names. I had my youngest middle name is after my Uncle John. I got that. So, other than that, it was pretty much all.
Their names are cool.
I was almost a Maximus.
Were you?
Gladiator fan, my dad. Yeah.
My dad wanted to name me Seth.
Okay.
We kind of like the name Seth. He said it was a religious name. And we're like, what? He goes, thus saith the Lord. And I'm like, oh, okay, Dad.
You're not alone on that, Brendan. My dad tried naming me Decimus Maximus Meridius. My mom
wow.
did not bite.
Wait. Your dad, this is Jake, by the way, behind the glass. Your dad tried to name you what?
My dad is a huge fan of Gladiator. It's his favorite movie of all time. He did want to name me Decimus Maximus Meridius, or Maximus.
Dude.
My name is Jeff.
I think from here on out, you're known as Maximus back there. Love it.
What about him?
What about Update Kid?
Two cuts can't be. We can't have two Maximuses. You're right.
Yeah, I think Jake's father was clearly willing to go further than mine with adding the Decimus and Meridius.
Yeah.
So I think he's got to take the Maximus.
So did we even get to in that update why we were talking about Molly Jolly, or did you just do the update on Molly Jolly?
I just figured everybody was listening to the first one. So Molly,
we have a new. Explain who Molly Jolly is.
So Molly Jolly is the new team president of the Angels after their previous guy decided to retire after 23 years. First female president in franchise history for them, and just that story just stood out because her name is Molly Jolly.
Molly Jolly. We, as a typical rule, we will not be updating front office moves from the Angels.
No,
but you couldn't resist.
Unpressited territory in the world of names.
You got to let people know when there's a name like Molly Jolly out there.
Well, as I said, I know the people were worried, probably curious. You know, they'd be pretty cruel parenting, but
got it. Thank you, Update Kid.
Yes.
It's Carson Anderson on a Friday, and it's not just any old Friday. It's Trade Deadline Friday in the National Hockey League. For the record, the trade that the Red Wings make, which I think sounds like the other move, like you make the big move and then you also make this other move, and you go, that other move there might help. This feels like it's simply the other move. They just did it first, and that was trading a conditional mid-round pick for David Perron. He comes back to Detroit. In hockey circles, this is getting hailed as a possible, very smart move. Possible because he's had the sports hernia surgery.
Yes.
Which there's not a guarantee he'll be back on the ice.
But Answer Khan from MLive tweeted this out about 10 minutes ago. He says, Mo Sider on David Perron's influence in the room. Says, quote, his care level is just really high. He always thinks about the guy next to him, never puts himself on the first position, and that's something we really admire and appreciate. And I saw something that Birchie had tweeted out last night about after David Perron had been traded for, that, Perron was the guy that, remember a couple years ago when Dylan Larkin got cranked in the neck, Perron just went after the guy right away. No questions asked, just boom, went after it. And he was making a point that the other night when Larkin got cross-checked on the power play and nothing happened. Now, nothing happened because you're on the power play. You're at the end of the game. You want to win the game. But nonetheless, that's something that David Perron just jumped on right away.
Yep.
So he's a great teammate.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to be a nice addition to this team if he's able to play? I hope so. I hope he helps solidify and calm things down with the veteran influence that he has and plays a good two-way game.
248-539-9797. Okay, so it is noon, and noon seems to be the point where the Rangers have their offers in hand. Reporting today by the NHL trade rumors that the Rangers have asked the Carolina Hurricanes and the Detroit Red Wings to make their final offers for Vincent Trocheck. All accounts, everybody around the league is saying prices are astronomical, high, crazy. You got to pay a lot to get a mid-level player. So to get a Trocheck or a Robert Thomas, you're going to have to pay a lot. But the reporting was that the Red Wings and Carolina were told to make their final offers Friday morning. It went on to say, at this point, it's a 90% certainty that Trocheck doesn't play another game for the Rangers this season. He was held out of Thursday night's game against Toronto. Makes $5.6 million a year for the next 3 seasons. The later in the story, it says, the Red Wings will make a huge splash on Friday, so if it's not Trocheck for Steve Yzerman, look for him to circle back on Elias Pettersson of the Vancouver Canucks, Nazem Kadri from the Calgary Flames. Yzerman also has ties to Steve Stamkos and could convince the future Hall of Famer to waive his no-trade clause for the Red Wings playoff push. I think that's probably more in play than we've given it talk. There was some reporting that Stamkos didn't want to come to Detroit. As far as Elias Pettersson, I have no interest, given his price tag and the trend in his career and how long he's under contract. In fact, I'll be shocked if they do that. If they do, I'll actually be mad. But in the case of final offers for Trocheck, I mean, how high are you willing to go to get a very versatile player from Team USA who's under a decent contract and can really help this team in the here and the now? Or do you want to go all in what seems to be an astronomical asking price for Robert Thomas?
It would seem like if you're going to take on Pettersson, that Vancouver would have to pick up a significant portion of his salary, because this is a guy who's, $11 million a year for many, many more years.
Mm-hmm.
And he's nowhere near the player he was a few years ago when he had 100 points. Yeah, that's a tough one to sell.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. This from YouTube, from Legendary Dad. He writes, I'm not sure the juice is worth the squeeze with Thomas or Trocheck unless the price drops a bit. From Sebastian, look at St. Louis. Kevin Falk is a decent defender, and the Blues are asking offer is acting like he's Nick Lidstrom. Robert Thomas is the biggest fish on the trade market, and he's just a solid center. He ain't worth 3 top prospects and picks. It's nuts.
This is what's going on right
and
now.
You got to be comfortable with that if you're going to be a serious player this year. And I think it sucks because as much as we look at the East and think it's wide open, that also means there's a whole bunch of teams in the East that are trying to add. It's great to be a seller. But Detroit hasn't been this firmly in the playoffs at the trade deadline in some time. And Yzerman has said in the past that the team's play has to justify an addition. I think they have. But it's a rough market to try and add a significant piece. But I really, really hope, and I suspect, and I'm actually sure, that they are trying hard. It's just whether or not they're going to blink or Rangers or Blues or Philly is going to blink.
Yeah, and the report that Philadelphia may just hang on to Ristolainen, I feel like that's something that other teams, St. Louis in particular, could just hang on to Thomas because you don't need to trade him. You've got him signed for years. He's a good player, and there's nothing forcing you to get something done here. unless somebody meets your demands. I keep going back to the analogy. It's like if you got a house, you want to sell your house? No, I don't want to sell my house, but I'll offer you twice what it's worth. Okay, I'll sell my house. Right? Like I know
right, yeah.
the signs I'm moving, but if my house is worth $400,000 and you're going to offer me $900,000 for it, okay, I'll find a new place to live. Thank you.
Yep.
But unless that offer is going to come around, and I wouldn't expect that offer to come around, but it seems like these teams are holding out for the Godfather offer.
Let's go to Brian. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, what's up, guys? So
Hey.
two things, Red Wings and Lions. So for Lions, I would say, second round, get, was it Dunker?
Yeah.
And then just as a merchandising point, you could have like T-shirts with Ratledge and Dunker on it, fear the mullets.
Sure.
But for the more serious point, the Red Wings, I was telling Kenny, I'm actually hoping that Yzerman doesn't do anything, and this is from a jaded point of view. I'm hoping he doesn't do anything, and I hope they miss the playoffs, so that gives him reason for him to be fired. And Kenny was saying that, he thinks that Yzerman has, like, immunity and will never be fired. If the Red Wings miss and Yzerman doesn't do anything, fans are going to be pissed. And they're going to be at games chanting, sell the team, fire the coach, like they did in other cities with other teams. Because
I'm curious, Brian. Why do you want that?
Because he hasn't done anything. Like, he hasn't made the playoffs in, 7, 8 years?
That's probably going to end this year.
I'm hoping, but
Are you? Actually, you're not hoping. You said just the opposite.
You're right. My hope is dwindling. I'll say that because every year, I'm hoping. All right, well, this is the year. This is the year, and it's just years have gone by, and I'm just tired of it. And I know a lot of other fans are too.
So
if his name, if he wasn't Yzerman, he would have been fired like 2 or 3 years ago.
Well, maybe. I mean, look, at this point, I think there is. I don't think he's got immunity. First of all, I disagree with Kenny on that. With all respect to, but. I guess I've never been in a place where I'd rather be right about a take than have the team be successful.
Well, think about that. If this team, worst case scenario is they don't make the playoffs, they don't make any trades. Well, I guess worst case scenario is they make devastatingly crippling trades to your future and don't make the playoffs.
Right.
That's the worst case scenario.
You go for it and collapse
they go
anyway.
for it and completely fall apart. Yeah, do I think that Steve Yzerman would be in trouble with his job? Yes. Do I think he's in trouble if they don't make the playoffs, period, regardless of what happens today? Yeah, I think so, because it has been a long time. Now, watching how this team is progressed over the last couple of years, they need to make the playoffs for sure, right?
Yep.
But they've also gotten to the point now where we're starting to see the prospects play. We saw at the beginning of the season, Franzik Nygaard was on the roster. Nate Danielson would have been if he didn't get hurt, and then he ended up playing for a little bit. They're getting their feet wet with it. Sandin Pelech has been on this roster all season long. For that narrative that was out there that they always over-ripen their players in the minors, a lot of guys have gotten their feet wet or even played a ton over the last couple of years, and they've got a whole other crew of guys that are waiting their time right now in Grand Rapids, or they're just getting their minor league career started. That it feels there's lots of prospects there. That there's reason to hope that you're cycling in younger, inexpensive talent and hopefully balancing that with expensive players that you can get free agency and trades.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Gator, I'm going to step out of my comfort zone and request some help from the listeners and you. There is something that I never do, but in honor of today, I am going to do it and perhaps turn a new page. You know, things are changing in the Karsh household, and so I'm gonna I'm looking to make some changes myself.
Make some changes,
and I need some advice. 248-539-9797. All right, we just had another trade, Gator, and what is said deal?
The Tampa Bay Lightning have acquired Corey Perry from the LA Kings.
The same Corey Perry?
Yeah. The 40-year-old Corey Perry.
Only 40, huh?
And they gave up a second-round pick to get Corey Perry. This is how crazy these things are. Corey Perry's playing 14 minutes a game this year. He's averaged less than 14 minutes a game for roughly the last 6 seasons. He has 28 points in 50 games. A second-round pick.
That is, again, falls in line with what we're hearing. If the Red Wings had done this, I'd be like,
I like Corey Perry. I've always liked Corey Perry. But he's, a second-round pick? Now, he had previously played with Tampa, so they know what they're getting themselves into. This is their David Perron move, I guess.
Right.
But, all right.
Cool. 248-539-9797. Don't forget, today is Karsh and Anderson Mock 2.0. We will read you the list of players you cannot select coming up here shortly. But get the perfect pick at 17. Who's the perfect pick at 17 for our Detroit Lions? We tally them up and see who the people most want by the end of the show. So get your texts over. Most people do it via text. And tell the reason why you selected who you selected. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Ned in Oxford. Hello, Ned.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator. Happy Friday, boys.
You too.
I just want to talk about the trade deadline real quick with you guys. I've been listening, and I think that if we're going to let Steve Yzerman, have his way and do the things that, grow within the organization, everything like that, I'm not willing, especially with the price tags we're seeing, I'm not particularly willing to give up like a Nygaard, ASP, Danielson, and that's going to be the asking price. Everything I've read out of, and including draft picks, everything I've read out of New York is that Bill Guerin's trying to rebuild. They're offloading basically, and they're going to start a rebuild. So that's going to be the asking price. And my question to you guys is are those players, the people we've been building and the people we've been stacking for the last 5 years, are some of those guys, are you willing to give them up for a team that, in my opinion, right now is not ready to make a Stanley Cup push? Yes, I think we'll make the playoffs. No, I do not think we are a Stanley Cup team right now. I know we sat in first in the division and second in the Eastern Conference for a while, but are we willing to make those trades and blow up the whole grand plan for something that we're not prepared to do right now?
Well, it has to make sense with term. How long are these players that you're targeting? How long are they going to be here for? And with Trocheck, it's this year and next year, I think. With Thomas, it would be for several years because he is still several years left in the contract. Ristolainen, I think, is a 1.5-year deal left with him. And it's a fair question to ask because, you're looking at a short window there with these players you just acquired. And to acquire those players, you would have to deplete your source of prospects and draft capital. And that's what he's got to wait. That's why it's tough to do because when the prices get ridiculously high is what we're seeing right now, this is where you back away from the table and say, all right, gentlemen, good luck with what you're trying to do. We can't go that high. That's just too much.
And that's exactly it, Gator. And it's my question is Robert Thomas someone you want to expend that on, or is Trocheck
they're both really good players.
Yeah, 100%. They're good players, but is that your Miguel Cabrera that's going to put you over the top this year? No. I don't think so. So My question would be, yeah, exactly. And so that's my question. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
Take care.
If you were to pair something together, let's say Ristolainen and Trocheck, I'd feel pretty good about their chances to do some damage in the playoffs. And does that mean they'd be a Stanley Cup contender? I mean, once you're in, anything can happen if you got the hot goalie. And the Red Wings right now, knock on wood, have had the hottest goalie in the league since like December, middle of December. So it's quite possible that they can make a run, particularly if you add a defenseman and a forward. But you have to weigh the cost. And if the cost is depleting everything you've got in the minors and everything you got draft capital wise for the next several years, then you better be sure.
Tom and Frankenmuth, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Tom.
Hi, how's it going today?
What's up?
Okay. I am a firm believer that they were not going to do anything at the trade deadline. And I like Perron, don't get me wrong, but that's what they were going to do. And the reason is not because of Yzerman. It's because of the owner. Last year, Larkin said, and Yzerman had this little public thing about why didn't you trade for anybody? And, I says, well, why don't you guys do better? But I don't think that came from Yzerman. I think it came from the owner.
Why?
Well, take it to the parallel of the Tigers. They didn't make they made the playoffs 2 years in a row, and knowing that Skubal was gone, that's when they were going to trade for Verlander or get Verlander. That's when they were going to get Valdez because they know they were going to have another bat.
Okay, but you understand that the NHL operates with a salary cap, and so there's no reason why the Red Wings wouldn't, spend money on players.
Okay, well, I understand that, but they tried 2 years ago for Bregman, and then we all said, well, at least we're trying. Now, if you go to next year, and we made the playoffs this year, if you go to next year, guess who's coming? It's Sebastian Costa. That's their big guy. So once he comes, that's when they're going to spend. So I don't think they're going to do anything today.
Yeah,
it's because of the owner.
I don't think there's any parallel.
Yeah, I mean,
you're talking about a salary cap as opposed to
he can believe whatever he wants.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason why the owner would tell them not to make moves in a cap league. There are cost certainties, so teams have built-in budgets that is going to guarantee that they make money. It's just a matter of how much, as long as they're selling tickets and have a TV deal.
And if you listen to what Chris Ilitch had to say about the Tigers recently, he was basically putting all that responsibility on the GM or president of the baseball operations, Scott Harris, saying he's free to do what he wants.
Yeah,
I trust him. Why would I think it's any different with the Red Wings?
I mean,
I
you're
don't think he's
committed.
going to be sticking his hands and picking up the phone and calling Yzerman and saying, don't make this deal. Don't make that deal.
Well,
doesn't he trust him to make the deals, plus within the confines?
I'm not sure Yzerman would want the job if that were the case, but I mean, I give him credit for sticking to the belief that it's the owner when the owner just green-lighted like $50 million worth of contracts for his baseball team for this year. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We got open lines. I need some help from the listeners. We will get to that today at 12:31 here on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so Mock 2.0. I know people are sending texts in. Here are the players you cannot select at 17. And look, I know a lot of people say, I'd like to trade the pick. For the purposes of this exercise, this is you can't get out of the pick at 17. So who would be the perfect pick? Here's who's off the board. Fernando Mendoza, Jeremiah Love, Mekhi Lemon, and Carnell Tate, the wide receivers from USC and Ohio State. Offensive tackle Francis Muiaga from the Miami Hurricanes, David Bailey and Reuben Bain Jr., Texas Tech and Miami, both edge rushers. Linebackers Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles, cornerback Mansour Delane from LSU, and safety Caleb Downs from Ohio State. Who is the perfect pick at 17? Gator and I made our picks of who we would take, not what we think the Lions will do. Gator takes Olavivenga Ione, the guard from Penn State. I take Keldrick Falk, the edge rusher. More of a defensive lineman, I think, than an edge rusher. But from Auburn, who do you like? 248-539-9797. Get those picks in, and we will tally them up, and at the end of the show, read for you who the best pick for the Lions is based upon the voters here of Metro Detroit. So, Scott, today is National Frozen Food Day.
Oh.
National Frozen Food Day.
Okay.
Currently, in our freezer, we have 0 frozen foods. The last frozen food that I ate was a frozen waffle. Okay, and
the protein waffle.
Yes,
I had those.
Yeah, it's frozen waffle, and I think it was probably over 5 years ago. Prior to that, I can't remember any other frozen foods that I have. There was a time where we kept frozen pizzas in the freezer if we had an emergency break glass meal that we had to throw together for the kids, but I never ate them. So I've decided, in honor of today being today, I'm going to get something frozen, put it in the freezer, and sample it. But I want to know what I should get. If I'm gonna go get back into the frozen food game, what should I get, Scott?
Get back into the frozen food game.
I'm ready to step it up.
It may surprise you. I don't buy much frozen food either.
That does surprise me.
What I do
have a feeling we have a resource behind the glass.
We might.
Yeah, I think my guess is Kenny's freezer's loaded with frozen foods.
The frozen food I have in my freezer right now, I've got a bag of some chicken tenders that weren't all that great, so I don't love them. And I have, what I do enjoy, though, is I have a bag full of breakfast burritos. So I kind of alternate between having a bowl of cereal for breakfast or a breakfast burrito for breakfast. And those are outstanding.
Okay.
I really like these sausage, egg, and cheese. I don't know if there are beans in there too. Breakfast burritos. They're really good. For you, I mean, when I'm thinking about frozen foods in the past, if you're not a frozen pizza guy, then I guess I can't convince you of that.
I mean, I could try it again. What's the best frozen pizza? I know one name. DiGiorno.
DiGiorno's great.
Yeah.
It's great. I tend to like basically any kind of frozen pizza because the crust gets crispy, which you don't normally get from a pizzeria. Crispy like this, this is hot out of the oven. It's great. I love the French bread pizzas. Those are always great.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're not into the frozen pizza, there are lots of feels like there's lots of items in the frozen food aisle that you can grab that will be, you can like boil because they're sous vide or whatever.
Okay.
You can just boil and heat them up that way, and the different chicken and pasta dishes that go together and stuff like that. And if you go through like the lean cuisine stuff, a lot of that is actually pretty good.
Okay.
So if that's what you're looking for, I could do that. The other thing that I have in my freezer are grilled cheese sandwiches. The frozen grilled cheese sandwiches.
That sounds terrible.
They're great. In a pinch, it's so you take them. They're in a individual plastic bag.
Mm-hmm.
Remove them from the cellophane. You throw them in a microwave for like a minute, 45 seconds to a minute, one at a time. Then you take it out of the microwave and you put it in the toaster oven, and you pop them in the toaster, and they come out. And it's crispy, it's cheesy, it's great. The cheese does not come out the side, doesn't mess up your toaster. They're pretty great.
I mean, you are convincing that you love them. I find it hard to believe they're good, but
they're pretty good.
I don't mind a grilled cheese. 248-539-9797. I think the resource that I might lean on for this one, other than the listeners, of course, is Kenny. Kenny, am I right? Do you have a freezer filled with frozen foods?
I have a freezer that is partially filled with frozen food. I can diagnose exactly what you're looking for. I can be your therapist or doctor.
All right.
Frozen.
So it's Sherpa.
Sherpa. Great.
Let's go.
Great.
I need some guidance.
What are you looking for? What's the
you know
inlet
what?
to
I
Doug
guess I just
trying-
want to know what's best, understanding that I don't eat red meat. Because
Sure.
I'm feeling.
Wait, what?
I'm feeling like if I were to make a choice and just take a guess, I'm feeling two things: tater tots and French bread, like garlic bread, that kind of thing.
Well, frozen garlic bread's pretty great.
It is. It's a very good basic beginner's move for that type of a move.
Yeah,
it's not a meal.
If you're looking for pizza, Red Baron. I like the thin crust.
I like Red Baron.
Red Baron?
Baron's solid because you want the pizza. You don't want in a pizza frozen. You don't want the crust. You're not looking for crust. If you're doing that, go to a pizza place that does the loaded up crusts. That's what I would suggest.
Okay.
Red Baron, thin crust, frozen pizza. That's my go-to move.
And you can get a veggie. I think they have a veggie pizza.
They do. They have several options.
I'm looking there. There's a cheese trio pizza. I'm on their website here.
I always like to add a little extra cheese in the last few minutes.
You can always add your own toppings too.
Yeah,
If you want to throw a little more veggie on there or whatever, kale, whatever you like.
I like kale.
You do like kale.
Yeah.
Pizza.
I don't know if I've ever had it on pizza, but it sounds like it's
extra
worth a
green
try.
pepper or onion or something like that.
Yeah.
Tomato.
The odd thing to me, though, is that Doug asking for advice on frozen foods seems like a contradiction because there is no good option for frozen food for a guy like Doug.
No, and
Well, maybe the frozen food community should branch out.
Well, this is why I suggested the lean cuisine stuff, right?
Yeah.
Because that seems easy.
There's
Although,
a good pot pie. That would be good for him, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Loaded with vegetables, huh?
Fair.
The vegetable lasagna you get from Stouffer's.
something like that.
Stouffer's vegetable lasagna.
Yeah,
Have you ever had it?
The zucchini lasagna. Yeah.
Dude, you throw some red peppers on the red pepper flakes on lasagna. Oh,
Love the quite tasty. Yeah.
Will in Westland, you're on 97.1. Hi, Will.
How's it going, guys?
What's up?
The best frozen pizza by far is Motor City Pizza Company.
Really?
Comes in a black box with gold lettering, and it's the best frozen pizza I've ever had in my life.
And it's Detroit style, right?
It is Detroit style, and then also you can get a combo that comes with pizza and a cheese bread, and they're both fantastic.
Look at that.
Ooh, I just looked it up. They got a barbecue chicken, Motor City Pizza Company. Thick, crispy crust topped with mozzarella cheese, barbecue sauce, chicken, and red onion. Oh, sounds
Yeah,
good.
get it. You won't be disappointed. Have a good day, boys.
All right, thank you.
You
I
may have
like
had
that.
a little moment right there.
Yeah, that looks good.
Doug, what do you suppose the least healthy frozen food option you would eat would be?
That I would eat?
Yeah.
I'm going to guess that garlic bread, some sort of frozen garlic bread. I'm sure it could.
That's like a side, though, right? I mean, if you're talking like a meal, like what about?
I mean, a full-on meal. I don't know, some like breaded chicken.
I was going to say, what about some?
There it is. Yeah.
Chicken tenders or
Yeah.
chicken boneless wings, if you will.
Yeah.
Some come in a sauce.
That's why Are You Gonna Eat That works so well, because I'm always interested to see how far you can push the line with
Yeah.
Doug. Where is the line?
Yeah. I've shown a lot of weakness lately. I've said yes to a lot.
But have you ever done this? You ever gotten the frozen boneless, skinless chicken breast?
I mean, I've had boneless, skinless chicken breasts that I put in the freezer, yes, but not a
the ones you
pre-prepared.
actually- okay, 'cause
not a pre-prepared like
Those work well. I mean, you take them out to thaw them out ahead of time, or I think nowadays with technology, with an air fryer, you can probably just throw them frozen into an air fryer and they'll turn out just fine.
248-539-9797. Devin in Sterling Heights, you're on 97.1. Hi, Devin.
Hey, Doug. So I'm a 38-year-old man-child. I know this calling in, but the raspberry jelly peanut butter Encrustables frozen. Also, the peanut butter and honey Encrustables. Those are absolutely phenomenal. There's no mess because they're all pinched together. Highly recommend them, and it takes like a couple minutes to thaw out. You will not be disappointed.
So, Devin, a couple things about the Uncrustables. And for people who don't know, these are rounded, basically pieces of bread with peanut butter and jelly inside. The peanut butter and jelly sandwich is the idea here. I first became aware of them when I was the sideline reporter for Michigan, and they would hand them out to the team. Like players were eating Uncrustables, and I'm like, what are these things? So then
Phenomenal, right?
they became a go-to for the kids' lunches on days where I didn't have time to like make them when they were little. And so I have had the Uncrustables, and that was probably a decade ago since I've last had one. But you said the best flavor is a raspberry? I never had the raspberry.
Yeah, they have different flavors now. They have raspberry jelly and peanut butter now. And I'm a huge fan of the honey and peanut butter. They have honey and peanut butter Uncrustables.
Interesting.
So
Okay.
those are phenomenal. You won't be disappointed.
Gator, where are you with the Uncrustable?
Never had them.
Never?
No. Because
Given your love of peanut butter and jelly, it's not like peanut butter and jelly takes a long time to make.
That's why.
Yeah.
I can choose my own bread. I get large bread. I don't have to deal with and I don't mind the crust. So
yeah.
They're
I'm
delicious.
Yeah, they're good.
I'm sure the Uncrustables are great. I have time to make it, so I make them.
Alan in Northville. Hello, Alan.
Hey, Doug, I got a little tip for you here. Frozen foods, Bird's Eye has a bunch of steamed vegetables already in bags. And all you got to do is put them in the microwave in a bowl for, a minute and a half, maybe 3 minutes at the most. And it's broccoli and it's
Peas
green
and carrots,
beans and
corn.
Yeah, all kinds of and they're steamed already, so they're pretty good.
I mean, I guess I've seen those before. Now that you bring it up, I've never shopped for veggies in the frozen food aisle. But
You know what I've done? I've actually used that bag of vegetables, and I've used that with to make like omelets.
Oh, really?
I'll throw that in the saute pan first.
Yeah.
And then take either fresh eggs or I use the egg beaters.
248-539-9797. I got a quiz for Gator. I think you'll do well. It happened on this date back in 1983. We will get to that today at 12:50 on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
You know, whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it's time, you want a company that you can actually trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Here's what sets them apart. Shaner is a local family-owned company, and they treat every customer just like family. Every roof that they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. And that kind of reputation isn't bought, it's earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a new roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. Michigan's name you can trust.
Okay. Behind the glass today, Kang's out. Jake is in. Excuse me, Maximus is in. And you sit there and you monitor the ticket texts as they come in. And I ask you this. Out of everything we've talked about today, which has led to the most reaction?
Frozen Foods has been getting texts flooding in by the second. It is insane.
That's about right.
Yeah.
That's how this works.
Yeah. So the today is National Frozen Food Day, and I realized I haven't had a frozen food since a waffle like 5 years ago. And hell, let's give it a shot. What should I get? And
by the way, waffles are great.
I can't think of the Kodiak protein waffles. Is that what they are?
I have no idea if that's what they are. Let's just say this. I think Eggo makes a protein one too.
Yeah, they all do. But
Kodiak cakes.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, Kodiak Power Cakes and Power Waffles.
Thank you, Jake. Anyway, people have all kinds of suggestions and some of the texts that have come in here. And then we'll get back to the trade deadline because there's some interesting reporting on the Red Wings. That in a moment. Doug, go to Trader Joe's. Tons of frozen choices of all cuisines. That's from Joey in Redford. He's right. I have seen them. I just walk right by them. But
do you ever get overwhelmed at Trader Joe's?
No.
I feel like I'm being rushed. If I go in the aisles there, I feel like there's a million people there, and they all know what they're doing, and I rarely go there, and I mean, I don't know. I've never heard of this brand. Of course you haven't, because they're Trader Joe's brand.
Yeah, Trader Joe's is, I mean, it is, the shelves are stocked with stuff. I literally go, I don't know what that is. Yeah. I don't know what that is.
I feel panicked at times.
Do you?
And I just, okay, I'll take this. I don't know what the hell this is.
Next thing you know, he ends up with, some sort of popcorn made out of kale or something.
Kale popcorn.
Kale popcorn. Yeah. Doug, if you want to put a healthy food in your freezer that would actually fall into your lifestyle, there's a company called Real Good that makes fantastic frozen, healthy, high-protein foods. Doug, time to cut out the Burger King middleman. Frozen Impossible Burgers for at-home Whoppers. That's from John in Lake Orion. Stouffer's Grandma's Chicken and Vegetable Rice Bake. That's from an unnamed texter. Here's another Stouffer's Lasagna and Stouffer's French Bread Pizza. Somebody suggests edamame and kale popsicle. Doug, since you don't eat red meat, Costco has chicken kebabs ready-made. They're perfect for the freezer if you need a quick meal that tastes delicious. It's the chicken kebab from Costco. That's from Marlon Wall Lake.
I think for appetizers, you can't go wrong with frozen appetizers. Those are great. You can find anything, and it's going to be good. For you obviously looking for something that doesn't have the red meat involved, but appetizers are always a good call. If you go to Costco, there's tons of options frozen-wise with like pasta or chicken or combinations thereof. There's all types of ravioli that you can get frozen.
I love this one who signed the text unnamed. And he wrote, Dougie, spicy chicken melt from Sandwich Brothers. That sounds good. So far, I'm liking the Motor City Pizza Company barbecue recipe chicken. But let me check about the Sandwich Brothers. I'm going to do something, and I'll report back. A couple on this, and then we'll get back to the trade deadline. Mickey, you're on 97.1. Hi, Mickey.
Good afternoon, fellas. How you doing?
What's up?
I'm literally on the way to Costco right now to get some frozen pizzas.
All right.
Doug, as a recovering fat guy, stay away from the Motor City barbecue chicken. It's way too sweet. I don't think you'll like that one.
Interesting. Okay.
Costco has their version of a cauliflower crust veggie something. It is lights out. It is by far that's a go-to, man. It's like a silver kind of gray box. I think it's the Kirkland brand.
Okay.
Very good.
All right.
Very, very good.
Noted. Next time in Costco, take a look.
And a bottle of Añejo tequila.
Let's go to Jake in Windsor. What's up, Jake?
What's going on, boys? Happy Friday.
Hey.
Back in college, man, my go-to was a TV dinner, like the Hungry Man.
Yeah.
I know Doug would never even touch that, but Scott, what do you think about the old Hungry Man?
Those are great, man. I mean, it was the Hungry Man. You got a lot. Like you get fried fish and mashed potatoes. There'd be a dessert there.
A product that resembled meat.
One, man.
Yeah, Salisbury steak was great.
Yeah.
Hey, Kenny, question for you.
Kenny?
Go ahead.
He's got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you freeze your hot dogs?
I do if I'm doing long term. If it's day of, if I'm going to cook them that day, no, obviously not. That would be silly. But typically, yes. If I'm doing it like weekend hot dogs and I'm buying it on a Monday, then yeah, I'll freeze it.
Typical Kenny. All right, guys, have a good weekend.
All right. Walked right into that. I don't know what happened.
One more, Joe in Milford. Hi, Joe.
How you guys doing today?
Great.
Right, Joe.
Hey, so Doug, they got a new item. It's called By Good Eats, so it's a clean chicken tender, super juicy. I think they even brine it. But the ingredients on the back, Doug, are maybe 4 words. It's all good.
Okay, what is by
Standing
Goody?
in the air fryer.
By Goody?
Oh, good eat.
Good
Good,
eat.
and then the word eat.
Okay, gotcha.
It's,
Good eat.
it's right by where they keep all the frozen chicken, and it's exceptional.
All
I just
right.
got it.
All right.
You can eat it.
I'll
'Cause
do
there's
it.
only like 4 ingredients in it. You'll be okay.
All right, I'll check it out. I'm looking these up right now. This is a strong possibility. Make note of this. All right, so some reporting on the trade deadline coming in from the Red Wings have not struck another deal, but what do we got?
So Ryan Hanna, who we follow on Twitter, who works with the Wing Wheel podcast, good guy. He says best guesses on the Red Wings. Trocheck interest is real. Drury said a high price and may not blink. I'd guess it'd be a last minute if it happens. Well, here we are 2 hours and 8 minutes away, and that would kind of agree with that. St. Louis doesn't have to deal Thomas, evident by their asking price. That's something else we've it's corroborated by other reporters. And this is the part I find interesting. Think Ristolainen and Oliver Ekman-Larsson are likely options for a deal, maybe Falk. All 3 of those guys, defensemen. So if that's the news that comes out that they get one of those 3 defensemen, I'll be pretty happy.
So we've been pretty much both of us camped in the Ristolainen camp for some time now as a likely trade, and if what I think is most likely is Ristolainen. What I want is different, but we've been talking about Ristolainen for probably about 2 weeks, and leading up to this trade deadline, I'm happy it has legs, and if Perron gets healthy, you get a second pair defenseman, right-handed shot there. Veteran guy that I've just in the past has been, well, that guy's a pain to play against.
Yeah.
Be one that becomes a Detroit Red Wing. We'd love that.
But as far as I'm concerned, defenseman is what I'd like to add most.
Yeah.
To make the overall team defense better, even stronger. It gives your team a better chance to win.
And as we sit here today, there hasn't been a lot of movement, but the movement that has taken place has echoed what we expect, that it is expensive to do a deal as it stands right here, right now, trade deadline day 2026. 248-539-9797. By the way, Justin Verlander makes his spring debut today.
This is true.
Yep.
Kind of excited about that. It's a little weird that it's happening this late in the process, but he's putting in the work. It seemed like, what was it, the second day that they were there, he was already throwing like 50 pitches or whatever.
Yep.
This is part of his routine, and now he gets to make the debut this afternoon. I'm looking forward to seeing what the reports are, what people are saying about him, because he finished off last season really strong. The last 10, 15 starts that he made were really, really good quality starts, ERA under 3 during that stretch.
All right, Gator, I mentioned it before the break. Back on this day in 1983, something debuted. Any guesses?
This day, 1983. So I'm going into my mind and thinking where I was. I think I had an excellent birthday, as I recall. That was the year I got a bunch of 8 tracks with great 8 tracks.
Today's not your birthday.
No, this is back going back to that year. So would that have been 6th grade or 7th grade for me? But so it's like Empire Strikes Back, or one of those movies came out.
No, I will tell you, so this won't drag on too long. The USFL debuted. The first USFL.
There you go, yeah.
And here's the quiz for Gator. Do you remember the Michigan Panthers' first opponent?
No, but I can guess.
What do you got?
I'll go Memphis Showboats.
It is not the Showboats.
Philadelphia Stars.
It is not the Stars.
New Jersey Generals.
No.
Oakland Invaders.
No.
LA Express.
No.
I don't know.
Birmingham Stallions.
Or the Birmingham.
97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. We're doing a lot of sitting around and waiting right now. Former Michigan coach Sharon Moore was scheduled to be in Washtenaw County Court today at 11 a.m. He's at the courthouse right now, but he and the attorneys in the case still have yet to enter the courtroom. It's believed that both parties were meeting privately with the judge, and that meeting went on almost 2 hours. The courtroom has taken a recess and will reconvene at 1:30. We're also waiting to see if the Red Wings will make another move with just 2 hours left before the trade deadline. Yesterday, they brought back left winger David Perron in a deal with Ottawa. Lucas Raymond commented today on having a former teammate back in Detroit.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, I think it'll be pretty easy to get him in here just because of the fact that he was here not too long ago. So, he's familiar with a lot of guys in here. And, just getting, veteran presence with how long he's been in the league and, cups and whatnot. So, I'm really excited to get him in here, and I think all the other guys are as well.
Tonight, the Wings will take on the Florida Panthers as they're completely healthy with Dylan Larkin, Andrew Kopp, and John Gibson all good to go in the lineup. Pregame coverage begins here on 97.1 at 6:45. Team USA has its first World Baseball Classic game tonight as the Americans will face Brazil in Houston at 8 p.m. Tarek Skubal will pitch in his only WBC outing tomorrow at 8 o'clock against Great Britain. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, got a ton to get caught up on. Final hour, Carson Anderson, mock 2.0. Who's the perfect pick at 17? Can't trade the pick. If they can't get out of that spot, who do you want? You cannot select the quarterback Fernando Mendoza, the running back Jeremiah Love, the two wide receivers Mekhi Lemon and Carnell Tate, all off the board. Most likely before 17, Francis Muiaga, the tackle from Miami. Arbel Reese and Sonny Styles, the two linebackers from Ohio State. Mansour Delane, the corner from LSU. Caleb Downs from Ohio State, the safety. And the two edge rushers, David Bailey and Ruben Bain. Who's a perfect pick? I went with Keldrick Falk, the Auburn edge rusher. Gator went with Olavivenga Ione, the guard from Penn State. You tell us who you like the most. Get your texts over. We got to tally these things up as heavy voting here on a Carson Anderson mock 2.0. We do this 3 months out. We're inside of 2 months out. We just decided to do it today, and then we'll do it 1 month out, and then the week of the draft and see who Detroit most wants at 17. Gator, I asked you before the break about what debuted on this date back in 1983, and the correct answer was the USFL in its first incarnation. One of the guesses that came in, and I love this, somebody guessed the Come On Dog, Here Dog commercial.
Oh, I think it was around, it was Alan Ford?
I think so.
Here, dog, come on, dog.
Me and dog want you to go to Telegraph Road right now. Get a good deal. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. It does not get any better than that. And if you don't know what that is, Google it because
great cartoon
spectacular.
commercial, cowboy kind of guy.
Yeah. It's just fantastic.
Here, dog, come on, dog.
You know what? That's what Heather should karaoke. She was looking for something to karaoke this weekend.
I do that unabashed.
Yeah, we did.
Just go for it.
And if I do say so myself, I thought it was pretty good.
I think so.
Yeah.
I thought we held the tune.
I'm not much
right amount of twang. We both had the twang.
A little bit, yeah. And I'm not much for singing. I'm not good at it, but I thought we kind of nailed that.
Were you rolling on that? You guys rolling on that?
I'll pull it for you.
Yeah. Make sure you.
But the magic, the magic on those tapes belongs to us. Yeah. Movie Boogie Nights reference there for people who don't know. All right. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Feedback. All right, let's get caught up. A lot of people have had a lot of opinions on trade deadline day here. If Trocheck comes to Detroit, do they allow the number 16 to be used since last used by Vlade?
I'm very protective.
I understand.
That is arguably my all-time favorite Detroit Red Wing. So that's a no for me, dog. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Pick something else. How about 61? 61 looks good for you if you want to reverse the numbers.
Yeah. Has he worn 16 his whole career?
Well, it was Alan Ford.
I think so.
Here, dog. Come on, dog.
Me and dog want you to go to Telegraph Road right now.
Get a good deal.
I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. It does not get any better than that. And if you don't know, one of one rookie card did. Offered a guy in Taiwan millions, and he couldn't refuse. Card wasn't for sale. So this is do you make somebody trade you a player they don't want to get rid of by way over asking, or over making a overture that is way above market value? You can force a trade. You totally can.
Yeah, it's like, remember in Yellowstone when Beth Dutton was buying up all the property out in Montana with their private equity group there, and then they walked up to some rancher who had a bunch of land and said, we want to buy your land. And he's like, well, it's not for sale. And they're like, name your price. It's not for sale. And she goes, got a blank check here, buddy. Name your price. He goes, I don't know, $20 million. Guy gets out the check and starts writing a check. There you go, $20 million. If you come up with some crazy price and somebody's willing to take it, then you take it. That's what these teams are doing right now. I think that's what they're doing with Robert Thomas in St. Louis. Like, we don't have to get rid of him. I don't want to get rid of him, but sure, he's on the market for the right price. What's the right price? 3 first-round picks and 3 guys who were his first-round picks. Let's go. Okay. Really? All right. Here you go.
Next one, Ben from Wyandotte writes in, stop with the excuses. We just watched the Sabres go in on the playoffs. Where's that urgency in Detroit? I mean, I don't know what you think an excuse is. I think that it is how much is our GM willing to give, how much is their GM willing to give, and it's all fine and dandy in the moment. Like, if fans ran the teams, all of our teams here in Detroit, one thing's for sure. Our organizations would be completely depleted in terms of resources, and we'd probably be $50 million over the salary caps. But, you know, that you don't want to make a irresponsible trade. And I think people have gotten to a point where they almost want it. They want an irresponsible trade. And that's what it looks like it's going to cost to get a big player. But if you get to pick the prospects you give up, and you know deep in the recesses of your mind, because I'm all about trading Nate Danielson.
You really are, yeah.
And I sound like a Nate Danielson hater, but I didn't like the scouting report, or the resource, and the return. I mean, I want to be wrong in a million different ways, but
he's picked it up.
I have no issue with moving Nate Danielson as a primary piece going the other direction, but
I find that it's kind of funny, your whole approach with him.
I know.
He's played better. In 18 games now, he's got 15 points.
I feel like I got to be willing to give up somebody, and he would be the one, and then a couple first-round picks, sure. But what does that get you? And I just keep going back to that stupid internet trade rumor that had no merit in it wasn't being reported by anybody inside, but 2 first-round picks and 3 prospects for Robert Thomas. The prospects being Nate Danielson, Carter Mazur, and William Wallander, and 2 first-round picks for Robert Thomas sounded steep as hell to me. But Ben, look, I mean, you call it excuses. I think it's understandable why there's some balking here. And Yzerman, you know, is either not comfortable or waiting it out. And we'll see what happens. While no, I don't want them to pay astronomical prices. I really want the Wings to not just make the playoffs, but make a splash in the playoffs. It's been 7 years. A solid basis here. They are good. It's becoming time to start exploring opportunities to grow more quickly. And I you can rest assured they are exploring. Okay,
There's no question.
Yeah,
they're on the
the exploration is going on. I'm pretty sure the Lightning don't have to pay Perry's contract. Social Security takes care of that. That's from John in Lake Orion. Yes, Corey Perry, at 40 years old, got a second-round pick today. I think the Red Wings should trade for Austin Matthews. A few picks, a good player, and he's ours. That's from Owen in New Hampshire.
Oh, sure, that's it. Just a few picks and a good player.
Mm-hmm.
You think got a couple first, maybe a second, and what? Michael Branzik, Nygaard, that got it done. Come on,
I'm gonna guess no. 5.6 for Trocheck is a steal, so paying a little extra would be understandable. I do think 5.6 is a steal,
but it's for a year and a half, right?
I think it's 3 years.
Is it that long?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong on that, but
I like the player a lot. I like what he brings. It's responsibility both ends of the ice. He adds a little bit of he'll help out the scoring line. He's really good and responsible defensively. Play in all situations. Good year. So you have him for this year and 2 more?
This year and 3 more.
This year and 3 more. Well, then okay. I mean, if the comp for and I'm making this comp. I don't know if this is the comp. If the comp is Nate Danielson, what Nate Danielson's high end is it going to be Trocheck? Then why not go for Trocheck now? I got it.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But how much more is it going to take other than, say, Nate Danielson and a first-round pick? Does that get it done?
Nate Danielson and a first-round pick? Do I think that gets it done? I mean, that sounds reasonable to me, and I feel like I'm preparing for the unreasonable.
Well, yeah, after this, and you start stacking on other players. Nate Danielson, a first-round pick, and Wallander, or Tomisto, or one of these other defensemen that they have that's not going to get a chance to play in Detroit because they're locked out at this point. I mean, if that's a start of a deal to get it going, I'd be interested in it, absolutely. And how far do you have to go to finish that deal? We don't know.
What else do we got here?
Because with all the reporting going on that the Red Wings and Carolina are 2 teams that are really interested in Trocheck, what you don't hear is what the asking price is, other than the asking price is high. Well, what does that mean?
Yeah.
What is high? I mean, I have my ideas what high is, but what actually is it?
Next text here from Sam in Grand Rapids. Trocheck, we are still a tier 2 team in the East. If it takes a hefty price to get him and another defenseman, we get better overall, but not better when it comes to where our ceiling is. I prefer to save those assets for an offseason move or 2 and go after players that aren't available now, but will be in the offseason, i.e. Brady, Quinn, Werenski, Robertson, Matthews. I mean, Robertson would be fantastic. And look, Sam, you're kind of alone in that most people want something done today. And I get it. We are growing impatient. And Steve Eiserman still has, an hour 45 here to get it done. 248-539-9797, 97.1.
Ready for that green, lush lawn this year? Do the right thing. Get on the phone and talk to Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. You can get green, stay green, and save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You get the early bird discount, which is what you want. You got to start working on your yard. It's so much easier to prevent problems right now than it is to fix them later. This is a company in Natural Way that has been serving Michigan since 1990. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. And for greener grass and fewer weeds, I'm telling you, early treatment is absolutely key. They offer programs designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and control the weeds. They also offer tree care and pest services. So go ahead, give them a call today at 888-GET-GREEN. And for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control. But you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1. Again, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. Here, dog. Come on, dog.
Me and dog want you to go to Telegraph Road right now.
Get a good deal.
I mean,
yeah,
doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, that's gold.
Sure is.
Good to know they were rolling on that.
Yeah, rolling on the rehearsal.
Thanks, Maximus.
Okay. It might get up to 70 tomorrow. Did you see that?
Oh, good God. Really?
Yeah. And you know what I'm doing this weekend?
Are you skiing this weekend?
Yeah.
Are you trying to?
Trying to. There's always that March trip. We get in what we can. It's hard to do anything kind of prior to the new year. And then there's I usually don't even start skiing till late January and then go hard through January and February. And then there's the one last, final last, this time I mean it, trip. And it's supposed to be this weekend. We're going either way, but it's raining now. There's a good base of snow, but heading up north after the show, try and get one last ski in. But could get to 70 here.
Yeah, that's down here. It's gonna be wet, which kind of sucks.
Yeah,
but
kind of takes the fun out of it being 70 away. Yeah, great. It's 70. I'm still indoors. It's pouring rain.
I'm just looking ahead at your fort.
It's pretty bad.
Good
isn't it?
luck.
Yeah. Is there a window? First of all, I'll be skiing on slush. Secondly, it's tomorrow afternoon, right?
So 49 tomorrow is the high with showers.
Spring skiing.
Sunday is 47. Then it's 48.
It's supposed to be a break in the rain tomorrow afternoon.
38,
So.
33, 37, 40, 31. Next weekend would have been a better weekend for you.
Yeah, that's not happening either. But if skiing means driving to the ski hill and going into the bar and sitting there waiting, and then that's what it's going to be.
Is that worth it though?
Well, it ideally no, but I'm gonna see what the conditions are like, right? You know?
Yeah, no, I hear you. It doesn't sound like it's gonna be all that great.
It doesnn't sound like it, but we're not gonna cancel the trip. We're gonna go have fun no matter what. So
Gonna have to maybe wait another year before you have that half pipe
dream. I don't think the half pipe's ever happening. What I do need.
You don't say.
Desperately. I desperately need somebody that says, I will teach you how to do it. I will teach you how to get out of the half pipe. So at some time when I have more time and can really dedicate like a week, because the goal is, the half pipe looks so much fun, but I'll ski up the side of the half pipe, and on occasion I will get the tips of the skis out of the half pipe, but that's it.
Just the tip?
Yeah, every time the joke is made. But I want to jump. I want to get completely out of the half pipe, do a half a turn, and land it. It's the goal. It's a dream to get it done. Red Bull, call me. 248-539-9797. Bob in Rochester, you're next. What's up, Bob?
Hi, boys. Hey. I wanted to say, everybody that wants to take these big trades on, they forget about what Comerica Park looked like in the last 4 years of Cabrera's huge contract. The place was empty. The food courts were half shut down. The amusement rides were closed. It was a terrible place to watch baseball. So, first of all, you have to be lucky to win a championship. Nothing's guaranteed, and I'd rather see them compete at a high level every year and be entertaining than go for it, not make it. I mean, the Tigers went for when Mr. Ilitch was there. He poured a boatload of money in it, and they didn't win the championship. So
isn't it a little different though when you comparing baseball to hockey is tough. I mean, baseball doesn't have a salary cap, hockey does. So when you're talking, and you're not, I don't think the Red Wings are looking to give anybody a 10-year contract like Miguel Cabrera got. So I think it's a little tough to make the comparison.
Scott, that makes my point even more. The fact that they do have a cap, and it's harder to do. So I'd follow Eiserman's trail. I don't want to see him give up.
Bob, I'm really intrigued because you are a different. You have a different opinion than most. You're kind of on an island. Not a lot of people agree with you.
But that's how you win in the long run. And my last comment today is, I've always wanted to say this on your show. I'm like Lou. I'm on number 2.
Thank you,
Have a good
Bob.
weekend, boy.
You think there's a lot of people out there like Bob, though?
That are on number 2?
Yep.
Sorry.
No.
I know what you meant.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I think Bob is in the minority of people that they're fine with how Yzerman is doing things. I think he's a minority. I understand the reluctance to do what people want him to do. There's a lot of pain associated with trying to acquire one of these really big names at the trade deadline. And I think the Red Wings are at a point where they can do some of that.
Mm-hmm.
But if these prices are truly astronomical, then you have to have the discipline to say, yeah, no, can't do it. Our team is pretty good. We're riding a hot goaltender. Maybe we'll, bring a player up from the minors that's on a hot streak and see if it can help us out a little bit. The addition of Perron adds a little bit to this team, not a ton. And we don't even know if he's going to play because of the sports hernia injury he's recovering from. But I'm going to watch the rest of this deadline over the next hour and 17 minutes or 37 minutes. Are teams making the deal or not? It's not just the Red Wings.
Right.
Like, is Carolina making the deal? And nobody's made a deal for like the big name in the last few days. The big players went months ago, right? When Quinn Hughes was dealt. So we haven't seen one of these big names go. I don't know how realistic it is. Those teams really want to move those players, but we'll see. I mean, get to that 11th hour and we're there. We're getting real close to it. Do the price come down? Are those teams that are holding in such high regard? Is Toronto, the Rangers, St. Louis, are they finally in the 2:00 hour? They're going to go, all right, look, give me your best and final offer, and we'll make a quick decision, yes or no. They don't have to say yes. You can give your best and final, and it still may not be good enough, but that just means that those players don't get moved.
Yeah, and you hope that those teams blink. And maybe Steve Yzerman knows deep down he will cave to the asking price at the last minute. He's just waiting it out, but I can imagine if 3:00 comes and goes, the show that follows us will have packed phone lines with people upset if nothing is done.
And we would as well. People are they're passionate about this team, and they're excited that this looks like it's actually a legitimate playoff team that could use a little boost to get us thinking that it's not just a team that gets to the playoffs, but actually can do some damage in the playoffs. And with a hot goaltender, you can do lots of damage in the playoffs. And a team that is so starved to make the playoffs, and this team would finally get there, I think that this is a dangerous team, but we don't know. We don't know what's going on. And right now, I just saw a tweet from Jordan Hall, who covers the Philadelphia Flyers. He's posted a picture of Rasmus Ristolainen at practice right now, even though the deadline's an hour and a half away. He's still a Philadelphia Flyer, so at this point.
Okay, Gators, something here to monitor down in Lakeland. Justin Verlander, as we mentioned, got the start. He gave up a leadoff walk, then got into a 10, and then a stolen base, runner on second, a 10-pitch at bat from Christian Campbell, and on the 10th pitch, Campbell pulled a fly ball to left field over the left field fence to give Boston a 2-0 lead. Verlander then got a strikeout and then got replaced.
Well, because of he had thrown 22 pitches, so he can come back in the game. What they do now in spring training is you can sub him out and then bring him back later if you want to get him some
Is that
more
what they
work.
said it was?
I believe I saw Chris McCoskey tweet something about that.
Thank you, Chris. I've been refreshing here when I saw he got pulled, and I'm like, okay, what's going on there? I couldn't find any reporter, but McCoskey said it was that, huh? So they're going to send him. He believes they're sending him out for the second.
I believe so. Let me just double check what he actually posted on that. Red Sox fouling off a ton of pitches. Verlander is at 22 pitches, 3 batters in. He's going to get subbed out here in the first. He will re-enter in the second.
Awesome.
So
that is. I'm glad to see that because I was wondering what in the name of Molly Jolly's going on.
Well played.
248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, sucked last night. See the Pistons get down so big early to San Antonio. What are you laughing at?
It's just the way you started off.
It did suck.
All right, sucked last night.
It did suck. I mean, it's been 6 games here, and the Pistons haven't had that stretch. They don't look like themselves, right? And we've talked about how this team has bounced back, and they've had a really good year, but they're in a lull right now, and it can happen in an 82-game season. And one of the risks in these jobs are, and I talk about this all the time, short-term results, and you draw long-term conclusions, and we try not to do that. I did not find last night to be embarrassing. I thought the game against Cleveland was embarrassing, with the thought bubble sitting over their bench that the Pistons were, quote, not in their class, and the Pistons came out and had an effort that, to me, didn't look like nearly enough of what I'm accustomed to seeing from them. And then J.B. Bickerstaff said as much in his post-game press conference. Last night, there was none of that from J.B., and I did think that there was some effort there. I just think San Antonio's great. And Detroit was really, really good. And the question really is this a sobering pill? Okay, the Pistons are really, really good, but they're just not good enough or flawed in design. And by that, I mean that paint scoring, emphasis on paint scoring coupled with defense and not high volume 3-point shooting, can it win the whole thing in the NBA? And it's a debate worth having. I mean, we're going to find out. And maybe they just need another piece or two. And maybe that another piece comes in the offseason in the form of another shooter. If last night, if there's anything positive, and by positive, I mean, what is positive? If there's anything positive that can come out of this, it is that Asar Thompson twisting his ankle opened up the door for some Kevin Huerter minutes. And he did something with those minutes. Your boy Sasser got in the game too. There's been a Sasser sighting. So.
We got breaking news, but it's not trade related. According to Dave Burkett.
Yeah.
Taylor Decker just posted on Instagram that he has requested his release from the Lions. Tom Pelissero says Lions left tackle Taylor Decker, the team's longest tenured player, announced he requested and received his release after contract talks broke down.
Wow. That's somewhat out of left field.
So you're a cap guy. This saves them, if I'm not mistaken, is this like a $9 million savings in cap, or is $9 or $11 million?
I thought it was 11, but let's go take a look, assuming they're going to release him. You know what? They want, I mean, okay, let's make some assumptions here. The Lions wanted Decker to take less.
So here is the actual Instagram post. It's a picture of Taylor Decker high-fiving players, take from behind as he's going to the tunnel, high-fiving players on the road. And it says, high-fiving fans on the road. Things change. 145 games started, 3 playoff appearances, 2 division titles, a decade carrying the shield. I fully intended to do it once again, but my time as a Lion is coming to an end. In the weeks since notifying the team of my return, there have been numerous discussions, many of which were a surprise to me, and we could not find common ground. Therefore, I decided to request my release. I am opting for a clean and amicable close to what has been such a beautiful 10 years going to war as a Lion. It has been an absolute privilege of my life to be your left tackle for the past 10 years, and I am forever grateful for the opportunity the Ford family and the Lions organization afforded me. That's Taylor Decker.
Wow. Well, first of all, job well done, Taylor.
Yeah.
It was a great run here in Detroit.
Sure was.
I don't blame the Lions for trying to renegotiate his contract to less, which is, I mean, he didn't say that exactly, but...
Oh, it sounds like...
But that's a pretty safe assumption, huh?
Well, that, or was it also a possibility to say, hey, look, we may release you after June 1st to save more money, and if that, or whatever the case is, right? Whatever helps the team out the best, and if they were just being real with him, and or if he's saying, hey, surprised by what was being said the other way, it's clear that he doesn't want to go out on bad terms. Doesn't want
he made it, and that's about as classy and as good a way to put it. I'm sure he's not thrilled about being asked to take less, but it's not. Hey, it's nothing personal. It's a business, and that's the way to go out with that kind of post. Tyler Linderbaum, come on down and do I rip up Mach 2.0 here?
I mean, so I took the guard. I went with Bengaionye from Penn State. Does this change my? Yeah, I would change now to. Well, I'm still thinking. Are they looking at the whole Jedrick Wills stuff when it was reported yesterday that the Lions were talking with him? Does that kind of key into this? If they're still looking at him as a possible long-term replacement, then maybe it doesn't change anything for me because it went in my whole thing. But if Wills isn't in the future, then I would look at Monroe Freeling.
Right. Gator says it like that because that's how Mel Kiper says it.
So Pelissero says Taylor Decker was due $18.2 million in 2026, including a $1.5 million roster bonus if he was on the roster March 15th. Now at age 32 and after conversations about a restructure, Decker says he'll be moving on. So according to him, they wanted to restructure.
Well, I mean, look, speaking of which, I'm going to give you something that is one of the reasons why following the NFL is so difficult in terms of what is real and what isn't, and what the cap is and what the cap isn't. Spot Track, and let me find it. Check this out. Spot Track, who follows sports contracts really, really closely and does a good job of as a reference for us, just tweeted out the following today. If it comes to a head, a team acquiring edge Max Crosby will be able to process a simple salary conversion on his contract that will drop his acquired cap hit from $30.7 million down to $7.73 million. Brad, attention, Brad. I'm sure he knows this. I'm sure Disner, the capologist, knows it. He's still here, right?
I think so. He's made no bones about it. He'd like to play for Detroit, right?
Mm-hmm.
He has literally said these things in the past. I keep insisting that it's not possible to fit him under the cap, but now with Taylor Decker asking for his release and freeing up some money, and we're still waiting for the Lions to announce a restructure of contract for Jared Goff and others to free up even more space, and a ton of space at that. Is it possible? Is it possible? Before I'd given it less than 5% chance that the Lions could make some kind of offer to get Max Crosby.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might be up to 15%.
I mean, they really should be. So let's start with the breaking news with Decker, who's requested his release. So Penei Sewell's your starting left tackle, most likely.
I would think so.
A rookie starting right tackle also is starting to feel like a strong possibility.
Mm-hmm.
With freed up money, I mean, Linderbaum becomes more of a player here. How do you feel about an offensive line with Fanu or Freeling at right tackle? All those young guards battling.
Right.
Frazier, Mahogany, Ratledge, Linderbaum at center, and Penei Sewell at left tackle.
And it looks like a decent. It looks like a really good.
It has potential to be
line.
A really good offensive line. It probably comes down to whether or not those guards step up, and if the rookie right tackle can get the job done. In the meantime,
that was wild.
Yeah, that is wild. It's a total game changer here for this offseason. I mean, the big deal now is restructure those contracts in 3-2-1. Let's get that done because that is a huge, huge part of this offseason. God, I'm impressed with Decker's post. Very classy in a world that...
I expected that from him. He's a classy guy. He's a guy who's worn his heart on his sleeve. He's been emotional in front of cameras and microphones. I think he loves his time here and understands the situation too.
Yep. And he played hurt last year.
Yep.
And
played hurt. He's played hurt for several years.
And here's the other obvious conclusion. I mean, Decker's not the only contract they're working on. Right? It just came to a head today. It came to a head on a Friday before free agency. I expect more news over the weekend before free agency.
So he's asked for his release. Does that mean the Lions give it to him, grant it to him, or are they still trying to work out a deal? I mean, I imagine if you go to an Instagram post like that,
it's probably
what's going on.
Yeah, it's probably done. Wow. Breaking news. Taylor Decker requesting his release for the Detroit Lions. By our math, $11 million in freed up cap. That wasn't in the report you read, right? No. I mean, he's got his cap hit next year was $21 million. He's got 9.4 dead cap. 21 minus 9.4, roughly 11.5 million. So 248-539-9797. Your reaction, Detroit, to that breaking news. We will tell you who you wanted in Mock 2.0. I will put a little asterisk next to this one and say Decker left the Lions in the middle of this draft. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, it's the weekend, and attention, sports fans. Twin Peaks can't wait to host you for the party. Starting tonight through Sunday, you want to clear your schedule. First, their Livonia Lodge is giving away tickets to the Michigan Golf Show all weekend long. It's a perfect stop to meet or recap the show. The beautiful Twin Peaks girls offering up that dining experience you can't live without. And you're not just eating, you're partying. And the party doesn't stop. You got hockey and basketball action this weekend, a Monster UFC pay-per-view featuring a highly anticipated rematch between Holloway and Oliveira and another rematch between in-state Big Ten rivals on Sunday. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? Well, it's a no-brainer. Their favorite draft beer poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees. An extensive bar featuring craft cocktails and all your favorite high-end bourbons and tequilas. A made-from-scratch kitchen showing off house-smoked wings, brisket, and ribs, as well as the hand-cut New York strips. 50-plus TVs bringing you every game and the best. It's all brought to you by the famous Twin Peaks girls. Come experience the difference today. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
I think it's qualifies as a flurry of action of stuff going down late here in the show. We've obviously got the trade deadline going on in the NHL. Not a whole lot to report there, other than there's an hour and 14 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see if the Red Wings are able to pull something off or not. None of the big names have gone today to any team. Players that have been traded have been, we had Corey Perry, the 40-year-old, go back to Tampa for a second-round pick.
Yep.
Seems prices are very steep. Justin Verlander, his spring debut, got roughed. I don't know if it was roughed up necessarily.
He gave up a bomb.
He gave up a bomb, and he had an at bat where there were 10 pitches it was 10 pitch at bat. There were a bunch of pitches that had been fouled off. He had to come out of the game and then came back in the game, and he was fine. Kevin McGonigal got hit on the forearm with a 93-mile-an-hour pitch, but he's okay. We mentioned that Taylor Decker has asked for his release from the Detroit Lions. Apparently, negotiations breaking down there on a restructure of his deal. And then Tom Pelissero just said that Packers edge Rashawn Gary, who has been the subject of trade talks, announced his time in Green Bay is over. He was due $19.5 million with no guaranteed money. So there's another edge rusher on the market.
Well, we've got the pick here, but it seems like it's rendered moot. But the pick is in.
We'll do Carson Anderson 3.0 next week.
With the 17th pick, the people of Detroit, the number one vote getter was Olavivenga Ione, the guard from Penn State. Asterisk, middle of the show, Taylor Decker announces he's requested his release from the Detroit Lions. Monroe Freeling got a bunch of votes. So did Spencer Fanu, but
sounds like offensive line.
It sounds like offensive line, and it's a good draft to need an offensive lineman, and it's a good year to free up $11 million in cap space to go after the center, whether it be Linderbaum or Mays or whoever. But what's clear is war chesting is being done for free agency next week. We expect more announcements out of the Detroit Lions. It frees up $11.6 million of cap space. But he was the post on Instagram, very classy, amicable departure from Detroit. We tweeted out this breaking news and have gotten quite a bit of response here in the early going, as you would imagine. From Ox, Sewell is not moving off right tackle. Vandal says, absolutely Sewell to left tackle. From Paul, it's for the best. He sounded suicidal after last season. Well, nothing to joke about, but yes. From one Hanu, thanks for the memories, but this is best for the team. From Tom, Monroe Freeling, no matter what, they may have to trade up. There you go. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. Still nothing to announce with the Red Wings. And certainly Detroit reacting to the news that Taylor Decker is done with the Lions, requesting his release. The contract renegotiation produced no agreement. And so Decker is done, and Rashawn Gary is now out there. 28 years old. Let's go to Carl in Smith's Creek. Hello, Carl.
Hi.
Hey, where's Smith's Creek?
Smith's Creek is about 50 miles southeast of Detroit.
Okay.
Or northeast.
All right, gotcha.
My thing is, I don't agree with the Red Wings going after any of these players and giving away draft picks and prospects.
Why?
I remember back in, what's the last year they made the playoffs, 2016?
Whenever it was. It's been a minute, yeah.
Yeah. And all these years before that, Ken Holland, I believe, was a general manager. We got to keep trading our prospects and our draft picks so we can make the playoffs for another year. And then after we didn't make it, after 25 years went by, and we don't make the playoffs after that, we didn't have any prospects, we don't have any draft picks.
Well, I mean, he famously said rebuilds can take 10 years, and we're moving in on that. But, you know, the reality is the game changed in the middle for Ken Holland, and then it became a cap world. And they mostly were giving up draft picks. Now, those draft picks then didn't turn into prospects. You're right about that. Because there's not a long list of, through the championship years, there's not a long list of prospects that they traded that came back to haunt them.
Well, it's possible, but I mean, we kept picking up these players that were well past their prime for whatever we had to build on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they've done a great job. That Steve Eisman has done a great job with adding free agents to this team. A lot of missed. There've been a couple of hits. I think he's done a better job lately of bringing some adults into the room. I think that James Van Riemsdyk was a really nice addition to this team. Andrew Kopp has been good. Obviously getting Gibson, the goaltender, has paid off handsomely this year. So maybe on the uptick for what he's done there. Let the man cook. He's got an hour and 8 minutes left before the trade deadline. If nothing happens, my guess is that you're not going to see a ton of movement going on in the last hour and 10 minutes if that's the case, because the Red Wings have the need. They have the prospects. They have the assets, the trade capital to make something happen. But if the price is just too high, if it's too high for the Red Wings, it's going to be too high for the other teams too.
Feedback coming in here with the Decker News. Kyle in Bay City says, Spencer Fano, he's 21 years old, Outland Trophy, 35 starts at tackle, super athletic, can play all 5 positions on the O-line and prep to be a starting tackle next season. Well, Kyle, maybe you sent this before the Decker News. He might be a starting tackle this season. Yay, finally I'm seeing Brad Holmes and the Lions willing to do the hard things necessary to have a great team. That's from an unnamed texter. Decker will be missed. No more Sewell to left tackle. Now move, I think he meant to write, Sewell to left tackle, draft a right tackle, and sign Trey Hendrickson. Jerry says, better go with Caden Proctor now that Decker is out. Also, try to sign a free agent. From an unnamed texter, Brad is a great scout, but doubt he's tracking the salary conversion opportunity with Crosby. Whether he's doing it or not, they've got a capologist. I'm sure they're aware of it. Roy says, can we trade Decker and get something out of it? I doubt it, because, why would a team trade? I guess they'd trade for him if they love him and they don't want him to get on the open market, but then they'd have to take the contract, which is the point of contention here in Detroit. If you really wanted him, you go, well, let's let him get to free agency and sign him there for less. But I guess the only way you'd trade for him is if you just don't want to get into a bidding war with another team.
I'm curious about this.
Can't imagine anybody likes him that much.
Yeah. The Jedrick Wills story that came out yesterday.
Yeah.
That Jordan Schultz had, says sources say the former Browns offensive tackle Jedrick Wills, who sat out last season to fully recover from a knee injury, has been on a tour of visits with NFL teams, including the Patriots, and this was posted yesterday, and today with the Lions. Visits are expected to continue into next week. He's a former top 10 pick. He's 26 years old. He's had some knee issues the last couple of years that have prevented him from playing, but he made the decision to take all of last year off to get healthy.
Mm-hmm.
This is a guy, when he's healthy, is a pretty good tackle. I wonder if this is a real legitimate opportunity for the Lions to get a guy maybe at a less expensive price, because there is some risk involved with that, but could solve problems at tackle now that the Lions have an opening at tackle.
248-539-9797. Rico Beard's in studio, and of course we'll be continue to taking your phone calls and feedback. Real stunner there right before your show.
Yeah, it was. It was like, okay, because David was showing me something on his phone, and the message popped on his phone like, Taylor Decker, what is this, David? Yeah, you kind of felt like, I think the Lions had thought they had moved on from him, and then he came back, and it was like, oh, okay. We've already painted your room over and put that pool table in there. You need to come back and live with us again. Okay. You guys moved on without? Well, yes, we did, son.
Yeah.
And it sounds like, I don't know, but yeah, if you come back, you're going to be auditioning. Because Campbell even said that, like, yeah, we got to, it's going to be competition at the spot. So, yeah.
So Dave Burkett offers an update on what this is saving. It says Decker was due to make $14.9 million this fall, had a cap hit of $21 million and a $1.5 million roster bonus. Dead money is $6.3 million. After he's released, so his release will create a little less than $15 million in cap space.
There you go.
And it could be
almost $4 million more than we thought.
Right, and it could be, you know what, how about we renegotiate 2-year deal, we're really a one, and we'll bring you back for one more year.
Well, it sounds like he's walked away from that he
doesn't want that.
He doesn't want that.
But if he has no other takers, which is possible.
Back before.
Tyler Linderbaum. Feels like that's in play.
So yeah, but unfortunately now you're going to have 4 new people guaranteed on this, moving around on this offensive line, trying to figure out what you're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like most likely. Yep. So I'm sure you have plenty of that. And trade deadline, huh?
Trade deadline.
TikTok.
Yeah, see what happens.
Who's blinking? I mean, we got
a little over an hour.
A little over an hour. Somebody's going to blink here.
See if it's more than just Perron.
All right, have a great show, my friend.
Thank you.
And you guys, everyone out there,
frozen vegetables.
Have a great weekend. Skiing, golfing, whatever I'm going to be doing up north. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Breaking news out of Allen Park. Taylor Decker has announced via Instagram that he requested and has been granted release from the Lions. Decker said, quote, "In the week since notifying the team of my return, there have been numerous discussions, many of which were a surprise to me, and we could not find common ground," unquote. Decker was set to return to Detroit next year and was expected to probably have to play through some injuries. It would appear the Lions wanted to restructure his deal so as to not pay the injured tackle $18 million next season, and the two sides could not agree. in the discussions. The release does save the Lions over $9 million in cap space. Yesterday, the Red Wings traded for former left winger David Perron, who was with the team in 2023 and 24. They sent a fourth-round pick to Ottawa to bring the experienced veteran back to Detroit. He's been out with a sports hernia injury, though, for Ottawa since January 20th. But today, Tom McClellan, after morning skate, said they do expect him to play this regular season. McClellan says he'll even see the ice in March. Tonight, the Red Wings will face the Florida Panthers from Little Caesars Arena. John Gibson will be in between the pipes for Detroit as he's back from his injury. Face-off scheduled for 7 o'clock at LCA. We'll begin pregame coverage here on 97.1 at 6:45 with Mark Ryan. Big weekend for hoops as well as Michigan and Michigan State close the regular season in Ann Arbor on Sunday. Tom Izzo 5-1 in his career on the final day of the season against Michigan. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, it's Friday. Let's get to business. We got a lot to do. We'll start with the Decker stuff. We will then get to the NHL trade deadline, touch on the Pistons probably, and apparently Max Clark's briefcase. So we've got a lot.
Is Louis?
I don't know. I'm actually very good with this Decker thing because if you go back to the day he announced, hey, I'm back, and I'm like, no, please, God, go away. But it is...
Wasn't just you. I think Dan Campbell felt the same way.
And that is how you end up with this today, where he's asked for his release because they said, you can come back, but there's going to be some steep renegotiation. Why? I don't know. You have one arm, dude. You're not going to make it through the year. Mm-hmm. Now, I could say it's a positive because I get $11.6 million back on the cap. But Taylor Decker and Glasgow were simple pieces of the offseason. They still need, in my opinion, multiple restructures to get where they got to go. Mm-hmm. But I want to go back to what I said I wanted this offseason. And now, to me, they have absolutely no excuse. I want Penei Sewell at left tackle. Please and thank you. Mm-hmm. That's it. And I know what you're going to say, but they'll all be playing new positions. Yes, they will.
Mike's going to imitate me to 6.
No.
I'll see you guys later. I'm going to go join Brendan Shabath.
He's in a good mood. Right. All right. No, but you understand what I'm saying.
It is, Mike. Yeah, but it's when you really think about it, Super Bowl contending team, now 100% of your lines are going to be playing brand new positions. Now, Grant, he can play the position. He's the least of your worries at left tackle, but it leaves now you have to find another tackle, 2 guards, and a center, and you hope that it all works out. And oh, by the way, you're also flirting with, re-upping with your running back. But dude, if you don't fix this line, nothing else. That to me has become priority 1.
Agree completely. Here is Taylor Decker's statement. You do what you want with it. Things change. 145 games started, 3 playoff appearances, 2 division titles, and a decade carrying the shield. I fully intended to do it again, but my time as a Lion is coming to an end. In the weeks since notifying the team of my return, there have been numerous discussions, many of which were a surprise to me, and we could not find common ground. Therefore, I decided to request my release. I am opting for a clean and amicable close to what has been such a beautiful 10 years going to war as a Lion. It has been the absolute privilege of my life to be your left tackle the last 10 years, and I'm grateful for the opportunity the Ford family and Lions organization afforded me. Taylor Decker. It just speaks to it. They wanted him to restructure. They weren't going to pay him $20-something million, and he gone. I'm good with it. Didn't want him at that price. Didn't want him back. And you could say, well, that's heartless. It's a heartless business. So my whole point is, Penei Sewell's paid like a left tackle. Put him over there. Easier to find a right tackle. Mm-hmm. I'd rather play a kid at right tackle than left. Or if you go in the free agent market, the price differential between a right tackle and a left tackle, it's 2 totally different universes. So, yeah, that would be my move. It's been my move for months. But, yeah, Decker's gone. I'm okay with it. But I am in total agreement with my man over here. Like, for people who want the defense, if If you don't fix this offensive line, nothing else matters. You do not have a quarterback that can simply make the best of it behind a decent line. Forget about below average. Jahmyr Gibbs last year, everybody priming their flagpole, 71 yards a game. He had 300-yard games. The running game was not there when you needed it against who you needed it against. So, again, fix the O-line. Is there a way to be better with Decker gone? There's a way. I still don't understand not getting in the center market. And it doesn't have to be Linderbaum. And obviously, Biotish is now with the Chargers. Maybe it's a Connor McGovern. Maybe it's an Ethan Pochich. Maybe it's a Cushenberry. I don't know who the hell it is. I don't care. It could be Mr. Sprinkles, the mailman from Mrs. Doubtfire.
Just go get one.
It just you need to go get a veteran center.
Yeah.
But we'll see. But where do you stand on Decker? Kenny, obviously, I know you're combing for the NHL stuff, and we'll just sit and wait. I'm not going to freak out now. I mean,
There
I've
is
got
a
plenty
slight update, by the way.
Excuse me?
There is a slight update. All right. It's not breaking news.
We've got breaking
update,
news
but I'll
from
tell you
Kenny
anyway.
Cott, Hockey Nista.
Per Darren Dreger, he's NHL insider, Darren Dreger. He says, I can't imagine that Robert Thomas gets traded at this point. So that's another domino to fall off of the board.
Thanks, Kenny. Way to bleep in the punch bowl.
I'm just uplifting news guy over here.
Hey, yeah. Right after the Wings traded for a guy, and the pick is contingent on, is he alive?
When the first statement is, if he plays.
I can't wait for all the hockey nerds to call in. Oh, but he's such a big voice in the room. Hear me now, dorks. You need talent. Oh, man. That goal in Montreal a couple of years ago. David, your thoughts on that? I know what I'm in for, and I swear if anyone tries to defend this deadline, if they don't do another move, and it's David Perron.
It's going to be a day of anger for you. I have a strong feeling of
No,
that.
because you can't defend it.
Right, 100%.
Oh, hey, we got a fourth-line center. A fourth-line winger. Great.
He's a good locker room guy.
Oh,
Like,
the
you
voice
just don't
in the
understand.
room.
Yeah.
Great. Give him the C while you're at it. David, talk to me.
Well, so I was not here last week when he announced he was coming back. And I, for one, would have definitely cut him. So the fact that he's asking for his outright release because he didn't want to restructure his deal, which is reported that they asked him to do that. Okay. But this does, you have one player on your offensive line that you can trust. This is a huge offseason, and you guys are right. They need to get a center first and foremost, and then you can pair up whatever you want with that. But there's a lot of questions with this offensive line now.
Can I ask another question?
Sure.
Not to be provocative, I'm asking.
No, go
We're
ahead.
just four doofuses talking sports.
Because I was about to say something that he was going to hit the deflator thing. So go ahead.
Well, guess what? I'll put the pin in the balloon because what I'm going to say is probably not going to be well received, but I'm asking. What happened to this Lions culture? What happened to this whole, team, grit, tough? Taylor Decker, you're 32, you got one arm. You're barely healthy. I'm not taking less. Why? David Montgomery, so your carries go down a little bit. You still had 8 touchdowns. You're still playing in a place you love. Clearly your teammates love you. I want out. Why? Hey, maybe something, maybe nothing. Just strikes me as weird for a team that's very big on culture, very big on the room.
Okay.
2 guys have kind of asked out now. The hell is that?
Costa saying grit.
Okay. I think culture, Mike, you follow enough sports to know that culture comes with winning. And when you win, you can accept a lot of things. When you win, you can take a step back. When you win, you could get, 40% of the carries. When you win, I can grind it out. And so long as you give me some rest during the week, I'll go out there with my bad arm. But now but we want some of the money back, huh? Well, yeah, because, we got the culture. Yeah, I got bills to pay. So how about no?
I'm just asking.
No, I get what you're saying. But when you're winning, man, everybody loves everybody. But when things start to fall apart, that a little bit of that culture goes out the window. And what I was going to say, David, I hope that people understand
revamping an offensive line on the fly requires a lot of luck. It requires, basically you got to hit every spot because 1 weak link, and we saw what that looked like in the Green Bay game early in the year.
The problem is I never viewed Decker as filling a spot. When Dan Campbell goes to the podium and is like, yeah, I love him, but we're still going to need a guy.
No, I looked at him as his spot he was going to audition for a spot, but now it's going to be somebody totally new.
And it's not on the roster.
Right. At least I knew what I kind of got with him. All right, I'm going to have to you'll probably work out a day and a half all week. I'll give you the rest of the other time off just because I know what you can do. Yeah. But now I don't, because your offense is predicated on running the ball. If you can't run the ball, you're not going to get all the fancy touchdown play.
I need to see the restructurings. I'm happy to get the cap space back. I'm happy he's gone because, frankly, I don't think he was going to be here for very long. 3 weeks, 5 weeks, 7 weeks, whatever. He was always going to be hurt. And I don't want to waste resources on the insurance policy. I'd rather just go get another version of him. But make no mistake, like we could talk about this. I have no problem with him being gone. Are you better today than yesterday? No. And to me, I don't understand. Look, I have no idea what Taylor Decker's market would be because there are non-negotiables with him. Like, I don't know where he thinks he's going and getting paid $20 million.
And I don't know where he's going to go, where people are going to give him the latitude of not practicing and not going out there and being with their teammates. Like, you get that here because we know.
Because who you are.
Yeah, you know the play, son. We know what you can do. Another team? No.
We got a trade.
Congratulations, buddy.
The Red Wings have traded for Pierre Turgeon.
Incorrect.
No, I got nothing. What have they got?
They have nothing. Your team has acquired somebody. The captain of the St. Louis Blues, Braden Shen. And that's very annoying because I hate that your team is trying harder than mine.
You're just mad you don't have Schaefer.
So you're privileged.
Yes, he's the hockey privileged.
Honestly, they've had a really nice year considering they weren't supposed to be very good and are in salary cap hell. It's weird. It's almost like being creative and being right with your pro personnel can get you places.
They fall into a Schaefer and then they start buying at the deadline. Imagine that.
Hey. Yeah, no. All right. Wings have traded for Brad Delgarno? No? Okay. We'll wait. Kenny.
Picking up Milan Hajduk coming up next.
Come on, man. Listen. We still have 46 minutes. Steve's got to do something. There's just no way he doesn't. In the meantime, Taylor Decker has asked for his release. The Lions have granted it. By the way, it's the second weird version of this. Hey, Ragnow's back. Put out the graphic. Hit the music. Cutscene. He showed up and his hamstring was in a Ziploc bag. He didn't pack his physical. Pass the physical. Now it's,
you're right.
Hey, Decker's back. Strike up the band. Cutscene. I ain't taking less money.
What's TJ up to? Maybe they bring him back.
I asked TJ this once, just as a joke. I said, I'm being totally serious. You have no ramp-up time. How many reps could you give this team before you are ambulanced off the field? He said, I might get to third down.
Not even
we were joking about it, and I said, I'm being serious. How many reps? No warming up, none of that crap, like no 3 month. You can go stretch and do what you got to do. You go, might get the third down.
Wow.
Dead. 248-539-9797. Let's talk a little Taylor Decker. And I'm fine. If you want to hop into the trade deadline green room, we have snacks, we have beverages, as we all just kind of wait for 3 o'clock. Kenny feverishly hitting refresh. New vehicle, Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row because they make car buying easy. GM employees, immediate family members, you can purchase or lease 26 Equinox EV, $159 a month, or purchase it outright, $24,999. Members can also lease the 26 Silverado LT Crew Cab, starting at $259 a month. Both are only $999 down, no games, no nonsense. They make it simple. MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Kenny Cott.
The Red Wings have made a trade. They have made a trade. They have received a 3rd-round pick for the Pittsburgh Penguins in exchange for Elmer Soderblom. That is the trade. He's one of the filling a sweater guys for the Todd McClellan crowd. But yes, they have made a trade. I'm just reporting the news. This is the news.
Just hold on. Just read into it for me for a second.
Does
that have anything to do with clearing out some space for a certain somebody? Come on, I'm going to keep it positive till 3 o'clock.
So I was just talking back here with Evan told me the news. I looked it up. I saw it on their Twitter. It's official. Evan said, oh, so they're selling. And I said, hold on. If this were any other GM but Steve Yzerman, what I would say is, okay, they're getting a 3rd. This means they could be taking that 3rd, packaging it with other things, and flipping it for another player. That's what a normal person would think. Before I remember the Wallman trade, and before I remember...
No, but hold on. I think we owe it to the listener to maintain a level of optimism and positivity pre-3 o'clock. I don't think it serves us to be negative or nasty.
Hope is not a strategy.
It's not an effing strategy. Don't make me angry. I'm just saying.
We're waiting. We're going to let it play out for 40 minutes.
Once 3 o'clock happens, David, then you just mess your diaper.
Okay.
Because then there's no purpose to wasting energy on things that haven't happened yet.
Conventional logic would lead you to believe that
this is setting
a
up
move
something
for something else.
Also, I'd like to state for the record, there was a time where Kenny was this close to buying a Soderblom jersey.
This is not true.
That's absolutely true.
Did like him quite
you
a
were
bit,
so amped when he came up. You're like, Mike, you're going to love this guy. 6'8", he's a power forward. We haven't had this since Keith Primo.
He's
I'm
got
like,
good hands, but he's big for nothing. I've soured on him quickly.
he's a slug.
Yes.
Hey, give me a break. 248-539-9797. Want to get to the people? Taylor Decker's demanded his release. The Lions have said, okay. And the trade deadline, we're walking up to it. We're waiting. We'll go to John first, 97.1. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. How's it going?
Good, John. What's the good word?
Hey, I called a while ago about the Bad Bunny halftime show. My buddy Scotty P, he's still complaining to me about it.
God.
That's besides the
Your
point.
friend, hold on, Johnny, I remembered his call. That guy is still bothered by a Super Bowl halftime show.
Yes, at least once a week, he just talks about how it still irks him.
How are you friends with this guy?
John, no matter
I
what
work with him. I'm kind of forced to. I don't know how to tell him I don't really like him, but I work with him.
So John, let me get this straight. You're talking about puppies and well, you know what else is Bad Bunny. Let's talk puppies, bunnies, it's all the same, and it gets the Bad Bunnies.
Listen, just because I didn't enjoy the show, it didn't bother me. This poor bastard is bothered a month later. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's crazy.
All right.
That's besides the point. Hey, I'm kind of happy right now because this Taylor Decker release means one thing. We can give Gibbs the extension he deserves because he is the MVP of our team and the heartbeat of our offense.
Now I hate you the way Scotty P hates Bad Bunny.
He deserves it. He is, man. Gibbs
Are you
is
being
gonna
serious
end up,
right now, John?
I'm so serious. I want Gibbs to be here for life. He's going to be better than Barry.
But John,
he's going to be better than Barry.
Hold on, John.
Swear to God, he's going to be better than Barry. Mark my words. He has more touchdowns.
John, who's blocking for him?
Jared Goff.
Okay, John, I don't know if you were messing around at work with a little bit of the snow or whatever you're doing over there. Your time's done today, okay?
He was messing
I'm
around.
upset at you now the way that your boy Scotty P is upset at Bad
He
Bunny.
may have been messing around with the yayo.
He sounds like he was doing blow off a toilet seat. Who's going to block for him? Jared Goff. Kenny, say it with your chest. Because that's one.
I'm sorry about that.
What happened?
I thought he was joking. That's why I asked. Are you joking? No. Okay.
There are people who want to pay running backs and people who do not want to pay running backs. I don't know.
If that's the representation of the people who want to pay running backs,
it's not their greatest spokesperson.
I win.
I'll give you that.
I win. Let's go over to Philip. 97.1. Philip, how are you?
That's right.
Oh my God!
How you guys doing?
It's very fast, Phil.
Yes.
That's right. Rico, Kenny, David, how you guys doing?
We doing great, man.
Listen, I'm going to start from the back end here and go very, very fast because let's go. For Ron, this breaking news. Mike, I thought we had shot Perron and put him in a decommissioned space shuttle and shot him off to the sun 2 years ago. He's back at 37. Newsflash. Draper's coming back. He says he hasn't lost a step. He can still go very, very fast. He still has the Patrick Kane skip step. You know, when the really fast guys are on the ice.
Yes,
like
the Wings have
McKinnon.
just reacquired Nelson Emerson.
Listen, forget the Wings. Eiserman, listen, we got a guy, 37, who doesn't even have a good leg. You know he's not going very, very fast at all.
No, Philip, listen, the only thing I'm going to tell you, we're 35 minutes from the deadline. I'm not going to go preemptive rage. I am hopeful. I know hope is not a strategy. I can't believe there's a world I exist in where David Perron is the move, and then they trade Soderblom, get a third, and they didn't do anything with it. I just have to believe in something else for 35 minutes.
Okay, well, here's what we really need to do. We need to take Edvinson, Rasmussen, and I think the dead body of Chariot and package them onto another space shuttle and shoot them very, very fast up to the sun as well.
No. All right, now, listen, people, happy hour started today. Can we please? Can we get the hockey elite in the green room? It's tough out here. Between the Decker call and that, I don't know what to do. It's too early on a Friday.
Speaking of happy hour, if you look on Wikipedia, for what it's worth, and it could be worth nothing because it's Wikipedia. I believe it's worth nothing also. Vincent Trocheck is an American ice hockey player who is a center for the Detroit Red Wings. It says it on Wiki. Anybody can edit Wiki. Let me be clear. Anybody can edit Wiki.
But is there a history of this being an accurate barometer for trades?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're
not.
right, because I remember for a while we had Bobby Muhammad and
yeah, remember when we did that poor guy?
What are you talking about? We launched his career.
That's right.
What are you talking about?
His Wikipedia page got changed by the listeners.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think at one point it said Aqua Fresh Mohammed.
Minty Fresh, Aquadine. The Wings have acquired Brendan Shanahan from the Hartford Whalers in a major trade.
Happy hour started, Matt. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but you're the gatekeeper.
But
What is
Jared
going
Goff
on?
is going to block for him.
Very fast guy called in. I can't not let that guy in the air.
It's fair. We'll try this again momentarily, okay? Here's what I would like to do, David. Here's what I would like to do. Why don't we just touch table on football? That way we are ready for the moments before the trade deadline. We'll give Kenny a little bit of a respite. We'll give our callers a chance to sober up, and we'll try this again. Yeah. We'll touch the table on some football momentarily. 97.1. touch table on a little football. Lots going on. Bears have cleared $15 million more cap space. Other moves and a sad day for Rico. We will explain. David, music. I'd like to start by allowing Rico to break the news that his favorite son is now unemployed and potentially never to play in this league again.
No.
Geno Smith.
No. Geno Smith, handwriting on the wall, will not be the quarterback of the Raiders. Raiders have released him, Mike. He will be starting for another team.
The Toronto Argonauts.
We'll put that one on the board. He will be an NFL starting quarterback.
Happy to take. I'll take the bet.
Okay.
I'll take the bet. We have lunch on that.
Right. But
Geno
Fernando
Smith.
Mendoza will be the quarterback for the Raiders. They have released Geno Smith.
Sorry, I know it's a tough day for you. All right, let's get to the rest.
He's made a lot of money.
Yeah, and shortly after the Decker news came out, the Packers news came out. Rashawn Gary is getting released.
Now Rico's reporting he's deleting social media stuff.
That Instagram that came out, David, it got deleted.
Oh, come on.
I kid you not. He had this whole goodbye Green Bay.
He did.
And a few minutes later, taken down. So maybe Green Bay, they worked something out.
Well, the report was that they may still try to trade him.
Oh.
And so maybe that's why they're asking him to do that, maybe. I don't know. But that's weird. Okay.
Look,
all right.
Again, cap savings.
I just can't wait till Geno Smith becomes a giant.
He's not. Don't.
Giant.
Oh, he'd be the backup, though. He ain't playing over Jackson Dart. Don't make things up.
Dude,
It's
Dart's
hurtful.
going to get hurt.
It's salacious.
He'll get hurt in week 1 for getting the slide.
So I do want to bring this up because there was a report. We've been talking about A.J. Brown for a while.
Patriots.
During the season, after the season. But there was a report earlier today that teams that are involved with A.J. Brown want to know in the next couple days if they're getting him or not so they can move on with their other offseason moves. So set it in stone right now. It's Sunday. Where does he go?
Patriots. Same drama, less kids. The perfect Diggs replacement.
Eagles. He
stays there. Not traded.
Can't work it out. We're just going to have to live with each other. Well, you know what? Separate bedrooms, but we got to live under the same house.
So he stays in Philadelphia. Let's move over to a city not too far from Philadelphia because this team, the Baltimore Ravens, are now in, according to reports, in on Max Crosby.
Doesn't surprise me.
Wow, that does surprise me.
No, it doesn't because ultimately, look, the Raiders are trying to get the Micah Parsons deal. It's pretty clear they want the 2 first-round picks. Somebody will break. I mean, I don't want him with the Bears. I just fear that it could happen. I mean, is Dallas the Huckleberry? Is Dallas the team that bends and gives in to whatever he wants? They have the cap space. Here's the interesting part. If you acquire Crosby, you can do a base salary conversion that takes his acquired cap hit from $30 million to 7.7.
Mm-hmm. Well, a team also to watch out for. Because by the way, we do the daily, Vegas odds. Bears odds have moved. They're now plus 180 where they were minus for the last few days. But the team to watch out for, Mike, the Dallas Cowboys at plus 350 and the Philadelphia Eagles at plus 350.
So I got a couple bold predictions here regarding free agency. And Mike, you already mentioned New England, so I'll start with them. Their bold prediction is that they sign Isaiah Likely.
Oh, it's awesome.
That makes a ton of sense.
I love him as a player. I'd love him here in Petsing's system as kind of a guy that certainly doesn't line up tight to the formation a whole lot. But he's just hyper athletic, modern tight end. Mm-hmm. Never could quite get either the target share he wanted or, let's face it, the quarterback play.
He was always going to be listed as the backup in Baltimore.
Yeah, and honestly, they run the ball too damn much. I think Likely is hey, look, no one gives a damn what I want. I'd love him as a Giant, but I digress.
With Geno.
I quit.
Where do you think you say he's a starter. Where, though?
David, it's a lot of bad quarterbacks in the league. Somebody's going to take a chance. I didn't say he had to start the whole season. I said he will start an NFL game.
Okay, well, then that leaves, Arizona?
Maybe he goes back to the Jets. I don't know.
No.
Oh, my.
David, have you looked at the list of starting QBs in the NFL? It's the bottom half. It's pretty bad.
Only on a show with Rico Beard would we waste this much time talking about Geno effing Smith. Only here.
Well, let's move on to another.
Geno Smith's family does not spend this much time talking about Geno Smith.
Let's make it full. He becomes the Vikings QB.
Yes.
And he comes back here
Fine.
to torture the Lions
Fine.
twice.
Yes, I'm for it. All right.
Yes, he is.
Well, since we're talking about backups while we're there, I will ask you, what then happens with Mac Jones? Because there's been some silence there regarding him.
I
sure
defer,
somebody
to
wants to trade
the
for
senator from San Bernardino.
He will be there. He's not going to get moved because he's under contract for another year. They're asking for a first-round pick, and I don't think teams are willing to do that right now. So in their world, okay, he's the perfect backup. We'll see you guys next year.
So let's move over to another bold prediction here, and it is regarding Malik Willis. The bold prediction here is that he ends up in Minnesota.
Again, the problem for me is the money. You know, we talked right after the postseason, and I was like, guys, he's probably going to get somewhere around $20 million. It sounds like the market for Willis could be strong enough. He gets a Sam Darnold $30 million a year. Mm-hmm. But if I'm Minnesota and I have all the pieces, I'm ready to win. And to Rico's point, I got a wide receiver that's one step from like egging the facility. Yeah, I think you do it. But that would mean the end of JJ. And that's not competition. That's taking his job.
And if I read it correctly, I think Jefferson restructured his deal so that he freed up some money.
Yes, they also let Hargrave go. They let Aaron Jones go.
Yeah.
So, again, I like Malik Willis. I loved what I've seen. He's put enough tape over multiple years. Maybe you give it a shot. I don't know.
Another bold prediction here, and I don't know how this happens. If it does, this is an example, another example of the salary cap not being real.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs add Kenneth Walker III.
We talked about this a couple days ago. I mean, I know everything attached to K9 is the Giants.
Right.
But from an actual like fit and ability to win, and you're playing with Patrick Mahomes, yeah, K9 would be incredible in that offense.
Right. Now, he's not that game-breaking running back where he's going to take it 80 yards to the house, and he's not great at catching the ball out the backfield, but he would be the balance that they could turn around and hand the ball off to him. And, yeah, David, they're the Chiefs, and I think they realize we probably got one more go at this before we're going to seriously break this team up.
Another bold prediction here that the Indianapolis Colts signed Trey Hendrickson.
I mean, look, I still think the Apopka, Florida product, I think the Bucs are still the dark horse. But for the Colts, yes. I mean, you're all in. They don't have a choice. They got to figure it out with Danny Jones. They've given up 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner. They're all in. The only thing you can do is be all in. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, if Trey Hendrickson's willing to play there, you bring him in. I mean, I know that I'm not trying to be
it's
flippant.
Division that you can take. So, yeah, we because, yeah, they really have no choice. Like, everything just broke down for them because it looked like they were on the path. Daniel Jones goes down, and their whole season left after that. They went and got a quarterback who was a high school teacher. Former. Yeah, so that could be a great move for them, David. Let's see if they pull that one off.
And one more bold prediction here, and we talked about this player as the season continued on with this team because things didn't look right. And it never seemed to look right the entire season. Bold prediction here is that the Jags will trade Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah, there's been smoke there. It clearly he didn't pick up Cohen's offense, had a case of the drops a little bit. And again, I said this a while ago, Parker Washington flashed for them. They went out and traded for Jacoby Myers and then signed him. I don't know why it's gone this way with Brian Thomas because he looked like a superstar his rookie year, but I won't be shocked. It's an entirely new franchise there. Mm-hmm. Maybe they want him gone.
It just never looked right. Like
no.
It's just weird.
No, and when other people emerge, it's no different than what's happened in Chicago. Oh, Luther Burden's a superstar.
Correct.
Loveland's a superstar. Right. And we have Rome Odunze, who isn't as good as we thought. But wait, those 3 make no money. Take DJ Moore, get rid of him.
Yeah.
That is your NFL Blitz 97.1.
All right, Friday night NBA happy hour on FanDuel every Friday, 6 to 7:30. FanDuel's running limited time specials for the pregame, whether it's boost, bonuses, surprises, all on Fridays. Look, I don't know. You want to bet against Jason Tatum tonight? You want to. I don't know. Does he drop down from the clouds and actually look good after 10 months? I have no idea. That's the best I could come up with for Friday night. You do whatever you want to do. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan. It's FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions do apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, we're counting it down to the trade deadline. So if you want me to open the green room to the Hockey Elite, we are 13 minutes from the deadline. As we sit here right now, the only thing Steve Yzerman's done is acquire David Perron. Hasn't played since January 20th, sports hernia surgery. It's contingent on him playing, whether you give up a pick. I can't bring myself to care. He is a fourth-line player. Please do not build up the voice in the room as if you've just acquired Winston Churchill. You need talent. The needs on this team, even by the most ardent hockey nerd, was a top 6 forward or a top 4 pairing defenseman. Please do not spit shine the proverbial turd that is a fourth-line, damn near 40-year-old who had hernia surgery. But his voice, I don't care. Just don't do that. So we'll wait. We got 13 minutes.
I said there's rumor, Kenny.
There's rumblings. Yeah, there's so a lot. This is from Darren Dreger, NHL insider. A lot going on right now in St. Louis. I can tell you, teams sniffing around Justin Falk. The Red Wings are one of those teams, but they're not close yet.
Well, you got 13 minutes. That's a little bit tough.
The difference in the NHL trade deadline, though, is you can be not close and then get very, very close within the matter of minutes. So, again, it's a fluid situation, as they would say.
I want David Putney. One of my picks back. Look, I mean, Falk plays the PK and the power play. He's a right-handed defenseman. I mean, he's not 100 years old. It's going to cost you. I mean, Kenny was just talking to me about, the Islanders acquiring Shen, and I was surprised by what they paid to get him. But then you remind yourself, and Kenny said it, the market's the market. The Islanders gave up a 1, a 3, and a prospect. I don't know who the prospect is yet. But again, that's the going rate.
I will wager to say that if you get a guy that you have any sort of, interest in, you're going to be like, wow, that cost us quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a seller's market.
Right.
But the problem in all of this, and again, we wait to see. There's been no rage, no nothing. The problem I have is if Yzerman's only going to play the game when he gets a walkover deal, or I don't know, somehow you inquire on a player and the GM on the other end of the line is hammered, then what's the point of any of this? He refuses to win bidding wars in free agency, and thus far, could change in a moment's notice here, go through his history at the deadline. He is not interested in winning, basically winning. I would leave it there. He's not interested in getting the player because he's operating. It's like the people who go looking for a house and it's a seller's market. Home prices are high and they're busy going out at open houses and offering 20% under ask.
And
you're never getting a house.
And you don't want to get into a bidding war.
You're never getting a house.
But if that's the case and you just put out a bid that you're like, you know what, no one's going to top this, you don't undercut. You're correct.
So we wait and see, but I will leave it to the Hockey Elite because we've talked about this. You feel like they're going to make it. It's year 7. You have distinct needs. If not now, when? Because, look, and I heard Cookie say this morning, and it was funny, but it was interesting as well. He's like, Steve Yzerman's taken away my zest for any of this. And that's paying customer Costa. Basically, that Yzerman, the way he runs this team, he's taken away his zest for free agency and the trade deadline. There's just no point to it. So, again, 9 minutes to the deadline. I'm hoping we get a Kenny Cott excited look, and it's not because there's a bottle of vodka.
But no, especially for people like paying customer Costa or Wings fans who used to remember the trade deadline was this awesome time where people were coming and going. It's like, wow, we're adding this, we're getting that. And now it's just nothing.
David, text communications, please.
Someone simply asking, they're going to the game tonight. What will the mood be at LCA if this is it? Can't imagine it would be very good.
I can't speak.
You better win.
I'll leave that to Kenny. I have no idea. I mean, what's Costa going to do? Bring a sign? I mean, I have no idea. I almost feel like Wings fans, unless you're one of the cultists, they've just been beaten into submission. Like, they love their team. They're going to go and enjoy the game, and they've just been beaten to a pulp.
Also, not quite breaking news, but this from Anthony DeMarco from from the Daily Faceoff, NHL writer, says, I'm told the Flyers are not moving Rasmus Ristolainen. They did not get their price. So that's another big name trade target that is now off the board.
That Steve didn't want to pay for. Just say it the way it is, Kenny.
You're noticing a trend here of guys that are going for a lot and then guys who are not being traded because there's offers not being made. Steve looks like the guy that's the one not making those.
That's the whole point, is that Ristolainen, who is a physical type presence you'd want on your blue line in the postseason, top 4 pairing guy, you could have had him. Oh, but we would have had to have overpaid. Right. Once again, the house analogy. You're either going to overpay and get the house, or you're not going to get a house.
And it looks like Philly and the Canes are out on Trocheck. So the only team that's ever
would be you.
Would be us.
Now, is Trocheck still your number one? That's I mean, I know it doesn't fix everything, but you wanted that. Second line center, guy with playoff experience. That's what you want.
Well, it was reported that Robert Thomas was out of trade talks at this point. So, yes, he would be the guy that I want. He's the only guy that I want at this point, minus an Elias Pettersson deal. I would like that also. Or Alvin Ekman Larson would be cool too.
Another agitator type.
Sure, yeah.
So what is Wings? See, here's the one thing. We haven't done a whole lot on Pettersson because, I mean, we've made the joke. Half the things you read, the guy is Satan. He's a bad guy. The other half is, no, actually, really talented guy, disheveled. This is a bad situation. I don't know what the truth is. I'm not the guy staying up till 2 a.m. watching Vancouver Canucks hockey. The point is, he's got 100-point talent. But I don't know. Do Red Wing fans really want him, Kenny?
I don't know, but you know what he screams to me is, when we are interested in a guy and not Detroit Red Wings fans, but Detroiters in general say he's not good enough for this town. He's not, you know what? We have a problem. This guy wouldn't fit because he's not a culture fit or he's not for this city. That screams that to me. And I think that 100-point guy, it's in there somewhere. I'm not sure if he goes back to fully that, but he has enough talent to be an upgrade on this lineup.
Okay, no, I was asking. There was no sarcasm, no agenda. I you know what it is? I feel like, and I'll leave this to Hockey Elite. I feel like we've just reached a phase. They just want something. People have been so beaten down by Yzerman that they don't even attach themselves to names anymore. They just want something. I know that sounds like a kindergartner. I apologize.
No, you yearn for the days of nostalgia where they did major moves. Now you'll just take a minor move. You want something other than a deal starting with, if healthy, this pick is worth this.
I mean, yeah. If anyone attempts to call and say the deadline's been good because I'm excited about David Perron, I'll stay silent.
If he plays.
No, I'm just going to stay silent. Right. And you can do whatever you like.
If he plays.
David, text communications, please.
DJ from East Point says, this sucks. How can the Red Wings do nothing at all? It is heartbreaking. Okay. Then Russ in Livonia says, I don't care about the plan. I don't care if it's a good deal. You cannot have gone 3 straight borderline playoff years without any move at the deadline. We got time, guys. We had
we have 5 minutes. Come on, something's got to happen.
We had a 10-game ticket plan for 2 years in a row and won't be renewing. This team is stuck in limbo.
Well, I'll tell you this. People, it's your social life and it's your fun and it's your money, and I'm never going to tell you what to do. But I'll tell you, this team does not make it easy for you to want to be a part of this. 248-539-9797. I pray that on the other side of this commercial, we have a trade, please. Please. Because I don't want to see Kenny sad on a Friday.
Please.
Please.
We've reached the begging stage.
Please.
Is that part of the grief stages of grief? Is begging one of them?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
I'm basically when Duran shoots a jumper. Please go in.
Please.
All right, 97.1.
Well, happy Friday. The Red Wings have made a trade, but it's not for a player, it's for a pick. They are getting a third-round pick in this year's draft from the Pittsburgh Penguins in exchange for forward Elmer Soderblom. The third-year right winger was drafted by Detroit in the 6th round in 2019. He had 11 goals in 3 seasons with the Wings. Don't forget, they play tonight right here on 97.1 at 7 o'clock against the Florida Panthers. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:45. We also have a verdict in the Sharon Moore case. The former Michigan coach, shocker here, is getting a plea deal. After meeting for multiple hours with attorneys and the judge in the case, the 3 charges of home invasion, breaking and entering, and stalking have all been dropped. 2 new charges have been brought about in malicious use of a communication device and trespassing, both of which Moore pled no contest to. He could face 6 months in prison for the communication device charge. He'll have a sentencing date for April 14th. Taylor Decker is a Lion no longer as well. The longest tenured Lion was released by the team today per his request after Decker said he was surprised by his discussions with the team after announcing his return. Decker played through numerous injuries in recent years, and it appears the Lions may have wanted him to take a pay cut from the $18 million he was slated to make next year. Releasing him saves the team around $11.5 million. They are now about $5.5 million below the cap limit. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hi. So, Kenny, I'm going to ask a question, and this is filled with hopium. Is there any chance something trickles in the next minute or two, like the old school NBA deadlines? We got a fax coming through to the NBA offices in Secaucus.
If you want your last ounces of hopium, there is some. Because until somebody says, not breaking news, relax. Nope.
You know he was going to do that.
I shouldn't have said it. Until somebody says that the deadline is officially over and deals have ceased to be made, which always happens every single year.
Okay.
It's not new. Then there's still the possibility of the trickle in. It's been agreed to like 10 minutes ago, but we have to announce it now because the NHL had to approve it. It's possible.
So we're in the pull the goalie, shoot the puck stage.
Oh, we're very much in. But there's like 10 seconds left
The
on the clock.
puck is in the corner. There are 4 guys. It's lodged in a skate. The ref hasn't blown the whistle, and you know there's no way I'm going to be able to get a shot on goal.
Do you remember 2009 when the Wings were playing Pittsburgh in the Stanley Cup Finals? That the last like 10 seconds of that game, where they were
Lidstrom
just
off the crossbar?
Yes, this is where we are.
Yes. Do you know the Wings haven't won more than a playoff series since that 2009 run?
Wow.
Sorry, didn't need to.
So the latest update, rumor-wise, is keep in mind lots of NHL trades get processed after the 3 p.m. deadline.
That's why I'm waiting.
Would expect a bunch here in the next hour or so.
Okay. So this is critical.
It's ongoing. It's an ongoing situation. I will be keeping them on it.
I am going to maintain faith because I can't exist in a world where they don't do anything because it doesn't make any sense. And whether it's Falk or someone else, I just have to believe Yzerman's doing something. Let's really look at this. Let's zoom out and take the emotion out of this. This team is in March again. They are certainly a step forward from where they were last year as a product. Okay, is it perfect? No, far from it. The goal differential is a concern, and they haven't played good hockey over the last 10 games. We know what went down. They didn't make a deal last year. They collapsed. Larkin talked about the effect it had on the room. All right. It's another year into this. Year 7. Even if you want to take away the first 2 years and say that Steve was Mrs. Doubtfire because Kenny Holland left laundry all over the floor, fine. I got to believe in my heart he does something because not doing anything, it just doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. They have true needs. And again, Enrico, I'm only doing this not to be laborious, but to just explain to people. Right. You are one of the only teams that has all 3 of the following. Ready? Cap space.
Yep.
Where salary retention doesn't matter. You have all your own draft picks noted as premium, first and second rounds.
Check.
and you have a fully stocked, well-developed farm system. You have
Check.
all three.
Check.
I got to believe he's doing something. I have to live in that world.
All right. I'll let you live in that world.
Please,
Because he's showing me that
No.
he looks like he is waiting for that perfect player.
I got to believe he's doing something.
That perfect player doesn't exist.
I know my truth.
Okay.
I'm leaving this to Kenny. I got to believe he's
got the
gotta
perfect
believe he's
player?
doing something. I got to believe he's doing something.
We have no details, but we have a trade. Justin Falk goes to Detroit.
Okay,
This
see?
is per Elliot
See?
Friedman.
See? David, Faith, this is what you've been telling me about. Faith.
Is this what God feels like?
I don't know. No, I want Wings fans to be happy, and I
God
don't.
feels like a Wings trade.
Hold on.
Put
Hold
that on a
on.
T-shirt, please. I'll wear it.
Hold on. Just, is there any scenario you get upset at what they gave up to get Falk?
It would take an egregious, and I mean not just an overpay, not just a medium overpay. It would take something so egregious.
A 1, a 3, and a prospect that's going to sting.
Done.
No, I just want to make sure you're serious.
100%.
Okay. See, aren't you glad I didn't give up?
Look at you.
This has been emotionally exhausting, boys.
David.
But now you got your top 4 pairing defenseman. He's going to help out both special teams.
David, save a seat on the first pew. It'll be for Mikey.
I'm heading on down to Tireman. Let's go.
It'll be for Mikey.
I'd like to think this trade, the Greater Life Church on Tireman played a role in this, quite frankly.
I mean, think about it. The testimony he's going to give. I found the Lord because the Wings made a trade. Finally. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah,
Shout
I'm pretty
out Steve
sure
Yzerman.
all the black people there were praying for a hockey trade.
They were.
Listen,
do that hockey.
Justin Falk, maybe there'll be like a framed picture of Justin Falk right down at the church next to the AV room. Listen. Kenny, this is good, right? You can be happy now. Right shot defenseman. One of the better guys that was available.
Looks like for a first and a third.
That's it. We're good. I don't have a problem with it. Islanders.
Darren Drager.
The Islanders paid more for Shen than you paid for Falk. I don't see how anybody could be mad at that.
And especially considering what the market has been today, all day, looking at all these trades, if that's what you gave up, I mean, you might not love it, but man, that feels like a decent.
Now it's not the Trocheck deal that you wanted, right? This doesn't rate there.
Also, I hate to tell you this. David just informed me it's a first and a third. And also, everybody hold on to your pants because you're going to be very sad. We lost Justin Hall. So,
oh my God, how will I sleep tonight?
What will we do now?
What will I do? I haven't been this despondent since Cardi B and Steph Diggs broke up.
No. This is why it's called faith, Mike. You got to hold on to it.
I'm good. Kenny, real quick, though. This isn't Trocheck to you, though. This is still good, but this isn't Trocheck.
This trade deadline I would grade as a B. It could have been an A with a guy like Trocheck.
Look, this guy's got term. He's in his early 30s.
Yep.
You get him for a couple of years.
There's nothing to
honestly,
there's nothing to be mad at here.
Here's what I like too, because I kind of view it. Look, ASP's been a dud. Now you put him on the third pairing, gets a little easier matchup. You can kind of deploy him when you want. You don't have to rely on him nearly as much. Now this guy can be in the second pairing.
You make his life a little bit easier.
Yes.
Everybody's the load is a little bit less on everybody.
So you're grading it a B.
Grading it a B.
Is this a needle mover?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe it to be.
I want to make sure.
It's not a guy I would buy a jersey of. Don't get it twisted. He's not a superstar.
But you can't grade deadlines that way.
Right.
Very few of jersey guy players move at the deadline. You can't grade it. This is about solidifying your core, solidifying the blue line for the playoffs. And honestly, you needed some help there. You put him with Sherratt, and away you go. And now ASP can be more of a luxury than someone I rely on.
I'm just upset that we lost Justin Hull. I mean,
really?
No.
Really? Kenny will eulogize Elmer Soderblom at 4 o'clock.
Pour a little out on the corner for him.
248-539-9797. Okay, so Yzerman made 2 deals. One of them is incumbent upon Perron actually being alive, and you acquired the second pairing defenseman you needed. Right shot, Justin Falk, St. Louis. First, a third, and RIP, Justin Hull. Look, I'm not asking anyone to do cartwheels. All I wanted to be able to do was just have a good time today and say that they did something, they got a little bit better, and now I feel like they've kind of loaded up a little bit where they should be pesky in the first round. We have to view them as the underdog, though, because they do have a negative goal differential. You know, they haven't played good hockey, and they still have to show they're going to get this thing going down the stretch.
Right.
But we wanted Yzerman to make a move. He made a move. Now, if you don't think it's enough, you can say that. I'm not mad at you if you say he should have done more. You can do whatever you like. But it's a lot like, look,
he
even
made
if,
a move.
even if you weren't a Framber Valdez guy, you can't say the Tigers didn't do anything.
Right. They made a move.
So, I mean, Kenny, you graded a B.
Yeah, I give it a B. It's nothing that you're doing cartwheels over, but it's definitely an upgrade. It makes everybody's life defensively a little bit easier, and God forbid John Gibson doesn't have to stand on his head every single game.
248-539-9797. David, we will get initial text communications. And I'd like to put the Matterhorn out there for the Hockey Elite. Talk to me. Is this acceptable to you? Do you feel Steve did his job? Do you feel you are better today? If so, by how much? Talk through it. Very simple. 97.1. All right. When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you are facing that IRS collection or audit, you rely on them. 30 years of experience, a testament to Maurice and Jerry's success. Their team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. Just visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. Let's get to the people. Wings acquire Justin Falk, the right-handed D-man you're looking for, second pairing. No, I agree with Kenny. I don't think anyone's going to be doing cartwheels, but we wanted a move of substance. This is steak. It's not sizzle. I have no complaints. Okay, are they better today than they were yesterday? Yes. And it's why I just stayed the course. David has been instructing me about a faith-based sports radio program, and I delivered. I just said there's no way David Perron is what you can show to your fans, and he didn't.
Oh, and I'm happy for you.
No, I'm happy for Wings fans. Don't worry about me. I mean, Justin Falk is whatever. He's a solid player that makes you better, and he plays. Rico, you just got to view it. It's like a 3-down D lineman. He plays the PK, the power play, and 5-on-5. Right. And Lord knows this team's 5-on-5.
I was about to say they need to improve the 5-on-5.
Big time. And I'm with Kenny. It's chicken and the egg. Do I need a better goalie or do I need a better defense in front of said goalie? Well, I could only fix one of those right now. Unless you wanted to trade for 73-year-old, Bobrovsky. Like this is an opportunity to help John Gibson out and take a kid who, just to me, by all accounts, does not look ready in ASP, put him in that third pairing, and he becomes a little bit more of a luxury. Okay. See what the people have to say. Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
I'm better now. So I'm happy that he actually made a move because I was worried that he wasn't, so I was a little bit angry. And somebody bumped into me at the store, and they were listening to the radio show because I heard it on their phone. Just want to apologize to that guy because I was very rude to him. But,
oh, no.
No, so he bumped into me, and he said, my bad. And what I said was, you don't say my bad, you say I'm sorry, which are the same words that the doctor said to your mother when he handed you to her.
Okay. And that's, oh, my. All right. Well, Brian, I'm
hoping. I was angry because I didn't know if he was going to Yzerman was going to make a move. So I was a little angry.
Okay.
I want to apologize, but I'm happier now. But I am glad that he actually did something to help the team. I wish he could have done more. And then as far as Taylor Decker, if you could play the FU sound, because that's basically what he said to the Lions when they asked him to redo his deal. Right? You're injured. Like you said, you got one arm, dude. You're injured. You have to try out for your position. You're not helping this team. So we should definitely get someone better to replace him and help this team.
Yeah, look, the Decker situation to me, it's just simple. You're 32. You say you love it here. It's very similar to Dave Montgomery. Like, I just question whether you meant anything you said. Now, I'm fine he's gone, but there was no scenario they were going to pay you as one of the top 12 highest paid tackles in the league off of your health and your performance. It's just not going to happen. So, okay, you get your outright release. Where do you think you're playing? Everyone has the tape. Everyone knows behind the scenes you had to be heavily managed just to get to game day. I'll be surprised if someone really gives him anything other than a one-year deal at anything other than maybe half of what he was making last year. I would be flabbergasted if somebody offered him a 3-year, $45 million deal. I'd be stunned.
Man, you're looking at a 1-year deal, and I think you're looking at summertime when people are saying, man, we need a tackle.
Maybe I'm wrong. Sure as hell won't be the first time. Won't be the last either, but I'd just be shocked. Go to Julian, 97.1. Jules, how you doing, buddy?
Gentlemen, top of the afternoon to you. Thanks for having me on the show.
Yes, sir. What do you make of this deadline now?
I've had to pivot while being on hold because when I called in, the prognosis was grim, and I was going to kind of make the point that Yzerman fully deserved the fury of 1,000 suns that would come down upon him from common sense Red Wing fang, not the Yzerbots. So I guess, Mike, the pivot, and there's a CQ in here for you, Kenny and Rico, which is before the Falk trade and now after the Falk trade, what do you realistically envision as the ceiling for this team this year? Do you think they get out of the first round? Do you think they likely fall in the first round? Do you think that, PTSD of March and that there's a good enough chance they might not even make it? Where are you guys at with the whole thing?
I'll let Kenny get first crack. I know exactly where I'm at, but let Kenny take first swing at this.
One more time, I was screening some
trades. He's asking, after the Falk trade, what do you believe the ceiling of this team to be?
The ceiling of this team would be
out of the first round.
Out of the first round, I think would be a realistic ceiling. Because a second round team,
Okay.
you're probably running into a team like a Carolina who will just smother you and bury you, which is very annoying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a little less than Kenny. Is that I'd be surprised if they won a series, but I'd really like to believe it'd be a hard fought battle where you get to an elimination game. You know, where hey, let's drop the puck and see if we can do this. I'd be bitterly disappointed if they got a thanks for showing up trophy and we're not competitive.
Gentlemen sweep like a 5
Mike,
game.
Here's why I ask, because I want to apply the same approach or the same view and the same criticism that I've had of my team for the better part of a decade, because I talked to Rieger last night, and I really do believe, the Falk move kind of torpedoes this theory, but I was at the point where Yzerman and Shanahan, Finkel and Einhorn, right?
Yeah.
Both victims of their own hubris. So with my team, it was, couldn't get out of the first round for a decade. And when we finally did, there were fans that celebrated. And I said, guys, hold on a second. We're like 6-7 years in to the Core 4 era.
Yeah.
Winning a series should have happened 3-4 years ago. So I apply that where, on the one hand, finally you can say that Yzerman did something of note. I definitely want to acknowledge that. But if the result is, okay, they got bounced in the first round in, 5 games, I still think he needs to be thrown into the wood chipper and held accountable, because after 7 years, right, if we rewind and if you say, hey, the Messiah has come to Detroit and here's your crystal ball, and after 7 years you'll have one playoff appearance and you got bounced out of the first round.
Let me be unequivocal. None of what I said to you makes me thrilled or excited. No. It would be relief, not joy. And no, I would still tell you that by and large, it's been a failure. But we have to acknowledge, like, Julian, the alternative is they miss the playoffs and we protest. So, like,
you take to the streets. I was going to make the point that if the Wings didn't make the playoffs and if Yzerman didn't make a move, I think the only recourse that Detroit fans would have is to do something, of taken to the streets. But I do want to highlight, or Mike, I want to offer one final, I guess, contrast here, because I do think something similar, maybe on a different scale, happened at Michigan for football. And that was when the Messiah of Harbaugh came to town. He did absolutely nothing for, I think, at least 5 or 6 seasons. And he was, a slappy to OSU. He didn't deliver on any of the things that people thought, until he did. And
well, then
so
he took a pay cut and started cheating. I mean, there is that convenient truth.
Yeah,
can't
my
overlook
point
that.
is, no, and facts are facts. But my point is, he wasn't the Messiah up until that point, and there was a mounting mob against him.
Yes.
I wonder, glass half full, are guys like Kenny on the precipice of something this season now that the precedent has been set and that it's no longer doom and gloom? Because to
Kenny,
me,
answer it.
if
Answer
it
it.
isn't first round elimination, if it's like conference final appearance, the optics change drastically in that regard.
Kenny, go ahead.
I'm far more optimistic now simply because he's done something that we've complained he hasn't done in quite some time.
Correct.
And this has been our constant critique of him throughout this entire rebuild process up until just right now, this very moment. So, yes, I am more optimistic of the team's future because he's doing in order to get different results, he's doing things he hasn't done before.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's far from a finished product. Do I feel like some of the young players are a little underwhelming? Yes. Do they need offense? Yeah. But you can't fix everything at one time. I think it's important, if we're going to make a demand, that he does something and then he does something of note. It's okay to just say, okay, I breathe a sigh of relief. But no, nothing they do short of getting out of the first round is going to thrill me. I would just say making the playoffs, you're getting a monkey off your back.
Yeah, you added a top 4 defenseman and you throw in a locker room guy like David.
Oh, here we go. His voice in the room. You had to just throw that in there.
It does matter a little.
Oh, shut up, you. Your best your best leaders are your best players. I get so tired of the overhyping of that crap. What about the goal in Montreal a few years ago? I don't care.
For every Stanley Cup team, there is a Thomas Holmstrom, Michael.
Okay.
A
thank
role
you.
player.
Oh, Kenny's top 5 grind line moments. We do that at 4. David, text communication.
So David Perron is Tobias Harris?
Yeah, he's Uncle
Sure.
T.
He's B-ball Paul, all right?
Finally, Iserman made a move. I'll take it, but going back a couple months ago, I would have rather had Quinn Hughes over Falk. Not too excited about this move.
I've left that in the rear view. I've said all I could say.
Now we've gone too far. Jim Costa tweeted out six seconds ago. This popped up on my feed.
What did he
Iserman
do?
has earned the laser eyes today. Picture of Steve Iserman with laser.
Yeah, no. See, that's Jim's weakness is at heart. He's just a little fan.
There it is.
That's just the problem.
There
Jim's
it
a
is.
really smart guy until it's his own teams, and then he just turns into fanboy. You can't do that for Justin Falk. You can't. Come on, man.
One laser?
No, Rico, there's a difference between making a credible, solid move and then laser beam graphics.
Here's the thing. Bar is so low that this is
No.
You're being fed.
No.
Finally, David.
No.
You've been waiting for a move.
No,
trade
no, no.
deadline.
Cookies is a fanboy. You just need to accept it.
You got
can't.
Falk.
That's not laser beams.
But if you've had nothing.
No. You can say, I'm happy he made a move.
Thank you.
But no.
Okay.
You can't do no, don't.
Okay.
Don't do his errands.
I'm
It's
just
a
trying to help
solid
him,
move,
Mike.
but you can't do laser
I
beams.
don't need sad cookies down at the LCA tonight.
Listen,
okay?
I'm a fanboy too. I will admit, I am a Red Wings
You
fanboy,
would never go laser mode.
but there's a limit. There's a line that I
Thank
typically
you.
wouldn't
Now,
cross.
if the deadline was Falk and Trocheck and
Then
Perron,
yes.
laser
Laser
beams. You can't do that for that.
Okay.
That's like landing a 3-star recruit and Rico's doing laser beam stuff.
Yeah.
No.
Ooh, they signed Roy Lopez. Laser beams.
Right. Oh, Brad's so back.
No,
Mike,
we got a transfer from Ooey Pooey. Yeah,
Right, but
laser beams.
you haven't
can't
seen
do
him in
that.
7-on-7 games, Mike.
Right. Now you land AJ Debanza and laser beams. Izzo's gone full laser Guido.
But his,
yes.
His RAS score. Have you seen his vertical?
No. Lions have reached a deal with Jake Bates. No lasers. No. Stop. That's your kicker.
But he can kick a ball very far.
Right.
It's the ball that you can catch.
Correct. 97-1.
Good one, Kenny. All right, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and his staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. All March long, Hamilton Chevrolet is participating in Truckloads of Hope campaign. It's a donation drive that supports over 20 local community food pantries. Stop in and drop off some non-perishable food right in the showroom at Hamilton Chevrolet. While you're there, you could also check out Hamilton's great inventory, including the March Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Equinox EV for $189 a month for 24 months. You walk into Hamilton with some food and $995 down, you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
I'm going to go straight to the people. A lot of people want to react. Look, I'm just thrilled they did something. I'm not telling you it's the end-all, be-all. Lord knows it's not laser beams. Solid move. Clearly you got better in front of Gibson. You get a guy that's going to make your power play better, make your PK better, and it allows us to put ASP where he belongs. Look, but you can't go laser beams.
Well, you'll be happy to know that because a guilty pleasure is reading the comments to these things, and most people are agreeing with you saying, no, it's not laser beams, Jim.
Thank God.
They're telling me.
I want to just say to Red Wing fan, I appreciate you. Thank you. And I need you to keep Jim Costa in line.
Yeah. They said, you know what, that's a good move, but not laser beams. We need more.
Right. We already have a Johnny Kane. We don't need a Jimmy Kane.
I'm telling you, Mike.
I
don't care what that score says.
Mm-hmm. I'll leave it alone. We're just going to go to Phil. I'll leave it alone.
That was a close game.
I'll leave it alone. We're going to go to Phil. 97-1. Hi, Phil.
What's going on, fellas?
You tell me.
100% agree. It's far from laser beams. That would be quite the stretch to label it laser beams, but it is, especially in that last witching hour, it is definitely a sigh of relief that a move was actually made. The way I see it is after we got that third rounder, about an hour or so before, essentially we just pretty much traded a first.
Yes.
So I'm A-okay. I'm cool with that. Would I have liked to have seen Trotchet? Sure. But I feel like that would have been
That would have
like
cost.
really
That would have been a very substantial move for a player with several years of term versus one more year after this for Falk. Yeah, I mean, Phil, you would have had to have given up more than you'd be comfortable with because especially it's not just picks for the Rangers. They need players. They need prospects. And that, to me, that would just hurt a lot more.
No, yeah, I agree 100%. And that was the next thing I was going to say is that, we got to keep our core guys that we, pretty much have deemed up to this point like untouchable in Grand Rapids and in our farm system. So it's definitely on this rainy, cloudy day, it's like the sun's trying to peek in. So it's definitely nice. I feel like it's a victory for us Red Wing fans for sure.
Yeah, because the goal you got to end this ridiculous playoff drought, and this helps you do that.
100%.
But no, it's not laser beams. Someone needs to log Jim out. Thank you, Phil.
Man's happy.
Log out.
Give him an hour.
Log out.
Okay.
Log out.
Okay.
Let's go to Justin. 97.1. Hi, Justin.
Hey, man. How's it going?
Good. What's on your mind, buddy?
Good. Yeah. Well, a couple thoughts. I think that kind of underwhelming, but, Corey Perry got traded for a second.
Corey Perry's my age.
I know. And I think that it was super high market for everything. So, I'm not too upset that, what happened. I think the goalpost has moved a little bit. You have to make the playoffs. You have to be competitive in the first round now. Maybe get the second. You need to get this core experience of the playoffs. You need to make Detroit a city and a team. We're free agents in the offseason, which I think there will be an offseason move. You need these kind of players to want to come here now. You need these guys to get experience. I would have loved to see another offensive piece like a Kadri or an O'Reilly, who is a great two-way player that would have helped out the D, or a Trocheck. But honestly, I think Eisman on the phone, who's historically not an overpayer, I think with just a market this year, he wasn't going to do that.
No, and look, it's going to be an ongoing critique because there will likely, it's very likely, there's going to come a time they have to make a move that represents the final piece, that it represents the all-in.
I agree. Almost, I was just going to say real quick, almost like what he did for the Cat, to Ottawa, that type of player, something like that.
Yeah, and that's
I agree.
Hopefully something we see this summer. If they finish this out, they make the playoffs, they have a credible showing. This summer would be that, okay, what is the last piece we need to now enter our Stanley Cup window? But he's going to have to overpay to do it. The odds of acquiring the level of player you're after, Justin, for a price that you feel great about, those odds are very slim. Very.
Yeah, I agree. And I think at the moment of time we're at now, right, the goal is get these players experience. get into the first round, cause some damage, maybe get to 2. And, I mean, the Wings are the only team with a negative goal differential in the East. So you had to get a defenseman. Like, you had to. There's no way around it. And I'll say one last thing before I let go is I feel like every time Hockey Talk comes up on this show, a few callers back, there's this Leafs fan that calls and kind of uses every excuse to talk about the Leafs here and there. I'll slide it in. I don't know if it's like an old rivalry kind of thing, Detroit-Toronto, but I just think it's a very Leafs fan of them to call in and mention the Leafs.
It's Julian. And, things aren't going great for Julian right now. So we try to show him a little grace.
Him and Rieger have something going on.
Well, first of all, he's Canadian, so right off the rip, you're at a deficit. Second of all, he's a Leafs fan, automatic misery. Justin,
he's having a tough year.
He is.
He is. You have Rieger needling you nonstop, so I get it.
We try to show a little grace. Let's go over to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's good, buddy?
Mike, I got to tell you,
yes,
as
Paul.
a twice married man, you guys, your show just works wonders. First, Pastor David gets us Cade Cunningham.
Yes.
Now agnostic Mike gets us Falk.
That's right.
Rico, your job is to get us an edge and a center. And we will have a complete and utter deal-making show in Detroit. This is great stuff,
I'm
guys.
just glad. I'm glad I tried to be a better version of me and just be patient and go, look, I'm waiting till 3. We are not going to overreact. I even asked Kenny at 3. Kenny, tell me that the NHL, being the poverty league it is, maybe they have carrier pigeons or ravens.
Two-way pagers.
And we waited and we got what we wanted. I'm very pleased.
And, I've been listening all day, Mike, as I usually do. And even Scott and Gator were reporting some of these alleged asking prices out there.
Insane.
Can you imagine what Austin Matthews would have cost? You'd have to ship them Grand Rapids and fill their pop machine for the next 10 years.
I'd still be okay with it, but okay. I'd still be
just
more than
saying,
okay with it.
No, I think Stevie did good. I mean, I do. It's not laser beam. It's not, unbelievable Gretzky went to L.A. stuff.
Right.
But what it is it does take the stress off your defense and your goaltender. And I am finally looking forward to now
making the playoffs.
Perhaps making some noise. That's all we're asking for.
Hey, look, that's
and
the
then
thing.
Go from here.
I'm kind of in the middle ground where it's like I'm not going to hold them to winning a series in order for it to be a success. But how you play in the playoffs and what that series looks like, that's what matters to me. That's the part where, look, you got to get there, probably learn how to win. Very few guys on this team have playoff experience, and I'll be accepting of that. You fight your ass off, and you make a good account of yourself. But yeah, I can't do this whole. They have to chill out.
Can you move the needle once they get to the playoffs, and you're like, you know what? I think you guys can take the series.
Well, then once they're in, like this year, I think it depends on opponent, depends what it looks like.
I was going to say that's matchup dependent.
Hockey is. Look, it's not like the NBA where it doesn't matter who you play. If you're the 1 seed, you're winning the first round playoffs here. I know, Buzz City. I know. The point I'm making, hockey is a way different dance card.
Hot goalie, right.
Could you imagine first round you get matched up with Carolina?
Oh. God. I hearken back to the spring of 1993 when the 8-seeded Islanders knocked out everybody. Got to the ECF. And then I hearken.
All right.
Easter Sunday in Pittsburgh to send the defending Stanley Cup champions home, Rico. David Volek in overtime.
Privilege.
I can pull up the highlight. It's
I
beautiful.
just said privilege.
All right, 97.1. Let me take care of some business, please. March is here. College basketball is about to take over living rooms all over the place. The bottom line is it's spring, and whether it's upgrading the TVs indoors or your outdoor setup, your patio, your lighting, or an outdoor TV, Paulson's has it all. Nobody sells better products for better prices. But here's the trick. They're a complete audio-video store, meaning they have a design team. They have an install team, and it's all their employees. They don't outsource it. Check out paulsonsav.com. Get designing. They also have their Music Matters event coming up Tuesday, March 18th, 5 to 8 p.m. Top audio brands, food and drink, and incredible deals. Register today at paulsonsav.com. Space is limited. New season, new projects, new experiences. It's Paulson's. All right, we'll get right back to your calls. We have to mix football in. Why? Because this isn't TSN. David, music.
So let's start right, fast, quick. Let's do this. Because everyone's going to spin in free agency. Well, almost everyone's going to spin in free agency. This is a buyer beware blitz here. Players that you should just, be careful with. Start with Rashid Shaheed. It talks about him being a force on the offense, being a threat down the field, but the buyer should beware that he will not overhaul the explosiveness of the wide receiver unit in your locker room.
No, look, this is a guy to me I love him. He helps your special teams.
Right
He's
there.
a deep shot guy, but he's not a volume target guy. You're not throwing 6, 8, 10 passes a game at him. He's a very tough player to price for me.
Right, because he is a guy, like you said, kickoff and punt return, because he's gonna see the ball at least 4 to 8 times just on special teams alone. And fact that he could break a play at any moment, that's why you're really paying him. Okay, he'll also be your second or third wide receiver, but yeah, you're not going to break the bank for that. You're gonna take him for special teams, David.
Here's a defensive player here. That's Kayvon Chason. I'm sorry. It says he went 7.5 sacks this year. His pressures went up from 29 to 54, but you're not sure if that's a resurgence or an aberration.
I hate signing guys off career years. I hate it. Like, you performed, finally. Congratulations for you. Why am I going to pay you?
They had extra motivation this year because they knew that somebody's going to be so impressed, and they're going to extrapolate that and say, well, he's going to do that from here on out. Probably not.
Yeah. Again, those are the guys I generally would steer away from in free agency. You have to let somebody else lay on that grenade.
Well, and here's another defender here, and he had a really good year for the Chicago Bears. It's Nashawn Wright, cornerback there. He forced a lot of turnovers. He had 5 interceptions, which was second in the NFL. He also forced a lot of fumbles as well. He had 8 takeaways total, 2 forced fumbles, 11 pass defended. But the problem is,
He sounded like the Charlie in the box from Rudolph. Charlie!
Here's the problem with Nashawn Wright, though. You cannot predict turnovers. So you're going to sign him expecting it. You're probably not going to duplicate this.
Correct.
Yeah.
And also, I don't know if any defensive player is more impacted by scheme than the free agent corner. You see this every year, including here in Detroit. You sign a corner and you go, what did I just pay for?
Not enough forced fumbles.
Fumbles?
Right. I didn't get the interceptions that I thought I was going to get.
I don't know.
Let's
I'm a
move
Charlie
over to
in the
wide
box.
receiver position. And it is a player that played for your team this year. It's Juwan Jennings, wide receiver.
I
And
like this guy.
The belief is that he just may be a product of Kyle Shanahan's offense.
He is on third down, David. He moves the chains. He does not have elite speed. He doesn't have speed, but he's got a great catch radius. But just know, yeah, he doesn't have the game-breaking speed. He's not going to be that guy. But on 3rd and 15, he'll get you the first down.
Look, you're getting multiple.
But he's not, I don't think he's going to be worth like $18 million or anything like that.
But you're getting multiple productive years. His last 2 years have been excellent.
Yeah.
He got almost 120 targets 2 years ago. I like this guy.
No,
smarm.
I do. But if you're bringing him in thinking he's going to be our number 1 receiver,
no.
Yeah, you're going to be in trouble.
No.
The next 2 are quarterbacks, and I'll start with one at a time. The first one, Malik Willis. And they say, well, buyer beware. Do you remember Scott Mitchell is what they say?
Yeah, we can do that. Okay, Matt Flynn. What do you want to say? The guy's had good tape. He's rescued the Packers multiple seasons. He's got dual threat capability. He's a risk worth taking because if you're taking that risk, you are destitute for a quarterback. You don't have one, and you can't get one.
Correct.
So I disagree.
Right. You don't want to draft one and wait to develop. He's kind of ready to go. You can see if he's a plug-and-play type. I don't quite see Scott Mitchell because, to me, Mitchell had a game and got paid, and Matt Flynn had a game and he got paid. He's done it over a little bit of time. He has more of a runway that I can judge him by.
And then the other quarterback here, former Green Bay Packer, former Pittsburgh Steeler, Aaron Rodgers. Simply
listen,
because he's Aaron Rodgers, it says.
David, it goes a long way with the Malik Willis thing. The difference is with Rodgers, you're dealing with someone who's in his mid-40s, who from a air yards, I know Rico appreciates that stat, depth of target. I mean, this would make Bill Walsh vomit. I would never have this guy as my quarterback, but yet your franchise seems like they're married to him. So enjoy.
I think they can get one more use out of him. And I honestly, Yeah, I'm with you. I think he's been done for a while, and just go on the talk show circuit. Just leave football alone. Hey, David, I got one for you
Sure.
real quick. Just released. What about Joe Mixon?
Yeah, buyer beware. I think he's done. I don't think he has any legs left. I don't think he does it anymore for me. So I'm good on that one.
Michael, Joe Mixon?
Oh no, I just ignored you on principle. That's ridiculous.
That's
I'm
rude.
not doing that. The
rude.
guy missed the whole season
That's
with a foot. I don't like. I've never liked him. Joe Mixon is all sizzle, no steak.
Okay.
He's a name.
Well, this is risky people, so
I know, but I no.
Well,
that's also outlandish. Go ahead.
I'll give you the next player here on the list. A lot of people talk about him. He was talked about in trades last year and the year before.
Yes.
One of the contract. He's 32 years old, coming off core muscle injury, and they say that is why you should beware with Trey
David
Hendrickson.
Perron.
Trey Hendrickson.
I'm going to disagree. He's been as productive as any defensive lineman in football, not over a 1 or 2 year stretch, but 4. You're a little nervous at 32. Overpay for a 3-year deal. Don't make it 4 or 5. I sign him. He's just that guy, man. He shows up to work. He plays. He produces. I don't know what to tell you.
Maybe more motivated once he leaves a bad situation.
Oh, boy. I tell you. Yeah, getting out of Cincinnati, he ought to be thrilled.
When every day you drive to the facility in your car and you're taking that deep breath as you open up your door knowing another day at this place.
And then finally, another guy who's dealt with injuries, only played 8 or started 8 games last year.
Okay.
That is Nakobe Dean.
This is Rico's guy. Rico gets the first swing at a bat here.
You know what? He's been the biggest head scratcher because I thought he was really going to be lights out when he got to the NFL, but then he slid on draft day. He has moments of flash, David, but it's the injury problem. He cannot stay healthy. So, once again, you got to buyer beware. He'll be good for you, but you're probably not going to see all 17 games from him. If you could get to 12 games, consider yourself blessed.
2022. Oh, a torn pec. Oh, a Liz Frank injury. Hey, how about 2024? Blew out his patella tendon. How about 2025? He's on the PUP list. Then he's not on the PUP list. Then he blows out his hammy.
But what about 23?
I know. Look, love him when he's there. Just can't count on him being there.
That is your NFL Blitz 97-1.
All right, people, 4 o'clock. Great to have you with us. And amidst the masses of calls we have to get to, we have a special guest. He is a noted radio host and contributor at 97.1 The Ticket. He is a noted cat enthusiast. He is a noted Red Wings season ticket holder. And
paying
he is
customer.
He is a paying customer. And per what Rico shared, he is apparently an Yzerman devotee. We want to a man who has called us and has requested an audience
with the laser beams.
We go to James Anthony Costa.
Yeah, I hear you guys are mocking me, and I'm told I got to defend my honor. What's going on?
That is melodramatic at a minimum. You went full laser beam. Rico showed us, and all we said is, Jim, it's a nice trade. You can't go laser beams now. Come on.
I think it's so sports radio. It hurts. Is it laser beam worthy? 248.
Is a hot dog a sandwich?
No, but I what's there not to like about this move? This is an impact piece on defense. Instantly becomes their third best defenseman. He makes them better 5-on-5, Kenny. He'll help on offense, too. This is absolutely a home run deal for Yzerman. And he was willing to pay to do it. That was my fear all along, as we were going to get the aw shucks routine. He said, I'll trade the first. Let's make it happen.
But, Jim, don't go full Stockholm syndrome of, oh, well, at least, it wasn't bad this time. I feel like, yeah, it's a nice trade. But laser beams, Jim?
Kenny, I said today and today only. I'm not going to defend a 7-year resume on one day, but today is laser beam worthy.
David, by the way, has his face in his hands right now. You've upset him, Jim.
It is not laser beam worthy. It's a good deal, but not laser beam. No.
Well, hold on. This is ridiculous
it's
radio.
It's a good trade. Yeah. It's not something. If it was Vinny Trocheck, Jim, and that's the trade they pulled off, I would say go as many laser beams as you want.
If it was a while ago
eyeballs.
and it was used, that's laser beams. This good.
Vinny Trocheck and Robert Thomas are laser beam worthy. Falk is not. That's what I'm being told by you guys.
Good. It's a good trade. We're not trying to diminish the trade, Jim, but it's not some great trade.
It's what they say, that negative radio 2 to 6.
That's right. So
that's right.
Cookies. Is it laser beam because you've been expecting this for the last 6 years?
Yeah, look, you could say it's long overdue, and maybe that takes some of the starch out of it for you personally. I can tell you, I've been waiting with bated breath all day going, they're going to let me down, they're going to let me down. Oh, at the buzzer! Bang! Yeah,
wow, finally they didn't let me down.
Well, no, hold on.
Hold on. This is more than don't let me down. This is the third best defenseman on the hockey team. He plays damn near 23 minutes a night. Power play, penalty kill, 5-on-5, block shots, scores goals. Like, Kenny, I mean,
this is what's established as a laser beam, though. We workshop this, Jim. If you're not a first line player or a first pairing defenseman, no laser beam.
Vinny Trocheck would be second line, so even he wouldn't get laser beams.
I'm not the one who granted the laser beam. I said to Kenny, if you want to do Yzerman gifs or memes or whatever these things are called, if it was Trocheck and Falk and the dead body of Perron, go laser beam,
also,
son.
In fairness, Trocheck was regarded as the best trade target on the market right now. Falk was never close to that. Laser beams for Trocheck.
That was moved at the deadline. Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Kenny, this team had a clear need on the blue line. You and I could debate center versus right-handed shot on defense. This is the best defenseman moved at the deadline for a team that was playing Pelika on the second pair. Now we can put him down in the third pair and shelter him a little bit.
Thank God.
Laser beams would have been responsible.
What's in Jimmy's cookie jar? Listen, we all like the trade.
Boys, enjoy your weekend.
Jim, one thing. Just please hear me. You do have a propensity to get a little boned up about your teams a little too often. That's all we're saying. Save the laser beams for when they win the series. Use your laser beams wisely, James. That's all.
Mike, I got a folder full of it. I got the laser beams with him staring at the Stanley Cup. We'll save that for later.
Oh, wait, they're in your drafts. I got you.
You've got your preemptive Stanley Cup picture already.
It's tough to defend you when
I'll
you're
text
doing
it
this
over
stuff.
to you.
Please do. I got to see this. Jim, enjoy your week. Will you please get some sleep? You're going to be okay.
All right, boys.
All right.
He's got him in the draft, ready to go.
But
they win the cup, bang.
Because it's Friday and I wanted to be nice, what I wanted to say is Jim, right there, you've just shown the fanboy trait. I have a folder of Iserman sizzle pics.
You're so negative.
What's in Jimmy's cookie jar? David.
He's Johnny Kane.
He's Jimmy Kane.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, here comes JD throwing it up. Nope, we're going to the other end.
Wait, hold on. We're huddling up to see if we throw a flag on this. Nope, no flag.
Cade's putting on an absolute clinic. He just missed a fadeaway jumper. All right, last night was... Oh, my God. He wasn't lying to me.
Let me see.
I can't. I'll show you during the break. He has Iserman Stanley Cup sizzle stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Man, I
And he
tell
has
you.
that saved.
That is...
He's every year he's ready to go with that one.
David, text communication.
Rich in Seattle.
Fumbles.
Rich in Seattle checks up and says,
Zoink scoops.
See, I'm thinking he's out there actually doing work, and he's out there doing that.
Fumbles.
Very busy man, dude.
I like he's right though. Like Kenny sits there like a sloth, and then we're like, "Oh man, Kenny's really hustling today."
Right.
That's just for that.
Oh, where's Kenny? He's working on that blitz. Okay.
Right.
That's actually how Jim sounded when they got Justin Falk. Oh.
Rich in Seattle says, I'm not about to call right now. It's Hockey Elite. But after this call, I've got to call Jim at 6 a.m. and call him out for the laser beam.
I mean, it's a really nice trade. I just can't get there on laser beams.
I think the bar is so low that you made this move, B-level move, but you haven't seen this in a while. Laser beams. So there you go.
Roy Clarkson
What a
says,
fumble.
OMG.
Right.
OMG, this is Radio Gold. Get them, boys. Get them.
Kenny, it's the best defense.
Text here. Congrats to David for the entrance into the new chapter of his life, puberty.
David, you're going to start to see some changes.
You're going to be a real boy
You
now.
know when a man and a woman love each other?
The second he did that, I thought about that.
I just kept going, and
I
then you
thought I
all
was the
looked.
only person. I didn't even look at you because I'm like, you know what? We'll let that one
remember-
slide.
I was laser beams with Kenny
Yeah, we locked eyes when
right
you did
away.
that.
I didn't want to say anything.
Were you Iserman laser beams? Were you guys Iserman laser beams?
Oh, yeah.
Big time.
Oh, yeah. It was the Helios laser from a U.S. boat.
Like,
and
did
I'm
you
like,
hear that? Yeah, I heard. Yeah, okay.
Well, Joe in a car did text in and says, guys, we need that David drop of him cracking fumble.
oh, it's there.
Already done, Joe. Already done.
By the way, Kenny, the prospect in here is Billy Bolochnikov.
Yeah, guy I've never heard of and that you'll never hear of probably.
Bobby
Don't worry about it.
Buccioletta. I don't
saw
know
that.
who this is.
I don't either.
Don't
Which
care.
tells you something.
Exactly.
The fact that he has this saved.
Listen, he loves his teams. I just,
Right.
you know, and I understand I'm more jaded. There's an innocence about cookies. But yeah, the fact, quote, he said this, quote, oh, I've got a folder.
My question is, how long has this been saved in your phone?
Him? Years.
That's what I want to
Years.
know. This isn't something he made up today. Like, how
No.
long has this been waiting? You've been waiting to just put that out on social media.
Knowing Jim the way I do from the amount of time we spend working together, years. I wouldn't be shocked if he doesn't have merch with that on it. He just hasn't worn it yet.
I can see that.
I say since Iserman hasn't done anything in years, why not bring out the laser beams?
You're so stupid.
I don't know.
I know. I'm sorry, guys out there in listener land. You know what? We will get right to the calls. I'm sorry. Maybe it's funny for us and not for the people. I don't know.
David sounded like Peter Brady. He sounded sick all week. Well, I'm struggling here, guys. I'm struggling.
David,
let him
go
alone.
through a lot of changes. Okay.
Forcing a lot of fumbles.
Where's the backup parent? Where's Brett Huntley? Tap him in.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I feel really prepared for life now. Zoink scoops.
Dad, your voice is changing like mine.
A lot of fumbles.
Read something, somebody.
Okay. Me? You?
No, I got it.
Okay.
All right. Natural. No, me. All right, guys. Spring is.
Your lawn looks so good.
Spring is coming. If you want your lawn to look like it's the best lawn on the block, you know what? There's no need to wonder. There's only one place to go. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now. As a matter of fact, you can save some green when you prepay if you call by the end of the month on the early bird discount. Look, spring is on its way. It's rainy out, which means pretty soon that grass is going to take off. But along with the grass comes the weeds. And if you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass get thin every summer, now is the time to take action. Remember, it's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. They will come up with an early treatment plan that will set the tone for the entire season. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com. As a matter of fact, if you purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control as well. But you got to mention my name. You got to say Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call. So do that right now. 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, we're going to get right to the phones. I want to knock out the rest of the deadline calls. No, we're not doing lasers or no, 248. We do want to mention the Pistons a little later, Taylor Decker situation, lot to do. Can I go to the phones? Are we good? Did I do something wrong here?
No, I was.
David, do you want your voice to crack again, please? Anything? All right, let's go. Let's go to Jake, 97.1. Jake, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Good, buddy. What's on your mind?
Oh, I just wanted to give you some credit because it seems like you're always real humble about your hockey knowledge and stuff, and I just want to say I think you might be hockey elite.
Listen, my application has been under review for quite some time by Kenny. I'm waiting to get I'm waiting to see if I get a crested blazer like Rico wears.
But no, I just wanted to say that I really like the trade. I think it shores up a lot of unanswered questions on the back end with Axel Sandin Pellikka. I mean, he's really solid, but I think his rookieisms kind of come out a little bit lately.
He's not helping you if he's a second pairing defenseman. He's not there.
Exactly. And I think that putting Falk on that second power play unit, that guy has an absolute cannon of a shot, and I think it's going to help immensely.
Here's the critical question, Jake. Lasers or no lasers?
I don't think it's laser worthy.
No, it's not. See,
it's solid, but no.
Not laser. Jake, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
You got it, buddy. Let's go over to Matt. See, not laser worthy. Hockey Elite is speaking. We go to Matthew, 97.1. Matty, what's good, buddy?
How's it going?
Good. What's on your mind?
Is it laser worthy? I'm gonna say no. I know we're all a little bricked up. It's not laser worthy. However, it is a great move.
It is.
I think, honestly, a better move than a lot of people realize, only because addition by subtraction. JBD and Johansson, when they were together, one of the worst pairs in the sport. You get rid of that, ASP third pair now, I think it's a really good deal. As far as playoffs go, I've been saying this the whole year. The measuring stick is no longer playoffs. Like, we're in year 8 now, or whatever it is.
7.
That was the measuring stick in 2024 when they had the bald idiot that had no idea what he was doing.
Oh, dear.
So, as of now, I've been saying this the whole season. The measuring stick, get there and show us you belong there.
I agree with, but hold on, Matt. Let's just allow for this space, okay? And obviously, I will defer to the true hockey elite, but there have been times in my life, like, look, I root for a hockey team that has had very little success. But when the Islanders have made the playoffs, there have been there was a series back in the day. They played the Maple Leafs tooth and nail, got to a game 7, couldn't close the deal. Like, they made a great account of themselves. And I was an idiot thinking, okay, this is the start of something great. Just kidding. The point is, how you play is going to be more important almost than the result this year only. Like, starting next
100%.
year, then it's like, no, we have to go on meaningful runs. We've got a challenge. This year, it's just don't show your ass. And look, if you turn the trick and you win the series, we're thrilled.
Right. And I just wanted to add real fast. I was just going to get there. Like, less about the result. Pistons took the next 6 games. But you know what? 5 of those 6 games came right down to the last minute. They showed me they belong there.
Yes.
Show me fight. I don't want a 5-game series where you just look like you're not worthy of playing puck in late April.
1,000%. And I love the comparison. The Pistons, it was never about winning a series. Compete, fight tooth and nail, learn. Now this year it's different. It's an absolute must to win a series. I think in the mind of most fans, it would be a must to win 2 series. So yes, Matthew, I'm with you. And by the way, we're 2 for 2 hockey elite, not laser worthy. Jim was out of order with the lasers.
So, Sports Talk Radio.
Mind you, you do Sports Talk Radio, Jim.
That's what his reply was. He went back to
That's your
to
whole
Twitter.
job, man.
Yeah. Shout out Jim, demeaning Jim.
You know what? Maybe he'll show up tomorrow with Stoney and you, Kenny. Aren't you on tomorrow?
That's right.
Yeah, he'll show up tomorrow.
Laser beams.
Big laser beams.
Laser beams.
Double laser beams.
Jesus. Let's go to Drew, 97.1. Drew, how you doing, buddy?
I'm all right, man. How are you guys?
Excellent.
Good. So I just wanted to weigh in on the Falk trade. I think it's a pretty solid trade overall. I'd give it a B plus A-, not laser worthy.
Thank you.
But what is laser worthy is the Gibson trade from last year. And we only can make a run here if Gibby can continue to play as well as he has played. So I would say retroactively that's lasers.
Okay.
But back to Falk, the guy's got over 1,000 games in the league. He's averaging, I think, like
23
just under
minutes.
a half point a game. So I think it's a big move, but I don't even know if we're shooing to make the playoffs yet.
Yeah.
And that's that.
Boy.
So all these people thinking that all of a sudden we're just this, shoo-in for the playoffs, I think that's way off.
No, Drew, all I think is the job for him today was to show this locker room. He believes that they are a playoff team, and he wants them to have the insurance necessary. Look, did he address both needs? No. Hard to do at a deadline. But he addressed maybe the most important one. Gibson's been standing on his head for the better part of 3 months. Let's get better in front of him. Obviously, like Trocheck was the guy Kenny wanted big time. Drew, I don't know who you would have wanted as a top 6 forward, but if you go on a per dollar basis, pricing, cost of acquisition, they got a third earlier today. They basically gave up a first-round pick and a prospect nobody's ever heard of, and they fixed with a right-handed D-man who plays special teams. It's a solid move, but I'm with you. No, I'm not going to go out here like they just acquired Ray Bork in his prime. Take it easy.
Now, let me ask you a question. Now, if we would have, in your mind, if we would have acquired like a Robert Thomas or a Trocheck, if those guys would have been dealt somewhere else, would the Falk move drop down in value for you if we didn't land those big guys?
No, because ultimately, Drew, the way I look at it, if my team is doing things and making my team better, I'm less concerned with what others do. But flip the script to when we talk about the Lions. If I see if free agency, or let's say the Bears land Max Crosby and we're sitting here, then it starts to affect me more. But I can't speak for Kenny, Rico, or any other guys. Just how I operate is if I feel like my team's doing their job, I don't stress about where other players are going. Just me.
I also think too, I think the Perron move is actually quite a bit bigger than people are realizing it is, because there was a few interviews that came out. I think the articles, The Athletic did a piece on how he was the locker room leader, and how bummed out the guys were when he left. I think he's going to add huge value that's not necessarily going to show up on the score sheet. I think the Perron move is huge.
All right. First of all, he has to get out of a wheelchair. Let's start there. But Drew,
He's getting there.
all I'll say is this, and Drew, I'm shooting you straight. I'm being very fair now. In the 2 years since, if nobody in that room, including the guy who wears the C on his chest, hasn't developed a voice, then that is a way bigger problem than David Perron is going to fix.
And you know what's funny is I just asked David this. He seems less optimistic about this the way that I am. Exactly. I asked him, and I'm thinking, do you think Larkin speaking out against Steve Yzerman last year had anything to do with a different approach this trade deadline than it has the last several years? No.
I do not. I just think there's not a human being that could have sat in a boardroom, in the war room, and said, it's okay if we don't make a move. Or it makes sense to not make a move. Kenny, you just get to a point where politely it's bleep or get off the toilet. What? It's year 7.
And here's the thing, Kenny. We've seen this. Steve Yzerman has never been moved by what anyone says. He does what he wants to do.
And he does it at his timeline.
Well, because unlimited runway. It looks like, seems like, feels like no pressure. Whenever you're ready to win us a cup, Stevie, we'll be here.
Which is why I asked the question, is because why now?
We'll save the laser beams in our draft.
Because it's year 7, because they collapsed last year, because they're ready. Kenny, I'm sorry if that's not a complex enough answer.
It's fine. It's funny that our biggest critique is his unwillingness to change for years.
Well, as Alec Baldwin said in Glengarry Glen Ross, bleep or walk. I mean, that's it. At a certain point.
And it's like David said.
Exactly.
Hey,
all right.
There's no easy way.
There's no shortcut home. From Robert Tepper's classic, No Easy Way Out off the Rocky IV soundtrack. All right, if you're in the market for a new ride, Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights on Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, setting the standard for how car buying should be done. Moran, best in class. Real value. Their deals prove it. 26 GMC Sierra 1500 crew cab. Guys, the pricing, outstanding. $199 a month, zero down. 26 Buick Envision Preferred, $379 a month, $999 down. So if you're shopping for trucks or SUVs, you go to Moran. You're going to get the best price, period. MoranExpress.com. Go to Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. We are professional grade. The hell do you need from me?
Let's start here with Kyler Murray. Reports indicate that the Colts, because they're locked in on keeping Daniel Jones, the Vikings are shifting their attention to Kyler Murray.
Here, I'll take the smoke.
Now, before you go, because here's the significant part, is that because he was released and a veteran, he can sign for the veteran minimum at $1.3 million.
Okay.
Okay. Now
that changes things.
I'd still be shocked, but let's just go under that premise. I like it because they need insurance for McCarthy. Any real insurance, like a Mac Jones, has to be a trade. A Malik Willis, you're hearing anywhere around $25 million. I just believe Kevin O'Connell could teach a shoe to play quarterback. JJ might just be an especially bad shoe.
Like, and if you're JJ, not JJ, but if you're Kyler Murray, you go there and let's just say you sign for $5 million right off the front, and you do well, 1-year deal.
You get a deal.
You could either they'll Sam Darnold you and they'll realize, hey, we let go Sam Darnold. We're not going to let this guy go, or you go someplace else and you kind of rehab your career.
I like it because what other options do they have? If we're being totally sincere about it, this is a bad quarterback draft, and we just talked about cap ramifications. So, yeah, I think O'Connell's a genius. Sure.
But it's funny. Okay, so Kyler Murray gone from Arizona. Do you know who one of the leading candidates are to replace him in Arizona?
Don't say Tua, please.
No. This is a name we haven't really spoke about for a while.
Just say it. I'm all ears.
Jimmy G. From Rams backup to quarterback again. That the Arizona Cardinals are looking at Jimmy Garoppolo.
Come on, man.
Well, but here's what you got to
Can't
think
they
about.
just go sign Jake Plummer and kick it old school?
No,
Good
Mike.
heavens.
No, if you really think about it, it's smart for what the Cardinals and the Jets are going to do. You just bite the bullet. This is your gap year. You're setting yourself up. Look, if
you
all of a
turn
sudden,
into the Utah Jazz.
Yeah, you overachieve and you win, maybe you struck gold. But if not, you're lining up for next year's quarterback class. But yes,
You're
Jimmy
right.
G
Oh, my
could
God.
be the starting QB for the Cardinals.
Sweet mercy. David.
Let's go over to Atlanta because Atlanta, as we know, don't have a lot of draft picks this year. They traded their first-round pick to the Rams. So the GM says we will never have 5 draft picks again. We have to do better, basically. So the thought is Kyle Pitts will be traded. They did franchise tag him. What can you get for Kyle Pitts? DJ Moore got a second. Can you get a second?
I am the wrong person to ask because I don't like Kyle Pitts. I hate him. I think he's a mutt. So leave me out of this, and I'm just going to allow Rico to die. My answer would be a bowl of dog food. I wouldn't give up anything for him. I don't like him.
David, I think because he was franchise tagged, and I don't know what the number is for tight ends. Is it like $17 million for a tight end?
15.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
You probably could get a low-end first round. That's best case scenario.
For Pitts?
I said best case low end.
If the other guy was loaded on cocaine, maybe.
I thought you opted out of this.
I'm sorry. I'm opting out again.
Okay.
My bad.
Low end, like the low 20s, or you're probably looking at a second round selection for him. That's what I'm thinking you can get.
I opted out. I have no
hear
opinion.
your thoughts.
A fifth round pick. Nothing. Does no blocking, inconsistent hands. I don't like him.
I think that he was just part of the wrong system.
Okay. What's that? One that plays football?
I mean, what's been Atlanta is the only team that I know that had a ton of stars and decided we're not going to use any of them.
Hey, Drake London has had his moments, and have you seen Bijan run?
Right. But until you get to the goal line, let's take Bijan out the game.
Tyler
Tell me I'm wrong.
No, they just had their version of Tommy Vardell. It was Tyler Algier.
That team, David, they just do dumb things with their star players.
They got new uniforms coming April 2nd.
They sure do.
I got nothing else, man.
So that's why I said probably a second round pick for him. But if you're a team with like the pick 28
if Kyle
or
Pitts
29,
ends up on the Giants, can I have a day off, please?
No.
Okay. David, more rumors.
This is the first and only petty I will do all day.
Okay.
We've been talking about Max Crosby and the possibility he goes to the Bears. Do you know where Lane Johnson plays in the NFL?
Yeah, right tackle for the Eagles.
And
that
he
is
just came
correct.
back. Yeah.
He went out and tweeted about an hour ago of the eye emojis and then tweeting to Max Crosby. to the
Whoa,
Eagles,
whoa.
possibly.
Let me interpret that for you, Mike, since you're not on the social media.
Yeah.
The eye emojis is, oh my goodness, watch out for this. This could be happening. It's happening, folks. And yeah, if you're tweeting at him, that means that maybe you overheard a conversation down the hall of saying, hey, Elaine, we're going to go all in for Max. And he just couldn't keep it quiet. He just thought he'd be very subtle about it. And nobody on social media
would
would pay
convince
attention.
me that Howie Roseman is not mortal. He is some form of immortal spiritual witch. I don't even know how it would happen. I don't even want to think about it. Please. I've just arrived at a point where the Eagles might not be awesome.
Well,
Can I just live in that world for 10 minutes?
They got the 7th tie for the 6th best odds for Max Crosby.
You didn't hear what I said. Can I have 10 minutes in a decade where the Eagles don't kick the Giants in the face twice a year?
Because
Please.
you'll have Kyle Pitts.
I'd rather have Mama Cass than Kyle Pitts.
You'll have Kyle Pitts and K9. There you go. Your offense will be awesome.
Phenomenal. $30 million and 2 trinkets. Okay, David.
Let's move on to the Kansas City Chiefs because they are looking for a running back. And, of course,
Jeremiah
they
Love.
cannot get – well, it starts with that, but they believe that they won't get Jeremiah Love, that he won't fall to them.
Okay.
So they top off the market will be Kenneth Walker. Can't get him. They want to spend $8 million per year, according to reports.
I know who.
Rico Dowdell.
Oh, I thought it was going to be
I've seen
ETN.
contract predictions around 2 years,
Good with it.
$14 million.
I'm good with it because of what you just said right there. $7 million a year, 2 years. The dude plays with a huge chip on his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he performed on what is a mediocre team in Carolina. He didn't have all the trinkets and the fun.
Became a star in a fill-in role at Carolina. Shout out for me picking him up in fantasy land. Yes, I thought you were going to say Travis Etienne. I was like, okay, I could see him going there as well to Kansas City. Same kind of a deal where you're not going to break the bank, but you're signing for maybe a 2-year deal, 3rd-year option for the team option. But no, I can see that, David.
Now let's move on to an older NFL player, and that name is Mike Evans. Report says it is still early, but Houston and Kansas City don't seem to be on the radar for Evans. But they have teams like the Bills, Chargers, Niners, and Commanders, and the Giants on the list for Mike Evans. What do you think the price is for him?
I don't.
So K9.
$14 million and a body cast. I don't care. Oh, what is this? The whole segment to just troll me?
No. I didn't even mention the Giants. You did on the other one.
Okay, here's the thing, Mike. Your team is fun to watch.
Oh, are
it's
they?
up and coming.
They won 7 football games in 2 years. Fun?
Right. No.
Fun?
They're entertaining. They are.
If you think that's fun, wait a year. I'll show you real fun. Go stand outside. I'm going to hit you with my car. What are you, out of your mind?
They're entertaining. You got young players. Scatterboo. Even your backup QB is fun to watch.
Mike
David.
Evans, I think it's got to be a 1-year deal. That's all I would tell you.
Yeah, I was about to say probably 1 year, $12 million, I'm thinking.
And then I'll close it out with this because I found this laughable. We all know what the Tua contract looks like. Dolphins want to move on. One high-ranking team executive told CBS they considered taking on Tua, but they would have to get a first-round pick from the Dolphins to do it. Tua's stuck. They're going to just release him, and he'll be nowhere else.
Yeah, I think it will boil down to the fact that the Dolphins will just have to admit we made a mistake and we're going to move on. We're not going to look backwards. And, yeah, because you'd be ridiculous to give away a first-round pick and give away your quarterback and still have to pay. Yeah, just bite the bullet. And here's the thing. Release him, be bad, get one of the quarterbacks next year under a rookie scale, and it'll eventually balance itself out.
Yeah, $99 million dead cap hit.
And look, there was a time a few short years ago you thought, okay, this is, man, they're cooking. Now the way he played last year, lacking in confidence, not seeing, he was seeing ghosts.
I was about to say, it's the concussion problem for me that I don't
Well, then
think
you
he's
get
gonna
to
be-
availability and risk. He's unplayable with the way he played last year. Putting the ball in harm's way, it was awful.
That is your NFL Blitz.
Well, we do it every week. I know it's a little bit different time, but with the trade deadline and Cookies laser beams and football today, we just had to move it slightly. It's time for Who Said It. Our coworkers say things. David curates a list. We have to guess who said it. Is Evan Jenkins joining us this week or no? It's okay if he's not. I'm sure he's busy doing
Kenny's
videos and other things.
He's gonna find out right now.
We'll move it on. Let's roll.
Let me look at eligibility.
Yes, because we've had some controversy. You cannot use a guest calling into a show. That's outrageous.
Who used a guest call? Oh, Kenny, I got you.
Who do you think?
Okay.
What did I do? I just sat down.
Beavis and Butthead over there.
Let's go 6 a.m. to
Evan Jenkins.
8 p.m.
I guess Gator.
Okay. Can you focus, please? Let's go.
6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay.
Let's start with number 1.
David Ho.
Can we please?
Someone actually did text that in. That will be who said it. Yes. That is not number 1. This is number 1. It's important that you win games like that, though. It's a character win, considering that you lose your goalie because he's been stacking so many great performances game over game over game over game.
I'll tell you my immediate response.
Let's see if we're in the same place.
That just feels like Costa. He does referendum games on every game that every team plays. Every win's an important spiritual win or a gut-wrenching, terrible loss.
See, same show, but I'm going to say his co-host. I'm going to say that's Jansen.
Evan Jenkins.
See, the stacking part made me think it was Costa because he's just stacking them wins, and he's super jacked about it. But maybe John. No, I'm going to stick with Costa. Always go with your gut, like the Scantron.
You said this character win, right? That's
have David read it one more time.
Read it again one more time, please, David.
It's important that you win games like that, though. It's a character win, considering that you lose your goalie because he's been stacking so many great performances game over game over game over game.
See, I feel like I said something similar to this, but I don't think I would use the word character win because I don't really talk like that. So I think
on a different day party might, though.
I don't. Yeah. What if Kenny has a total alter ego when he's working with Doug and Scott?
I'm evil, Kenny.
Okay. Where are you going
Costa.
here? You're going all right, we're Costa, you're Jansen. Now watch, we didn't even get the day part right. David, who said it? You do talk like that.
I do talk like that. No.
He just slandered himself.
No, I got the laser beams.
So you're evil, Kenny. It's just you with the mustache.
Yeah. So let me get this straight.
Sunglasses and mustache.
You show competency with the English language with Doug and Scott. You just give us the trimmings.
Well, he's spent by that time. He's already been talking for 4 hours.
Unbelievable. David,
for
number
sure
2.
you would know
I
what you said.
He said, I don't speak that way, cutscene.
I would never use that word.
I don't think I don't believe that's me. I think David doctored that.
Evil
Number 2. Minutes played for Paul Reed, 0. If that's going to be the direct result of having Isaiah Stewart coming back, and I love Isaiah Stewart coming back, but if you're not going to play Paul Reed.
Oh, dear God.
I think I have to invoke my
No.
own role. Yeah.
No. Let's work through it. I mean, it could be either mornings or middays. They're both boned up about B-ball Paul.
One more time, quickly, David, please.
Minutes played for Paul Reed, 0. That's going to be the direct result of having Isaiah Stewart back. And I love Isaiah Stewart coming back. But if you're going to play, not going to play Paul Reed.
I'm going to say Gator.
I'm going to say Gator also because it was the 0 at the beginning, the stat at the beginning. Gator loves himself some stats.
Are you sure you talk that way?
I don't know. Maybe it was me.
Okay, you know what? I was going to say Doug, but you guys have convinced me.
No.
Because I was thinking the midday show. I'll go Gator.
David, who said it?
There we go. On the board.
Let's go. Okay, that's enough of him.
I was
All
doing
right, let's
the
keep it
Gator
moving.
chop.
Number
B-ball
3.
Paul fascination in this town.
I think Michigan has the best chance to go further because in some books, they're favored to win it all.
Okay, so hold on. Just everybody breathe for a minute. So who would have spoken rivalry? I would immediately think Rieger because he's obsessed.
Right, but Cookies is also obsessed with Michigan.
Now, I don't know if I need to invoke Evan's rule.
Which is?
The Jenkins rule.
Okay.
I know this morning they talked about the rivalry, but in terms of are these teams equal? Whether that became a conversation about that, I don't know. I didn't listen long enough.
But in Cookie's world, they're like night and day. It's like the Lakers versus the high school team.
Evan, what's your initial thought?
I'm going to guess it's Doug Karsh because he likes to invoke odds when talking about something. And Cookies would just stand on his belief that Michigan's way better. And Rieger, we know, believes Michigan's way better.
So could this have been Gov?
One more. It was Gov in this week?
Yeah, he worked Monday and Tuesday, I believe.
I'll read it one more time. I think Michigan has the best chance to go further because in some books, they're favored to win it all.
Nope, that's Doug, I think.
I'm going to go Rieger because in some books he needed some validation for this, so he's going to use Vegas. He's going to lean on Vegas.
I just don't know if they talked about it.
One of his solo shows.
Did you know they play this Sunday? You wouldn't know otherwise.
Is it bad? I don't care. It's a different topic. All right.
Give us a name.
I know, dude.
Somebody.
We're all on the board, Mike. So we're at house money.
Just throw something against the wall.
Who'd you take?
I took Doug.
And you took?
Rieger.
And you took?
Doug.
Take Jansen. I don't know. Just go off the wall.
I'll go Rieger. I'm going to stand with Rico on this because he's obsessed. David, who said it?
That's why you think that, Woj? That's the reason?
I got to be very clear. I forget he works here.
He was just in like yesterday, right?
I just forget. He shows up like twice a month.
Good job, David.
Which is where it came from because he only worked one day this week. Yeah.
Damn it. All right.
Fair.
Next.
You can make the case without Todd McClellan and his staff. This team is not a playoff team. Like, I truly believe they're playing over their head, maybe.
I truly believe this, maybe.
Real conviction there.
I'm real scared of Red Wings now because of what I did.
I'm going to guess Kenny Cott.
I don't speak that way.
Because I've felt similar ways about that, but...
Kenny or Kang? It's one of the two.
No.
You know what?
See, I'm thinking
I'm gonna
maybe
come over there and
Cookies,
talk
and
to
they
you.
did the maybe as like a, question mark type of thing.
Would Cookies fit the bill there? Would he be willing to admit his team's playing above their head?
There's no way he went from that to laser beams in the matter of like 24 hours.
I think he did, but then he was like, well, maybe.
What a roller coaster
I'm
of
going
emotions.
Cookies.
It is. Glass case of emotion. Cookies for me. Evan?
Kenny.
Okay, Kenny.
I think David's trying to bait us into picking Cookies, and so I'm going to take Jansen.
Oh.
Not that smart, Kenny.
Oh, okay. Then I'll take Cookies.
It's going to be
David, who said it?
We missed that. It was a layup, man.
I'm glad I got one right. This was not an easy edition.
Still upset I didn't pick myself.
I don't talk that way.
Never.
I thought for sure you would get that one, man. It's you.
Who ripped themselves more? Jim saying it's so sports radio it hurts? Or Kenny Cott, I don't talk like that.
way.
Meanwhile, proceeds to talk like that.
Exactly like that. David, excellent work. Evan, thank you. I know you're busy. Appreciate you popping in for that. We got a lot to get to in the 5 o'clock. Wings trade, Pistons game. Taylor Decker says bye-bye. All coming up next. 97.1. Distracted driving, it's an epidemic. Look around, you've seen it. Cars swerving in the front, veering around. It's because people are on their damn phones. So if you drive without life insurance, you're at risk. Oh, great. You get aced out by one of these dingalings, and now your family's putting you 6 feet under, and you didn't leave them anything. I mean, that's just not a good scene. Get life insurance. Call Mike Papura. He shops over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He guarantees you the best possible rate. And you're not going to deal with a phone jockey 6 states over and wonder if it's available in your state or not. With over 30 years in the game, National Benefit Plans and Mike Papura is the one call you've just got to make. It's nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. 5 o'clock, great to have you with us. We've got a cornucopia. Red Wings deadline. Taylor Decker situation. Pistons get blasted in San Antonio. You can do what you want with it. We could do these in any order. We started with Decker. He asked for his release. He gave an emotional statement on social media. It's just clear. I think the team agreed with our sentiment on this show. They didn't want him back. Not at that price.
Yeah.
And tried to restructure. Couldn't come to an agreement. And he's gone. And look, I don't have any animus towards him. I will be flabbergasted if Taylor Decker lands anywhere, making anywhere near what he was making with any amount of term. So good luck, my guy. And now, as Rico likes to say, everyone's playing a new position.
Everybody is. And it looks like his leaving the Lions will actually stick because the Rashawn Gary news just gets weirder and weirder. Apparently his account got hacked. So, yeah.
Well, for the Lions, they save $11.6 million, which is good. I want Sewell at left tackle. I don't know if that's what comes next.
Natural.
But that offensive line is in complete transition mode. So we wait and see. But if you have thoughts on Decker, we can do that. Red Wings trade deadline. Steve finally made a move of substance. Now, while we do not on this show share the unbridled laser beam enthusiasm of Jim Costa, Justin Falk is a really productive, really good player. He's going to be on a second pairing. You want to say he's your third best defenseman. I'm also fine with that. You have term through next season. He plays special teams as well as 5-on-5, right-handed shot. It's a really nice move.
Mm-hmm.
I reserve the laser beam for I just got the best defenseman on my team. I just got a superstar first-line player.
Mm-hmm.
Cookies, it's laser beams when he sees his cat. So I just you got to take it. You got to take it easy. The laser beam's a little much, but I'm happy the move got made. I did not want to do an angry show today where people were yelling. It's Friday, but I'm good with it, and I do. I think it improves your ability to make the playoffs and be credible within the playoffs. That's doing the job.
We're gonna break down the Perron trade.
It begins and ends with can he get out of his wheelchair? The guy hasn't played since January 20th from hernia surgery. And, if you ever see a pick protection in the NBA and it's if player is alive, you get the pick, that's the Perron deal.
Yeah, if he plays, then it's a conditional fourth.
And I understand. I guarantee you we'll get a hockey elite. Well, listen, guys, he's a big voice in the room. And the goal in Montreal. Okay. In the 2 years since, if no one on this team has developed their own voice, and you need David bleeping Perron, who hasn't played since January 20th to be the voice, then the problems here are deeper than we realize.
Can I say one thing?
Yes.
Just one thing about David Perron.
Yes.
This is all I will say about it.
Yes, say it.
Is
Hockey Elite. You don't talk that way.
Hockey Elite Kenny saying this.
Yes.
Evil Kenny.
So what happened to Dylan Larkin last game?
He got cross-checked into Pluto.
Into oblivion. When David Perron was on this team, when that happened, and he was sent on the shelf for a while, David Perron immediately after runs the guy, gets himself suspended, ironically enough. He runs the guy that did it. The only positive you can take from this is when that happened last game, nobody touched anybody. Everybody just kind of watched and let it happen. If you want to draw one positive, and that's all that I will do.
I have no problem with it. There's no smarm. You can say that. That's fine. I think that leads to my other point. I don't want to be negative. That's a problem within this organization.
That's a big problem.
Or as they say across the river, organization.
In Detroit.
I didn't use that enough today. Where is that? Thank you, Freeds. So if you want to talk about Yzerman's trade, we can do that. The last thing in this hat trick 5 o'clock, you can tell me what you took out of last night for the Pistons. And remember, I mocked people who thought that team ever had a chance of winning the title. So therefore, my opinion of the Pistons doesn't change. I think they're a really good team. I think they have the ability to play meaningful playoff series and maybe win a series or two in the East. There is a 0% chance of you winning a championship. You are nowhere close to the elite teams. That's what happens when the other team has their players. And if you want to just say, well, the Spurs are the best, okay, cool. I dare you to play the Thunder when they have all their players. It doesn't matter who comes out of the West. You're not beating them. Your focus needs to be beat the Hornets or whoever you play in the first round, and then we get a showdown series. Whether it's
Cleveland.
if it's Cleveland or Boston, that would scare me a little bit. If it's the Knicks, I would still back you because, God, I love laughing at the Knicks. But, like, I told you, I'm straight up. I'm not going to make fun of the Pistons because I'm not one of the goofballs who's like, we the best. No, you're not.
No, last night showed you what we've been saying. You need a second score. If Cade's going to be shooting the ball almost 30 times a game, he's going to wear down in a 7-game series.
And it's just difficult because when you get into the playoffs, you're going to face teams that play defense. Okay, and whether it's, look, you can laugh. I mean, hell, since Christmas, the Hornets have been the best defense in basketball. Celtics are top 7. Cavs are in the mix there. Like, defense matters. The teams in the West, it goes without saying. Both OKC and San Antonio, they're going to guard you. It's not on Cade. There's only so much you can do. And, like, Stephon Castle's an elite defender. Vassal's a good defender. Like, they have defensive players, and they just get up on Cade. They press those screens, and they're not going to – and here's Cade's problem. Last night there were a lot of opportunities for Cade. He had open threes, and he dribbled himself into contested mid-range. And I understand he's an assassin in the mid-range, but Cade, if you get space against the Spurs, you've got to be able
to hit that shot.
You just got to take it and make it. So, look, I'm not going crazy. Wemby's a freak show.
Well, that Castle draft pick, man, that was sneaky good right there.
One ahead of Jaden Ivey.
I didn't realize he was going to be that good.
Yeah. Oh, well. Or no, one ahead of Ron Holland, I believe.
Yes.
Or should I say hustle man? 248-539-9797. David, of any of the three things, what draws your attention the most?
And he tells me the Red Wings. No, it is the Red Wings.
Go for it. There's no slander. I'm offering 3 big news stories today for people to talk about.
Yeah, the Red Wings for sure, because I thought nothing was going to happen. And I'm not going to act like we're going all of a sudden going to the Stanley Cup Finals, but it is a breath of fresh air to actually have a move made that can help this team.
Is it possible they're going to a different Coney Island, David? Because now we've seen it with 2 teams breaking the trend of what we're used to. We saw it with Scott Harris. Now we're seeing it with Steve.
A common denominator, if you think about it, Kenny.
But here's the thing with the Taylor Decker stuff, too, is that, he wasn't worth what he was getting paid. So for the team to ask for what they were trying to ask for made total sense. And it just feels like, things are changing inside that locker room. Sometimes the players seem a little different to me than it was the grit and all of this other stuff that was coming out of the locker room. It feels different to me now. It is not going in the right direction. I'm not saying it's moving, it's great and things are, no, it's not moving in the right direction. Things look weird and feel weird right now.
Yeah, and I think some of it has to do with losing, not being as successful. But I think with the Decker, I don't think they wanted Decker back. And they wanted him to kind of fade away in the sunset. We'll give you, all your flowers. And, hey, we couldn't have done it without you. And it was like, he showed up to the door with his bags. Like, I'm back. Like, what do you mean you're back? Oh, boy. What are we going to do? Do we take him back? And I think that it was a conversation of, okay, we're not going to pay you the amount of money that we owe you, and you're going to have to fight for your job.
Here's what I don't like about it is Decker, it has been well known. Anyone who covers the team, anyone who's close to it, they had to manage him to just get him to game day. And that shoulder, that ain't getting better. I mean, it's just this point in his career, a 10-year career. He's been a very good tackle. What bothers me the most is if you loved it here and you love the brotherhood, you love the locker room, you love living here, all the stuff you want to put out there publicly, why would you not want to take less and stay? Because, and if I'm wrong, tip of the cap to him and his agent, who the hell's offering you more? You don't think the rest of the league knows? No. You think what? You think someone's offering you $20 million a year?
No.
Okay, so look, and I don't want people to think I'm anti-player, but it's like Both Montgomery and Decker, I really don't understand their departures.
See,
I don't.
Because to me, and based off what you're saying, to me, it feels to me like there was a miscommunication on what the plan is going to be for the offseason. I think if Decker knew the entire picture, that they wanted that in the first place, he might have retired.
Right.
But it feels to me like he didn't know the whole picture. It wasn't fully communicated to him.
Gary, I think they were like, okay, Ragnar, he left. So if this is going to be the same thing, except for the good news, we're going to know early. We can go into the combine looking at tackles. We can figure this thing out because before he even came back, it was like coded language like, well, even if he comes back, it's going to be competition.
And it's easy to say because every team does this with players when they're close to retirement. Every team says, well, we're going to give him time. We're going to let him make his decision on his own time. But within that, you can still give information and say, we're giving your time, but here's where we're at.
Right. And then here's where we're at. We're going to give you your time. And hopefully we're on the same page because if we're not, we got to have another talk. You're not picking up what we're putting down. And we're saying, no.
Yeah. No, so again, whether it's Justin Falk, a Red Wing, whether it's Taylor Decker, and again, I don't have anything to say about the Pistons because I never elevated them where some people did. I think it's up to you. What? You're laughing.
Somebody sent me a text.
Oh, you got my gift. I'm here for you.
I love you.
It's a great headline, isn't it?
It is.
248-539-9797. If you're in an accident and you feel like you're on your own, well, you kind of are. The insurance company's not your buddy. The paperwork's a complete nightmare. That's why you need to call David Femininio. And only Femininio Law has the accident response team. You need action. You need it now. Crisis counselors keep life moving. Medical and forensic experts lock down that case before the evidence walks out the back door. It is smart. It's fast. It is built to win. Go to Get David, Get Paid. It is not just a tagline. Go to getdavidgetpaid.com or call 855-65-CRASH. It's getdavidgetpaid.com. David, text communications, then we go to the phones. 3 different topics. Please.
Text communication regarding the Pistons. Someone says, my takeaway from this stretch Pistons games is JB is not a championship coach. Horrible offensively, questionable lineups. I see why Cleveland fired him.
Okay, hold on. Both things can be true. But I don't think you can start to dog the guy who's going to lead you to a 60-win season. Now, he's a good coach. No one's going to compare him to, Steve Kerr. Maybe a bad example because maybe he doesn't do any coaching. Hell, he had the Splash Brothers. I don't know. You know what? Nobody's a good coach in the NBA. So. I'll leave it alone. I quit.
With Decker, I think this move was them not wanting to be caught with their pants down again like they were with Ragnar, and they already had a plan prior to him deciding to come back, and then he found out about it.
Yeah, but see, part of this too, though, did you notice in the small fine print of it all how they owe him that $9 million bonus? It's like if you come back and then you need to be released and you say the team didn't want to work with me, guess what they can't go after? Your bonus. It's a little okey doke. It's a little move players can make. And again, I mean, the Lions kind of do have a history of it. Just throwing that out there. They went after Calvin's money. I'm just saying. Go ahead, Kenny.
Falk is good. Solid move, of course. The idiot hockey fans, though, will think we're going to win the Stanley Cup now, which we are not.
Why can't we find a middle ground as a fan base?
It's called America 2026.
This is a good trade.
This is the greatest thing ever. This is the worst.
Right. It's a good trade. It's not a great trade. It's a good trade.
And the team got better.
Right. And in reality, it's just a slice of pizza, guys. And we're fighting over this.
Kenny goes, man, I really wish people in society could find a middle ground.
As I like to tell Mike often, welcome to 2026.
You know what's funny is like when I fill in for David sometimes when I look at the Twitch chat or whatever, I always look and I go, these people are unwell. Why are we like this as a people?
Well, hold on. I don't.
Because if you don't agree with somebody, you're the enemy.
But that's the minority, though. That's not the majority of people. That's just those people.
No, but like ticket texters or
unhinged.
Did David just throw a those people out there?
Wow.
Shabazz did earlier, but that was totally different.
I felt very uncomfortable.
Keep it moving, please.
Text communication.
Thank you.
Nice deal.
By the way,
when
when are we going to get a new name for this damn thing? Are they going to sell this thing, or what are they going to do here?
It is text communications.
I'm making a point that we can't call it the old name anymore. When are they going to sell? Give me a name.
I think this is the name.
I like this name.
Text communications was me being a smartass,
and it worked.
Feels like we're back at the early stages of the internet.
Possibly the best text.
Nice deal for Falk.
He sends a text you can read.
Can eat solid minutes, and we don't have to run Mo into the ground, resulting in mistakes when he's tired.
Yeah.
ASP can get 7 minutes at the end of the bench, for all I care.
Man, so glad we waited all these years for ASP.
And it's one more competent defender in front of a guy who's been standing
on his head for 3 months.
Gibson,
Yes. Let's get a couple of the phone calls in after the text communication. I got to talk to management. That can't be the plan long term.
Is this your first day?
I made up a ridiculous name for it. They're seriously going with that?
No, Mike, I'm saying.
Why can't it be the Greater
be
Life Church Blessed Hotline or something?
How about we just go with it'll probably won't change. It'll be just that.
All right.
By the time it changes, we're going to be so stuck saying this. Mike, you can't say text communications anymore.
Greater Life has taken some strays today.
What'd you say?
Greater Life has taken some strays.
No, there's not. That's not a stray.
They brought joy to the hockey community. Mike may or may not be on the front pew this Sunday.
No, you see national radio shows, and I'm not going to plug a random business, but David's church is different. It's great people down there. The whole point is why can't it be the blessed and highly favored hotline? And we just boom, and then David reads absolute slander, racism, and horrible things that's on Ticket Text.
I don't know if they can do. David, can a business?
I have no idea.
This text brought to you by Jesus.
Right, honestly, we got to do something better than text communications.
I don't think they can, though, Rico.
Careful with this text. Jesus is watching.
Like, can you imagine the text hotline brought to you by Greater Life? All right, David, what are the people saying? Oh, Mike's a Guido MF. All right. Thank you from Greater Life Church.
Get those two black guys off the show.
All right, let's go. Let's go to Preston, 97.1. Preston, what's good, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
How are you?
Good. Listen, I'll tell you what. I'm still tearing for Steve Eisman between a B and a B minus for this trade deadline. Definitely beats I think it was Merrick Zidlicki trades back in 15 and 16. But he went and addressed the need, which is great. I just wish he would have did it earlier. It just seems like our teams in this town are just waiting. And look, and this trade right here just comes at the buzzer beater. It just seems like that there were trades that could have been made earlier. And I know you're giving up premium picks and maybe premium players, but there were players out there that could have been gotten before we had to make a buzzer beater trade like this. So,
yeah, but if this is the player he wanted, then none of that matters. I mean, I hear you. There were several, right-hand shot defensemen that got traded. But, this is arguably – I don't want to get into some big fight with the hockey elite. This is arguably the best defenseman that got moved at this deadline. So, I guess I'm not going to quibble. Now, if you're saying, hey, I wanted Quinn Hughes, that's a completely different conversation.
It is and it isn't at the same time. I just felt like that he waited – to make a trade like this. So I think he wanted Quinn Hughes. He didn't want, obviously, I don't think Quinn Hughes wanted to commit to a contract, and Steve didn't want that. But again, I'm not trying to say that he did a bad job. I think he could have did a little bit better, but it's better than what we've gotten. And
it's the middle ground. That's the whole point.
Did.
It's the middle ground that Kenny spoke of. You feel like he could have done more. You're thankful he didn't do less. You're just right in the middle. You got better, and for God's sakes, can we end this ridiculous playoff drought and play credible hockey and have some fun starting April 18th? That's the goal. I'm not going to put it on them. Well, they don't have to win a series. They have to play credible. If they show up and get sandblasted, but that's the other thing, too, is going to be you can be happy about the playoff drought being over, but I swear to God, if this turns into reprisal radio of a bunch of internet dorks and hockey nerds being like, see, the plan, dude, it's year 7. Right. The bottle of champagne is moldy. Stop. Cut it out.
Did it faster than Buffalo. That's what you'll hear.
Okay, the day I compare the Winged Wheel and Original Six and the greatest American franchise in the NHL to the Buffalo effing Sabres and that hellhole of a town, that's the day we just relegate the team. You're insane.
I'm saying.
Comping yourself to Buffalo is like comping yourself to the Charlotte Hornets.
It helps with the copium, Mike. It took you half the time it took them.
Great. Super. Let's go to the Greater Life hotline. All right, that text communication was brought to you by David's uncle. Okay.
Wings trade deadline rates a B in my book.
Nothing wrong with
better
that.
with Trocheck, but not sure what the Rangers were asking for.
A lot.
Probably a lot.
And by the fact the player didn't move, a lot.
Same thing with Rasmus Ristolainen, by the way. They decided not to trade him because the asking price was too high for a guy that looks like Ivan Drago.
Yeah, but you get bonus points for that.
It's true.
Laser beams.
That is laser beams.
Listen, I think the laser beam would have been you acquired a top 6 forward and a top 4 defenseman. That's the laser beams. Not, cookies over a TV dinner because they acquired David Perron. I mean, you got to stop.
Yeah, if you got both, that's completely different.
That's a laser beam.
Yep.
Hey, question. Just for 2 seconds. What the hell do you think Jason Tatum's going to look like tonight? David Perron?
No.
Okay.
No, I think he'll look okay.
I still can't believe they've cleared him to play. At 10 months after blowing your Achilles.
Yeah, but Mike, you got to realize it's not like regular people. You got your own specialized doctors.
You're right.
and
Jason Tatum would
PT.
recover faster than David. I understand
Right, PT, like all types.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
So that's why.
I'm interested to see it. It's kind of morbid curiosity. I don't know what
I
the
think he'll be
Celtics
on a
are.
pitch count, and he'll finish with like 16 points or something like that.
Well, if you're a Piston fan, you better hope he doesn't look good. Because if Tatum comes back as 90% of Jason Tatum, well, that's just another team that they would dismantle you.
So yeah, I mean, if I'm Boston, he'll play.
But you can beat him
24
without
minutes.
Tatum. I'm telling you, the Pistons could. Jaylen Brown, there's a softness there. I'm telling you, if Tatum's not totally right, I wonder. I fear Cleveland more than Boston. I really do, especially because of Cleveland's front court. Bzz. Oh, Buzz City. I forgot about that. Okay. All right. I'm gonna get you. What do you want? A Larry Johnson jersey? What do you need?
Ooh, I used to have one of those.
Jesus. Of course you did. Go ahead.
All right. Imagine what could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change. Kids will grow. New memes will come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and a price that didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that find and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like the super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You'll get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices, and no one is battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working perfectly in harmony. So you can get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, no strings. So even when your kids grow up and you still don't understand what 6-7 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price is going to stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. To get started, call Xfinity, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today.
All right, we'll get right back to your calls. We have to mix football in. Why? Because this isn't TSN. David, music.
So let's start right, fast, quick. Let's do this because everyone's going to spin in free agency. Well, almost everyone's going to spin in free agency. This is a buyer beware blitz here. Players that you should just, be careful with. Start with Rashid Shaheed. It talks about him being a force on the offense, being a threat down the field, but the buyer should beware that he will not overhaul the explosiveness of the wide receiver unit in your locker room.
No, look, this is a guy to me. I love him. He helps your special teams.
Right
he's
there.
a deep shot guy, but he's not a volume target guy. That you're not throwing 6, 8, 10 passes a game at him. He's a very tough player to price for me.
Right, because he is a guy, like you said, kickoff and punt return, because he's gonna see the ball at least 4 to 8 times just on special teams alone. And fact that he could break a play at any moment, that's why you're really paying him. Okay, he'll also be your second or third wide receiver, but yeah, you're not gonna break the bank for that. You're gonna take him for special teams, David.
Here's a defensive player here. That's Kaylavon Chason. I'm sorry. It says he went 7.5 sacks this year. His pressures went up from 29 to 54, but you're not sure if that's a resurgence or an aberration.
I hate signing guys off career years. I hate it. Like, you performed, finally. Congratulations for you. Why am I going to pay you?
They had extra motivation this year because they knew that somebody's going to be so impressed and they're going to extrapolate that and say, well, he's going to do that from here on out. Probably not.
Yeah. Again, those are the guys I generally would steer away from in free agency. You have to let somebody else lay on that grenade.
Well, and here's another defender here, and he had a really good year for the Chicago Bears. It's Nashawn Wright, cornerback there. He forced a lot of turnovers. He had 5 interceptions, which was second in the NFL. He also forced a lot of fumbles as well. He had 8 takeaways total, 2 forced fumbles, 11 pass defended. But the problem is,
He sounded like the Charlie in the box from Rudolph. Charlie!
Here's the problem with Nashawn Wright, though. You cannot predict turnovers. So you're going to sign him expecting it. You're probably not going to duplicate this.
Correct.
Yeah.
And also, I don't know if any defensive player is more impacted by scheme than the free agent corner. You see this every year, including here in Detroit. You sign a corner and you go, what did I just pay for?
Not enough forced fumbles.
Fumbles?
Right. I didn't get the interceptions that I thought I was going to get.
I don't know.
Let's
I'm a
move
Charlie
over to
in
the
the
wide
box.
receiver position. And it is a player that played for your team this year. It's Juwan Jennings, wide receiver.
I
And
like this guy.
The belief is that he just may be a product of Kyle Shanahan's offense.
He is on third down, David. He moves the chains. He does not have elite speed. He doesn't have speed, but he's got a great catch radius. But just know, he doesn't have the game-breaking speed. He's not going to be that guy. But on 3rd and 15, he'll get you the first down.
Look, you're getting multiple.
But he's not, I don't think he's going to be worth like $18 million or anything like that.
But you're getting multiple productive years. His last 2 years have been excellent.
Yeah.
He got almost 120 targets 2 years ago. I like this guy.
No,
smarm.
I do. But if you're bringing him in thinking he's going to be our number 1 receiver,
no.
Yeah, you're going to be in trouble.
No.
The next 2 are quarterbacks, and I'll start with one at a time. The first one, Malik Willis. And they say, well, buyer beware. Do you remember Scott Mitchell is what they say?
Yeah, we can do that. Okay, Matt Flynn. What do you want to say? The guy's had good tape. He's rescued the Packers multiple seasons. He's got dual threat capability. He's a risk worth taking because if you're taking that risk, you are destitute for a quarterback. You don't have one, and you can't get one.
Correct.
So I disagree.
Right. You don't want to draft one and wait to develop. He's kind of ready to go. You can see if he's a plug-and-play type. I don't quite see Scott Mitchell because, to me, Mitchell had a game and got paid, and Matt Flynn had a game and he got paid. He's done it over a little bit of time. He has more of a runway that I can judge him by.
And then the other quarterback here, former Green Bay Packer, former Pittsburgh Steeler, Aaron Rodgers. Simply
listen,
because he's Aaron Rodgers, it says.
David, it goes a long way with the Malik Willis thing. The difference is with Rodgers, you're dealing with someone who's in his mid-40s, who from a air yards, I know Rico appreciates that stat, depth of target. I mean, this would make Bill Walsh vomit. I would never have this guy as my quarterback, but yet your franchise seems like they're married to him. So enjoy.
I think they can get one more use out of him. And I honestly, yeah, I'm with you. I think he's been done for a while, and just go on the talk show circuit. Just leave football alone. Hey, David, I got one for you real quick. Just released. What about Joe Mixon?
Yeah, buyer beware. I think he's done. I don't think he has any legs left. I don't think he does it anymore for me. So I'm good on that one.
Michael, Joe Mixon?
Oh no, I just ignored you on principle. That's ridiculous. I'm not doing that. The guy missed the whole season with a foot. I've never liked him. Joe Mixon is all sizzle, no steak.
Okay.
He's a name.
Well, this is risky people, so
I know, but no.
Well,
that's also outlandish. Go ahead.
I'll give you the next player here on the list. A lot of people talk about him. He was talked about in trades last year and the year before.
Yes.
One of the contract. He's 32 years old, coming off core muscle injury, and they say that is why you should beware with Trey Hendrickson.
David Perron.
Trey Hendrickson.
I'm going to disagree. He's been as productive as any defensive lineman in football, not over a 1 or 2 year stretch, but 4. You're a little nervous at 32. Overpay for a 3-year deal. Don't make it 4 or 5. I sign him. He's just that guy, man. He shows up to work. He plays. He produces. I don't know what to tell you.
Maybe more motivated once he leaves a bad situation.
Oh, boy. I tell you. Yeah, getting out of Cincinnati, he ought to be thrilled.
When every day you drive to the facility in your car and you're taking that deep breath as you open up your door knowing another day at this place.
And then finally, another guy who's dealt with injuries, only played 8 or started 8 games last year.
Okay.
That is Nakobe Dean.
This is Rico's guy. Rico gets the first swing at a bat here.
You know what? He's been the biggest head scratcher because I thought he was really going to be lights out when he got to the NFL, but then he slid on draft day. He has moments of flash, David, but it's the injury problem. He cannot stay healthy. So, once again, you got to buyer beware. He'll be good for you, but you're probably not going to see all 17 games from him. If you could get to 12 games, consider yourself blessed.
2022. Oh, a torn pec. Oh, a Liz Frank injury. Hey, how about 2024? Blew out his patella tendon. How about 2025? He's on the PUP list. Then he's not on the PUP list. Then he blows out his hammy.
But what about 23?
I know. Look, love him when he's there. Just can't count on him being there.
That is your NFL Blitz 97-1.
All right, we'll get right back to your calls. We have to mix football in. Why? Because this isn't TSN. David, music.
So let's start.
Okay.
You know what?
What?
I before I forget, I've been meaning to say this all show long.
Oh, God.
You got to make sure you tune in tomorrow at 9:00. Our very own Kenneth Cott is going to be live on the air with Stoney from 9 to 1. So, guys, make sure you're listening. At 9 a.m.,
give Kenny your support.
Our very own Kenneth J. Cott.
Can I give you some advice? Unsolicited, working with Stoney? Do you want some help?
I was going to say, because it's not that I'm nervous about being on the air or anything. My bigger concern is, how do I guide the sometimes runaway train that is Michael Stone?
You need to treat him. Okay, first of all, before I give you that, I do need to put a qualifier. I love Mike Stone. I enjoy working with Mike.
I do too. I love Stone.
But I know how to handle him. Now, what I'm going to say is going to sound insulting, but it's not meant to be. You need to treat Stoney like a puppy. And you got to keep a watchful eye on said puppy, or said puppy's going to drop a grumpy in your living room. Mm-hmm. So what I would say is, Kenny, you have to identify, like when a puppy goes to squat, you have to be like, no, and then airlift them out before the dribble happens. Mm-hmm. With Stoney, his version of squatting is tailing off in thought or doing 1960s references or something perverse.
Oh, right.
You have to identify that in that moment, and he gets the stick.
You know, that reminds me, because, speaking of doing drugs, nope.
Also, when you hear things like, or, you need to be ready to get the show back on the rails.
We have to be able to guide the plane, like the people on the runway going this way.
I give you an example. It's okay, and Stoney is a great sport about it. If he starts trying to sell something and you feel like, oh boy, he's about to blow an axle, step in.
Yep.
Just step in.
Protect him from himself.
Keep the car on the road. You'll be good.
There was once a week for a while where he was trying to get me to watch an old Flyers documentary.
Oh, dear God.
And he brought it to the air a couple times, and I was like, I don't want to do this off the air.
That's the other thing. He is fantastic at dealing with slander and ball breaking. Don't be delicate. Just get after him.
No, that's what I like about Stoney is it seems like there could be a good, back and forth there of the idea of he doesn't care if you go after him a little bit.
No, because he's fun.
Because he gets it.
But I'm telling you right now, you got to speed up. You got to get the pace going. Don't let him bog it down and start talking about the Broad Street Bullies in 72. Well, I'm telling you. Keep the pace going, Kenny. By the way, how about Kenny's actually going to have to get up early tomorrow? I imagine Kenny's Saturday mornings are Saturday afternoon, basically.
No, he's capable.
He's a brunch guy, so he's got to get up early.
Yeah, that's like 1 p.m.
Brunch is 1.
Yeah, brunch is like mid-afternoon.
Kenny, I'm trying to help you here.
I mean, yeah, I can do that.
Whose side are you on?
I'm trying to help. No, that's not. Okay.
Text communicate. You'll be fine.
Yeah,
because Stoney is a good sport, and he's not going to submarine you.
Yeah.
Team guy.
So check out Kenny and Stoney, 9 a.m.
We should call in.
Disguise. We speak like cookies.
No, just calling us as callers.
Oh, disguise our voices.
You, I'm going to talk to that bearded piece of garbage cot. Okay. David.
How's that possum, bleep hole? Come on.
Bit of advice from the text communications. Good luck, Kenny. Then it says, just don't bring up anything regarding Philly.
No.
And he won't trail.
Philly, Bruce.
The funny part about Stoney is I don't have to do that even to get him started on that. He'll just do that by himself.
Yeah, that's his game.
Or if he just starts laughing about something, he's amusing himself. That's when you need to. You know what? Watch the puppy.
Right.
Kenny finds something funny and he's laughing.
You will be fine. But I'm just telling you, don't wait for him to stop talking. Get in the mix.
Right.
Stoney does better with a fast pace. You just gotta do the radio show.
Over under on how long it takes him to bring up something that's at least 25 plus years old.
2 minutes.
That's rude.
Wow.
7 minutes.
I love Stoney. I do.
I love Stoney too.
You'll be fine.
I'm looking forward to it.
I'm just telling you.
It'll be good.
But you can't be a pacifist. Get after it.
I feel like we missed an opportunity for a Stoney bingo board, like we did for Gus.
You're right. No,
we missed an opportunity.
But it was such a busy day.
I know,
the Decker thing,
I
the trade deadline, and the Pistons getting sandblasted. I mean, you just.
I know.
I don't
Stoney
know.
bingo would have been a good bit.
But Mark, do you have any tips for Kenny? He's on air with Stoney tomorrow.
Pray?
No. Have you worked with Stoney?
No, I love working with Stoney.
Okay.
Prayer is necessary to work with Stone?
It was the first word that came to mind.
That's fine. Yeah. Because we're trying to help him. I said, look, you can't let him tail off. You got to take hold of the steering wheel, or you're going to end up in a ditch.
Yeah, I would say make sure you get your points in no matter what. Like, enter the show, I'm going to make these 3 points and these 3 topics, and we're doing those no matter what, because Stoney has been a forever legend being the lead, right?
Yes.
And what can happen when you're working with a lead that you're not familiar with?
Takes the air up in the room.
The show is over, and you didn't get your points out, right? So that would be the best advice I
Shabbat
give.
was on with him a couple of weeks ago. I think he said 6 words.
He said it. You said it.
You can't let him keep talking.
Oh, another
Get
thing
in
that
there.
happened in the 80s, it's like, all right, Stone, relax a little bit, all right?
Get in there.
We're talking Taylor Decker here.
All right.
I'm not trying to ruin your Friday night. ESPN has an article out right now that says the Lions' biggest need in free agency is, wait for it, running back.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Running back is the biggest need. Who do you feel good about in the secondary? Anyone? Bueller?
No,
Fry?
while I agree the needs are wide-ranging, look, running back is going to be a distant second. Like, for Rico's point, it's a late-round draft pick. For my point, shop at the dollar store. Like, I'd love to get James Conner.
Sure.
That's a fit scheme-wise and stylistically. Go ahead.
Running back is 4th on my list.
Easily. If that.
Right.
It's
Offensive
like 12
line.
on mine.
Offensive line.
I think it was
1.
Woodyard, Eric Woodyard. Who
Secondary. 2. Defensive line. 3. Actually, running back is not really a concern. I can find somebody to. Hey, can you go in there and get me 15 carries a game?
Mark, it is the time of year. They have to pump content out. Not all of it makes sense.
Biggest need, running back.
It's like they did a mock draft last week. They had the Lions taking a running back in round 2. Are you kidding me? The city would burn.
Most certainly would.
What are you doing next?
All right. Where is your comfort level with Steve Yzerman today? How odd is it that the team here in the most precarious position is the Lions? If you think about it.
Kind of flipped.
One word or phrase to describe how you're feeling about them, that and so much more as we lead you up to the wings after a hell of a deadline.
It was good. But again, as we said earlier, it was a very good deadline. We're very happy. It's not laser beams. Costa with that laser beam crap, it has to stop. You didn't acquire Al Iafredi in his prime. I need you to stop. Like, come on. It's a solid move, but good heavens.
We got Alex McGillney on
right. In his prime.
Wings made a move from Edmonton, got Wayne Gretzky. There you go.
Big trade. Big
Laser
trade.
wings.
All right, Mark Ryan's next. We'll be back with you Monday. Obviously, going to be a big week. NFL league year starts. We pray for restructuring.
David and Stoney.
I expect the sermon Sunday. 3 restructures and a partridge in a pear tree. We're out of here. We'll talk to you on Monday. Kenny, good luck tomorrow.
Kenny and
Just
Stoney,
be
9 o'clock.
aggressive, damn it.
All right, guys, as you heard us.